Chen Ming straightened the faded cyan Taoist robe on his body and lifted his head to gaze at the enormous virtual light screen hovering before him. Names of contestants from every nation of Blue Star were rolling across the screen. Moments ago, he had been dozing off in a mountain Taoist temple, yet upon waking he found himself in this parallel world known as Blue Star. Before he could even figure out what was happening, he was chosen by a mysterious force. He had become the second contestant representing Longhua in the National Fate game. On the giant screen, the crimson countdown digits were ticking down second by second. Yet Chen Ming remained utterly unaware of the clamor beyond. All at once a mechanical chime rang. Ding. Host detected to be about to enter the National Fate survival game. Template system successfully bound. Template extraction in progress. Template extraction complete. Template bound peerless celestial master. Novice gift pack opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the max level golden light mantra. Chen Ming felt a warm current flow along his meridians coursing through his entire body. His body brimmed with an unprecedented vast power. Focusing his mind, Chen Ming softly called out within his heart panel. Name Chen Ming. Template Old Celestial Master. Abilities Golden Light Mantra 9 Heavens Thunder Art locked. Shock value 0 acquired from astonished viewers. The system panel was stark and concise. Chen Ming skimmed it for merely 2 or 3 seconds and grasped the general idea. After closing the panel, he quietly summarized in his heart, as long as I have shock value, I can continuously unlock all manner of abilities. Golden Light Mantra 9 Heavens Thunder Art various Taoist talismans, and even the 8 arcane skills. Across the globe gigantic live broadcast screens hung, suspended above every city. The roster of contestants from all 237 nations of Blue Star had been fully announced. Livestream viewership had surpassed 9 billion. In Longwa's live room, the barrage of comments was so dense it nearly plastered over the screen. What the hell? The first contestant is Liu Yifei. That actress Liu Yifei. Yes, it's her. Liu Yifei has participated in the National Fate game 3 times already. Her strength is around level, and she's considered one of Longwa's aces. The first one is fine, but who's the second? Chen Ming. Never heard of him. Look at that shot. He's wearing a tattered Taoist robe and standing there yawning. Is he here to join the National Fate game, or to set up a stall at a temple fair to tell fortunes? We're done for. I think disaster is coming again. Longwa's national fortune is already ranked 7th. If it drops further this time, the country's grain production will be reduced again. Inside Longwa's official command center, more than 30 senior advisors sat around a circular table, each with a cup of tea gone completely cold placed before them. Chief Commander Lin Yuanshan fixed his gaze on the young man in the worn Taoist robe shown on the screen, his 2 fingers tapping ceaselessly against the tabletop. Have you checked? What's this? Chen Ming's background. Reporting we can't find anything. The adjutant flipped through the tablet in his hands, his forehead slick with sweat. There is no record of him in the household registration system. No social security, no school records, even his ID number was generated just now. What does that mean? It means he's as if he suddenly appeared out of thin air. Lin Yuanshan fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Beside him, one advisor muttered under his breath. Could he be some undocumented drifter from a remote mountain valley? The system draws randomly. There's all kinds. No one responded. Because everyone knew the last time Longhua was randomly assigned an ordinary person as a contestant, that individual survived only 11 minutes in the Forbidden Zone. On the screen, Chen Ming was sitting on a stone, sleeves of his worn Taoist robe rolled halfway up to reveal a thin pale wrist. He yawned again. Longwa's national fortune index fell from 7.2 to 6.8. The comment barrage became a chorus of wails. At the same time, the teleportation pillar of light at the Forbidden Zone's entrance flared to life. Chen Ming felt the ground vanish beneath his feet and his body sink downward. When he regained his senses, he was already standing upon a great desolate wasteland. The air was suffused with a faint tang of rust. The sky, a dark red, held neither sun nor moon. Only a heavy layer of blood-colored clouds pressing down overhead. Chen Ming glanced around. At the edge of the wasteland loomed a pitch-black, dense forest, and from the distance came faint, low growls. He lifted a hand to fan away the stale air before his nose and muttered to himself, what kind of place is this for the air to be this bad? A figure swiftly approached from 10 or so meters away. The newcomer wore a fitted all-black tactical assault outfit, long hair tied into a high ponytail, a tactical dagger at her waist, and a simple tang blade slung diagonally across her back, stride cutting through the air with force. Liu Yifei. She closed the distance in a few quick steps, coming to stand before Chen Ming, her gaze raking over him from head to toe, lingering on his worn Taoist robe for 2 seconds. You're the second contestant. It should be so. Chen Ming nodded. Greetings, Liu Jusher. Liu Yifei frowned. Don't call me Jusher. My name is Liu Yifei. You can call me Yifei, or just use Jusher, you're too courteous. Liu Yifei drew a deep breath, swallowing back the words on the tip of her tongue. She was a veteran, having taken part in the National Fate game 3 times, and she knew all too well how crucial teammates were within the Forbidden Zone. Yet the man before her wore a Taoist robe faded from too many washings cloth shoes on his feet, and carried no weapon at all, looking more casual than an old grandfather strolling down the street. What abilities do you have? Lu Yifei asked bluntly. I know a bit of minor Taoist arts. What level? I've never been graded. Lu Yifei pressed her lips into a thin line. Turning away, she lowered her voice and spoke into her communicator. Command contestant number 2 appears to have no combat experience. Requesting adjustment of tactical plan. I will take responsibility for the main offensive and the rear guard and hold full authority over decisions in this National Fate game. From the communicator came Lin Yuanshan's voice, tinged with helplessness. Approved. Proceed with caution. Chen Ming watched all this unfold without saying much. He sat down on a flat stone, reached into his sleeve, pulled out a shriveled steamed bun, broke it in half, and handed one piece to Lu Yifei. Do you sure have something to eat? I hadn't eaten dinner before coming in. Lu Yifei turned her head toward the half bun, and Chen Ming's earnest expression momentarily at a loss for words. The livestream barrage had completely exploded. He actually brought a steamed bun into the Forbidden Zone. Contestants from other countries have brought weapons, ammunition, and survival gear. Our Longwa contestant brought a steamed bun. It's over, I'd better go write my will. If Longwa's national fortune drops again, I'll be the first to seek him out for accountability. Lu Yifei has to carry the workload of 2 people by herself. My heart aches for her. It's over this time, it's truly over. Longwa's national fortune index dropped another 0. Wanted down to 6. 7. Lu Yifei stared blankly as she took the half bun. She did not eat it, instead tucking it into a pocket in her tactical vest. Listen carefully. The rules inside the Forbidden Zone are very simple. She crouched and sketched a rough map on the ground. We're currently in the outer perimeter. This ring is filled with level and a level low-grade anomalies. The deeper we go, the higher the level of anomalies. The central region may have level or even a level 1. Our mission is to eliminate as many anomalies as possible within 48 hours, obtain anomaly cores, and if we can secure treasures and the like, all the better. Every core and treasure can be converted into national fortune points. If we die, Longwa's national fortune will be directly reduced by 2 whole points. When she finished, she lifted her gaze to Chen Ming. He was staring toward the distant forest, chewing his bun. After swallowing, he said, Do you think there might be wild rabbits in that forest? Are you listening to me? I am. Chen Ming brushed the crumbs from his hands, stood, and stretched lazily. As for killing anomalies, simple. Lu Yifei almost choked on that sentence. She had participated in the National Fate game 3 times and had witnessed far too many arrogant newcomers turn into fodder for anomalies in the Forbidden Zone. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but in the end swallowed the words. Stay close to me. Don't get She drew the tang blade from her back. Under the dark red sky, the blade's body gleamed with a cold metallic luster as she took the lead, striding toward the forest. Chen Ming trailed behind at an unhurried pace, both hands tucked into his sleeves, his steps slow and drifting. After 2 steps, he tilted his head, glanced at the blood-colored clouds above, and murmured, The chi field of this domain isn't very clean. I'd wager something is buried beneath the ground. Lu Yifei halted, turned back to look at him. What did you say? Chen Ming shook his head and smiled. Nothing. Come on, Jusher. The sooner we finish the job, the sooner I can find a place to take a nap tonight. With a single step, he drifted past Lu Yifei's side. She watched his back for several seconds, unable to name the feeling in her heart. The way he spoke did not resemble someone standing in an unimaginably dangerous Forbidden Zone. It was more like he was talking about an ordinary, everyday matter. The atmosphere in Longwa's live broadcast room had plummeted to rock bottom. The barrage of comments that had been filled with anger at the beginning slowly faded into silence. The few lines that drifted past now were listless and weak. Most viewers had resigned themselves, hoping only that Lu Yifei could return safely, already convinced that this round of national fortune was doomed, and that the only question left was how much would be lost. Yet on the international channel, the tone was entirely different. In Yinghua Nation's live room, the number of spectators had just broken the 400 million mark, and the comment stream was a solid wall of jubilant celebration. Their 2 contestants had just completed their first battle on the edge of the Forbidden Zone. On screen, a man in deep blue ninja garb was grinding the head of a gray monster under his heel. The monster's body resembled a wild boar that had been drained of all moisture, its back bristling with barbs. Now its life had utterly faded, and its hide was slowly turning to ash. It was an great anomaly, a withered spine boar. The man trampling its skull was named Guidian Ilong, Yinghua Nation's ace contestant and a mid-rank expert within their ninja system. He was short of stature, with a narrow, elongated face and sharp triangular eyes that held a hint of malice. In his hand, he gripped a short ninja blade tempered with a dark medicinal coating, a strand of gray viscous fluid still clinging to its tip. Behind him stood another man, a swordsman in a gray kimono named Watanabe Sho, a long saber at his waist, and a habitually taciturn demeanor. Guadian Ilong lifted his foot. He stooped to pick the anomaly's core from the ashes and held it up to the camera, letting it gleam before the lens. Yinghua Nation's comment stream erupted in an instant. Viewers gushed that Ilong was overwhelmingly strong, that he had seized the first core within 3 minutes of entering the zone, crowing that this was the true strength of Yinghua Nation, and mocking Longhua for still chewing dry buns somewhere in the Forbidden Land. They sneered that Longhua had even sent a so-called Taoist dressed in threadbare rags, looking more like a vagabond who had slipped in by accident than an official contestant. In their words, Longhua had dispatched nothing more than an actress and a beggar, proof that the nation had no one left to use, and amid raucous laughter they jeered that this time Longhua would be crushed to ruin. Guadian Ilong seemed to catch sight of these comments. He curled his lips into a smirk and, facing the camera, spoke fluently in the Blue Star common tongue. Contestants from Longhua, I wonder how long you can keep yourselves alive in the Forbidden Land. He lifted his ninja blade and drew a deliberate, throat-slitting gesture through the air. If I run into you in there, I won't mind letting this blade harvest a few extra heads. Beside him, Watanabe Shio remained silent, only faintly knitting his brows. Guadian Ilong's words, carried by the live feed, swept across the globe. In Longhua's broadcast room, the silent comment stream flared back to life as viewers erupted in furious curses. They roared that Guadian was nothing but filth, daring to provoke them, swearing that if they met in the Forbidden Zone, he would not be so brazen. Others scoffed that one would think Yinghua Nation had already secured first place in this national fortune game. A few added with bitter irony that his arrogance was backed by genuine power. They lamented that Longhua had only a female actress and a wandering Taoist to send into battle, and though the curses grew louder, they gradually lost conviction. For the images on screen did not lie. On Yinghua's side, Guadian Ilong and Watanabe Shio were already pressing deeper into the dense forest, cutting down 3 morph-grade anomalies along the way and collecting 4 additional cores. Yinghua Nation's fortune index had risen from 6.5 to 6.9. On Longhua's side, the feed showed only Lu Yifei forging ahead. Her tactical dagger and tang blade alternated in her hands as she felled 2th-grade withered spine boars that burst from the undergrowth. Chen Ming ambled behind her, both hands tucked deep in his sleeves, never once taking them out. Guadian Ilong's taunts replayed again and again in broadcast rooms around the world. In Eagle Nation's live room, one comment rose to the top of the hot list. It declared that Longhua was finished, that this draw was a disaster, an obsolete star, and a vagrant Taoist, and advised that they should simply withdraw to preserve what dignity remained. In Longhua's command center, Lin Yuanshan's fists clenched so hard his knuckles cracked. Worthless vermin, he muttered, eyes fixed on the image of Guadian Ilong as he ground his molars. An adjutant leaned in and whispered, Chief Lin, should we have Lu Yifei accelerate her advance and secure a few cores first to stabilize our fortune? Lin shook his head. No. Tell her to prioritize her safety and avoid rash moves. Even at the edge of the Forbidden Land, the density of anomalies is not low. Lin paused, his gaze shifting to the feed that showed Chen Ming strolling at an unhurried pace. As for that Taoist, treat him as if he doesn't exist. Inside the Forbidden Zone, at the fringe of the dense forest, Lu Yifei used her tang blade to push aside a clump of gray shrubs, then glanced back at Chen Ming. He was squatting on the ground, watching a deep green centipede crawl out from between the rocks. Could you stop staring at bugs? Lu Yifei's voice was taut with strain. Look, Taoist, this centipede is entirely jade green, Chen Ming said. Its quality is quite good. Back on the mountain, it would be fit for use in medicine. He lifted his head, face alight with genuine interest. This is the Forbidden Land, Lu Yifei reminded him. I know, he replied. The insects here might eat people. It's barely 2 inches long, it couldn't possibly eat a person. A vein throbbed at Lu Yifei's temple. She decided there was no point in continuing a discourse on centipedes. Turning away, she moved forward again, the tang blade still streaked with the gray blood of withered spine boars. She had barely taken a dozen steps when a rustling rose from the shrubs. Lu Yifei halted instantly, right hand tightening on the hilt as she lowered her center of gravity into a combat stance. 3 withered spine boars burst from behind the brush, the barbs along their backs, standing upright, murky, eyes locked on the pair. 3 grade boars. I'll handle them. You stay back, Lu Yifei said. She shifted her body to the side, placing herself between Chen Ming and the threats. Chen Ming lifted his eyelids, glanced at the 3 boars, and said softly, Taoist, don't grip your blade so tightly. You'll raise blisters at your tiger's mouth. Stop babbling, Lu Yifei snapped, then launched forward like an arrow. The tang blade traced a sharp arc through the dim blood-red light. Her technique was clean and decisive. 3 strokes for 3 targets, each blade falling precisely on the vulnerable back of the boar's necks. Gray blood splashed across the ground. The 3 anomalies collapsed and rapidly turned to ash, each leaving behind a dark gray core. She stooped to gather the cores, wiped the grime from her blade, and glanced back at Chen Ming. Her teammate was leaning against a gray-white dead tree, arms folded inside his sleeves, head slightly bowed, as though on the verge of dozing off. "Hey," she called. What is it, Taoist Lu?" Chen Ming lifted his head and blinked. "Can't you be a little nervous?" she demanded. "This is the national fortune forbidden land, not your backyard." "You're absolutely right," Chen Ming nodded with an air of sincere agreement. "But backyards aren't necessarily safe either. The old temple where I used to live had a yellow weasel behind it that attained spirit," he added. Lu Yifei's mouth twitched. She studied Chen Ming seriously for 2 seconds and reached a conclusion. He was not pretending to be mad or foolish. He was genuinely this relaxed. "Come on, let's keep pushing forward," she said, unwilling to waste more time. She stowed the 3 cores into her belt pouch. In Longhwa's live room, the comment stream continued to boil. Some called Chen Ming a deadweight, others praised Lu Yifei's combat prowess, and more dug up the latest battle reports from Yinhua's side. Guadian Along and Watanabe Shio had cleared 2 more waves of great anomalies over the past hour, bringing their core count to 12. Longhwa's team, including the ones Lu Yifei had taken down earlier, had collected a total of 5. The gap was unmistakable. On the international channel, a flood of mocking comments began to appear. Viewers scoffed that Longhwa's Taoist seemed to be doing nothing at all, standing behind for the entire duration, as though he had come just to take a vacation. Some even betting he could not kill a single great anomaly. They pointed out that Yinhua already held 12 cores while Longhwa had 5, the gap widening by the minute, and hailed Guadian Along as the strongest in Asia. Guadian Along was clearly aware of Longhwa's situation. After slaying in a great anomaly, he deliberately stepped up before the camera. Wiping the dust from his face with the back of his hand, he bared an exaggerated grin. "I just saw the live feed from Longhwa," he said. His speech was unhurried, each word deliberately emphasized. "That Taoist is quite amusing. I hear Longhwa has an old saying. What was it? Making up the numbers with bad players." Applied to him, it could not be more fitting. In Yinhua's live room, the roar of cheers in the comment stream rose to a deafening pitch. Kamayama Ichiro reveled in the praise. He added with a lewd grin, "Miss Lu from Longhwa is quite good, but unfortunately her teammates are dragging her down. No matter how strong one person is, they can't bear the weight of 2. He continued, "If Miss Lu is willing to ally with our Sakura Nation, I would naturally be willing to assist you. However the cost." His partner Watanabe, Shu, murmured something in Japanese beside him. Kamayama Ichiro waved his hand dismissively. This video clip was extracted and went viral on social media worldwide. The netizens from Longhwa were enraged. The atmosphere in the command center of Longhwa also dropped to freezing point. Lin Yuanshan turned off the international channel's broadcast screen, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. The urgent task is to ensure the luck does not decline further. He opened his eyes and looked at his aide. "Notify Lu Yifei to move southeast. The intelligence team has detected an 11 anomaly gathering point over there with low density suitable for farming core materials." "Understood." The aide turned to issue the command. Lin Yuanshan glanced at Chen Ming on the screen again and shook his head. In the forbidden area deep in the dense forest, Lu Yifei received the communication order from the command center and changed direction to head southeast. Chen Ming followed behind, and after walking for a while he suddenly spoke up. "Master, do you smell something?" "What smell, eh?" "The smell of blood coming from the northwest." Chen Ming tilted his head as if trying to discern the wind direction. "It's not an anomaly scent, it's human blood." Lu Yifei paused her steps. She stood still for a moment, trying to sense, but could smell nothing. The forbidden area was filled with murky air and the scent of rust, as she couldn't distinguish the subtle differences. "Are you sure?" Chen Ming nodded, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the nice weather. "About 3 kilometers away someone is seriously injured and has bled a lot." "You can smell blood from 3 kilometers away." Lu Yifei looked at him with a skeptical gaze. Chen Ming smiled, but did not explain. He couldn't tell her that this was not something his nose detected, but rather the perception ability brought by the Heavenly Master template. Every fluctuation within a radius of 5 miles was crystal clear to him. "Whoever it is, it has nothing to do with us." Lu Yifei resumed her forward motion. In the National Fortune game, competitors from various countries are enemies when they meet. Deliberately feigning injury to attract us closer is also possible. "You're right, Master." Chen Ming matched her pace, but his gaze drifted toward the northwest, deep in thought. 3 kilometers in that direction, an eerie aura was moving rapidly. Not just one, but a group. The two walked through the dense forest for about half an hour. The deeper they went southeast, the thicker the murky air became. Large patches of dark purple moss began to appear on the ground, making a sticky sound when stepped on. Lu Yifei pulled up the mask at her collar to cover her mouth and nose. The spores released by this dark purple moss contain trace toxins, and prolonged inhalation can lead to dizziness and vision impairment. She glanced back at Chen Ming. This person wasn't even wearing a mask. His mouth and nose were completely exposed to the air, and there was no sign of discomfort on his face. "Aren't you wearing a mask?" "No need." These spores are toxic, you know that, right? I know. Chen Ming glanced down at the purple moss at his feet. But this little bit of poison doesn't affect me much. Lu Yifei frowned, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. She was gradually getting used to this teammate style. No matter what she said, he always had a nonchalant demeanor, as if all the dangers in the forbidden area had nothing to do with him. Generally speaking, such people either truly have capabilities or are just pure fools who won't last beyond the first 3 hours. Lu Yifei silently bet on the latter in her mind. She carefully navigated around a dead tree covered in purple moss, drawing her tang knife horizontally in front of her. There was movement ahead. From the bushes came intermittent raspy breaths, resembling something gasping for air. A level anomaly greybone spider. Lu Yifei said softly. This creature isn't fast, but its shell is very hard, and it can spit acid. Don't let it splash on you. Thank you for your hard work, master. What? I mean, you attack, and it'll provide support from behind. Lu Yifei gritted her teeth, ignored him, and slipped into the bushes. Moments later, sounds of metal clashing against shell echoed from within, mixed with the sizzling sound of liquid being split. Chen Ming stood outside. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, he looked up at the dark red sky. Suddenly, he tilted his head. Master, watch your left. Just as he finished speaking, a gray-white shadow burst out from the left side of the bushes. A greybone spider launched a sneak attack from the side, lunging directly at Lu Yifei's back with its hook-covered mouthparts. Lu Yifei had no time to turn around. Chen Ming slightly raised his sleeve. His index and middle fingers came together, and he gently flicked them in the air. A faint golden light shot out from his fingertips. Thin as a thread, fast as lightning, it struck the abdomen of the greybone spider. The moment the golden light entered the spider's body, the level anomaly seemed to have its pause button pressed, its entire body suspended in midair for a moment. Then its shell exploded with a multitude of cracks and shattered into powder with a loud bang. Not even a core was left. By the time Lu Yifei turned around, all she saw was a cloud of gray-white powder drifting down from midair, quickly dissipating upon landing. Just now, a bug tried to ambush you, and I helped you scare it away. Chen Ming retracted his finger, tucked it back into his sleeve, and wore a genial smile. It was nothing serious. Lu Yifei stood dumbfounded. She didn't see what Chen Ming had just done, but she saw a level anomaly had no chance to react before being reduced to powder. Such lethality was at least in a level technique. What ability did you just use, eh? Just a little spell, nothing to mention. Nothing to mention. Lu Yifei's voice rose slightly. The hardness of an A-level greybone spider's shell is comparable to that of D-level anomalous metal alloy. Even with my full force strike with a tang knife, I could only create a crack. And you reduced it to dust with just a finger. Perhaps that spider had a weaker physique. You refer to anomalies as bugs. Master, don't be so agitated. Don't let your temper flare up. Chen Ming clasped his hands together and made a gesture of respect. He appeared innocent. Lu Yifei took 3 deep breaths to calm her emotions. She stared at Chen Ming for a long time, her gaze shifting from scrutiny to confusion. Then from confusion to a complex emotion that was hard to define. Who exactly are you? As I've said, just an ordinary Taoist. In the live stream, only a few keen-eyed viewers noticed the earlier scene. Because Chen Ming's movement was too quick and light, the live broadcast only captured a blurry frame of golden light, and most people thought it was a visual glitch. However, some comments began to appear with different opinions. Wait, rewind to 38 minutes and 12 seconds. That Taoist seemed to have moved. What, 38 minutes and 12 seconds? I didn't see anything at all. Are you seeing things? That Taoist hasn't even taken his hands out of his sleeves since entering the forbidden area. I really saw it. There was a streak of golden light. You guys hurry up and screenshot it. No one believed him. The comments in the Longwa live stream were still dominated by those who were skeptical. Chen Ming was completely unaware of this and did not care. He squatted down and rummaged through the ashes left after the greybone spider's shattering. System recognition complete. Greybone spider, a very common A-level anomaly. After being killed, its bones can be ground into medicinal powder to dispel cold and avoid toxins effective against A-level toxins. He picked up a small piece of gray-white shell fragment and held it under his nose to sniff. Master, this can be ground into powder and mixed into soup to dispel cold. What are you talking about? Nothing, just casually mentioning. He tucked the fragment into his sleeve. Lu Yifei felt she might need to re-evaluate this teammate. 3 kilometers northwest of the forbidden area, Ichiro Kamayama was half kneeling at the root of a gigantic gray-white ancient tree. His left hand pressed against a deep wound on his right arm, crimson blood oozing continuously between his fingers. Watanabe Shu stood in front of him, his blade crossed over his chest, stained with dark red blood. But it was not human blood. On the ground before them lay 4 bizarre wolf-like corpses in shades of gray and black, sprawled haphazardly. These creatures were twice the size of ordinary gray wolves, their fur covered with a dark red membrane. It was as if they were wrapped in a layer of damp human skin. Bloodskin corpse wolves. Class D anomaly. Pack hunters. Extremely fast with strong corrosive toxins on their fangs and claws, causing the wounds they inflict to rot continuously. Ichiro Kimiyama's right arm had already been infected by this toxin. The flesh around the wound was visibly turning black. Hiss. He gasped sharply. From his waist pouch, he pulled out a vial of antidote, biting open the cap and pouring it directly into the wound. The green liquid mingled with the black toxin, producing a wisp of green smoke from his arm, causing him to grimace in pain. Baka. Ichiro Kimiyama cursed, the veins on his forehead bulging. He looked down at the 4 wolf corpses on the ground. He looked back up towards the depths of the dense forest where dozens of eyes gleamed with dark red light. There were more. At least 10 or more bloodskin corpse wolves were prowling among the bushes. Occasionally they emitted low whimpers as if testing the waters or waiting for a signal. Retreat. Watanabe Shu lowered his voice and succinctly uttered a word. Ichiro Kimiyama did not hesitate. The number of Class D pack anomalies exceeded 10, far beyond what the 2 of them could handle. He fished out a thumb-sized black cloth pouch from a hidden compartment in his waist bag. Inside the pouch was a dark yellow powder. Beast-attracting powder. A special ninja tool from Sakura country. It could release a special scent that mimics the smell of prey's blood, luring low-intelligence anomalies to trace the source of the scent. The usage was quite simple. Sprinkle the powder in one direction and the anomalies would chase after it. Ichiro Kimiyama bit open the pouch, his mind racing. Which direction should he sprinkle it? He couldn't sprinkle it towards their retreat path, as that would be equivalent to suicide. He also couldn't randomly sprinkle it in an open direction, as the wolf pack would quickly realize their target had disappeared and refocus on them. The best approach was to lead the wolves towards another prey. He thought of something, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Sprinkle it towards the southeast. He spoke in Japanese to Watanabe Shu. Watanabe Shu hesitated for a moment. The southeast direction is where the contestants from Long Country are located. I know. Will this provoke retaliation from Long Country? What retaliation? With their lineup this time, whether they can survive this game is still an unknown. I scoff at that, Ichiro Kimiyama chuckled. There are no rules in the National Fortune game that prevent anomalies from attacking contestants from other countries. I'm just sprinkling the powder in one direction. The wolves will chase after it themselves, so what does that have to do with me? Watanabe Shu frowned. But Ichiro Kimiyama did not give him a chance to retort, raising his right hand to sprinkle the dark yellow powder towards the southeast wind. The powder was blown by the wind, quickly spreading out like an invisible bloody thread extending into the depths of the forest. The dark red eyes of the prowling wolves all turned towards the southeast. The low whimpering transformed into excited howls. The pack of bloodskin corpse wolves surged like a tide, their gray-black forms darting swiftly between the shadows of the trees, racing towards the southeast. Ichiro Kimiyama leaned against the tree root, taking a few deep breaths. Watching the direction the wolf pack disappeared into, he grinned. Using a knife to kill someone without needing a knife. He looked up at the live camera, not bothering to hide his pride. The bullet screen in the Sakura Country live stream immediately split into 2 factions. One faction applauded wildly. Ichiro Kimiyama is too clever. Those from Long Country deserve to be. That Taoist is a useless waste. A Long Country will fall far behind after this game. The other faction was even more arrogant, rushing to provoke in Long Country's livestream. On the international channel, spectators from various countries began to flock into Long Country's livestream, waiting to see the drama. On the monitoring screen of Long Country's command center, the movement trajectory of the bloodskin corpse wolves was marked as a rapidly moving red dot by the real-time tracking system. The direction of the red dot was right towards Chen Ming and Liu Yifei's position. Not good. The aide jumped up in alarm. A Class D anomaly pack is rapidly approaching our contestants. Distance 2 kilometers, expected contact in 6 minutes. Lin Yuanshan's face instantly turned extremely grim. Notify Liu Yifei to evacuate immediately. The static crackle of the communicator filled the air. The aide called out 3 times in succession but received no response. This is bad. The signal has been disrupted. His voice began to tremble. The concentration of foul energy deep in the forbidden area is too high. Communications have been cut off. Lin Yuanshan stared at the increasingly close red dot on the screen, his hands gripping the table until the veins stood out. Dozens of Class D bloodskin corpse wolves. Liu Yifei's strength could probably handle 2 or 3, but dozens. That was a dead end. In the depths of the dense forest in a dark purple moss area, Liu Yifei had just harvested the core of an E-class greybone spider and was crouched down, inspecting the edge of her tang knife. The continuous battles had left fine nicks on the blade. She took out a whetstone from her backpack and quickly sharpened. Chen Ming sat on a rock not far away, crossing his legs and tilting his head, lost in thought. Moi. Liu Yifei did not raise her head. A guest has arrived. Liu Yifei's hands froze. She lifted her head and listened intently. The forest was very quiet, only the sound of the wind rustling through dry branches could be heard. But after a few seconds she heard it. A flurry of footsteps was approaching from the northwest. Not one or two, but a large group of something was rapidly moving. Dead leaves and gravel were being crunched underfoot. What is it? Wolves. Chen Ming slowly stood up from the rock, brushing the dust off his robe. 12 of them, based on the intensity of the aura, they should all be what you call Class D. They are moving fast, they should arrive here in about 2 minutes. Class D. Lu Yifei's pupils constricted. Did you say Class D? 12 Class? How do you know the number and level? I can smell them. Lu Yifei couldn't afford to pursue that question. 12 Class D anomalies. This configuration would require a fully equipped Class A team to handle, let alone her alone. She quickly scanned the surrounding terrain. To the left were dense bushes, to the right was a rocky slope, and behind was a rocky wall over 3 meters high. In front was the direction from which the wolf pack was coming. Their retreat path was cut off. There was no way out in 3 directions, the only open space was the clearing in front of them. But facing 12 swift Class D anomalies in an open space was tantamount to walking to one's death. Lu Yifei's palms began to sweat. She glanced back at Chen Ming. The man in the tattered robe stood there, his hands tucked inside his sleeves with an unchanged expression, as if waiting for a bus. Say something. Don't rush, Jusher, let's wait until they arrive to talk. By the time they arrive, we'll be 2 corpses. Not necessarily. The footsteps grew closer. The dark red glowing eyes of the blood-skinned corpse wolves began to appear in the bushes. Their large gray-black forms darted between the shadows of the trees. The damp, blood-colored fur gleamed with a nauseating luster under the dark red light, with foul-smelling saliva dripping from their mouths. The first blood-skinned corpse wolf emerged from behind the bushes. It was more than twice the size of an ordinary gray wolf. Its shoulder height approached 1.2 meters with exposed fangs, and its claws scraping white lines on the gravel ground. Behind it, the second, third, fourth. 12 blood-skinned corpse wolves appeared from 3 directions, simultaneously encircling the 2 of them. The encirclement gradually tightened. Lu Yifei's grip on the knife trembled slightly. It was not out of fear, but a physiological response to the adrenaline surge. She had participated in the National Fortune game 3 times before. She had seen many anomalies and killed quite a few monsters. But she had never faced 12 Class D on her own. This number had already exceeded her capacity limit. I will cover your escape, don't look back when it happens. If I die here. She took a deep breath, her voice very calm. Help me take the Tang knife back and return it to the Lu family. Chen Ming turned to look at her. Lu Jusher, what are you talking about? I'm serious. So am I. Chen Ming stepped down from the rock and slowly walked in front of Lu Yifei. He stood between her and the wolf pack. You want Dai? This minor scene isn't worth it. Lu Yifei was taken aback. The bullet screen in the live stream had already gone wild. It's over, it's over, it's over. Those are 12 Class D bloodskin corpse wolves. Sister Yifei, don't bother with that little Taoist, or run quickly. Run. Run where? 3 sides are blocked off. That Taoist is still moving forward. What does he want to do? Commit suicide. Long Country's fortune is about to plummet. Prepare for everyone to age, food shortages, and climate changes. Damn Kamaima. It's him who led the wolf pack over. I saw it, it was the Sakura Country's beast-attracting powder. The people of Sakura Country are truly despicable. In Long Country's command center there was a deafening silence. Lin Yuanshan stood in front of the screen, hands pressed on the table, his knuckles bent and deformed from the pressure. All the advisors were silent, no one spoke. Because there was nothing to say. Communications were cut off, and there was no way to command. Reinforcements could not enter the forbidden area. They could only watch the live stream, seeing the 2 people surrounded by 12 Class D anomalies. Then, on the screen, Chen Ming approached the pack of wolves. The nearest blood-skinned corpse wolf was less than 5 meters away, its putrid breath spraying onto the hem of his Taoist robe. He let out a sigh. The sound was not loud, but the live broadcast's audio equipment clearly captured every— I was hoping for a good night's sleep. This is truly disturbing my sweet dreams. The encirclement of 12 blood-skinned corpse wolves had shrunk to its smallest size. The leading wolf crouched low, its hind legs tense, ready to pounce. Corrosive poison dripped from its fangs, burning small black pits into the gravel on the ground, releasing a nauseating green smoke. Functional enhancement. Lu Yifei's blood circulated rapidly, her muscles tensed as she held the Tang Dao horizontally in front of her. The blade pointed toward the 3 nearest corpse wolves on the right, her breathing shallow and rapid. She quickly calculated her escape route in her mind. There was no route. She was surrounded on 3 sides with a rock wall behind her and blood-colored thick clouds above. There was no way out. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Ming's silhouette ahead. The faded old Taoist robe swayed gently in the murky wind like an old banner hanging at the entrance of a temple. But that silhouette remained motionless. Even its posture did not change. It still had its hands tucked into its sleeves, its back slightly hunched, standing carelessly. How could he be so relaxed at this moment? Lu Yifei could not understand. The leading wolf emitted a low growl, as if signaling something. The 12 blood-skinned corpse wolves moved simultaneously. Shadows of gray-black rushed out from 3 directions, their speed so fast that they left behind afterimages in the air, bringing with them a stench and the scent of blood. Lu Yifei's pupils reflected the countless fangs and claws in the air. Her body had already reacted instinctively. The Tang Dao sliced through the air, aiming for the throat of the nearest corpse wolf. But Chen Ming moved. He simply lifted his right hand out from his sleeve. With his palm facing up and fingers slightly curved, it looked as if he was holding something. Then he spoke. His speech was neither fast nor loud, as if reciting a scripture he had memorized for 100 years. Heaven and earth, the source of all mysteries, the root of all energies. At the moment the first word fell, his palm glowed. With great cultivation over eons I testify to my divine powers. In the 3 realms the Tao is supreme. As he recited several incantations in succession, the light in Chen Ming's palm grew increasingly radiant. It was not the blinding kind of brightness, but a warm golden glow. It resembled the color of the rising sun filtering through the mountain mist. The golden light spread from his palm to his fingertips, then traveled up his hand along the meridians of his arm, and finally infused his entire body from his shoulder. In just a breath's time, Chen Ming was enveloped in a layer of faint golden light. My body has golden light that envelopes me. With the final line of incantation, the golden light surged. It was no longer gentle, nor was it subtle. It was as if a blazing golden sun ignited upon him. The overwhelming golden light radiated outward from him in all directions. Where the golden light passed, the foul air was dispersed, and patches of dark purple moss withered to ash. Even the blood-colored thick clouds above were torn open, revealing the long-lost pale sky behind. The blood-skinned corpse wolves lunging into the air did not even have time to scream. The moment the golden light touched their bodies, the dark red blood membrane covering their fur trembled violently, as if crushed by an invisible hand. It turned into a cloud of gray dust. The bodies beneath the blood membrane could not withstand it either. Their bones became transparent in the golden light, and muscle fibers snapped one by one. Blood evaporated and internal organs dissolved. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The 12 gray, bizarre blood-skinned corpse wolves, along with their corrosive toxins and fangs, all turned to nothingness within the golden light. From start to finish, Chen Ming did not move a single step. He did not even take his left hand out from his sleeve. The golden light gradually receded, finally dispersing into a few scattered glimmers in the air. The surroundings fell silent, as if time had been paused. Only 12 dark red bizarre cores remained on the ground, neatly scattered across the gravel, like pieces set up by someone on a chessboard. Chen Ming tucked his right hand back into his sleeve, tilted his head, and moved his neck. Adept, it's done. When you encounter trouble, there's no need to jump to conclusions. See, it's all resolved. Lu Yifei remained frozen in her posture of swinging the knife. The tip of the Tang Dao still pointed ahead, but there was nothing there anymore. Her mind went blank. What just happened? 12 gray blood-skinned corpse wolves, each capable of easily tearing apart an armored vehicle. Gone. All gone. In 2 seconds, all gone. You? She opened her mouth, her voice a bit hoarse. What, you just? How is this possible? I just recited an incantation. Just used a little Dao tech. Chen Ming yawned and rubbed the corner of his eye. Adept, is there any stream nearby? My throat is a bit dry from reciting the incantation. Lu Yifei nearly dropped the Tang Dao in her hand. She stood there in a daze for several seconds before slowly lowering the Tang Dao. She looked down at the 12 dark red bizarre cores on the ground. The gears in her mind struggled to turn, trying to connect the scene she had just witnessed with reality. The gray bizarre cores. 12 of them. She knew exactly what this meant. She had participated in the National Fortune Games 3 times. During the first time, her entire team of 5 had fought for 3 days to obtain just 2 grade cores, losing 1 teammate in the process. The man in the tattered Taoist robe before her had effortlessly accomplished what took their 5-person team 3 days in just 2 seconds. Who exactly are you? This was the second time she had asked this question today. I told you, just an ordinary little Taoist. Chen Ming squatted down, picking up the cores one by one. He examined each core as he picked them up like a child collecting pebbles on the riverbank. Adept, you can keep these cores. I have no use for them. You have no use for them. Grade cores are of great use, whether for absorbing energy to enhance personal strength or for contributing to the national fortune. Adept, you can take them. They're too small and have no energy feel. Lu Yifei felt that in her entire life she had never experienced as much shock as in this past hour. She took a deep breath, sheathed the Tang Dao, and squatted down next to Chen Ming. What was that golden light ability? A talisman? A spell? Or an awakened ability? This technique is called the Golden Light Spell. What system is it from? It's from Taoism. Which sect on Blue Star? What level is it rated by the Ability Association? Not from Blue Star, and it hasn't been rated. Lu Yifei frowned deeply. She wanted to continue asking, but Chen Ming had already stood up, dusted off his hands, and looked up at the cloud hole torn by the golden light. The cloud hole was slowly healing, and the pale sky was once again swallowed by the blood-colored thick clouds. Adept, that pack of wolves did not come here on their own. What do you mean? They have the scent of artificially mixed powder on them. They were lured here by something. Chen Ming tilted his head, gazing northwest. Can you guess who? Lu Yifei's expression changed. She was not foolish. Anyone who had survived 3 times in the National Fortune Games had a sharper mind than anyone else. Kawada Ichiro. Yes, it's highly likely to be them. Lu Yifei clenched her jaw. She had heard of beast-attracting powder. It was a commonly used tool in the ninja system of Sakura Country, specifically designed to drive away low-intelligence bizarre creatures. Kawada Ichiro encountered a grade wolf pack he could not defeat. Instead of retreating, he used beast-attracting powder to lure the wolves toward the direction of the Dragon Country contestants, using others to kill. Had it not been for Chen Ming, she would have been done for today. I will remember this debt. Lu Yifei's tone turned cold. Adept, don't be angry. There's no need to get worked up over people like that. Once we encounter a few little Sakuras, we can easily deal with them. Chen Ming waved his hand. But quickly gather these cores. They should be able to greatly contribute to the national fortune of Dragon Country. Lu Yifei packed the 12 cores into her waist pouch. Including the ones she had obtained earlier, she now had a total of 19 cores. Just the value of these 12th grade cores equaled that of 100th grade ones. She looked at the heavy cores in her waist pouch, and then at Chen Ming's inconspicuous face, suddenly struck by an absurd thought. Just how deep is this person's strength? Let's go, Adept. Let's continue exploring. Chen Ming had already started walking forward. But Adept, there's no need to walk so fast, right? The sooner we submit these cores, the faster the national fortune of Dragon Country will recover. What's the rush? There are still over 40 hours left. Adept, it's best to leave 1 or 2 for yourself to enhance your strength. Only with strength can one contribute better to the nation. This is absolutely not me being lazy. This is a matter of national fortune. How can I not be anxious? No need to rush. Let's first find a place with water and thirsty. Lu Yifei followed behind him. Her words hurried, but her steps unconsciously slowed down. Because she noticed a detail. From earlier until now, Chen Ming's walking pace had not changed. Not too fast, not too slow, with each step having a similar distance. But strangely, the dark purple moss on the ground released toxic spores. In the places where his cloth shoes stepped, they automatically retreated to the sides, as if an invisible barrier isolated them. This was the passive effect of the golden light spell. The passive effect can isolate the corrosion of toxins below grade. This level of ability has no counterpart in the known ability systems on Blue Star. Lu Yifei murmured in her heart, her heartbeat involuntarily quickening. The live broadcast has a 3-second delay. When the golden light burst open and then converged, the scene was fully displayed on the global screen, and all the live rooms fell silent at once. It was not the kind of silence that arose from an awkward moment. It was a collective silence of disbelief. In the Dragon Country's live room, the 12 billion viewers online seemed to have their throats simultaneously choked. The barrage of comments stopped for a full 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the barrage channel on the screen appeared to be torn apart. Countless messages surged in simultaneously, causing the server to lag. What the hell? Who can tell me what just happened? 12th-level anomalies wiped out in 2 seconds. It's golden light. He's surrounded by golden light. That Taoist has golden light on him. What about the person who said there would be golden light at 38 minutes and 12 seconds? Come out. He can really use spells. What the hell, this isn't CGI, right? How could someone have such strong abilities? The live broadcast of the National Fortune Game cannot be faked, right? It can't be faked. The live broadcast signal of the National Fortune Game is directly projected by the laws of heaven and earth with no possibility of human intervention. So this wild Taoist in a tattered robe actually killed 12th-level anomalies in just 2 seconds. The barrage was scrolling too fast, and the system had to activate the flow-limiting mechanism. The scene in the Dragon Country Command Center was even more exaggerated than in the live room. More than 30 advisors stood up simultaneously. Someone dropped their teacup on the floor. Someone pushed their chair back and hit the wall. Someone kept their mouth open in a posture for 5 seconds. Lin Yuanshan leaned on the table, staring at the screen, his knuckles turning white. His lips trembled. It wasn't fear. It was excitement. Rewind. His voice was hoarse. Rewind the footage from just now, frame by frame. The technical team scrambled to bring up the replay. The footage was slowed to 1/16 speed. In the slow-motion playback, everyone finally saw what had happened in those 2 seconds. Chen Ming raised his hand palm, facing upward. The golden light shone from his palm. The golden light spread throughout his body. The golden light radiated, forming a spherical shockwave centered around Chen Ming. The shockwave covered a radius of about 20 meters. Within the range of the shockwave, the bodies of 12th-level blood-skinned corpse wolves were pierced by the golden light. They disintegrated layer by layer from the outside in the entire process, taking no more than 8 seconds. What the hell is this ability? How can a newcomer possibly have such powers? One advisor muttered to himself, his voice trembling. What about energy level analysis? Lin Yuanshan turned to the technical team. Report based on the energy fluctuations from the live broadcast footage, the initial estimate is. The technician swallowed hard. The initial estimate of the instantaneous output power of that golden light is between the lower limit and the mid-range of S-level. The command center fell silent for a second. S-level? Lin Yuanshan's voice was very low. Yes, and that's a conservative estimate. The technician adjusted his glasses, his fingers still trembling. If he didn't output at full capacity, just now the upper limit might be even higher. No one spoke. S-level. There are no more than 5 recorded S-level anomalists on Blue Star. Each one is a pillar of the nation, a strategic level existence. And now a nameless Taoist in a tattered robe carrying half a steamed bun into the forbidden area has just displayed S-level energy output. Lin Yuanshan slowly sat back down, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Adjust Chen Ming's threat level from unknown to S-level. Yes. From now on, all information regarding him is classified. Understood. Also report to the higher-ups, just say. Lin Yuanshan paused and opened his eyes to look at the figure walking leisurely on the screen. Just say that the Dragon Country might have struck gold. At the same time, the international channel's live broadcast room exploded. In the Eagle Sauce Nation's live room, the barrage shifted from mocking the Dragon Country to collective silence, then a flood of question marks appeared. The military commentator from Gallia Nation said a sentence during the live broadcast that went viral across the internet. The energy density of that golden light exceeds any classification framework of abilities we currently know. The live room of Bear Country was simple and brutal, with the barrage containing only one word repeated over 10,000 times. Short. What the hell? In the live room of Cherry Blossom Country, the atmosphere shifted from revelry to dead silence. The barges that had mocked the Dragon Country's waste Taoist just minutes ago all vanished. In their place were large swathes of blank space. Occasionally 1 or 2 comments floated by, but the tone had changed. That group of level anomalies was led over by Kamita Ichiro. He led them over. But how could level anomalies be exterminated in 2 seconds? What if that Taoist comes after us? Everyone saw Kamita Ichiro using the lure powder in the live. What the hell did that idiot Kamita Ichiro do? No one answered this question, because everyone had seen it. Kamita Ichiro used lure powder to lead 12 level blood-skinned corpse wolves towards the Dragon Country contestant. Then that Taoist from the Dragon Country exterminated all the wolves in 2 seconds. If that Taoist had murderous intent, Kamita Ichiro would be even worse than the wolves. In the northwest direction of the forbidden area, Kamita Ichiro was leaning against the root of a gray-white ancient tree, tending to the wound on his arm, cursing under his breath as he wrapped a bandage around his wound. Watanabe, Shu, stood nearby on lookout, his knife resting on his shoulders, scanning the surroundings. The plan was very successful. Kamita Ichiro tightened the bandage, grinning. That group of level wolves went over. The 2 people from the Dragon Country should have been torn to shreds by now. Watanabe, Shu, didn't respond. He had been watching the live broadcast transmitter on his wrist. After each contestant entered the forbidden area, a miniature light screen would automatically generate on their wrist, allowing them to view the live broadcast from other areas. Kamita Ichiro noticed his partner's unusual behavior. What's wrong? Watanabe Shu remained silent for 2 seconds before turning the light screen on his wrist towards Kamita Ichiro. The screen displayed the slow-motion replay from just now. The golden light exploded and 12 blood-skinned corpse wolves turned to nothingness, their cores scattered all over the ground. The man in the tattered robe tucked his hands back into his sleeves and yawned. Kamita Ichiro's smile slowly faded from his face. He stared at the screen for 5 seconds, the color draining from his face in layers. This is impossible. His voice began to tremble. Those were level pack anomalies. 12 of them exterminated in just 2 seconds. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be some despicable trick by the Dragon Country people. Watanabe, Shu, turned off the light screen. He looked at Kamita Ichiro and said in Japanese, "You were the one who used lure powder to lead the wolves to the Dragon Country people. Oh, it has nothing to do with me." Listening to Watanabe, Shu trying to distance himself from the situation, Kamita Ichiro's face went from pale to ashen. He recalled everything he had done in front of the live broadcast camera, every action witnessed by 90 billion people around the world. The gesture of sprinkling lure powder, the triumphant smile, the term using a knife to kill someone. The whole world knew it was he who led the wolves towards the Dragon Country contestant. The whole world also saw that Taoist from the Dragon Country exterminate the wolves in 2 seconds. If that person sought revenge, Kamita Ichiro's back pressed against the tree trunk. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his collar. Let's go. He stood up, trembling. Walk in the opposite direction, the further away from him the better. Your wound isn't treated yet. Watanabe Shu reminded him. Move now. Kamida Ichiro's voice rose sharply. If that person comes after us, the two of us combined wouldn't be enough for him to flick a finger. Watanabe Shu. He said nothing more, turning to follow Kamida Ichiro as they quickly retreated northwest. Kamida Ichiro kept looking back over his shoulder as he walked. Every step felt like walking on cotton, his calves trembling. After running about 300 meters, he suddenly felt warmth in his pants. Looking down, his pants were wet. Kamida Ichiro's face turned purple. He bit his lip tightly, not daring to make a sound. But the live broadcast camera tracked him indiscriminately. The footage faithfully recorded the expanding dark stain on his pant leg. The viewers in the Cherry Blossom Country's live room witnessed this scene. The barrage fell silent for 3 seconds. Then it exploded. But this time it wasn't cheers, it was the kind of awkwardness that made one want to find a hole to hide in. Cut away from the screen. Please cut away from the screen. It's over, he'll never live this down. The international channel was filled with laughter. The barrage from Eagle Sauce Nation was merciless. Ha ha ha, the ace ninja of Cherry Blossom Country scared himself to pee. What about being the strongest in Asia? It's the one who urinated the most in Asia. The barrage in the Dragon Country's live room was an entirely different extreme. I'm dying of laughter. Kamida actually peed himself, ha. The upstairs one doesn't understand. This is called chantless water magic. It's a high-level ability. Deserved it. Letting you harm others with lure powder. Retribution has come. My brother Chen Ming hasn't even made a move yet, and you already peed. That's too embarrassing. I can only describe that Taoist with 4 words: unfathomable. What Taoist? That's my brother Chen, foreign Chun dad, little cherry blossoms, Chun grandpa. From yawning and eating steamed buns to exterminating a pack of wolves in 2 seconds, the contrast is too big. Taoist, I kneel before you. I previously insulted you as a wild Taoist. I'm sorry. You are a true Taoist. Dear Taoist, godly Taoist. The luck index of the Dragon Country began to fluctuate. It jumped from 6, 7 to 7, 0, then from 7, 0 to 7, 5. The value of the 12th level cores was being realized. And this was just the beginning. On the other side of the forbidden area, Chen Ming was completely unaware of all this. He was squatting by a small stream, washing his face with his hands. This water is relatively clean, oh, it can be drunk. Lu Yifei stood behind him, still holding a tang knife, her whole demeanor in a daze. She had accepted one. Her teammate might be the strongest existence in the forbidden area right now, but she had not yet accepted another. That this strongest existence was now squatting by the stream, washing his face, and after washing his face, the first thing he asked her was what to eat for dinner. Hey, fellow practitioner. Chen Ming shook the water off his hands and looked up at her. What are we having for dinner? Are you thinking about food at a time like this? No food means no strength. Lu Yifei took a deep breath. The bodies of those wolves have turned to ash. There's nothing to eat. Chen Ming stood up. He looked upstream and suddenly became spirited. Fellow practitioner, do you smell that? There is a living creature's presence upstream. It should not be an anomaly, but a normal creature. There are normal creatures in the forbidden area. The forbidden area is also a realm of its own. Where there are anomalies, there will naturally be living beings. Everything is interdependent. Chen Ming patted the water stains on his robe, stepping upstream. Let's go, fellow practitioner, let's take a look. If luck is on our side, we might catch a rabbit. As Chen Ming spoke, he blinked. Lu Yifei followed behind, her lips twitching involuntarily. She had participated in the national fortune game 3 times and had never had a teammate wanting to catch rabbits to roast and eat in the forbidden area. The fortune index of Long Kingdom continues to rise. From 7, 5 to 8, 0. Then it climbs further. 8, 1, 8, 2, 8, 3. Someone in the bullet comments begins to calculate. 1 class core exchanges for 50 fortune points. 12 cores makes 600 points, plus the previously acquired F class and E class cores totaling nearly 720 points. The basic fortune of Long Kingdom was 7,500 points, and now with these additions, it has directly surpassed 8,300. Moreover, this doesn't even account for the first kill bonus. The first kill of the class Swarm anomaly has additional bonuses. The rules of the national fortune game appeared in the sky. Announcement: Long Kingdom players have achieved the first kill of the class Swarm Anomaly Bloodskin Corpse Wolf, triggering the first kill reward. Reward 1. The Long Kingdom will manifest a spirit liquid lake 10 times the size of Qinghai Lake permanently existing. Reward 2. The lifespan of all citizens of Long Kingdom is extended by 1 year. Reward 3. The first kill player receives a special ingredient package from the Forbidden Area. As soon as the 3 rewards were announced, all 14 billion people in Long Kingdom erupted with excitement. 100-fold Spirit Liquid Lake. That is a pure Spirit Liquid Lake equivalent to 10 times the area of Qinghai Lake. Since the arrival of the National Fortune game, the ability users have emerged. How many years has the spiritual energy resource been scarce on Blue Star? How many battles have been fought for spiritual energy, and how many lives have been lost? The value of this reward cannot be measured in money, not to mention the extension of lifespan for all citizens. 14 billion people each living one more year. The bullet comments were no longer just comments, they became a golden ocean. The audience of Long Kingdom began spontaneously posting unified content. Master Dao is mighty. Master Dao is mighty. Master Dao is mighty. Countless golden characters covered the entire screen, illuminating the live stream background in gold. Audiences from other countries on the international channel saw the reward announcement from Long Kingdom. Their expressions varied. In the bullet comments from Eagle Sauce Nation, someone wrote in a sour tone, "It's just a spirit liquid lake." Our Eagle Sauce Nation doesn't care, alright, just average, it's just that you've played the National Fortune game over 30 times without getting such rewards. A military commentator from Gaul Nation remained silent for a long time during the live broadcast, only able to muster one sentence. "I suggest we put that Taoist ability data on the strategic monitoring list." The bullet comments from Bear Nation remained straightforward and blunt. "I want to be friends with Long Kingdom." In the forbidden area, a light sound suddenly came from Chen Ming's sleeve. He took out a palm-sized wooden food box from his sleeve. The food box was engraved with ancient patterns, and when he opened the lid, several neatly arranged items were inside. A piece of golden roasted meat, a small pinch of crystal-clear white salt grains, 3 stalks of fragrant wild onions, and a small bag of dark red powder labeled with 3 characters. "Chi Xia Spirit Pepper." Lu Jusher, take a look quickly. Chen Ming handed the food box to Lu Yifei, his expression much more excited than when he was fighting the wolf. The ingredient package provided by the system has meat, salt, and seasoning. Lu Yifei glanced at the items in the food box. "Is this the special ingredient from the forbidden area?" "Yes, it's extraordinary how it smells unusual." Chen Ming took out the meat and sniffed it under his nose. "This meat should be made from some high-level anomaly beast, and eating it can replenish Yuanqi. Yuanqi. It's what you Blue Star people call ability value." Lu Yifei noticed again how he spoke. "You Blue Star." This phrasing was quite strange. It was as if he wasn't from Blue Star. She remembered this detail but didn't ask him directly. "Let's find a safe place to rest for a while." Lu Yifei looked around and pointed to a recessed rock wall, but that spot is sheltered from the wind and has a wide view suitable for a short stay. Chen Ming nodded happily, carrying the food box towards the rock wall. Lu Yifei watched his back from behind. She suddenly felt a bit like laughing. This person seemed so nonchalant when dealing with the class anomalies. Yet he was as happy as a child to receive a box of ingredients. She shook her head and followed him. The atmosphere in the command center had completely reversed. Lin Yuanshan rarely showed a smile. Although it was just a slight curve of the lips for those who knew him, it was equivalent to a hearty laugh. "Have the manifestation location of the Spirit Liquid Lake been confirmed?" "Confirmed, it's in the northwest inland region. The latitude and longitude coordinates have been locked, and the local government has been notified to start planning." "Good." Lin Yuanshan nodded and looked at the screen again. "When will the effect of extending the lifespan of all citizens take effect?" It took effect the moment the announcement was made. The national medical system has already detected the average lifespan index of the citizens, and the average health condition is rising simultaneously. Good, good, good." Lin Yuanshan repeated 3 goods, then returned to his usual calm expression. However, his fists clenched under the table remained unrelaxed. It wasn't tension, it was restrained excitement. In the temporary camp under the rock wall, Chen Ming was busy starting a fire. He picked up some dry branches from the stream. He set up a simple tripod on the ground. Then he took out a piece of yellow paper from his sleeve and wrote the character for fire with his finger. The yellow paper was placed on the dry branches, and with a flick of his fingertip, a burst of orange-red flames erupted from the pile of dry branches of moderate size and not emitting black smoke. Lu Yifei watched this scene, her mouth opened slightly and then closed. She decided not to be surprised by anything Chen Ming did anymore. "Jusher, help me with a favor. Chop the wild onions in the food box. This knife is for fighting in the National Fortune game, not for being your chef. Then you can be in charge of watching the fire." Lu Yifei glared at him. In the end, she still pulled out the tactical dagger strapped to her leg, squatting down to start chopping the wild onions. Her movements were clean and neat, and her knife skills rivaled those of a professional chef. "Just his knife skills are quite good. My mom taught me since I was little. Your mother is thoughtful." The two of them set up a barbecue stall in the heart of the forbidden area, where class anomalies roamed, one roasting meat, the other chopping vegetables. The live broadcast captured this scene completely. The bullet comments exploded again, but this time the tone was completely different from before. "Did I see that right? Are they cooking in the forbidden area? Other countries' National Fortune games, life and death battles, narrowly escaping death. Long Kingdom's National Fortune game, barbecuing by the stream, life is peaceful. I really want to eat roasted meat, saliva is flowing down. Taoist, can't you be a bit more nervous?" "Huh." Sister Yifei looked so cool while chopping onions. Chen Ming marinated the meat with Chi Xia Spirit Pepper and salt grains, slowly roasting it over the fire. The grease sizzled. The aroma of meat mixed with the unique spiciness of the spirit pepper spread through the air. Even the fish in the stream poked their heads out. This Qixia spirit pepper is quite good. Chen Ming flipped the meat. The spiciness carries a warmth. It should have the effect of dispelling cold and promoting circulation. Can't you think of something serious? Lu Yifei handed over the chopped wild onions. Like the next tactical arrangements core collection plans, or how to deal with competitors from other countries. Aren't these all things you're worried about? Chen Ming took the wild onions and sprinkled them on the meat. Since Jusher is so capable, I won't make things difficult. You call this not making things difficult. You call this being a hands-off manager. Being a hands-off manager is great, it's relaxing. Lu Yifei's temples started to throb. She took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and said seriously, on a serious note, we currently have 19 cores 12th class and 7 lower tier ones. With the first kill reward, Long Kingdom's fortune has already improved significantly. But this is still not enough. She raised one finger. There are about 40 hours left until the end of the 48 hours. Players from other countries are also frantically farming cores, especially the teams from Eagle Sauce Nation and Bear Nation, whose players are all top-notch experts below class. If we stagnate in the second half, the fortune ranking will still drop. Just his analysis is quite reasonable. Chen Ming nodded, took the roasted meat off the fire, tore half of it, and handed it to her. But let's eat first so we can talk after we're full. Lu Yifei took the meat. Hesitated for a moment, she took a bite. Her eyes lit up. The taste of this piece of meat far exceeded her expectations. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the spiciness from the spirit pepper was just right. The moment she bit down, a warm energy spread from her stomach to her limbs. Delicious. She unconsciously took another bite. Of course it's delicious. The special ingredients from the National Fortune Game rewards can restore stamina and slightly enhance physical qualities. Chen Ming also chewed on the meat, looking satisfied. Much better than the vegetarian meals I had at the temple on the mountain. The two finished the meat and wild onions by the stream. Chen Ming also roasted a few tubers similar to yam that he dug up from the stream. When broken open, they were snow white and starchy. They had no flavor, but were very filling. After eating and drinking enough, Chen Ming leaned against the rock wall, stretched his legs, crossed his arms behind his head, and half closed his eyes, in a posture that suggested he was going to sleep. Don't sleep. Lu Yifei immediately spoke up. Jusher, let me rest for 5 minutes. What's wrong? Is your body having issues? Did you use a lot of energy with the golden light spell? Do you need to recover? Lu Yifei asked with a worried expression. Not much, I didn't even use 1/10 of it. Lu Yifei's mouth twitched. 1/10. He used only 1/10 of his strength to eliminate 12th class anomalies. She suddenly didn't know what to say. At this moment, Chen Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the dense forest in the east. Jusher, we have guessed again. What? Lu Yifei immediately stood up, hand on her Tang sword. Don't be nervous, it's not an anomaly. Chen Ming sat up slowly, tilting his head to listen for 2 seconds. It's people, 2 of them. They came from the east, moving quite hurriedly. Which country are they from? I don't know, but one of them has a bloody scent. They are injured. 30 seconds later, the bushes at the edge of the dense forest were pushed aside and 2 figures stumbled out. 2 men dressed in sandy-colored desert camouflage burst forth from the thicket. One was tall and the other short, with the taller one supporting the shorter. A blood-soaked cloth was wrapped around the shorter man's left leg, causing him to limp as he walked. The taller man carried a folding bow on his shoulder. A quiver hung at the waist of the shorter man, who had 2 curved daggers sheathed at his side. Their camouflage uniforms bore a green flag insignia on the shoulder. Lu Yifei recognized them immediately. Saudi competitors. Chen Ming leaned against the rock wall, squinting as he assessed the 2 men. They did not move. The 2 Saudi competitors spotted someone by the stream. They hesitated for a moment before their gazes swept over the Tang knife in Lu Yifei's hand and the Taoist robe on Chen Ming. Tension flickered across their faces. The taller man set the shorter one down on a stone. He stepped in front, resting his right hand on the folding bow. He shouted in the universal language, "We mean no harm. How did you end up here?" Lu Yifei did not lower her Tang knife, but her tone was not aggressive. We encountered a group of 11 anomalies in an ambush. After a battle, he got injured, and we retreated eastward, wandering here without realizing it. The taller man's universal language was heavily accented, and he kept his eyes fixed on the knife in Lu Yifei's hand. I know that competitors from different countries are in a competitive relationship in the National Fate game. But we are not combat ready right now and do not wish to fight. How many cores do you have? 3 all. Lu Yifei glanced at Chen Ming. He slightly shook his head, signaling that these 2 posed no threat. How? Chen Ming spoke lazily. The shorter man looked down at his left leg and said with a bitter smile, I was scratched by an 11 anomaly's claws. It's not too deep, but the bleeding won't stop. Chen Ming stood up from the rock wall, brushed the dust off his Taoist robe, and slowly squatted down in front of the shorter man. Let me take a look. The taller man stepped forward nervously. Lu Yifei shot him a cold glance, and the taller man's steps immediately halted. Chen Ming untied the bloody cloth from the shorter man's leg and examined the wound. It was about 15 centimeters long. It slanted from the outer thigh to above the knee. Flesh was torn open and a faint green pus seeped from the edges. A level anomaly toxin not too potent, but your detoxification methods are incorrect. Chen Ming pinched the edges of the wound with 2 fingers and said to the shorter man, "Bear with it." A faint golden light glimmered at his fingertips, as if gently cauterizing the wound. The faint green pus evaporated under the golden light. The color of the wound shifted from dark purple back to a normal red, and the bleeding ceased. The shorter man gasped in pain, but soon he realized that the bone-deep burning sensation in his leg had vanished. He looked down. Although the wound remained, there were no further signs of decay. He could even see new granulation tissue slow. "You?" The shorter man stared wide-eyed at Chen Ming. "The poison is gone. The wound will heal itself in about 2 to 3 hours. Chen Ming clapped his hands and stood up. Avoid strenuous activity during this time. The taller man looked at the wound on his partner's leg, and then at Chen Ming, his lips moving a few times. Finally, he knelt down with a thud and bowed deeply to Chen Ming. "Thank you, truly thank you so much." Chen Ming waved his hand and returned to lean against the rock wall. Lu Yifei poured them some water. Lu Yifei filled 2 cups with creek water and handed them to the Saudi competitors. The taller man took the water and hesitated before saying, "My name is Hassan, and this is my partner Muhammad. I am Lu Yifei." "And who is that?" Lu Yifei glanced back at Chen Ming, who was leaning against the rock wall, eyes closed in rest. "His name is Chen Ming, my teammate." Hassan looked at Chen Ming a couple of times and noticed the miniature holographic screen on his wrist displaying the Dragon Nation emblem. "You are competitors from the Dragon Nation?" "Yes. The ones who wiped out 12th-level Bloodskin Corpse Wolves in 2 seconds, right?" Lu Yifei's expression shifted slightly. She did not expect this news to spread so quickly. "Did you see it during the live broadcast, eh?" "The whole world saw it." Hassan's gaze turned towards Chen Ming, his tone imbued with awe. "That golden light, I've never seen anything like it in my life." Muhammad chimed in. "We were discussing it before entering the forbidden area. We thought the competitors from the Dragon Nation were weak, just an actor and a Taoist." He laughed, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. "Now it seems we were blind." Lu Yifei's lips curled slightly, but she said nothing. Chen Ming opened one eye, looked at the 2 Saudi competitors and asked, "Did you see anything delicious on your way?" "Delicious?" Hassan and Muhammad exchanged glances. "Yes, like wild rabbits, pheasants, mushrooms, and so forth." Sorry, I can only disappoint you. We encountered a group of 11 anomalies and nearly died, so we didn't pay attention to whether there were any wild rabbits." "What a pity." Chen Ming closed his eyes, sighing in regret. Lu Yifei rolled her eyes beside him. Hassan and Muhammad rested for a while, and after their wounds stopped hurting, they took their leave. As they were leaving, Hassan turned back and said, "Friends from the Dragon Nation, wish you good luck. If you encounter difficulties later, we will certainly lend a hand. Take care, fellows. Be safe." Chen Ming waved his hand. The 2 Saudi competitors disappeared into the dense forest. Lu Yifei looked in the direction they left and turned to Chen Ming, saying, "Why did you help them with their injuries?" "It was a small favor. In the National Fate game, there is no such thing as a small favor. Every ounce of strength should be used wisely." "You think too much, fellow practitioner." Chen Ming yawned. "Good deeds bring good rewards, and evil deeds bring evil rewards. Besides, having more friends is better than having more enemies." Lu Yifei stared at him for 2 seconds, but ultimately said nothing more. She began to check her equipment in preparation for the upcoming mission. At that moment, her communicator suddenly beeped. The signal had been restored. "Lu Yifei, can you hear? Please respond if you can hear." Lin Yuanshan's voice came through the communicator, laden with rare urgency. "I can't hear you, Director Lin." "We are fine." The other side of the communicator visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "We saw what happened with the Devil Wolf Pack. Your teammate." "Chen Ming, what exactly is his background?" Lu Yifei glanced at Chen Ming, who was currently using a twig to clean his teeth. "I don't know either." There was a moment of silence on the communicator. "Forget it, we can talk about it when you get back. Now I need to inform you of a situation. After our detection system was restored, it captured an anomalous signal." "What kind of signal?" "About 5 kilometers northeast of your location, there is a large anomalous energy signature. Preliminary assessment indicates it is above Clevel." Lu Yifei halted her movements. "Clevel? A Lord-level anomaly?" "Correct. Moreover, based on the signal analysis, it seems that the entity is not stationary, it is moving rapidly." Lin Yuanshan's voice grew even lower. "It is moving in your direction." Night fell upon the forbidden land. The so-called night was not truly late. It was merely that the color of the blood-red clouds above deepened and darkened, resembling a massive curtain soaked in dark red liquid pressing down from above. Chen Ming set up a new campfire in the clearing beneath the rock wall. The firelight flickered against the gray-white rock face, casting shadows that danced and shifted. Lu Yifei sat across from the fire, resting the tang knife horizontally on her knees, sharpening the blade while digesting the message relayed by Lin Yuanshan. A clever anomaly. It was moving towards them. Did you hear that? She looked at Chen Ming, who was adding firewood, and glanced up at her. Yes, there's a clever anomaly about 5 kilometers away heading this way. Aren't you reacting at all? What reaction? Nervous? Worried? Even a frown would suffice. Honestly, I'm telling you the truth. Chen Ming broke the last dry branch and tossed it into the fire. A dozen clever anomalies would take 2 seconds. A clever anomaly would take me at most 3 seconds to deal with. Lu Yifei paused her sharpening hand. She scrutinized Chen Ming's expression, trying to detect any hint of boasting or bravado. None. His demeanor was as calm and casual as when he mentioned catching a rabbit. Are you serious? When have I not been serious? Lu Yifei repeated this in her mind and realized it was indeed true. Since entering the Forbidden Land, every boastful remark he made had turned out to be true. When he said a guest was coming, a guest indeed arrived. When he said he would not die, he truly did not die. When he claimed the wolf pack was drawn in by someone, it turned out to be Gu Tian's doing. Perhaps she could trust this little Taoist once. After all, without this little Taoist earlier, she would have been dead. All right, I trust you. Lu Yifei sheathed the... Let's set aside the clever matter for now. What do you propose we do next? You decide, you're the expert here. You want me? You're an experienced veteran. Oh, I'll follow your lead. Lu Yifei was momentarily taken aback by this statement, then retorted, with the power you displayed with that golden light spell, you are at least at its level standard. You want me, a level fighter, to strategize, eh? Every profession has its specialization. Ew, I handle the fighting, you handle the strategy. You're just too lazy to think. That too a little. Lu Yifei was both exasperated and amused. She composed herself and said, all right, let me outline a few points. First, if the clever anomaly comes at us, you handle it, and I'll assist. No problem. Second, we need to continue pushing deeper into the Forbidden Land to collect more core materials. The competition for luck this time is very fierce. All right. Third. She paused, looking into Chen Ming's eyes. We cannot let Kamayama Ichiro get away with using beast drawing powder against us. What does the Taoist want to do? I'm not looking to kill him. Killing other competitors in the national luck game will cost us our country's luck points. Not worth it. Lu Yifei's tone grew cold. But if he dares to appear before me again, I won't mind making him wet himself again. Chen Ming chuckled. You speak with such wisdom, Taoist. The two sat around the campfire for a while, and Chen Ming began to feel sleepy, his head slowly drooping. At that moment, a low growl echoed from afar. The sound was not like the roar of a beast. It was more akin to the muffled noise made by some colossal creature stirring beneath the earth. It carried a sense of oppressive force that made the very air tremble. The flames of the campfire flickered. The flow of the stream quickened. The ground trembled slightly. Lu Yifei sprang to her feet, her right hand pressing against the hilt of her tang knife. Is it coming? Oh. Chen Ming opened his eyes and glanced toward the northeast. At the edge of the dark forest, something was moving slowly. With each step it took, the ground trembled beneath it. The treetops were parted by some force, revealing a pair of dark green glowing eyes. Those were eyes 10 times larger than those of a blood-skinned corpse wolf. Clever anomaly. Is this the... Lu Yifei's voice tightened. Simultaneously, Lin Yuanshan's voice came through the communicator. The clever anomaly has entered a 3-kilometer range. Signal determined to be a Lord-level entity. You all need to be careful. Chen Ming slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his robe. Another roar erupted from deep within the forest, closer and louder than before. The sound waves carried a foul, murky air that nearly extinguished the campfire. Chen Ming rubbed his ears, frowning. It's so noisy. He took a step forward. At the same time, noises came from another direction in the forest. It was not an anomaly. It was human voices. The sounds of footsteps, metal clashing, and hushed conversations in Japanese. Lu Yifei's gaze swiftly shifted towards that direction. The bushes parted and several figures emerged from the woods. The person in the lead wore a deep blue ninja outfit, gripping a short ninja knife, with a strained, calm expression on his face. But a patch of dark wetness on his pants had not yet dried. Kamayama Ichiro. He was followed by Watanabe Shu and 3 others in matching uniforms. They were the subsequent supply team from Sakura Country, having entered through the secondary teleportation passage of the Forbidden Land using reinforcement cards. 5 people. When Kamayama Ichiro saw the 2 figures by the campfire, he halted his steps. The firelight illuminated Chen Ming's worn robe. Kamayama Ichiro's face turned as pale as paper in the glow of the flames. Chen Ming turned his head and glanced at him. Well, Taoist. Long time no see. Kamayama Ichiro's Adam's apple bobbed, unable to utter a single word. In the distance, the third roar of the clever lord echoed, shaking the entire forest. Chen Ming withdrew his gaze, looking towards the approaching dark green eyes to the northeast. Taoist, he said to Lu Yifei. My. You handle the fire and cook the meat. Oof, I'll go meat. He stepped towards the forest, the hem of his old robe fluttering in the murky wind. Kamayama Ichiro washed his back, his calves trembling. Lu Yifei lowered her head and added another stick to the fire. The flames flickered, illuminating the almost imperceptible curve at the corner of her mouth. Chen Ming walked about 200 steps towards the forest before stopping. Ahead, trees had been toppled by some immense. It was as if someone had carved a 10-meter-wide pathway through the forest. At the end of the path, a massive black silhouette was moving slowly. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the blood-red clouds, illuminating the full form of the creature. It was a giant beast assembled from black bones. Its size was akin to that of a medium-sized truck moving on all fours. At every joint of the bones, dark red light pulsed, as if the skeleton were filled with molten magma. Its head was a flat shape formed by 3 layers of bone armor with a pair of dark green eyeballs embedded in the center. There were no eyelids, eternally wide open with a gaze that radiated primal ferocity. Clevel Lord-level anomaly. Bone armor nether beast. Chen Ming stood at the entrance of the passage, gazing upwards at it for 2 seconds. It's quite large, he remarked as the gaze of the bone-armored hell beast locked onto him. The flat head lowered down, and a crack opened in the skeletal mouth. A thick cloud of black mist surged forth from within. That was the death energy unique to create anomalies which would erode the flesh of any living being it touched. The black mist surged towards Chen Ming. He did not retreat. A faint golden light membrane naturally glowed on the surface of his body. That was the passive protective effect of the golden light spell. The moment the black mist encountered the golden membrane, it evaporated with a hissing sound like boiling water meeting ice, transforming into wisps of blue smoke that dissipated into the air. A flicker of confusion crossed the dark green eyes of the bone-armored hell beast. It had never encountered prey that could so easily dispel its death energy. It let out a fourth roar. With a powerful push of its forelimbs, its truck-sized body charged forward at an unreasonable speed. The 3 layers of its bone armor opened and closed. It formed a massive encirclement aiming to crush the tiny humanoid in front of it. Chen Ming observed its charging speed and tilted his head slightly. The anomalies today really are getting weaker with each generation. He mused as he slowly pulled his right hand from his sleeve, aligning his index and middle fingers together with the tips pointing skyward, as if pinching an invisible chess piece. Heaven and earth, the law of 9 chapters. With the 5 metals inscribed, countless demons are concealed. The golden light surged forth brighter than before when he dealt with the blood-skinned corpse wolf. No longer was it the warm hue of the rising sun, but rather a pure, blinding gold radiating from the noon sun. The golden light coalesced into a sphere the size of a fist at his fingertips. The surface of the sphere shimmered with fine patterns resembling a miniature sun compressed to its limits. Chen Ming flicked his fingers towards the charging, bone-armored hell beast. The golden sphere shot out at a speed untraceable by the naked eye. Boom. It was not an explosion sound, but rather the muffled thud of air instantly vaporized by extreme heat. The golden sphere struck the center of the hell beast's skull. The 3 layers of bone armor shattered and disintegrated like paper under the golden light. It revealed the dark green eyeballs inside. Before they could even turn, they were pierced by the golden light, which passed through the skull. Continuing forward, it penetrated its spine and emerged from the tail, shooting into the uprooted trees behind. Wherever the golden light passed, bones shattered. The dark red magma-like liquid evaporated almost entirely. The black skeleton collapsed sequentially like a line of dominoes from head to tail. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. A Kraid Lord anomaly was pierced from head to tail by a beam of golden light, reducing it to a pile of shattered bones and grayish dust. Among the shattered bones, a dark green core the size of an infant's fist rolled onto the ground, emitting a faint glow. A Kraid core. Chen Ming walked over to pick it up, weighing it in his hand. This core is quite sizable. It finally has some energy resonance, he said, tucking the core into his sleeve and turning back. Behind him, the trace left by the golden light extended a full 300 meters through the dense forest. All the trees along the way were sliced in half, their cross-sections smooth and even. It looked as if they had been cleaved by an invisible giant sword. Back at the camp, Lu Yifei was staring in the direction of the dense forest. Gue Tianichiro and his 4 companions stood at the camp's perimeter, none daring to make a move. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, it was that they dared not. From the moment Gue Tianichiro saw Chen Ming, his legs had been trembling. He had witnessed the livestream replay. He knew that this person could annihilate 12 great anomalies in just 2 seconds. He had come to confront the Kraid Lord. The Sakura Country Command had given him an order to lead a supply team to ambush that Kraid bone-armored hell beast and acquire the Kraid core to elevate their fortunes. Who would have thought that upon arriving here he would run into 2 people from the Dragon Country? What was worse, that Taoist was actually walking towards the Kraid Lord. Alone. Empty-handed. Gue Tianichiro, he said. Watanabe Shu whispered, let's go. Wait a moment, Goei Tianichiro's voice was dry. I want to see the out. What if that Taoist and the Kraid Lord end up mutually annihilating each other? He wanted to see if that Taoist could truly handle the Kraid Lord. If he couldn't, then he wouldn't have to settle the score with the wolf pack. If he could, then he wouldn't need to settle it either. A muffled sound came from a distance. It wasn't a roar. It sounded like something shattering. Then there was silence. Complete silence. The roar, the tremors in the ground stopped. Even the oppressive feeling in the air vanished completely. Goei Tianichiro was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Chen Ming's figure emerged leisurely from the dense forest. His old robe bore no traces of blood or dust. Both hands were tucked back into his sleeves, his stride the same as when he had left. He walked over to the campfire and sat down. From his sleeve, he pulled out the dark green Kraid core and handed it to Louis Fei. Here, layperson, take this properly. Louis Fei accepted the core. When her fingers touched its surface, she felt the immense energy contained within. A Kraid anomaly. Did you just take down a dignified anomaly lord like this, eh? Yes, it's taken care of. How long did that take? About 3 seconds. Louis Fei stored the core away, taking a deep breath. 3 seconds. A Kraid Lord. 3 seconds. She felt her worldview might need a complete overhaul. Goei Tianichiro stood at the edge of the camp, having overheard this conversation. 3 seconds to kill a Kraid Lord. His knees buckled, nearly dropping him to the ground. The faces of the 3 supply team members behind him were equally pale, each ashen. Watanabe, Shu stepped forward, supporting Goei Tianichiro's arm. Let's go, he said, his voice even lower than before. Goei Tianichiro was pulled backward by Watanabe Shu like a puppet on strings. After retreating a few steps, he suddenly heard a lazy voice from behind. A few laypersons from the Sakura country. Since you're here, why not sit down for a moment? Goei Tianichiro's body stiffened. He mechanically turned his head. Chen Ming was sitting beside the campfire, leaning against the rock wall, half closing his eyes while looking at him. The firelight cast alternating shadows on his face. Do you have anything to say about the beast-attracting powder? Goei Tianichiro's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt as if it were blocked by something. Though blocked, his eyes weren't, and he released a water spell without incantation. Scram, but don't let it happen again. Chen Ming glanced over, disdainfully yawning. He then turned his face towards the campfire, revealing a mischievous smile as he formed a hand gesture behind his back. If they like to play with beast-attracting powder, then let them have a taste of it. So, Sakura country laypersons, do you want me to escort you out? Go that way and don't extinguish my fire. Goei Tianichiro's legs moved involuntarily as he retreated 3 steps, then turned and ran. It was only after running 20 meters that he remembered he was the ace of the Sakura country, running so pathetically the whole world could see it in the live stream. But he had no time to care about his pride. That person's gaze when looking at him was like viewing an ant by the roadside. It was not anger. It was not disdain. It was simply not considering him as a being of the same level. That feeling was more despairing than being killed. The barrage in the Long Kingdom's live broadcast room came to a halt once again. It lasted even longer than the last time. For a full 5 seconds, 12 billion online viewers were left speechless. Then the barrage channel exploded like a flood breaking through a dam. 3 seconds. He said 3 seconds. Clevel Lord. Clevel Lord level anomaly. Gone in 3 seconds. I just went to pour a glass of water, and when I came back the Lord was dead. Who can tell me what happened in between? You didn't miss anything, just a flash of golden light. A level Lord was pierced through from start to finish, shattered. Is that it? Just that? Where's the promised ultimate survival? This is not a national fortune game, it's camping next to home. Dao Master is camping with Sister Yi Fei in the national fortune game. Dao Master is practically on Brother Chen, Father Chen, Ancestor Chen. I called you a wild Taoist before, I'm bowing to you now. Taoist priest is mighty. Taoist priest is mighty. Taoist priest is mighty. The barrage caused the server to initiate a throttling mechanism once again. In the command center of the Long Kingdom, the technical team members were trembling. Is the energy fluctuation data out yet? Lin Yuanshan's voice was very low. The technician stared at the waveform on the screen, 3 times, swallowed hard before speaking. Report, this time's golden light condensation form is completely different from last time. Last time it was a spherical diffusion with a large coverage area, but dispersed energy. This time it is a single point penetration with all energy concentrated in a straight line. The penetrating power is at least 5 times stronger than last time. Lin Yuanshan's finger rested on the table. What's the rating? Top tiers level, that's the most conservative estimate. The technician pushed up his glasses, his voice trembling. The problem is, based on the decay amplitude of the energy curve, his output this time still doesn't seem to be at full strength. No one responded. The entire command center was silent for several seconds. A staff officer broke the silence, his voice a bit dry. So that means, up until now we haven't seen him fight seriously. No one answered. Because that answer was too terrifying. On the international channel, the reactions from various countries' live broadcast rooms were equally captivating. The military commentator from Eagle Sauce Nation remained silent for nearly half a minute. Finally, he said one sentence. I recommend that the Pentagon adjust this person's threat level from S-level to natural disaster level. The barrage from Bear Country was always so straightforward. Can we borrow this Long Kingdom Taoist for a bit? Our Bear Country beauties are warm and hospitable. The barrage from Gaul Country began to show some rational analysis. Pay attention to his ability characteristics. They don't seem to belong to any known supernatural system. Not elemental, not mutated, not mental. What exactly is this? He himself said it's called the Golden Light spell from the Taoist system. Which Taoist sect in Blue Star possesses such a level of ability? The answer is none. So where did he come? No one could answer that question. The live broadcast room from Sakura Country showed a different scene. The barrage was sparse. It seemed that most viewers had turned off the live stream. A few comments that occasionally floated by had a tone that shifted from arrogance to caution. Is Kamiya Ichiro still alive? Alive? He just ran away from that Taoist. Ran away? He didn't wet his pants this time. What do you think? No one continued to ask questions, because the live broadcast footage had already provided the answer. Chen Ming's system panel popped up a series of prompts in his consciousness. Ding. Kill Clevel Lord Anomalous Bone Armor Underworld Beast. Gain shock value from viewers 12,000. Global live viewers shock feedback accumulated. Gain additional shock value 15,000. Current total shock value 34500. Chen Ming glanced at the panel and silently calculated. The Golden Light spell is already maxed out, no need for an upgrade. Unlocking the Nine Heavens Thunder method requires 50,000 points. Still short by over 15,000. No rush, it'll accumulate slowly. He closed the panel. Leaning against the rock wall, he tossed a dry branch into the bonfire. Lu Yifei sat opposite him, gripping the Clevel core, turning it over and over. The dark green glow on the surface of the core flowed between her fingers. Warm energy surged into her palm, wave after wave. The energy density of this core is more than 20 times that of Clevel. She looked up at Chen Ming. Are you sure you don't want to keep it for yourself? Sure, here you go. Chen Ming yawned. Clevel is too small and Clevel is just so-so. It doesn't have much effect for me. Lu Yifei twitched the corner of her mouth. The Clevel Lord's core is a treasure of immeasurable value to her, but to him, it was merely ineffective. Then I won't be polite. She put away the core, preparing to find a time to absorb it. With a pop, a spark flew out of the bonfire. Chen Ming extinguished the spark with his foot. His eyes half squinted, watching the direction where Kamiya Ichiro disappeared, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Lu Yifei noticed his expression. She opened her mouth as if to ask something, but the barrage on the live stream erupted again. In the Long Kingdom's live broadcast room, a new topic was pushed to the top of the comments. Wait, did you notice a problem? That Taoist actually let the people from Sakura Country go just like that? As soon as this barrage appeared, the comment section was instantly divided into two factions. Kamiya Ichiro nearly killed our contestant with beast lure powder, and he just said get lost, and that was it. Is Taoist Chen too merciful? People like him shouldn't be let off lightly, or otherwise they'll dare to harm others in the future. Kill him. Kill Kamiya Ichiro, and give Long Kingdom some relief. You don't understand at all. Killing contestants from other countries will deduct your own fortune points. It's not worth it. Not killing is fine, but can we at least injure him? Can we make him crawl back? Exactly, too lenient on him. That Kamiya was so arrogant before, talking about filling in with rubbish and making throat-slitting gestures and saying so many harsh words. In the end, he was instantly taken out by the wolf pack, and Taoist just let him go lightly. The only thing I'm dissatisfied with Taoist is this point too merciful. If it were me, I would definitely kick it. The doubts in the barrage grew louder. Even several large social media platforms in Long Kingdom had appeared related topics. Is the Long Kingdom Taoist too soft-hearted? This topic surged to the third place on trending searches within just a few minutes. The live broadcast footage from the Forbidden Area was transmitted in real time. Although the contestants couldn't see the specific content of the barrage, Lu Yifei also had the same question. She finished sharpening her knife, sheathed her tang knife, and looked at Chen Ming seriously. To be honest, I also want to ask you this question. What question? Chen Ming tilted his head. Kamiya Ichiro, you just let him go like that. Lu Yifei's tone was very tense. He used beast lure powder to lead 12 level bloodskin corpse wolves to us. If it weren't for you, we would have died here today. A person like that, you just say get lost, and that's the end. Chen Ming looked at her, not responding. Lu Yifei continued, but at least we should have disabled one of his arms or legs to let him know that our Dragon Nation is not easy to bully. He will definitely come back to cause trouble in the future. Lu Yifei added, and the whole world is watching. Won't this make other countries think that our Dragon Nation is easy to bully? Chen Ming sat up straight from the rock wall after she finished speaking. The firelight illuminated his handsome face, which always bore a hint of drowsiness, and a smile slowly crept onto his lips. Aren't you anxious, Master? Lu Yifei's voice was a bit heavy. That person almost killed me. I know. Chen Ming nodded, his tone still calm. So you think him soft-hearted, aren't you? Master, it's not about not taking revenge, it's about timing. Chen Ming stretched lazily, putting his hands back into his sleeves and tilting his head to look into the depths of the forest. Have you thought about a question? What question? When I killed that clever lord just now, do you think the noise was loud? Lu Yifei was taken aback for a moment. Of course it was loud. The golden light pierced through 300 meters of forest. That energy fluctuation could be felt throughout the entire edge of the forbidden area. Right? Chen Ming smiled slightly. Once the clever lord was dead, the territory it occupied became vacant. In the forbidden area, lord-level anomalies are like the overlords of this region. Other lower-level anomalies dare not approach its territory. But what happens after the lord dies? Lu Yifei followed his train of thought, her pupils slightly constricting. Other anomalies will swarm in, competing for the vacant territory and residual energy. You are quite quick-witted, Master. Chen Ming gave a thumbs up. Exactly. I sensed it when I killed that skeletal undead beast. Within a 20-mile radius, at least 7 or 8 groups of anomalies are rushing in this direction. The nearest group will probably arrive in about 20 minutes. Lu Yifei pressed her hand on the knife's hilt. Should we relocate? Not in a hurry. Chen Ming waved his hand with a deeper smile. Master, guess who will encounter those anomalies first as they rush this way? Lu Yifei squinted her eyes. Kamayama Ichiro ran towards the northwest. And most of the anomalies are also rushing in from the outskirts. They will just happen to collide with him. It's not just a collision. Chen Ming pulled out his right hand from his sleeve, bringing his index and middle fingers together to draw a small circle in the air. A faint golden aura flashed at his fingertips. Do you remember when I told them to get lost just now, eh? I used a spell behind him. It's not a big deal. I just infused a trace of golden light energy onto each. Chen Ming withdrew his hand and tucked it back into his sleeve. The golden aura is like a lighthouse in the dark for the anomalies. In the forbidden area, anomalies are inherently sensitive to spiritual light and will instinctively track it down. He likes to use beast lure powder, right? Chen Ming tilted his head, his tone plain. I also place something on him that can attract anomalies. The difference is, beast lure powder can attract level anomalies, but my trace of golden light can attract things beyond just the level. Lu Yifei was stunned for 2 seconds. Then the corners of her mouth slowly lifted. You planned this from the very beginning. The best show is yet to come, Master. Just wait and see. Rather than me personally going to beat him up, which do you think is more interesting, Master, letting him suffer from his own methods? Lu Yifei did not speak. She looked at Chen Ming's profile, the firelight casting a lazy and carefree outline of him. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. This person is not only strong in combat, but also surprisingly cunning. However, all his cunning is hidden beneath that lethargic exterior. I take back what I said. Take back what? I take back my earlier thought that you are soft-hearted. Lu Yifei picked up the whetstone and continued to sharpen the blade. You are much tougher than me. In the northwestern direction of the forbidden area deep within the forest, Kamayama Ichiro stopped after running for a full 15 minutes. He leaned on his knees, panting heavily with sweat beads on his forehead splattering down onto the dry leaves. The wound on his right arm, bitten by the bloodskin wolf, still ached faintly. The blood seeping through the bandage had already turned dark brown. Kamayama calmed down a bit. Watanabe Shu stood 3 steps behind him, his knife resting on his shoulders, scanning the surroundings. With how you are running, the entire world is watching the live stream. Let them watch. Kamayama Ichiro's voice was sharp and off-key. You also saw that Taoist's power. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. A clever lord was gone in 3 seconds. If I don't run, the next one to be turned into pieces will be me. Watanabe Shu did not reply. He indeed thought that running was the correct choice. But the way he was running looked quite embarrassing. 3 supply team members followed behind, each with a grim expression. One of the short, chubby men gasped and asked, Captain Kamayama, what should we do next? Shut up, let me think. Kamayama Ichiro leaned against a withered tree, unconsciously feeling the beast lure powder left in his waist pouch. His mind was a mess. The strength of that Dragon Nation Taoist far exceeded his expectations. Level group anomalies were wiped out in 2 seconds. Clever lords were killed in 3 seconds. This level of strength is among the top tier of all known supernatural beings on Blue Star. Yet Kamayama Ichiro had previously tried to scheme against such a person using beast lure powder. This thought made his legs weak. Watanabe, my, do you think that Taoist will chase us? Watanabe Shu thought for a moment and shook his head. No. If he wanted to chase, we wouldn't have escaped just now. He said to get lost, and it won't happen again. He probably won't pursue us anymore. Kamayama Ichiro's breathing eased a bit. That makes sense. Such a high-level powerhouse wouldn't lower themselves to our level. He forced a smile, trying to restore his usual arrogant expression, but his muscles wouldn't cooperate no matter how he tried. Let's keep moving. We should advance northwest. No matter how strong that Taoist is, this forbidden area does not belong to him alone. As long as we avoid his active range, we can still farm the core. The fortune of Sakura Nation cannot lose. Watanabe Shu said nothing, turning to lead the way forward. The 3 supply team members followed. Kamiyama Ichiro walked at the back of the line, his hand never leaving the hilt of his kunai. They walked for another 10 minutes, and the shape of the forest began to change. The dead trees became denser. The dark purple moss on the ground nearly covered every inch of land, and the concentration of the murky air in the atmosphere noticeably rose. The short, chubby supply team member covered his nose and murmured, "The smell in this area seems to be heavier than before." Of course, the deeper you go, the thicker the murkiness. It's common sense. Kamiyama Ichiro replied irritably. But he himself also sensed something was off. It wasn't just about it was the silence. The forest had become too quiet. Since entering the forbidden area, no matter where they went, they could always hear various rustling sounds among the bushes. The sounds of anomalies moving, the sounds of dead branches snapping, the sounds of unknown creatures writhing. But now there was nothing. It was so quiet that it felt as if all living things had left this area. Or rather, all living things were deliberately avoiding something. Kamiyama Watanabe Shu suddenly stopped. His knife dropped from his shoulder, resting horizontally in front of him. What's wrong? Something is following us. Kamiyama Ichiro's back stiffened. What is it? I'm not sure, but I can feel the gaze. Watanabe Shu's eyes slowly scanned the bushes on the left, then shifted to the cluster of dead trees on the right. It's been there since we left that camp. It's been there. Kamiyama Ichiro's voice suddenly rose. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wasn't sure, but now I am. Watanabe Shu's fingers tightened around the hilt of his knife. Not just one direction, at least 3. The 3 supply team members instinctively shrank into the middle of the group, their faces losing color bit by bit. Kamiyama Ichiro drew a short kunai from his waist pouch, gripping the hilt tightly, with visible veins on the back of his hand. He glanced back at the path they had come from, but saw nothing through the gaps in the bushes. However, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It was as if something was leisurely following them in the darkness, not in a hurry to pounce, just tracking them, waiting. The barrage in the Longwa live stream surged with a new wave. The live broadcast featured multiple angle switches. After Chen Ming and Liu Yifei's footage, the camera automatically shifted to the perspective of the Sakura Country competitor. The audience clearly saw that Ichiro Kitan's team was moving quickly through the dense forest. Everyone's expression was tense. On the edge of the frame, in the shadows of the bushes, a pair or 2 of blurry eyes occasionally flashed. The direction of the barrage suddenly shifted. Wait, look at the footage from Sakura Country. Something is following Ichiro Kitten. It's Eerie. The Eerie presence is tracking them. Oh my, rewind and watch when Brother Chun let Kitten go. His hand moved behind his back. I saw it. He performed a spell. He did something to Kitten. What did he do? Did Liu Yifei not ask earlier? Brother Chen said he placed something on them to attract the Eerie presence. A flurry of screenshots and slow-motion replays went viral in the barrage. Several sharp-eyed viewers captured the moment from the live stream at 47 minutes and 32 seconds. They saw Chen Ming's right hand behind him performing a spell. Although it was just a single frame, combined with the conversation between Chen Ming and Liu Yifei, the logical chain came together perfectly. The barrage erupted. Damn, eye for an eye. Kitten used beast-attracting powder to harm us, and Brother Chen used golden light to attract the Eerie presence to deal with Kitten. This is what we call retribution. Beast-attracting powder, right? He'll use a method 100 times more advanced. Now I understand what it means to follow the Tao of nature, offend my Tao master, and naturally someone will deal with you. Where are those who said Brother Chun was too merciful? Come out and face the consequences. It's not that he is merciful. He simply looks down on getting his hands dirty. Letting the Eerie presence teach Kitten a lesson is a brilliant move. Brother Chun is ruthless. I like it. All the barges questioning Chen Ming's kindness vanished. In their place was an overwhelming wave of applause. Even the international audience saw the strategy. The style of the Eagle Sauce Country barrage changed. That Longwa Taoist is not only strong, but also clever. He attached a beacon-like energy to the Sakura Country competitor, using the Eerie presence's instinct to pursue light, to track, and hunt. This tactical approach is far superior to beast-attracting powder. The barrage from Maoxiong Country remained succinct as always. Wonderful. Waiting for the Sakura Country competitor to be devoured. Meanwhile, the Sakura Country livestream was in chaos. But this time it was not anger, but panic. What did that Taoist put on Kitten? Can it be washed off? Can it be washed off with water? Can you wash off golden light? That power can instantly kill a clever lord. It's over, Kitten, and the others can't escape. Quick, notify Ichiro Kitten. Let him find a way to remove what's on him. But the competitors in the forbidden area cannot see the barges. Ichiro Kitten did not know what he was contaminated with. He only knew something was following him, and it was getting closer. In the forbidden area deep in the forest, Ichiro Kitan's team quickened their pace. Watanabe Shu walked ahead, clearing the path with his blade, turning back every few steps to glance behind. 3 supply team members huddled tightly in the middle of the group. The short and stout one had already started to sweat profusely. Watanabe, is it still following? Ichiro Kitten lowered his voice. Yes. Watanabe Shu's reply was brief. The number has increased. There are movements from at least 5 directions. What level? Not sure, but judging from the footsteps, they are not small. A level. Level. Watanabe Shu hesitated for a moment before answering. There might be level, and quite a few at that. This made Ichiro Kittan's complexion turn even paler. A level Eerie group. The last time he encountered a level Bloodskin Corpse Wolf group, he barely killed 4 before almost losing his life. Now he had an injury on his right arm, reducing his combat power. If another group of level Eerie's came, he couldn't handle it. Change the route, head west. He made a decisive decision. The terrain in the west is relatively open. If it doesn't work out, we can find a high ground to defend. Watanabe Shu nodded and turned to head west. The team had only taken a few steps when a deep growl came from the bushes ahead. It was not the vague sounds coming from afar as before. It was very close, just about 30 meters ahead in the forest. Everyone's footsteps halted simultaneously. The branches and leaves of the bushes shook a few times, and a gray-black figure slowly emerged from within. It was twice the size of an ordinary gray wolf. Its back was covered with a dark red blood membrane. Salty drool hung from the corners of its mouth. Another Bloodskin Corpse Wolf. A level Eerie presence. Ichiro Kittan's breath caught in his throat. What was worse, similar rustling sounds also came from the bushes on the left and right. 2 more Bloodskin Corpse Wolves flanked from both sides. They surrounded him from 3 sides, identical to what Kitten had done to the Longwa competitor before. 3 level. 3-sided encirclement. Ichiro Kitten shouted hoarsely. A short blade was held horizontally in front of him, but his hand trembled. Watanabe Shu retreated to his side. His blade hung low, the tip pointing down, taking a defensive stance. The 3 supply team members huddled together, their faces pale. Each held a standard short knife, but everyone knew such a weapon was no different from a toothpick against level Eerie's. Watanabe, you take the one on the left. He'll handle the one on the right, you guys hold the one in front. Ichiro Kitten gritted his teeth and squeezed out a tactical arrangement. Watanabe Shu did not respond. He fixed his gaze on the Bloodskin Corpse Wolf in front, his eyes sweeping over the damp, dark red blood membrane on its body. The problem isn't just 3. What? There are more behind us. Ichiro Kitten mechanically turned his head. Deep in the forest behind him, through the gaps in the bushes, 2 pairs of dark red, glowing eyes lit up. 5 level Bloodskin Corpse Wolves. Surrounded from all sides with no way to retreat. Ichiro Kittan's atoms apple bobbed twice. The barrage in the Sakura Country livestream collapsed even before he did. It's over. 5 level. It's all Ichiro Kittan's fault. Why provoke that Longwa Taoist? Last time he almost died against 4, now his injuries aren't healed, and 5 more come. Run. No, we can't escape, there are Eerie's on all sides. It's all Ichiro Kittan's fault. Is Sakura Country really going to lose? If it weren't for him using beast-attracting powder, how would that Longwa Taoist put such things on him? Quick, go find that Longwa Taoist to beg for mercy. On the Longwa live stream, cheers erupted. Retribution has come, haha. Feeling good. Let you use beast-attracting powder to harm others. How many minutes has it been? Brother Chen's counterattack is 1,000,000 times stronger than beast-attracting powder. Beast-attracting powder can only attract a group. Brother Chen's method is continuously attracting. Wherever they run, it follows. It's likely that as long as that golden light doesn't dissipate, the Eerie presence will keep chasing them. Inside the forbidden area, 5 Bloodskin Corpse Wolves began to shrink their encircling formation. Their steps were even more cautious than the last group. They crouched low, slowly circling around the 5 people, as if searching for the weakest point to break through. The lead wolf's gaze swept over the 5 individuals and finally locked onto Ichiro Kamida. This was due to the intense aura emanating from him. It was the faint trace of golden light imperceptible to humans. Yet to the supernatural beings it stood out like a source of water in a desert. The lead wolf let out a low, guttural whine from its throat. The signal was given. All 5 corpse wolves moved simultaneously. Spread out. Ichiro Kamida shouted as he rolled to the side. Watanabe's blade arced through the air, meeting the corpse wolf lunging from the left. The blade precisely sliced through its foreleg, drawing a dark red line of blood. However, the corpse wolf's physique was far sturdier than anticipated. That slash only left a shallow wound on its foreleg. The wolf yelped in pain and retreated a step, but swiftly lunged again. On the other side, Ichiro Kamida's ninja blade thrust toward the abdomen of the charging corpse wolf. The dark liquid coating the blade sizzled and emitted smoke against the fur. But the blood membrane of the corpse wolf had a strong resistance to ordinary toxins. Aside from leaving a charred black spot, it did not inflict any substantial harm. The claws of the corpse wolf swept toward him. Ichiro Kamida jumped back a step. The claws grazed his chest, tearing a hole in his ninja attire. If it had been just an inch closer, it would have torn through not just clothing, but his ribs. These beasts are even fiercer than the last ones we encountered. Ichiro Kamida cursed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Even worse was the situation for the 3 supply team members. They had never seen such a scene. The short and stout supply member caught in the middle waved his short knife in an attempt to drive away the approaching corpse wolves. Before the blade could even touch the wolf's fur, its tail whipped around and sent him flying. The short and stout supply member crashed heavily against a dead tree with a dull thud resonating from his back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Help me! Save me!" He collapsed on the ground, bloodied, reaching out toward Ichiro Kamida. Ichiro Kamida glanced at him. He looked at the corpse wolf in front of him, his teeth gritting together. He did not approach. In such a moment, he had to prioritize his own survival. 2 corpse wolves flanked him from left and right. His ninja blade blocked one of their claws. However, the fangs of the other grazed his right shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh. A scream echoed. Blood splattered onto the dry leaves. Ichiro Kamida staggered back several steps, the wound on his right shoulder deeper than the one on his arm. Watanabe's situation was slightly better. His swordplay was solid, and with a single saber, he momentarily fended off the relentless attacks of the 2 corpse wolves. However, his stamina was rapidly dwindling. The power and speed of a class supernatural being exceeded the limits of ordinary humans. Each block made his hands numb, and the hilt of his sword was already stained with blood seeping from his palms. On the outskirts of the dense forest, 2 more pairs of dark red eyes lit up. 7 in total. In the camp beneath the rock wall, Chen Ming still leaned against the stone wall. With his legs stretched straight, hands clasped behind his head, he closed his eyes as if taking a nap. The campfire had dwindled to embers, casting a dim red glow. Lu Yifei sat opposite him. A mini holographic screen on her wrist displayed a live feed from the perspective of the participants from Sakura Country. She witnessed the entire ordeal of Ichiro Kamida being besieged by the pack of corpse wolves. She saw the short and stout supply member being flung away, spewing blood. She watched as Ichiro Kamida's shoulder was torn away. She turned off the holographic screen. "How much longer will that golden aura you placed on them last?" "It depends on the situation," Chen Ming replied without opening his eyes. "The golden aura will naturally dissipate on them in about 2 to 3 hours. 2 to 3 hours. Lu Yifei furrowed her brows slightly. "Will they be able to last until then? 5th class corpse wolves are already tough. With 7, there's basically no hope. It seems the participants from Sakura Country are doomed to perish this time." Chen Ming's tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Lu Yifei fell silent for a few seconds. "You knew from the beginning that they would die. Not necessarily dead. If that Watanabe is decisive enough to abandon a few burdens, there's a chance but Ichiro Kamida won't be able to escape. The golden aura is strongest on him." Chen Ming finally opened his eyes, looking at the dimming embers of the campfire. When he used the beast lure powder to harm others, did he ever consider whether those lured could survive? Lu Yifei remained silent. He never thought about it. Therefore, others don't need to think for him. The last spark of the campfire extinguished, plunging the camp into only the faint glow of the blood-colored clouds illuminated their silhouettes in dark red. "Let's go, Scholar Lu." Chen Ming stood up, brushing off the dust from his robe. "The class lord in this area has fallen, and the supernatural beings will increase. We should push deeper." "In which direction?" "To the south." Chen Ming tilted his head as if sensing something. "About 8 kilometers to the south, there's a special energy fluctuation that doesn't resemble a supernatural aura. It feels more like a natural gathering point of spiritual energy." Lu Yifei's eyes lit up. "A spiritual energy gathering point. If it's a resource point, it might contain high-quality cores or even heavenly materials." Look, Scholar is all spirited up when discussing serious matters. "No more nonsense, let's hurry." The 2 left the temporary camp, advancing into the depths of the southern forest. Chen Ming walked in front, with Lu Yifei following behind. It was a complete reversal from before. Lu Yifei noticed this change, but said nothing. She had accepted a fact. In this forbidden area, Chen Ming was the true main force. What she could do was to gather as much intel as possible, optimize routes, and when necessary serve as a translator and encyclopedia. The 2 walked for about 10 minutes. In the distance behind them, a piercing scream echoed through the dense forest. The sound was intermittent, carried by the murky winds, but it was discernibly human. Lu Yifei paused, and Chen Ming did not stop and continued forward. "Is it them?" "It should be." "Which one?" "The voice sounds like that short and stout one." Lu Yifei bit her lip. "Let it be. Let's go, Scholar." Chen Ming's voice came from ahead, maintaining his usual lazy tone. This is what they brought upon themselves. Lu Yifei took a deep breath and quickened her pace to catch up. The screams behind them persisted for a short while before abruptly ceasing. What replaced it was the excited howls of the corpse wolves. The barrage in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room was completely divided into two camps after the footage of the Sakura Nation's contestant being attacked aired. One side cheered saying serves him right. Didn't he think about today when using beast-attracting powder to harm others? And this is poetic justice. Brother Chen's move was too beautiful. The other side expressed more complex feelings. To be honest, watching those supply team members being chased by the corpse wolves was quite tragic. They seemed to just follow Kitano. On the battlefield, there are no distinctions between masterminds and accomplices. If you follow bad people, you must bear the consequences. Yet regardless of which side one was on, there was one consensus: Chen Ming had not personally harmed any human contestant from beginning to end. He did not violate any rules of the national luck game. He merely left a trace of golden light on each hero. The anomaly was drawn to him. Kitano's death was simply due to his lack of strength. This account could only be attributed to the anomaly, not to Kitano himself. Clever, truly clever. A staff officer in the Dragon Kingdom's command center couldn't help but slap the table. This Chen Ming is not only powerful, but also far more cunning than we imagined. He didn't even leave us any loopholes in the rules of the national luck game. Lin Yuanshan refrained from commenting, quietly watching the screen showing Chen Ming and Lu Yifei advancing southward. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he pondered another matter. Notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If the Sakura Nation protests due to Ichiro Kitano's incident, our response should maintain a unified stance. What stance? The actions of the anomaly in the forbidden area are not under any contestant's control. Ichiro Kitano's attack is part of the natural ecology of the forbidden area and has nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom's contestants. The aide was momentarily stunned, then broke into a grin. Understood. However, the situation on the Sakura Nation side was far from easy. In the Sakura Nation's command center, a group of officials in suits and soldiers in camouflage surrounded the screen, their faces all looking as if they had eaten dead flies. The footage clearly showed Ichiro Kitano's team being pursued by a level pack of corpse wolves. One of the three supply team members had already fallen. The short and stout one was dragged into the bushes by a corpse wolf, and the screen lost signal in a flash. Can we contact Ichiro Kitano? A bald official asked. Communication is disrupted, we can't reach him. What about reinforcements? The reinforcement card has already been used. The rule of the forbidden area allows each country only one chance for reinforcements. Once it's used, no more people can enter. The bald official slammed his fist on the table. Are we just going to watch them die? No one answered, as the answer was a definite yes. But no one dared to say it aloud. A young staff officer quietly remarked, if Ichiro Kitano hadn't used beast-attracting powder back, then we wouldn't be in this situation now. The bald official turned and glared at him. What are you saying? Ichiro Kitano made that decision for the sake of the Sakura Nation's luck. The young officer lowered his head and fell silent, but his lips were tightly pursed. He knew well that Kitano's use of beast-attracting powder was not for the sake of luck. It was purely because he couldn't handle the level wolf pack and wanted to find a scapegoat. But such words could not be spoken in this occasion. The audience in the Sakura Nation's live broadcast room was far more honest than the officials, as the barrage cursing Ichiro Kitano was even louder than that against the Dragon Kingdom. It's all Ichiro Kitano's fault. If he hadn't used beast-attracting powder first, how could the Dragon Kingdom's Taoist retaliate? Self-inflicted misery cannot live. He also dragged down the three supply team members. What did those three do to deserve this? Ichiro Kitano is the real culprit. Why is everyone blaming Ichiro? We must raise an international condemnation against the Dragon Kingdom. I just hope Watanabe Shu can survive. He is the true swordsman of our Sakura Nation. This barrage was pushed to the top. Watanabe Shu had always been popular among the contestants of the Sakura Nation. He was taciturn and skilled in swordsmanship. Moreover, he had opposed Ichiro Kitano's use of beast-attracting powder. The audience remembered this point. In the depths of the dense forest, Ichiro Kitano's mind was blank, with only his legs mechanically moving forward. He had been running for a full 20 minutes. Blood flowed from the wound on his right shoulder, and the bandage was soaked through with sweat and blood. The old wound on his left arm, previously bitten, had also opened up, dark purple blood trickling down. His breathing was heavy like a leaky bellows. A short distance behind him, Watanabe Shu was closely following, carrying an injured supply team member. The third supply team member had been caught by the corpse wolves 5 minutes ago. He was not as unfortunate as the stout one. Watanabe Shu had swung his sword at the last moment, driving back the approaching corpse wolf and buying him some escape time. But that swing cost Watanabe Shu his left shoulder, which was torn open by the corpse wolf's claws. Blood dripped from his shoulder down his arm to the ground, leaving a trail of dark red. Watanabe, are they still behind us? Ichiro Kitano shouted back, his voice tinged with a sob. Not shaken off. Watanabe Shu's reply was short and calm. 6 of them, always keeping about 50 meters behind us. They're wearing us down. Ichiro Kitano gritted his teeth, almost grinding his molars to dust. 6th-level corpse wolves were trailing behind. Not too far, not too close, not rushing forward, just hanging back. Whenever they slowed down, the corpse wolves would close the gap. Whenever they accelerated, the corpse wolves would also speed up. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. No, it was more terrifying than that. At least when a cat played with a mouse, it might let go after getting bored. These corpse wolves would not. They were simply waiting for their prey's stamina to exhaust. Put him down. Ichiro Kitano suddenly stopped, turning to look at the third supply team member on Watanabe Shu's back. Watanabe Shu also halted. What? I said put him down. His injured leg is slowing us down. Ichiro Kitano's voice was dry, but there was a cold glimmer in his eyes. If we keep running like this, none of us will escape. Put him down and the two of us might make it out. Watanabe Shu looked at Ichiro Kitano's face. The supply team member on his back heard this and froze. Officer Kitano, what are you saying? His voice trembled. You can't abandon me. I'm still alive. I can still walk. You can't walk. You can't even stand steady. Ichiro Kitano's tone became very flat. Watanabe, put him down. Watanabe Shu did not move. He stared at Ichiro Kitano for a full 5 seconds. Then he gently placed the supply team member beside a dead tree. The supply team member's face was pale, trembling like a sieve. Watanabe-kun, you can't leave me behind. He reached out to grab Watanabe Shu's clothes. His fingers weakly swiped the air, twice grasping nothing. The supply team member sat by the withered tree, watching two silhouettes grow fainter in the distance. The dark red eyes behind them drew closer. The global live stream captured this scene in its entirety. The bullet comments in the Long Country live stream fell silent, unable to express their anger. Instead, there was a silence of spectators. This is Koetien Ikaru, treating his own people as expendables. First he used beast drawing powder to harm others, and now he began to discard his own people. Indeed, he is a lackey. If he can't protect himself, he shouldn't lead others to bear the brunt. The bullet comments in the Sakura Country live stream were filled with wails. Tanaka, he is only 23. Koetien Ikaru, you are inhuman. A chilling scream echoed from a distance in the frame, soon drowned out by the howls of the corpse wolves. Koetien Ikaru ran ahead. Hearing that scream, he stumbled, but did not look back. Koetien Ikaru and Watanabe Shu shook off the large group of corpse wolves behind them. They darted into an area strewn with rugged rocks. The terrain here was not friendly to speed-based evasion. Sharp debris and cracks of varying depths were everywhere. The two huddled in a gap formed by the overlap of two giant stones. Koetien Ikaru sat on the ground, his right hand pressing against his bleeding shoulder, breathing heavily. Watanabe Shu leaned against the stone wall, his blade resting on his knee, eyes closed to recuperate. The wound on his left shoulder was crudely bandaged with torn clothing, but the cloth was soon soaked with blood. Did we shake them off? Koetien Ikaru's voice was so soft he could barely hear himself. Watanabe Shu opened his eyes and listened for a moment. The rocky area was very quiet. No footsteps, no howling. We temporarily shook them off. Koetien Ikaru let out a long breath. Leaning against the stone wall, it felt as though all his strength was drained away with that breath. I don't understand, he murmured. Why are those corpse wolves chasing us so relentlessly? The anomalies in the forbidden area either attack or ignore humans. There's no reason for them to follow us this far. Watanabe Shu remained silent. He was pondering a question. When did the stalking begin? After they left the Long Country Taoist camp. The timeline matched. Koetien, have you considered a possibility? Watanabe Shu's voice was calm, but each word felt like it was squeezed out from between clenched teeth. What if that Long Country Taoist did something while letting us go? Koetien Ikaru's pupils contracted slightly as he recalled the scene at that moment. Chen Ming sat by the campfire, said get lost, and that's the last warning. Then he ran off. He was in such a rush that he noticed nothing. Impossible. He was several meters away from us, and his hands were always tucked in his sleeves. Was he really keeping his hands in his sleeves the whole time? Koetien Ikaru opened his mouth wanting to speak, but nothing came out. He was unsure. He was too panicked at the time to observe Chen Ming's actions closely. Are you implying he marked us? Just like your beast drawing powder. Watanabe Shu's words weren't heavy, but each word felt like a knife. Koetien Ikaru's complexion changed. First pale, then green, and finally turning a sickly purplish red. How could he do that? Why not? Watanabe Shu looked at him. When you used beast drawing powder to lead 12th class corps, did you ever consider they might die? I warned you that the Long Country might retaliate. Koetien Ikaru's lips moved a few times, but ultimately couldn't refute. Silence spread between the two giant stones. Just then a series of faint footsteps approached from the periphery of the rocky area. Not one, but a group. Watanabe Shu suddenly stood up, drawing his blade. Koetien Ikaru also struggled to stand straight, his short knife held before him. At the edge of the rocky area, several gray-black shadows slowly seeped through the cracks in the stones. The blood-skinned corpse wolves did not give up. They found them. And this time there were more of them. Koetien Ikaru counted the glowing dark red eyes. 8 pairs. 16 eyes. 8 clasped blood-skinned corpse wolves. His legs went weak and he leaned against the stone wall to avoid collapsing. Watanabe. Can we still run? Watanabe, Shu looked around. The gap between the two giant stones had only one exit, which was blocked by 3 corpse wolves. The remaining 5 were flanking from the sides and above. There was no way out. We can't run anymore. Watanabe, Shu gripped his blade tightly, the edge aimed at the throat of the nearest corpse wolf. We'll fight as many as we can. Koichi Ikaru stared at the densely packed dark red eyes. Suddenly, he let out a frantic scream. It's all that long country Taoist's fault. It's all his fault. Watanabe, Shu turned his head to glance at him. That look held no sympathy, no anger, only a cold disappointment that pierced to the bone. No. Watanabe, Shu's voice was very soft. Blame yourself. You have doomed us all. 8 corpse wolves lunged simultaneously. Watanabe, Shu swung his blade with the sharpest strike of his life. The blade carved a silver arc in the air, accurately slicing into the throat of the first corpse wolf that lunged. This time he used all his strength. The blade embedded deeply into the corpse wolf's neck, spraying forth a burst of dark red mist. The corpse wolf flipped in the air and crashed onto the gravel, convulsing twice before going still. But his right hand's tiger mouth ruptured completely from the shock, blood dripping down the blade's handle. The second corpse wolf immediately lunged from the side. Watanabe, Shu horizontally blocked with his blade. The back of the blade collided with the corpse wolf's sharp claws, producing a piercing metallic screech. He was knocked back 3 steps, his back slamming hard against the stone wall. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th followed closely behind. Watanabe, Shu kept swinging his blade, each strike fueled with all his strength. But beads of sweat began to form densely on his forehead, and the muscles in his arms started to cramp from the high-frequency movements. Koichi Ikaru's scream came from behind. Watanabe, Shu sidestepped to avoid the claws of a corpse wolf on his left. But his right side was struck by another corpse wolf's tail. A dull thud. 2 ribs cracked. He grunted, his body bending into a shrimp-like shape, but he did not let go of the knife. He gritted his teeth, using the handle of the blade to support himself as he barely stood firm, raising his head to look towards Koichi Ikaru's direction. Koichi Ikaru was curled up in the narrowest gap between the 2 giant stones. His frame was smaller than Watanabe, Shu's, barely fitting into the gap that was only shoulder width. His short knife was held vertically before him, blocking the entrance, his hands trembling, teeth chattering. 3 corpse wolves surrounded the entrance of the gap, taking turns probing inside with their claws. Their sharp claws left white scratches on the stone wall. Koichi Ikaru sliced off a paw that reached in, and the corpse wolf howled in pain as it retreated. But immediately another paw reached in from a higher position, accurately grazing Koichi Ikaru's cheek. 5 bloody marks stretched from his temple down to his chin. Koichi Ikaru screamed, his entire face smeared with blood. The bullet comments in the Sakura Country livestream had become unbearable to watch. Many viewers turned off the livestream. For those still watching, the comments were filled with silent ellipses. The atmosphere in the Long Country livestream also grew heavier. Seeing a person being tormented in such a bizarre manner. No matter what that person had done before, it was not something to be taken lightly. But no one spoke for Koichi Ikaru, because everyone remembered what he had said and done when he was arrogant. Watanabe, Shu, dragging his body with 2 broken ribs, slayed another corpse wolf. But he had reached his limit. The blade of his weapon was covered in nicks. The wound on his left shoulder had completely burst open, and he could barely muster any strength in his arm. The remaining corpse wolves formed a semicircle, forcing him against the stone wall. Watanabe, Shu glanced at Koichi Ikaru in the gap. He looked at the swarm of corpse wolves before him. He switched his blade to his right hand, slowly releasing his left hand, letting it drop. Koichi. His voice seemed to drift away. If you can still get out, take my blade back to Japan. Koichi Ikaru's eyes widened in the gap. Watanabe, what are you doing? Watanabe, Shu did not look back. He gripped his blade tightly, charging towards the pack of corpse wolves before him. With a fierce resolve to die with honor, his swordsmanship erupted with unprecedented sharpness at the last moment. One blade cleaved through a corpse wolf's skull. He spun around and cut off another corpse wolf's front leg with a single strike. 2 strikes. Then he was brought down by 3 corpse wolves pouncing on him. Claws and fangs descended simultaneously. Koichi Ikaru watched helplessly as Watanabe, Shu was pressed to the ground. The details of that moment would never leave his memory. He curled up in the gap, trembling all over. Finally, he broke down completely. A scream forced its way out of his throat, high-pitched and thin, completely unlike a sound a living person could make. Minutes later, the corpse wolves that had dealt with Watanabe, Shu, turned back, surrounding the gap once more. They were not in a hurry. The prey could not escape. Koichi Ikaru curled up in the deepest part of the gap, his short knife slipping to the ground as he could no longer hold on. A corpse wolf pushed its entire head into the gap, its fangs less than half a meter from Koatian Ikaru's foot. Koatian Ikaru shrank back, his back pressed against the cold stone wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. No, don't come closer. His voice turned into a fragmented whimper. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The corpse wolf's paw reached in, grabbing his ankle. It yanked hard. The live broadcast of Koatian Ichiro was abruptly cut off the moment he was dragged out of the crevice. It was not a signal issue, it was the rules of the National Fortune game. When a contestant perishes, their live broadcast signal is automatically severed. The screen freezes on the last frame and no subsequent content is broadcasted. The last frame shows Koatian Ichiro being dragged away by the claws of a corpse wolf, his mouth agape, his face smeared with blood and tears. Then the screen goes black. Meanwhile, an announcement appears in the rule light curtain above the forbidden area. Announcement: Koatian Ichiro from the Cherry Blossom Country has perished. The Cherry Blossom Country loses 1 major point of fortune. Current Cherry Blossom Country Fortune Index 5. The live broadcast room of the Cherry Blossom Country falls into utter silence. The barrage disappears for a full 10 seconds, then begins to scroll slowly. Koatian Ichiro is dead. How did he die so easily? What about Watanabe Shu? Does Watanabe Shu still have a signal? The technician checked, and Watanabe Shu's live broadcast signal was still on. He was not dead. The scene shifted to Watanabe Shu's perspective. In the rocky terrain, dark red blood was scattered between 2 massive stones. The bodies of 5 corpse wolves lay strewn across the ground, each wounded and battered. Watanabe Shu leaned against the stone wall, his blade embedded in the rubble before him as support. His overall condition was dreadful. The wound on his left shoulder was completely torn open, with white bone faintly visible through the shredded muscle. 2 broken ribs on his right side pressed against his skin, creating an unnatural bulge. His body was covered in blood, making it impossible to distinguish which was his own and which was from the corpse wolves. But he was alive. The remaining 3 corpse wolves had also paid a price in the recent melee. 2 were heavily injured and had temporarily retreated to the outskirts of the rocky area. The last intact head wolf stood alone, 10 meters away, its dark red eyes fixed on Watanabe Shu, growling deeply. Watanabe Shu spat out a mouthful of blood and managed to stand up, propping himself up with the blade. His gaze swept over the rock crevice where Koatian Ichiro had last been. All that remained were a ninja blade and a few torn pieces of cloth. Watanabe Shu looked for 2 seconds before averting his gaze. He bent down to pick up the ninja blade and tucked it into his waist. I promised to bring the blade back. His voice was muffled, filled with blood. Though it's not my blade. The head wolf's growls grew increasingly. It was becoming impatient. Watanabe Shu tightened his grip around the already battered blade, pointing the tip towards the head wolf. The broken ribs made every breath feel like a hammer striking his chest. But his eyes remained calm. A lone man facing an intact, grayed corpse wolf, heavily injured with a weapon rendered useless. This should have been a deadlock. The head wolf's hind legs tensed, muscles bulging beneath the skin. It prepared for one final charge. At that moment, a slender, nearly invisible golden beam descended from the sky. Silently, the golden beam pierced through the top of the head wolf's skull. It penetrated its entire body, emerging from the base of its tail. The head wolf's body froze for a moment. Then, starting from the top, it was as if an invisible pen had drawn a line downwards, splitting its entire body in half along that line. The 2 halves of the corpse fell to either side, landing with a thud on the rubble. Dark red blood and entrails spilled everywhere. Watanabe Shu was stunned. The 2 heavily injured corpse wolves outside were equally stunned. They then let out frightened howls, dragging their injured bodies, desperately fleeing into the depths of the forest. Watanabe Shu slowly turned his head to look in the direction of the golden light. About 300 meters to the south, on a small hill, a blurry figure stood there, wearing an old faded blue Taoist robe with both hands tucked into the sleeves. Their expression was unreadable. Watanabe Shu stared at the figure's back for 3 seconds. Then he performed an action that no one from the Dragon Country expected. He knelt on one knee, laying the blade horizontally on his knee. He bowed his head in that direction. On the small hill 300 meters away, he said, "You intervened. Why did—" Lu Yifei stood beside Chen Ming, watching the scene of Watanabe Shu kneeling from afar. Chen Ming withdrew his right hand, tucking it into his sleeve. This person is not bad. He didn't run at the last moment, and even cut off Quishin's escape. Though he did it for someone unworthy. A gentleman is born in a small country. It is not the gentleman's fault. Watanabe Shu can barely be considered a hero, but it's a pity that the Cherry Blossom Country is not a nation worthy of heroes. But didn't you say that one shouldn't meddle in the National Fortune game? This is different. Chen Ming yawned. Koatian Ichiro harmed others first. The retribution he deserves is exact. He is dead, and we bear no burden whatsoever. But Watanabe Shu has never harmed us from start to finish. The beast lure powder was not his idea. He even opposed it. Should he die? Lu Yifei pondered for a moment. No, he shouldn't. Then that settled. Chen Ming stretched his clear distinctions between good and evil, appropriate rewards and punishments. This is the rule of the Tao. Those who should be killed are killed, and those who shouldn't are spared. Most importantly, he has come to me. Lu Yifei stared at him for several seconds, the corner of her mouth curving slightly. You surprisingly have a sense of reason. Of course, I am a Taoist after all. Watanabe Shu remained in the rocky area for about 10 minutes. After tending to his wounds, he bowed 3 times in the southern direction and then dragged his injured body northwest. He did not move closer to the direction of the Dragon Country contestants. He understood the meaning of that golden light: spare your life, but do not appear before me again. Chen Ming and Lu Yifei continued to head south. After about a quarter of an hour, a series of system notification sounds echoed in Chen Ming's mind. Ding! The death of Koei Tianichiro triggered a massive emotional fluctuation in the global live broadcast, earning an additional shock value of 5,000. Current total shock value 39,500. Chen Ming glanced at the numbers and shook his head slightly. He was still 10500 points short of the 5000 point threshold to unlock the 9 Heavens Thunder method. I need a few more grand scenes. He closed the panel and looked up at the terrain ahead. The dense forest was gradually thinning out, replaced by an expansive gray wasteland. At the end of the wasteland, a circle of green light could be faintly seen wavering on the horizon. That direction was where he had previously sensed the convergence of spiritual energy. Do you see a Taoist? Chen Ming raised his hand to point ahead. Lu Yifei squinted her eyes and looked for a few seconds. What is that circle of green light? It's a halo formed naturally when spiritual energy gathers to a certain density. The brighter it is, the denser the spiritual energy. Judging by this brightness, it's at least the scale of a medium-sized spiritual vein. Lu Yifei's heartbeat quickened slightly. A medium-sized spiritual vein. During the last National Fortune game, a contestant from Eagle Sauce Country discovered a small spiritual vein. The spirit stones they obtained significantly boosted their luck. For a medium-sized spiritual vein, the value would be at least 5 times greater. Let's go, hurry up and take a look. This time it was Lu Yifei urging Chen Ming to speed up. Chen Ming was pulled forward by her sleeve, stumbling as he murmured, "Don't pull so fast, my shoe heel is about to fall off. Your cloth shoes don't even have a heel. What if they do?" The two of them crossed the gray wasteland. As they walked closer, the green halo became increasingly clear. When they got closer, they could see the full picture. It was a hollow area enveloped in green spiritual light, roughly the size of 2 football fields. In the center of the hollow was a pool of turquoise water. Tiny shimmering lights rose from the water's surface as if it were filled with crushed diamonds. The ground surrounding the pool was covered in lush green vegetation, forming a stark contrast to the dead desolation of the other areas around the forbidden zone. A sweet scent wafted through the air. Taking a breath felt like cleansing his lungs. Is this the spirit? Lu Yifei's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. To be precise, this is a spiritual mine. Chen Ming crouched at the edge of the hollow, picking up a clump of soil to squeeze. Embedded in the soil were several green crystals the size of rice grains, glimmering with a soft luster. These green crystals are the raw ore of spirit stones. The entire hollow must be underlined by a vein. Roughly estimated, if this amount were submitted to Dragon Country, the luck could increase by at least 5 to 8 big points. Lu Yifei squatted beside him, her eyes shining as if she had seen a ground full of gold. But a few seconds later she calmed down. Such a good resource point can't possibly be unmonitored. Other country contestants also have abilities to sense spiritual energy. This place will inevitably attract contention. Chen Ming nodded. Your analysis is correct. It won't just attract contestants from other countries. He turned his gaze towards the center of the spiritual pool, his brow slightly furrowing. Look at the center of the pool. Lu Yifei followed his line of sight. In the center of the turquoise water, a vague black shadow was slowly moving beneath the surface. Occasionally a corner would surface, revealing a gray-white rough surface resembling the back of some gigantic creature. What is that thing? If I'm not mistaken, Chen Ming stood up, brushing off the dirt from his knees. That is the guardian of the spirit, a lord-level anomaly. In terms of level, it should be at least Kraid. Lu Yifei tightened her grip on the knife. Another Kraid lordy. It might be a bit more troublesome than the last bone-armored underworld beast. Chen Ming tilted his head. This one has been soaking in the spiritual liquid for an unknown duration. Having absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, its defensive power should be considerably higher than that of a typical Kraid. Lu Yifei looked at him. Can you handle it? I can indeed. Chen Ming took 2 steps towards the spiritual pool, hands in his pockets. However, please don't rush, fellow practitioner. He halted, looking towards the east. Another guest is arriving. Lu Yifei's hand immediately pressed on the knife handle. Are they human or an anomaly? Human. Chen Ming tilted his head, listening for a moment. Several people walking hurriedly coming this way. Judging from the intensity of their aura, they are not weak. By your standards, they are likely a grade ability users. Which country? Chen Ming sniffed the faint residual scent in the air. That cold aura smells like Japanese yin-yang techniques. It's from Sakura country again. Lu Yifei's mouth turned down slightly. On the edge of the eastern thicket, several figures were quickly approaching. Leading the way was a tall man dressed in a black hunting outfit embroidered with golden runes. A string of white jade beads hung at his waist, and he held an open folding fan. The fan's surface depicted a complete pentagram array. His hair was slicked back, revealing a sharply contoured face with an expression of condescension in his eyes. His walking posture and strides exuded a certain confidence of total control. Following behind him were three men dressed in uniform samurai attire. Each carried a katana at their waist with the symbol of Sakura country tattooed on their right shoulder. Abe Shinjo, a direct descendant of the Yin-yang master family from Sakura country. It is said that his lineage can be traced back to Abe Saimai, the most powerful Yin-yang master of ancient Blue Star. He considers himself the #1 extraordinary powerhouse in Asia. Rated a grade, but Sakura country's officials have been pushing for him to reach grade. He did not enter through the reinforcement channel. He is the third official contestant in this national fortune game. Sakura country has an additional quota for a special channel apart from Kamida, Ichiro, and Watanabe Shu. This was a reward privilege accumulated by Sakura country in the last national fortune game, allowing them to send an additional contestant into the Forbidden Zone. Abe Shinjo is Sakura country's trump card. He entered the Forbidden Zone from another area, spending 2 hours clearing a grade and grade anomalies to accumulate cores along the way. Then he received the latest intelligence from Sakura country's command center. Kamida Ichiro was killed in action. Watanabe Shu withdrew with serious injuries. The contestants from Dragon Country discovered a medium-sized spiritual mine. Abe Shinjo closed his folding fan, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. He said something in Japanese to the three samurai behind him, then quickened his pace towards the spiritual mine. At the edge of the spiritual mine, Hollow Chen Ming and Lu Yifei stood side by side on high ground, watching the approaching figures in the east. 4 people. Lu Yifei squinted to recognize them. The one in the black hunting outfit looks extraordinary. That's the robe of a yin-yang master. Chen Ming said lazily. Look at the string of white jade beads hanging at his waist. That's the medium used by yin-yang masters for casting spells. Do you know about yin-yang techniques? A little. It's a minor art of the unorthodox path. It pales in comparison to our Taoist teachings. Lu Yifei twitched her mouth, slightly not responding to this remark. Abe Shinjo's group quickly reached the eastern edge of the spiritual mine hollow. About 200 meters apart, both sides saw each other. Abe Shinjo stopped. His gaze swept over Chen Ming and Lu Yifei before finally landing on Chen Ming. With a snap, his folding fan opened. It obscured half of his face, revealing only a pair of narrow, elongated eyes. Contestants from Dragon Country. His lingua franca was spoken very clearly with an air of deliberate elegance. I heard you wiped out Kamida Ichiro's team. Chen Ming, with hands in his pockets, tilted his head. Kamida Ichiro, the one who likes to play with beast attractants. He was eliminated by anomalies. It has nothing to do with me. Abe Shinjo's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally knew the truth, but he didn't care. To him, Kamida Ichiro was merely a pawn, and his death meant little. What he cared about was the spiritual mine before him. I have my eyes on this spiritual mine. Abe Shinjo folded his fan and pointed towards the spiritual pool. I hereby officially declare in the name of the Abe family that this spiritual mine belongs to Sakura country. I asked the 2 contestants from Dragon Country to withdraw voluntarily. His tone was calm and unhurried, as if stating an obvious fact. Lu Yifei scoffed. You say it belongs to you, and it belongs to you. This spiritual mine doesn't have your name written on it. I trust you understand the principle of first come, first served. Abe Shinjo shifted his gaze from Lu Yifei to Chen Ming. So this is the Taoist from Dragon Country who allegedly wiped out grade groups in 2 seconds and killed grade lords in 3 seconds. Just call me Chen Ming, or Chen Jusher is fine too. Chen Ming yawned, and Abe Shinjo's lips twitched. Mr. Chen, I do not wish to be enemies with Dragon Country. However, I must have this spiritual mine. If you withdraw voluntarily, I can overlook the deaths of Kamida and his team, and I will offer you 3 grade cores as compensation. What if we don't leave? Chen Ming replied lazily. Abe Shinjo snapped open his folding fan. The pentagram array on the fan suddenly glowed with a layer of eerie blue cold light. The temperature in the air dropped several degrees. The 3 samurai behind him simultaneously drew their katanas, a faint blue frost flowing along the blades. Then I will have to be rude. The folding fan in Abe Shinkai's hand slowly spun around. A cold, eerie blue light spread from its surface, as if something was seeping out from the pentagram array. Fine ice crystals began to drift in the air. They were not naturally formed, but rather birthed by the array. Each ice crystal carried a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy, causing the temperature within a 10-meter radius to plummet. The lush green vegetation on the ground began to wither and turn pale under the coverage of ice crystals. Lu Yifei exhaled a puff of white mist with her breath. She gripped her tang, Dao tightly watching Abe Shinkai's changes with vigilance. Yin-yang technique, Shikigami summoning. Chen Ming whispered, his tone devoid of any fluctuations. Wow, he's going all out right from the start. Abe Shinkai's folding fan came to a halt, its surface facing the sky. His lips moved slightly as he recited a passage of ancient Japanese incantation at an incredibly fast pace. With each syllable pronounced, the pentagram on the fan glowed brighter. When the last syllable fell, the folding fan erupted in a burst of eerie blue light mist. The light mist churned in the air for 2 seconds before gradually condensing into a humanoid silhouette. It was the figure of a woman entirely ice blue with skin so pale, it was almost translucent, and long hair that hung like a frozen waterfall behind her. She wore a white kimono as thin as a cicada's wing, and her temperatureless feet hovered in the air. The most peculiar part was her eyes. 2 pure white eye spheres. No pupils, no whites, just hollowly embedded in her eye sockets. Shikigami Yukiana. Her appearance instantly dropped the temperature within a 50-meter radius below freezing. A thin layer of ice formed on the ground at the edge of the spiritual mine depression, and even the surface of the spiritual pool was scattered with fine ice shards. Seeing Abe Shinkai make his move, the audience from Sakura Country immediately forgot their previous injuries. In the Sakura Country livestream, the bullet comments finally came to life. Abisama's Yukiana, the strongest Shikigami under glass. Finally summoned. It's fine if that useless Kamita is dead, but Watanabe, Shu actually kneeled to the Dragon Country people. Indeed, only Abisama is our true ace in Sakura Country. With Yukiana here, what can a mere Taoist from the Dragon Country do? The international channel's bullet comments also became lively. Extraordinary research institutions from various countries began to retrieve Abe Shinkai's data for comparison and analysis. Known intelligence indicates that Abe Shinkai's Yukiana Shikigami possesses combat power with a limit of class. It has extremely strong ice control abilities and can freeze large areas in a short time. Targets that are frozen and do not possess a protective aura of class or above are basically unable to escape. Do you know what this thing is, Taoist? Chen Ming pointed at the Yukiana floating in the air. Lu Yifei nodded, her expression serious. Yukiana, one of the strongest ice-type Shikigami of the Onmyoji. In the last National Luck game, she froze a whole group of class anomalies in the Forbidden Area. Her battle record was rated as one of the strongest single performances among a class extraordinary beings. This Abe Shinkai is very strong. Is that so? Chen Ming looked up at those hollow white eyes and tilted his head. Do you think this thing can freeze a watermelon so it can be eaten, eh? Lu Yifei nearly choked on her own saliva. What are you talking about? Just asking casually. Chen Ming rubbed his stomach. After walking for so long, I'm a bit hungry. Abe Shinkai stood 200 meters away. He couldn't hear what Chen Ming was saying, but he saw the expression of the Taoist as he tilted his head to examine the Yukiana. It was not fear. It was not vigilance. It was curiosity, as if he were looking at an interesting new toy. The corners of Abe Shinkai's mouth twitched slightly. Yukiana, he said softly in Japanese. Ice. The Yukiana's hollow white eyes turned towards Chen Ming's direction. She spread her arms wide and countless strands of silver white ice threads flew out from between her fingers. The ice threads intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable ice net sweeping towards Chen Ming and Lu Yifei. Where the ice net passed, the air condensed into white frost. The rubble on the ground was frozen into ice blocks. Even the topsoil of the spiritual mine turned into a layer of hard frozen earth under the cover of the ice net. Quick dodge. Lu Yifei drew her sword and placed it in front of her, sidestepping to the left. The speed of the ice net was extremely fast, even exceeding that of the blood-pelt corpse wolf by 2 points. The ice threads at the edge brushed past Lu Yifei's right arm, instantly forming a layer of white ice shell at her sleeve. The bone-chilling touch made the flexibility of her entire arm drop significantly. What a powerful ice-type attack. Lu Yifei shook her arm and forcefully shattered the ice shell. However, after the ice shards fell away, new layers of ice began to condense. This was not ordinary ice. It was spell ice condensed from the Yukiana's spiritual power. As long as the spiritual power did not dissipate, the ice would continue to regenerate. Taoist, you don't need to dodge. As long as you don't move around, you'll be fine. Chen Ming's voice came from his original position. He hadn't moved an inch. The ice net descended like a shroud, wrapping Chen Ming tightly in the silver-white ice net. The corners of Abe Shinkai's mouth curved slightly. The 3 samurai simultaneously let out victorious shouts. The Sakura Country livestream erupted. He's frozen. That Taoist is frozen. Long live Abisama. I told you that Dragon Country Taoist was. However, their cheers only lasted for 2 seconds. The ice net began to glow. From within, a warm golden light seeped through the gaps of the ice net, like a sun wrapped in an ice shell. The surface of the ice net hissed as white steam rose. The silver-white ice threads began to melt under the warmth of the golden light. One after another they snapped and turned into water vapor, dissipating in the air. 3 seconds later, the entire ice net shattered completely. Chen Ming stood and placed the faint golden light membrane on him, leaving not a single drop of water. He patted the droplets of water on his sleeve. This ice isn't very effective, is it? Taoist, do you think I shouldn't complain? It would work fine for freezing a watermelon or something, right? Abe Shinkai's folding fan halted in midair, remaining open. In the hollow white eyes of the Yukiana, a fluctuation resembling emotion appeared for the first time. Confusion, shock, fear. Abe Shinkai's smile remained on his face, but the corners of his mouth had stiffened. He had seen it. The ice net, woven with all of Yukiana's strength, was completely melted away by that layer of golden light membrane, like frost under the sun. The 3 samurai behind him also saw it. The katana was gripped tightly in hand, yet none of them moved forward. There's something about this. Abe Shinkai closed the folding fan and tapped his palm. Golden light defense. A Taoist defensive technique. I thought it was just something from folklore, but it seems someone has really mastered it. His voice regained its previous elegance and composure, but his eyes now held an additional scrutiny. Strong defense does not equate to strong offense. Perhaps you are merely good at taking hits, but I am the strongest in Asia. Chen Ming stood with his hands in his pockets, remaining silent. Snow Maiden, obey my command. Abe Shinyu issued another order, this time using a different term. Frost coffin. The Snow Maiden's body suddenly became even more transparent. She pressed her hands down, and the ground of the spiritual mine collapsed with dense ice pillars erupting. The ice pillars did not grow skyward, but shot horizontally towards Chen Ming and Lu Yifei's positions, each as thick as an arm. The tips were sharp, as if they were sharpened spearheads, accompanied by a whistling sound cutting through the air. This was no longer a controlled ice net, it was a lethal attack. The sheer number of ice pillars was so dense that no gaps were visible. Lu Yifei's expression changed as she raised her Tang Dao in front of her. Don't panic, layman. Chen Ming's voice remained calm and unhurried. He raised his right hand, but this time it was not a snap of his fingers or a point of his finger. His right palm extended forward, fingers splayed. Golden light surged from his palm, no longer in the form of a light membrane. This time the golden light seemed to possess its own will. After shooting out from Chen Ming's palm, it rapidly expanded, condensed, and transformed in the air. It transformed into a gigantic golden hand about the size of a small truck, with the outlines of its 5 fingers so clear that even the palm lines could be seen. The golden hand hovered in midair, palm facing the incoming ice pillars. Then it pushed forward as if boom. It was not the sound of an explosion, but the sound of air being crushed at the moment the golden hand collided with the group of ice pillars. All the ice pillars turned into vapor the instant they made contact with the golden palm. There was no resistance, no stalemate. The difference in temperature and energy was so great that the ice pillars could not even maintain their existence. The golden hand surged through the crowd of ice pillars, maintaining its momentum as it continued to push towards the Snow Maiden. A flicker of fear passed through the hollow white eyes of the Snow Maiden. She tried to evade, but the coverage of the golden hand was too vast. Both her left and right, above and below, were engulfed in golden light. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as if a piece of ice sculpture had been shattered. The Snow Maiden's body disintegrated into a myriad of blue light spots under the pressure of the golden hand. The light spots drifted in the air for a few seconds before completely dissipating. The Shikigami was recalled. It wasn't dead. After being defeated, the Shikigami would automatically return to the Onmyosis artifact to be repaired. However, the repair cycle takes at least 10 days. This means that in this game of national fortune, Abe Shinya's Snow Maiden would not appear again. The golden hand lingered in the air for a moment before slowly dissipating into a shower of golden fragments. The fragments fell on the ground of the spiritual mine, melting away the ice layer created by the Snow Maiden. The vibrant green vegetation regained its vitality, and the chunks of ice on the surface of the spiritual pool turned back into clear water. Abe Shinya's folding fan fell from his hand. He did not pick it up. He stood there watching the golden fragments slowly fall, his hands hanging motionless by. The 3 samurai behind him gripped their katana tightly, their veins bulging. Yet no one drew their swords. In the global live stream, the barrage of comments once again came to a halt. Then like a tide they surged back. Can the golden light transform into a giant hand? Transformation. The golden light directly transformed into a hand larger than a truck. What about Abe-san? What about the Snow Maiden? What Snow Maiden? It was smashed with a single slap. What Abe Shinyu? What the strongest in Asia? In front of my Dragon Kingdom, it was literally subdued with a I am an audience member from Eagle Sauce Nation, and I hereby officially place this Taoist from the Dragon Kingdom on my list of people I absolutely do not want to provoke in my lifetime. What about you upstairs? Are you male or female? Does it matter? The barrage density in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream had reached a level that required a split-screen mode to read. More than half of the 1.2 billion online viewers were spamming the same sentence. One slap. Just one slap. Only one slap. This sentence was repeated millions of times in just 1 minute. It became the highest repeat rate barrage in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. The atmosphere in the command center of the Dragon Kingdom was also completely different. The advisors were no longer tense or anxious. Instead, there was a sense of ease as if watching a grand play. Some even picked up their teacups crossing their legs while watching the livestream. Lin Yuanshan sat in the main seat, his fingers interlaced on the table, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Add a line to Chen Ming's ability assessment report. The Golden Light Talisman possesses transformation capabilities and can condense into a tangible construct for attack. The largest observed volume is approximately equivalent to a light truck. The attack form is provisionally defined as a palm strike. Whether it can change into other forms remains to be observed. The adjutant couldn't help but chuckle twice while recording. What's so funny? Report, I am imagining Abe Shinya's expression right now. Lin Yuanshan did not respond to that, but the curve of his mouth widened a little. The situation in the command center of Sakura country was not so pleasant. A bald official smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground, shards flying everywhere. What happened to Abe Shinyu? How could the Snow Maiden be destroyed in one strike? He claims his Shikigami is the strongest of a grade. One advisor quietly explained, the Snow Maiden is indeed the strongest ice-type Shikigami of a grade, but the Golden Light's energy level of the opponent may far exceed a grade. If that Golden Hand's energy level reached grade, or even higher, the Snow Maiden's ice-type offense and defense would be as fragile as paper in front of it. Scrade? The bald official's face grew even worse. When did the Dragon Kingdom have Scrade or higher extraordinary beings? Can't find any information. This person's data is completely blank in the Dragon Kingdom's database. Useless. All of you are useless. The bald official cursed, but while cursing his hands trembled. At the eastern edge of the forbidden area, in the spiritual mine, Abe Shinyu bent down to pick up the folding fan that had fallen on the ground. His hand trembled, but the motion of picking up the fan was slow and steady, as if he was deliberately controlling it. He closed the folding fan and placed it at his waist. Mr. Chun, he spoke, his voice returning to that steady tone from before. But if one listened closely, they could discern that the gaps between each word were slightly longer than before. Your abilities indeed exceeded my expectations. Usually I do not surprise others. Perhaps it is because the layman is relatively weak, leading to lower expectations. Chen Ming tucked his hands back into his sleeves. Abe Shinya's eyelids twitched. He glanced at the old Taoist robe that Chen Ming was wearing, faded from washing, and then at his own expensive embroidered hunting attire. Suddenly he let out a chuckle. All right, I concede. I will take a step back and nod slightly towards Chen Ming. This spiritual mind belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. But Mr. Chen, there's something you should know. A flicker of something passed through his gaze, quickly masked by a smile. The game of national fortune is not over yet. We shall meet again. He turned around, leading the three samurai back in the direction they came from. After taking, his right hand slipped out of his sleeve, secretly crushing something. It was a fragment of white jade from which a faint spiritual light drifted away into the air. An emergency communication talisman. The signal from the fragment returned to the command center of the Sakura country. After Abe Shin walked away, Lu Yifei sheathed her sword, watching the direction they disappeared into. You just left. Why is the layman asking this question again? Chen Ming squatted by the spiritual pool, cupping a handful of green spiritual liquid in his hands and smelling it. This Abe is much smarter than Kitada, knowing to concede when he can't win. There's no need to pursue him. If we want to kill him, it'll take some effort. Moreover, he took a sip of the spiritual liquid and swallowed it. He shattered a communication talisman. Who do you think he informed? Chen Ming tilted his head. Most likely he informed the reinforcements or allies of the Sakura country. Let them bring more people to seize the spiritual mine. Lu Yifei's expression grew serious. What should we do? Shall we mine the spiritual or first? No rush. Chen Ming took another sip of the spiritual liquid. This spiritual liquid is quite good. It refreshes and quenches thirst, and it flows through the meridians better than the well water from the mountain temple. First have a drink and take a break, layman. Can't you be tense just once? What should I be tense about? How many come? I'll take care of how many. Chen Ming stood up, shaking the water off his hands. Layman, instead of worrying about those Sakura people, you might as well help me solve a more important problem. What problem? Chen Ming pointed at the large, slowly wriggling shadow in the center of the spiritual pool. We need to get this big fellow out of the pool before we can mine right. Lu Yifei followed his finger and looked over. The shadow in the center of the spiritual pool had grown larger than when they first arrived. It seemed to sense the fluctuations of battle around it, and was slowly waking from its slumber. Bubbles began to rise from the surface of the water. A grayish-white back slowly surfaced from the green spiritual liquid. By the outline it was at least as large as an adult elephant. Lu Yifei tightened her grip on the tang knife. When will this thing fully awaken? Chen Ming tilted his head and listened for 2 seconds. About 10 minutes, I guess. He pulled out the previously stored fragment of gray bone spider shell from his sleeve, flipping it between his fingers. Just enough for me to have a couple more sips of water. The bubbles on the surface of the spiritual pool became increasingly dense. The green spiritual liquid rolled, as if it were a pot of soup, brought to a boil. The grayish-white back slowly floated to the surface, revealing more of its outline. It was not an elephant. It was larger than an elephant. The grayish-white surface was covered with cracked patterns resembling the cracked mud of a dry riverbed. But it certainly did not feel like mud. It was a type of extremely hard mineralized shell. Lu Yifei transmitted the image back to the command center through the communicator. Lin, the guardian of the spiritual mind, is waking up, and its size is at least 3 times larger than the bone-armored hell beast we encountered before. What is the level assessment? Preliminary assessment is upper level, which is the strongest tier within. It may be approaching level. What does Chen Ming say? Lu Yifei glanced at Chen Ming, who was squatting by the spiritual pool washing his face with the spiritual liquid. He's washing his face. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for 2 seconds. Let him prepare properly, don't take it lightly. I'll try my best. Lu Yifei turned off the communicator and walked over to Chen Ming. The command center said to let you prepare. Prepare for what? Chen Ming shook the water off his face. Prepare to fight that big fellow. Oh, this. Chen Ming looked up at the grayish-white back that was rising higher in the center of the spiritual pool. Let's wait until it fully emerges. Prey that has eaten well is easier to hunt than one that is starving. What kind of logic is that? It absorbs spiritual energy while soaking in the spiritual liquid, so when it comes out its internal spiritual power will be abundant. The more spiritual power it has, the better the core will condense. The better the core condenses, the higher the quality of the spirit stones that scatter when it shatters. Chen Ming counted on his fingers. Laymen, think about it, a high-quality Clevel core handed over to the Dragon Kingdom can be exchanged for at least 2 luck points. 2 luck points will improve the physical quality of the citizens in every aspect. Do you think it's worth it? Lu Yifei was taken aback. She didn't expect Chen Ming to consider the problem from this perspective. You actually calculated the cost-effectiveness. It's just everyday life. How can you not consider cost-effectiveness? Chen Ming stood up, brushing the dust off his robe. Suddenly the surface of the spiritual pool surged violently. A gigantic head burst out of the green spiritual liquid. It splashed a large amount of water. The width of that head exceeded 3 meters. Overall, it had a flat trapezoidal shape with a surface covered in the same cracked shell as its back. 2 fist-sized yellow eyeballs were set between the cracks of the shell. When they turned, they emitted a grinding sound. It opened its mouth. There were no teeth inside. Instead, there were 3 rows of densely packed gray bone plates with dark green slime seeping out from the gaps between the plates. The slime dripped into the spiritual pool. The contact points sizzled and smoked, corroding the green spiritual liquid into a murky gray mass. It was a strong acid. Ironclad drought spirit. Lu Yifei's voice tightened. One of the known Clevel lords in the forbidden area. Its shell hardness is extremely high and ordinary level attacks are completely ineffective against it. Moreover, its bodily fluids are of a strong acidic nature, which corrode upon contact, making close combat extremely dangerous. The most troublesome part is that its shell has a spiritual power rebound effect. Ordinary elemental attacks like fire, ice, or lightning will have 30 to 50 of their damage rebounded. This is why during the previous National Fortune Games, participants from various countries found it very troublesome when facing drought spirits. So, layman, do you mean that ordinary attacks can't harm it? Not that they can't harm it at all, but the efficiency is extremely low. Oh, Chen Ming stretched and yawned. That's just right. Just right for what? Just right to try out the golden light spell with a different approach. The ironclad drought spirit had completely surfaced. Its body resembled a giant land turtle magnified 20 times. For sturdy legs supported its heavy shell. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble, and the debris at the edge of the spiritual pool jumped along. Its yellow eyeballs rotated and locked onto the 2 nearest humans standing by the pool. It opened its huge mouth lined with 3 rows of bone plates and released a deafening roar towards the sky. The roar surged forth with a wave of scorching acidic air. Lu Yifei stepped back 2 paces, covering her mouth and nose with her sleeve. The acid gas was too thick. Chen Ming stood still, his golden light barrier automatically activating to isolate the acidic air. It's quite large and looks sturdy. He tilted his head to size up the drought spirit for 2 seconds. But it walks so slowly it can't even run fast. Layman, do you think the meat of this thing is edible? Ah, why do you only think about eating? I think about sleeping too. The drought spirit's patience ran out. It lowered its head, its four legs suddenly exerting force. Its entire body charged at the two like a moving fortress. The ground was pressed down, leaving a series of half-meter deep footprints. It moved much faster than Lu Yifei had anticipated. Be careful. Lu Yifei drew her sword and dodged to the left. Chen Ming did not move. He pulled his right hand from his sleeve palm, facing upwards. Golden light gathered once more. This time it did not take the form of a giant hand. Instead it condensed into a golden whip shadow over 10 meters long. The whip shadow extended from his palm into the air, tracing a brilliant golden arc beneath the dark red sky. Chen Ming's wrist flicked gently. The golden whip shadow emitted a crisp crack, striking down at the rushing Han Zhao. The golden whip shadow drew a long trail of light in the air, the end moving so fast that it let out a piercing scream. The armored Han Zhao charged forward. Its shell was half a meter thick with cracked patterns glowing with a dark yellow spiritual energy. That was the spiritual energy rebound layer. Any energy attack that struck the shell would have a significant portion rebounded by this layer. This was the core reliance that allowed the Han Zhao to dominate in Class C anomalies. The golden whip struck the Han Zhao's shell. At the moment of contact, the rebound layer lit up. The dark yellow glow clashed with the golden light, producing a dull resonance. The rebound layer struggled to push back the golden energy. It pushed for 0.3 seconds. Then it shattered. The energy level of the golden whip shadow was too high. So high that the threshold of the rebound layer was directly breached. The dark yellow spiritual energy shattered like glass flaking off the surface of the shell. The golden whip drove straight and striking heavily against the exposed shell. A dull roar reverberated, shaking the internal organs. The armored Han Zhao's body felt as if it had been hit by a speeding truck. It was launched off the ground, flying horizontally for over 10 meters. It crashed onto the rocky ground at the edge of the spiritual pool, creating a 2-meter-deep pit. Debris and dirt flew everywhere. The surface of the spiritual pool was disturbed with waves rising over a meter high. The Han Zhao lay at the bottom of the pit. A half-meter-long crack appeared on its shell, dark green bodily fluid seeping from within. It struggled to get up, kicking its four legs several times before finally flipping out of the pit. A new emotion appeared in its yellow eyes. Fear. It had never been knocked away by any prey since it was the overlord of this spiritual mine at the top of the pyramid. Now a two-legged beast in tattered clothes had struck it with a whip, sending it flying like a ball for over 10 meters. Though its mind was not very clever, its instincts told it that the creature before it was very dangerous. More dangerous than any prey it had ever encountered. The Han Zhao crouched low, taking 2 steps back. It hissed threateningly, but did not charge forward. Look, the golden whip shadow in Chen Ming's hand casually whipped in the air. This kind of anomaly is one that fears the strong and bullies the weak. If it misbehaves, just give it another hit, and it will be obedient. Lu Yifei glanced at the Han Zhao lying in the pit, and the sparkling golden whip shadow in Chen Ming's hand, her mouth slightly moving. Can your golden light spell transform into a whip besides turning into a giant hand? It can change into many forms depending on the need. Chen Ming retracted the golden whip shadow, its brilliance shrinking back into his palm. However, for such a tough-skinned creature, a whip is more effective than a slap. A slap disperses the force, while a whip focuses the power into a single line, providing greater penetration. He spoke as if he were teaching a physics class. Lu Yifei silently noted this down in her mind. The golden light spell could change its form according to the user's will. In defense, it forms a light membrane. In wide area attacks, it manifests as a spherical shockwave. For precise strikes, it becomes a piercing light ball. For medium-range attacks, it can transform into a giant hand or whip shadow. This flexibility meant that the golden light spell could handle almost any combat scenario. So how do you plan to deal with it? Lu Yifei pointed at the retreating Han Zhao. It's already taken a beating, just one more hit will do. Chen Ming walked to the edge of the spiritual pool. The Han Zhao's yellow eyes fixed intensely on him. It hissed continuously, retreating further. It wanted to flee, but the spiritual mind depression was its territory, and its lair was at the bottom of the spiritual pool. It was unwilling, and it couldn't escape. Chen Ming raised his right hand palm, facing up. The golden light gathered once more. This time he did not condense it into any specific shape. He merely let the golden light coalesce into a fist-sized orb in his palm, identical to the one used to penetrate the bone-armored hell beast. Layman, help me drive it to the center of the spiritual pool. To the center? Why? If we kill it in the spiritual energy within it will disperse into the liquid, enhancing the overall quality of the spiritual mine. No waste. Lu Yifei was speechless for a second. Then she drew her tang knife and circled to the side of the Han Zhao. She swung the knife twice, the blade striking the Han Zhao shell with a metallic clink. Though it did not cause substantial harm, it successfully attracted the attention of the Han Zhao. The Han Zhao turned to Lu Yifei, hissing angrily. Lu Yifei blocked the tail that the Han Zhao swung while retreating towards the spiritual pool, its instincts overcoming its fear, chasing Lu Yifei toward the pool. As soon as all four of its feet stepped into the spiritual liquid, a light voice came from behind it. All right. The Han Zhao had no time to look back. The golden light orb pierced through its shell. It entered through the center of its back and exited through its abdomen. A gaping wound the size of a bowl. The Han Zhao's body quivered twice in the spiritual liquid, and the light in its yellow eyes quickly dimmed. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged out of it, merging into the surrounding emerald green liquid. At that moment, the color of the spiritual pool became even clearer and brighter. At the bottom, a layer of densely packed green crystals could be faintly seen glowing. The quality of the spiritual mine visibly improved. The Han Zhao's body slowly sank into the spiritual pool, leaving only a fist-sized dark yellow core floating on the surface. A Class C upper-tier core. Its quality was at least 30% higher than that of the bone-armored hell beast. Chen Ming walked to the edge of the spiritual pool and bent down to retrieve the core. He weighed it in his hand. This is heavy. With the death of the Han Zhao, the spiritual mine area was completely safe. Chen Ming handed the dark yellow Class C core to Lu Yifei. Layman, you should absorb this. Lu Yifei took the core. When her fingers touched the surface, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged into her palm. Her eyes widened slightly. The spiritual power contained in this core was at least 5 times denser than that of the previous bone-armored hell beast core. If fully absorbed, her strength could potentially break through from Class B to upper class, be even touching the threshold of Class A. You are giving me such a good core. For you. Chen Ming squatted by the spiritual pool, continuing to drink the spiritual liquid. I have no use for Class C items, but you do? If your strength increases, it will also be more convenient for you to assist me later. When did I become your assistant? Since you entered the forbidden area? Lu Yifei shot him a glare, but did not refuse the core. Just as Chen Ming said, her current strength was not much. She found a flat rock to sit on. Pressing the core against the dantian in her lower abdomen, she closed her eyes and began to absorb the spiritual power. The dark yellow glow from the core slowly seeped into her body. The spiritual energy flowed through her meridians, leaving behind a warm accumulation of energy with each passage. Her breath gradually but steadily grew stronger. Chen Ming sat by the spiritual pool, guarding her. Guarding meant leaning against a rock and occasionally opening one eye to scan the surroundings. The barrage in the live stream room has shifted from shock to a daily routine. Occasionally, he even asks Sister Yifei what's for dinner. Level upper core. If she absorbs this, Sister Yifei will at least reach a level entry, right? Who said that Longwo was just here to accompany the run? Step forward. About half an hour later, Lu Yifei opened her eyes. Her breath was much steadier than before, and her overall mental state had improved significantly. She picked up the tang knife from her knee and casually swung it. The blade energy flew from the tip of the knife, leaving a half-finger-deep cut on a stone 3 meters away. Previously, her full-powered strike could only create a crack on level alloy. Now swinging the knife feels as easy as cutting cotton candy. Have you broken through? Chen Ming opened one eye. Level upper, still a bit away from a level. Lu Yifei moved her wrist, feeling completely different, holding the tang knife. The knife felt much lighter in her hand, and a continuous surge of power flowed out. Not bad. Chen Ming stood up. Now let's get down to business. Business. Mining. Chen Ming pointed to the lush green ground around the spiritual pool. The veins of the spirit mine are located 1 to 2 meters underground. Breaking the surface soil will reveal. We will collect the ore and submit it to the National Luck Game System. It can also be exchanged for luck points. Lu Yifei surveyed the area of the spirit mine and estimated it. Such a large area, and it's just the 2 of us digging. Who makes it just us 2? But I didn't bring any tools. No tools needed. Chen Ming crouched down, placing his palm on the ground. Golden light seeped into the soil around his palms. The soil began to move automatically, as if being pushed up by an invisible hand. Emerald green spirit stones floated up from the soil, varying in size, resembling scattered jade-like beans on the ground. Golden light enters the earth and spirit stones reveal themselves. Chen Ming brushed off the dirt from his hands. Mining doesn't require digging. Just use the golden light to resonate the spirit stones underground. Lu Yifei's lips twitched twice. Is this what you call a Taoist? You're a human mining machine. Mining machines are great, they're efficient. Chen Ming placed his palm on another patch of ground. The golden light seeped in again, and another pile of spirit stones floated up. Layperson, help me collect them. I'll do the mining. Lu Yifei helplessly crouched down and began picking up the spirit stones one by one into her waist bag. The 2 worked together. One resonated the spirit stones from underground with golden light, while the other collected them. Their efficiency was extremely high. About an hour later, they had combed through the entire spirit mine basin. Lu Yifei's waist bag was stuffed with spirit stones estimated to be 300 to 400 pieces. Adding her other containers and the space in Chen Ming's sleeves, they had collected over 600 pieces of spirit stone, or that should be enough. Chen Ming stood by the spiritual pool stretching. Let's submit these spirit stones to the system. Lu Yifei nodded and operated a few things on the communicator. The collection system of the National Luck game popped up a submission box on her wrist display. She placed all the spirit stones into the submission area. The numbers on the display jumped for a few seconds before finally settling on a figure. Submission successful. Spirit stone, or 637 pieces. Total exchanged luck points, 8,200. Longwo's current luck index 16. 5. In the sky above the Forbidden Land, the rule display reappeared. Announcement: Longwo contestants successfully mined a medium spirit mine, gaining a large amount of spirit stone resources. Reward: Longwo manifests a 10th Sanmu spirit field permanently existing. Effect: the spirit field produces spirit rice and spirit vegetables which enhance the health and immunity of citizens. Longwo's luck index soared to 16. 5, currently ranked first. Longwo's luck index skyrocketed from 6. 7 when entering the National Luck game to 16. The ranking jumped from 7th directly to 1st. World number 1. The barrage in Longwo's live stream exploded. The server issued 3 warnings, but could not stop the influx of traffic. Longwo number 1. Blood-red clouds churned violently along the northern horizon. The onsuniform oppressive cloud cover hanging over the Forbidden Zone twisted as though gripped and stirred by a colossal hand at its center. It spiraled inward, forming a vast vortex, its core sinking steadily, revealing beneath it a deeper purplish-black expanse darker than blood itself. The concentration of turbid chi in the air surged rapidly. The emerald vegetation within the spirit or basin began to wilt, their leaf edges curled and yellowed with scorching desiccation. The luminous motes dancing across the surface of the spirit pool dimmed considerably. Lu Yifei's communicator chimed sharply. Lu Yifei. A massive energy anomaly has erupted in the north of the Forbidden Zone. Lin Yuanshan's voice crackled through the device, faster tauter than usual. Our detection systems have registered an extraordinarily potent and aberrant signal. It is moving outward, from the periphery of the Forbidden Zone's core region toward its outer edge. Signal intensity far exceeds Class C thresholds. Preliminary assessment at least Class B or higher. Lu Yifei's fingertips grew faintly cold. Class B. How could a Class B aberration appear here? Isn't the upper limit for aberrations in the Forbidden Zone's outer zone Class C? We are still analyzing the cause. Lin Yuanshan's tone deepened, weighted with gravity. One possibility exists: even sovereign-level aberrations engage in territorial conquest, seizing domains left vacant by fallen rivals. Bone-armored netherbeast and ironclad drought corpse were both slain earlier by Chen Ming. The regions they once dominated now lie entirely unclaimed. Those empty territories are like succulent morsels, drawing stronger, deeper aberrations from the Forbidden Zone's abyssal heart to vie for dominion. Lu Yifei bit her lower lip. So this Class B aberration was drawn here precisely because we eliminated the Class C sovereigns. That is highly probable. A pause filled the channel. Prepare for immediate withdrawal. Class B aberrations are beyond your current capacity to confront. Chen Ming listened nearby, and his eyes gleamed. Class B. Withdraw? He needed shock value, not retreat. As Lu Yifei opened her mouth to reply, Chen Ming reached over and calmly plucked the communicator from her hand. Director Lin. Comrade Chen Ming. What is it? We will not withdraw. What? A Class B aberration's core must be worth a fortune, wouldn't you agree? 3 seconds of silence followed. Comrade Chen Ming. Class B aberrations belong to an entirely different order of existence than Class C. A Class C sovereign is to a Class B what a Class D is to a Class C. Disparity so absolute it constitutes a qualitative chasm. In the annals of all national fortune games, combat against Class B aberrations has occurred only thrice, each time requiring the combined might of the world's strongest competitors to barely force a retreat. No individual has ever slain one alone. Perfect. Chen Ming handed the communicator back to Lu. Then I shall be the first. Lu Yifei studied his expression, still languid, yet now alight, with something subtle, incandescent, not bravado, but fervor. Not arrogance. Not recklessness. Pure, unadulterated excitement. Are you truly certain? Certainty. 80 to 90%. And the remaining 10 to 20%. Left to chance. Chen Ming stretched lazily. Even if matters turn dire, escape remains assured. The Golden Light Mantra's protective aura can withstand Class B assaults without injury, meaning I cannot die. At worst I simply retreat, gracefully if somewhat dust-streaked. Lu Yifei weighed the words for several seconds. Agreed, but if conditions deteriorate we withdraw instantly. Rest easy, layman. Chen Ming gazed northward. The vortex in the heavens swelled ever larger. Its purplish-black base radiated a sinister, bone-chilling luminescence. From the distant forest came a relentless series of explosive cracks, as though some colossal entity carved a straight, merciless path through the ancient woods. Trees toppled one after another. Dust rose from crushed canopies coalescing into a towering gray column. The ground trembled with gathering intensity. A rhythmic pulse vibrated beneath Chen Ming's feet, like the measured tread of a leviathan. Each step echoed at precise, 3-second intervals. 1, 2, 3, drawing nearer. At last the northern forest's edge ruptured, a colossal breach yawning open. Uprooted trunks fanned outward, exposing a pitch-black aperture. From that void emerged a silhouette so immense it blotted out half the sky. A bipedal entity towering and primordial. Over 15 meters tall, its body sheathed in obsidian-black scales, each edge glowing with dull crimson as though embers smoldered beneath every plate. Its skull formed a downward-pointing triangle crowned by 2 sinuous branching horns wreathed in flickering black mist. 2 vertical pupils burned fiery red in the center of that triangular visage, like twin molten orbs embedded in midnight. Its arms hung motionless at its sides. Each hand bore 4 elongated fingers tipped with claws over a meter long, gleaming with metallic coldness beneath the ruddy twilight. A Class B sovereign aberration. A true apex predator emerging from the Forbidden Zone's deepest, most forbidden strata. It stood at the edge of the shattered forest, its crimson gaze sweeping across the spirit or basin. Across the Viridian spirit pool. Across Lu Yifei, and the Tang sword gripped tightly in her hand. Finally it fixed upon Chen Ming, and it opened its maw. Within its throat blazed an incandescent orangerd, like the white-hot heart of a forge. Then came the roar, deafening, cataclysmic. The sonic wave, thick with searing heat, slammed across the entire basin. The spirit pool's surface buckled inward under the pressure. Pebbles scattered like shrapnel. Spiderweb fractures spidered across the basin's northern cliffs. Lu Yifei staggered backward, 3 paces, planting her Tang sword deep into the earth to anchor herself. Chen Ming remained rooted. A shimmering golden membrane flared instinctively around him, deflecting sound and blast alike. He tilted his head upward, meeting the gaze of the 15-meter behemoth. His hand, hidden within his sleeve, twitched faintly. "This one's large," he murmured softly, then smiled. "This should suffice to unlock Thunder Art." The Class B sovereign aberration stood at the basin's northern rim, its fiery vertical pupils surveying the 2 diminutive figures below with detached predatory disdain. Its obsidian scales gleamed with metallic luster beneath the ruddy sky. Each breath expelled a roiling plume of scorching vapor. Something churned deep within its chest. A low subterranean rumble, like a slumbering volcano preparing to erupt. Across global live streams, the image ignited unprecedented polarization in the comment feed. One faction flooded the screen, clasped sovereign. A 15-meter aberration. How can they even fight this? Every previous clasp encounter in National Fortune games required coalition of global elites. Can Chen Ming win? Even at his PAK, he's still just one man. Another faction had already placed their bets. Brother Chen will prevail, trust me. They said he couldn't beat Class D. He did it in 2 seconds. Said Class C was impossible. He ended it in 3. For Class B, he'll just need a few more seconds. You're overly optimistic. Class B and Class C exist on utterly incomparable planes. A clasp aberration is beyond any single human's capacity to confront. Tension in the Longhua Command Center reached its breaking point. Lin Yuanshan stared unblinking at the monitor, his fingers unconsciously tightening around a pen holder. Energy signature analysis complete. Yes, sir. The technician's voice trembled. This Class B sovereign's total energy output exceeds that of the bone-armored netherbeast by over 40-fold. Its scale hardness and spiritual energy rebound coefficient also surpass the ironclad Drought Corpse by a wide margin. According to our energy model simulations, breaching its defenses requires sustained concentrated strikes rated S-class mid-tier or higher. And not just once, repeatedly. Lin Yuanshan's brow furrowed deeply. S-class mid-tier, the exact benchmark assigned to Chen Ming's golden light mantra piercing technique during prior engagements with Class C aberrations. But that output had been calibrated against Class C foes. Against this sovereign's armored hide it might merely graze, like scratching stone with a fingernail. Inform Lu Yifei initiate withdrawal protocol immediately. No need. A young strategist spoke up unexpectedly. Sir, look at the screen, Director Lin. Lin Yuanshan turned. There on the monitor stood Chen Ming, hands tucked into his sleeves, motionless. His lips curved upward, his eyes held a light never seen before. Not laziness, not indifference, but raw electric exhilaration. The look of a veteran hunter who, after decades in the mountains, has finally tracked down prey worthy of his full art. Inside the forbidden area, Chen Ming stood at the southern edge of the spiritual mine, gazing up at the 15-meter-tall Great Lord. In his mind, a system panel automatically popped up with a message. Detected the appearance of a Great Lord-level anomaly. Global live stream audience's emotions are in a state of turmoil. Current shock value 47,200. 2,800 more needed to unlock the conditions for Nine Heavens Thunder Law, 50,000. Just 2,800 left. As long as a sufficiently shocking scene is created, the audience's emotional feedback will fill this gap. Chen Ming spoke up. My. Lu Yifei, holding a Tang Dao, stood beside him, her body tense. I need to hit this big guy twice. Twice. The first hit is to unlock it. The second hit is to finish it. Lu Yifei didn't understand what he was saying, but she chose to trust him. The Great Lord lost patience. Its right arm lifted from its side, and a 1-meter-long claw suddenly slashed down towards Chen Ming. The speed of its entire arm was so fast that it created a white sonic boom in the air. The ground cracked in a spiderweb pattern under the pressure of the claw's wind. This claw was enough to shatter a 3-story building. Chen Ming didn't dodge. He raised his right hand, gathering golden light. This time it wasn't transformed into a giant palm or whip shadow. It was pure golden energy condensed into a light shield. The shield was only the size of a table, but its thickness exceeded 1 meter. The concentrated golden energy surged on the shield's surface, resembling a wall forged from liquid gold. The giant claw collided with the golden shield. Boom! The shockwave exploded outward from the point of collision. A 3-meter-deep depression formed on the surface of the spiritual pool. Lu Yifei was blown back, 10 steps, barely stabilizing herself with the Tang Dao embedded in the ground. The golden shield did not shatter. However, Chen Ming's feet slid on the ground, leaving 2 half-meter-long marks. Quite strong, he remarked as fine cracks appeared on his golden shield, yet it held firm. The Great Lord withdrew its claw, leaving golden scorch marks on its tip. This surprised it, as it had never encountered a creature that could withstand one of its claws in the depths of the forbidden area. The Great Lord opened its mouth again. This time it was not a roar. The orange-red glow deep in its throat suddenly brightened. A concentrated flame surged from its throat. Dragon breath. Not a true dragon, but the great anomaly's breath attack was nearly as powerful as the legendary dragon's. Flames reaching over 1,000 degrees wrapped in a scorching gust sprayed towards Chen Ming. The golden shield began to sizzle under the high temperature. Cracks widened. Alright, that's enough. Chen Ming suddenly retracted the golden shield. As the golden fragments dissipated in the air, the golden light membrane around him suddenly thickened threefold. The dragon breath struck the light membrane. The membrane withstood it for about 2 seconds. The global live stream audience witnessed this scene, and everyone's heart was in their throats. He is enduring the Great Lord's dragon breath. Can the golden light spell withstand it? The light membrane is cracking. It's cracking. The barrage was flooding the screen. Emotional fluctuations reached a peak. In Chen Ming's mind, the system panel displayed a line of golden characters. Ding! Shock value has reached 50,000. Nine Heavens Thunder Law officially unlocked. Chen Ming grinned in the heat of the dragon breath. He laughed. The dragon breath flames burned on the surface of the golden light membrane for a full 3 seconds. Then the Great Lord ceased its breath, and the flames extinguished. Chen Ming stood his ground. The golden light membrane was covered in cracks, yet it remained intact. The ground beneath him was charred black from the high temperature. But his Dao robe had no trace of even a spark. Not bad. He glanced down at the charred earth beneath his feet. The temperature is sufficient. It's a pity I didn't bring any ingredients, otherwise I could have grilled some meat. Lu Yifei ran over from several meters away. Are you alright? I'm fine. It's warmer than roasting by the fire in the temple during winter. Lu Yifei looked at his intact Dao robe, and his ever laid-back expression, feeling half of her worries lift. But the Great Lord did not give them time to converse. It swung its right arm's claw again. This time the angle was more cunning and faster, with the claw winds slicing from 3 directions simultaneously. Chen Ming did not use the golden shield to take it heat in again. He stepped back 2 paces, avoiding the direct attack range of the claw winds. The 3 claw winds crossed over the spot where he had stood, carving 3 half-meter-deep trenches into the ground. Aren't you retreating a bit? His voice sounded different now. The usual lazy tone was still there, but the underlying tone had changed. It contained a seriousness never before exhibited by Chen Ming. Lu Yifei did not hesitate, and turned to rush to the southernmost end of the spiritual mine. Chen Ming stood by the spiritual pool. The fired vertical pupils of the Great Lord were tightly locked onto him. The entire giant beast's body arched, and the dark red glow beneath its scales brightened. It was gathering power, preparing for a more intense attack. Chen Ming did not wait for it to finish gathering power. He raised his right hand, but this time it was not palm up. His index finger pointed to the sky, one-handed, pointing upwards. The global live stream audience witnessed this action, and some in the barrage began to sense that something was off. What is he doing? Why is he pointing to the sky? He has never done this gesture before. Wait, look at the sky. Look at the sky. The thick blood-red clouds that had originally pressed low over the forbidden area began to deform. At the moment Chen Ming's finger pointed to the sky, the blood-red thick clouds began to rotate, rapidly centering around Chen Ming's head. A giant vortex formed 10 times larger than the one created by the Great Lord. The center of the vortex was no longer purple-black, but pure white. Pure white, as if something extremely fiery was brewing behind the clouds. The Great Lord halted its power gathering. Its fired vertical pupils lifted, gazing at the expanding white vortex above. Its scales began to rise uncontrollably. This was an instinctive reaction of the anomaly facing a heavenly enemy. The murky air began to dissipate rapidly, replaced by an extremely dry and pure aura reminiscent of the static charge in the air just before Chen Ming spoke. His voice was not loud, but every word seemed to be directly imprinted in the space between heaven and earth. Great Sage, Great Compassion, Supreme Emperor, Supreme Tao. 9 heavens, answering thunder, universal, transforming, heavenly sovereign. A thunderous sound erupted from deep within the clouds, but it was not an ordinary thunder. That sound carried an indescribable rhythm, as if some ancient, untraceable power was responding behind. A crack opened in the center of the white vortex. The gap revealed not the sky, but lightning. Dense white lightning surged and rolled through the cloud fissures like a nest of startled snakes. Lu Yifei stood at the southernmost end of the spiritual mine. She looked up at the cracked sky, her hair standing on end. It was not from fear. It was a physiological reaction involuntarily triggered by the scale of that power. That power was too immense, too large for her cognitive framework to contain. Come down. Chen Ming's fingers swept downwards, pointing at the Great Lord's head. The heavens split apart. A white lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel struck down from the gap in the clouds. Its speed was soundless, not that it was too fast to be heard. It was so fast that sound could not keep up. The moment the lightning bolt hit the ground, light, pure, blinding white light, engulfed the entire spiritual mine area within a radius of 300 meters. All live broadcast screens turned white in that instant, lasting a full 2 seconds. Then the white light faded and the live broadcast screens returned. The Blevel Lord stood still. Its body covered in a layer of web-like white patterns on its scales looked as if it had been burned by lightning, leaving behind scars. These patterns extended from its head all the way down to its feet, covering every scale on its body. Its crimson vertical pupils had dimmed. They had turned into 2 grayish-white pebbles embedded in its eye sockets. Its mouth was slightly ajar, and the orange-red flames in its throat had vanished. In their place, a wisp of grayish smoke floated out from deep within its throat like a furnace that had extinguished its flames. Cracks began to appear on its body, starting from its head. The cracks rapidly spread along the white lightning marks, first shattering its head into several pieces, then its neck, shoulders, and chest, waist and abdomen. Limbs. The 15-meter-tall Blevel anomalous lord, under the gaze of 9 billion people worldwide, crumbled from top to bottom like a statue, weathered by 1,000 years. When the pieces fell to the ground, they did not make a heavy crashing sound, for they had already turned into gray dust before touching the ground. Scattered by the wind, leaving nothing behind but a fired core the size of a baby's head quietly floating in midair where the Blevel Lord had vanished. It emitted a warm light. The global live broadcast room fell silent. Not for 3 seconds. Not for 5 seconds. But for a full 10 seconds. The bullet screen channels of all live broadcasts seemed to freeze at the same time, with not a single message. After 10 seconds, the Dragon Country live broadcast room was the first to come back to life. Not a slow recovery of the bullet screen, but a sudden explosion, like an explosion. My God. Lightning. He struck down a bolt of lightning. From the sky. Struck down. A bolt of lightning. Just killed the Blevel Lord. The bullet screen was too numerous, too dense, and too fast. Even the system's level 4 throttling could not contain it. The server directly overloaded and crashed for 3 seconds. After rebooting, the bullet screen continued to surge in at a density 10 times that of before. 9 Heavens Thunder Law has been unlocked. Yang 5 Thunder can continue to accumulate shock value to unlock higher level Thunder Laws. What spell was that? Was it the Golden Light spell? No, the Golden Light spell is golden. This is white. He had always used the Golden Light spell before, but this time was different. This is a brand new ability. A bolt of lightning killed the Blevel Lord. Blevel. The Blevel that had only been repelled once by the top experts of 3 countries working together. The Taoist is not human. The Taoist is a god descended from heaven. I'm starting to believe in the Tao now. Who can recommend a reliable Taoist temple? The reactions from the command center of the Dragon Country were even more exaggerated than those in the live broadcast room. The technical team's energy detection instruments spiked at the moment the lightning bolt fell. Data overflow. All screens simultaneously displayed a line of red error codes. The technician hurriedly rebooted the system and retrieved the backup data. Report. His voice was the energy level of that lightning strike. Our instrument's upper limit is S level. It spiked. Does that mean the instantaneous output of that lightning strike exceeded S level? Not certain. The instrument's range is insufficient. I can only say at least above S level. The entire command center fell into an eerie silence. Over 30 people stared at each other. Above S level. The strongest anomalous ability user recorded on Blue Star was the first-generation genetic modifier from Eagle Sauce Country, rated at Peaks level. That was already the known limit for humanity. Yet the lightning strike just now from Chen Ming easily broke through this upper limit. Lin Yuanshan slowly stood up. From now on, his voice was not loud, but every word was like a nail hammered into the table. All information regarding Chen Ming is to be elevated to the highest level of national secrecy, including all data, including this live broadcast recording. Any intelligence requests from foreign forces will be flatly rejected. Understood. In the forbidden area, Chen Ming walked over to the fired core hovering in midair and reached out to take it down. The core was very hot, feeling like gripping a freshly forged iron ball. But the protective barrier of the golden light spell isolated the temperature, and he held it with no pressure. Not bad. He turned the core in his hand twice, examining it closely. Level core fire attribute high quality. A series of prompts popped up in his mind. Ding. Defeated the level anomalous lord, gained 2500 shock value. Cumulative shock feedback from global live viewers gained an additional 3200 shock value. Current total shock value 107000. Nine Heavens Thunder Law has been unlocked. Yang 5 Thunder can continue to accumulate shock value to unlock higher level thunder laws. Yin 5 Thunder unlocking conditions 2000 shock value. Chen Ming glanced at the data, nodding in satisfaction. An increase of over 50,000 at once, highly efficient. The unlocking condition for Yin 5 Thunder doubled. It seemed that larger scenes would be needed in the future. No rush, take it slow. He tucked the core into his sleeve and turned back to the spiritual mine area. Louis Fei was waiting for him by the spiritual pool. Her expression was complex, transitioning from shock to disbelief, and then to a kind of numb acceptance. What ability did you just use, eh? Nine Heavens Thunder Law. Cool, right? I just learned it. Come on. I don't believe you never speak the truth. Why didn't you use this move directly? Using the way of the people from down the mountain, this is called choosing the method with the most bullet screen engagement. So you took the Blevel Lord's Dragon Breath Hedon just to show off? Clever cultivator. Louis Fei's temples throbbed a few times. He took the Blevel Lord's Dragon Breath Hedon with his own body just to create tension for the viewers in the live broadcast room. This person's audacity was beyond her comprehension. Aren't you afraid the golden light spell won't hold against the dragon breath? I Shao Dao never do things without certainty. In the words of your people from down the mountain, it seems hesitant, but is actually well controlled. Don't you think this wave was exciting? You? Louis Fei took 3 deep breaths. You make me really want to hit you sometimes. Cultivator, don't be so angry. Chen Ming smiled at her. The spiritual mine area returned to calm. The large charred footprint left by the Blevel Lord was slowly being repaired by the spiritual energy. The surface of the spiritual pool became clear again, and the emerald green light became even more intense. This was because the vast amount of spiritual energy from the Blevel Lord's body had spread throughout the entire spiritual mine area after its death. It was like fertilizing the entire spiritual mine. The quantity and quality of the spirit stones were increasing. Chen Ming squatted by the spiritual pool and used the golden light spell to resonate with the newly grown spirit stones. Louis Fei squatted beside him, picking up spirit stones. 2 individuals worked in harmony, one gathering while the other harvested. The barrage of comments in the live stream shifted once again from shock to the mundane. Sister Yifei was still picking up stones, with the 2 of them resembling farmers harvesting vegetables. The rhythm of their lives was truly peculiar. During combat, they were celestial beings who, when not fighting, they toiled in the fields. Who cares about the value of the spiritual mine? The second batch of spirit stones submitted to the Dragon Kingdom should increase their luck. At the far end of the spiritual mine basin, a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows peered through the gaps in the trees, watching the 2 busy figures in the spiritual mine area. Abe Xing hung his folding fan, turning to disappear deep into the forest. His expression was obscured by the darkness, but the knuckles of the fingers gripping the fan turned slightly white from exertion. In a concealed cave deep within the forest, Abe Xing sat upon a smooth stone. A miniature light screen on his wrist projected a secure communication channel from the Sakura Nation headquarters. The light screen displayed the face of a bald official whose expression was even more unpleasant than before. Abe, did you see it with your own eyes? I saw it with my own eyes. Abe Xing's voice was remarkably calm for someone who had just witnessed a Brank Lord struck dead by lightning. A bolt of lightning. It struck down from the heavens. A brank strange lord 15 meters tall. It was gone in an instant. There was a long silence on the other end of the communication channel. So what level of strength does that Taoist of the Dragon Kingdom possess? Abe Xing closed his folding fan. At least its rank. It might even be higher. He had been using a power called the Golden Light spell, which covers a vast area combining offense and defense with the ability to change form at will. But just now he used a completely different ability. Lightning. Heavenly lightning. The energy density and coverage of that lightning exceeded anything recorded in the Abe family's inheritance regarding extraordinary powers. The communication channel fell silent for a few seconds. When the bald official spoke again, there was an unnatural urgency in his voice. Abe, tell me honestly. With your strength, is there any chance of confronting him? Abe Xing remained silent for 3 seconds. In a direct confrontation, no. His golden light spell alone is enough to crush my snow woman. Now that he has added lightning magic, I wouldn't last even 3 seconds in a face-to-face encounter. The bald official's face grew even grayer. What should we do then? Just let the Dragon Kingdom occupy the spiritual mind and grow their luck. The luck of our Sakura nation has already dropped to 5. If we don't turn it around, the natural disasters in the country will only become more severe. Abe Xing did not respond immediately. His fingers slowly glided over the bamboo frame of the folding fan as if deep in thought. After a long while he finally spoke. I originally planned to ally with the Eagle Sauce Nation to deal with that Taoist from the Dragon Kingdom directly. It seems now that this plan is difficult to realize. But just because we can't confront him directly doesn't mean there are no other options. What do you mean? The Forbidden Land holds not only anomalies and resource points. Abe Xing's tone grew grave. There are also rules. What rules? During the 36th hour of the luck game, the Forbidden Land automatically enters a night enhancement mode. All anomalies' strength increases by 50%, and hidden maze maps will appear. Inside the maze there are anomalies that do not belong to the original ecosystem of the Forbidden Land. These foreign anomalies are not restricted by the level of the Forbidden Land. This means that a rank or even higher level monsters could appear. He looked at the bald official on the light screen. If we can lure that Taoist from the Dragon Kingdom into the maze, even if he is strong facing an entire maze filled with unknown anomalies and complicated terrain, it won't be as easy as resolving everything with a single bolt of lightning. The bald official's brows twitched. Do you have a way to lure him in? Yes. Abe Xing's fingers paused on the frame of the folding fan. Beneath the spiritual mind, besides the veins, there is a secret passage leading to the maze entrance. I discovered it while surveying the terrain around the spiritual mind. The entrance to the secret passage is at the bottom of the spiritual pool. As long as we drain the water from the spiritual pool, the passage will be revealed. At that time, the aura of the anomalies within the maze will naturally surge out. Given the personality of that Taoist from the Dragon Kingdom, he will definitely go to investigate. The bald official's eyes lit up. Is this plan feasible? Feasible. But I need your cooperation. What cooperation? Abe Xing's voice lowered a few degrees. I need the Sakura Nation to deploy the last strategic reserve accumulated in the luck game. That thing. The bald official's expression changed. That is our Sakura Nation's trump card. Once used, it will be gone. If not used after this luck game ends, you know how low the luck of the Sakura Nation will drop. Abe Xing closed the communication light screen. He stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and looked toward the direction of the spiritual mind. The spiritual light there could be seen through the dense forest, shimmering green with hints of gold. The gold was the residual light left by Chen Ming's golden light resonance spirit stone. Abe Xing gazed for a long time. The Taoist of the Dragon Kingdom. You are indeed very strong. Unfortunately, this time the victor can only be me, Abe Xing. He turned and walked deeper into the cave, disappearing into the darkness. The countdown of the Forbidden Land continued. There were 26 hours left until the end of 48 hours. Chen Ming was once again squatting by the spiritual pool. His palm pressed against the ground, golden light seeped into the soil. One by one, green spirit stones emerged like worms dug up by a hen. Lu Yifei squatted nearby, collecting them. The two had been working in coordination for over an hour, finding their rhythm. One dug while the other collected. This batch is of better quality than the last one. Lu Yifei picked up a thumb-sized spirit stone and examined it under the dark red sky. The crystal was translucent, with flowing green light patterns visible within. When the Great Lord perished, his spiritual power diffused, enriching the vein. Chen Ming adjusted his hand position to continue the resonance. It's just like farming. With ample nutrients, the harvest will be bountiful. Can you not compare everything to farming? It's not just farming, it's about cultivating the Tao, and farming is the closest thing to nature. Lu Yifei was too lazy to argue with him and continued to pick up stones. This batch of spirit stones was nearly 40% more than the last, and their quality had generally improved a level. After collecting everything, Lu Yifei operated a few commands on her wrist display and submitted the spirit stones to the National Fortune System. Submission successful. Spirit stones mined 891. Total exchange for fortune points 12,500. Current fortune index of Longwa 18. 2. The rules display above the forbidden area lit up again. Announcement: Longwa competitors are continuously mining spirit or significantly increasing the fortune index. Reward: 3 hours of spiritual rain across Longwa. Overall enhancement of national physique. Longwa fortune index 18. 2. Current ranking first. The Longwa livestream erupted with excitement. The density of comments pushed the limit of the filtering mechanism to level 5. 18. 2. It has increased again. Spiritual rain. Nationwide spiritual rain. It started pouring as soon as I stepped outside. The raindrops feel warm on my skin. My grandmother's arthritis has improved significantly. Spiritual rain really can cure ailments. Chen Ming and Sister Ife squatting their picking stones brought welfare to the entire nation. What do you call this? This is called bowing to cultivate the land, raising your head to enrich the nation. Longwa forever. Long Daoist Chen forever. The atmosphere in the Eagle Sauce Nation's livestream was completely different. The comments were filled with curses and anxiety. Their fortune is already nearly twice ours. What are our competitors doing? Celebrating after collecting 3 spirit stones, while the Longwa competitors submitted over 800 at once. The gap is too wide. If this continues, we will be left far behind before the competition even ends. The Sakura Nation's livestream was as quiet as a morning hall. Occasionally a comment would appear, either cursing Abe Shinzo or the command center. In the spirit or depression, Chen Ming stood up and brushed off the dirt from his hands. That should be enough. We've basically finished mining the surface ores. What about the deeper layers? The quality of the deeper layers is even better, but it requires deeper penetration of the golden light. Mining now is too labor-intensive. We can discuss it later. Chen Ming squatted down by the spiritual pool again and scooped up a handful of spiritual liquid to drink. Fellow practitioner, would you like a sip, eh? I've had some already. Then drink another sip. It's delicious. No thanks. Lu Yifei stood by the spiritual pool, her gaze scanning the turquoise surface for any new anomalies. The area of the spiritual pool appeared smaller than before. At first, she didn't pay much attention, thinking it was a normal reaction after the drought demon was slain. But looking again, now the rate of water decline was noticeably accelerating. Chen Ming. Moi. Do you feel like the water in the spiritual pool has decreased, eh? Chen Ming looked down at where he was squatting. There was a distinct water stain line on the mud beneath his feet, marking the previous height of the spiritual liquid. The current water level was at least 20 centimeters lower than that line. It indeed has decreased. He tilted his head, pondering. While mining, the interaction between the golden light and the soil might have caused some evaporation, but not this much. Before he finished speaking, the water surface of the spiritual pool dropped again. This time the speed was visibly rapid, as if something at the bottom had opened a drainage outlet. Lu Yifei's hand immediately rested on the hilt of her knife. This isn't normal. She quickly scanned the surroundings of the spiritual pool. The vegetation showed no abnormalities, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was actually rising. It didn't seem like a strange invasion. It felt more like a change in the structure of the spiritual pool itself. Step back a bit. Lu Yifei pulled Chen Ming back. Chen Ming didn't step back. Instead, he leaned closer to the edge of the spiritual pool, crouching to observe the changes underwater. The turquoise spiritual liquid had formed a whirlpool at the bottom. The center of the whirlpool was not green. It was black. Fellow practitioner, come look. Lu Yifei stepped beside him, leaning down to look into the pool. The spiritual liquid was swirling towards the center of the pool's bottom, then seemed to disappear, as if being sucked into that black center. It's like someone pulled the plug in a bathhouse. Chen Ming stroked his chin. What? You know those old public bathhouses, after soaking they pull the plug, and the water drains away. Can you be more serious with your metaphors? This metaphor is quite serious. Look at the shape of that whirlpool. Oh, it's exactly like the water pattern after pulling the plug. The spiritual liquid continued to descend. 5 minutes later, the bottom of the pool began to show. The bottom was not ordinary soil or rock, but a layer of gray metallic surface like polished iron plates. It was covered with dense patterns. The spiritual liquid continued to seep down, revealing an increasingly larger area of the pool's bottom. The patterns were becoming clearer. These were not random designs. They were human faces. Distorted faces. Mouths, open, eyes closed as if silently screaming. Lu Yifei tightened her grip on the knife. What is this thing? The spiritual liquid was finally completely drained. The bottom of the pool was fully exposed. It was a door. A large bronze door embedded in the center of the pool. The door was approximately 3 meters wide and 2 meters high, its surface covered in those distorted human face reliefs. Each face bore a different expression. Some were fearful, others angry, some were laughing maniacally. There was no doorknob in the center of the door, only a half-centimeter wide gap. From that gap, a cold wind blew out. A chilling wind carrying an indescribable scent of decay. The communicator beeped. Lu Yifei, competitor. We have detected a signal indicating the presence of a hidden space entrance beneath your location. Lin Yuanshan's voice came through the communicator more urgent than before. The signal characteristics do not match any known replica areas within the Forbidden Zone. This is a hidden entrance that has never been triggered by competitors from any country. Danger level unknown. Repeat, danger level unknown. Lu Yifei replied with an acknowledgement, then looked at Chen Ming. Chen Ming was squatting by the bronze door, curiously leaning closer to the gap, tilting his head to peer inside. Inside the gap, nothing was visible, only thick darkness. And that cold wind. The wind grew stronger. The distorted faces on the door seemed to come alive, their mouths slightly opening and closing. In a cave deep within the forest, Abe Shinzo leaned against the stone wall, his fingertips pinching a small dark red array plate. The array plate was engraved with ancient Inyang runes of the Sakura Nation, and the runes were slowly lighting up. He watched as the last rune illuminated, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The entrance to the ghost city has been opened. In the spirit or depression, the gap in the bronze door was gradually widening. A deep rumble emanated from behind the door, as if some heavy object was moving. The gap widened to the size of a fist. A stronger, more intense cold wind burst forth from the gap, mingled with countless fragmented sounds. These were not sounds of wind. They were cries. They were laughter. They were screams. They were the sounds of countless ghosts wailing together. Lu Yifei's tang knife was completely drawn. Chen Ming remained squatting by the door, tilting his head to listen for 2 seconds. Fellow practitioner, do you think there's a restaurant inside? What are you talking about? It sounds lively in there with so many voices it could be a marketplace. Those are the cries of vengeful spirits. Even ghosts need to eat right. The gap in the bronze door continued to widen. The distorted human face reliefs began to peel away from the door's surface, flaking off in chunks, like weathered clay from centuries past. With each face that fell away, the gap widened by an inch. The cold wind carried the fragmented cries outward, causing the temperature in the spiritual mine pit to drop several degrees within half a minute. Lu Yifei exhaled a puff of white mist. The lush green vegetation around the spirit pool rapidly withered under the onslaught of the cold wind, their leaves turning gray and black from the edges. The communicator buzzed to life again. We've detected it. Lin Yuanshan's voice grew urgent. The energy fluctuations from that entrance are intensifying, and the signal characteristics have been confirmed. This is an entrance to a hidden dungeon. The level is marked in deep red with a very high danger factor. We strongly advise you not to enter for now. Wait for more intelligence. Lu Yifei glanced back at Chen Ming while holding the communicator. Chen Ming didn't hear her. He was leaning closer to the gap in the door, inhaling the sinister energy wafting out like one would sniff a flower. It's quite thick. What are you sniffing? The sinister energy. For those who practice the Tao, it's like tasting wine. You can tell its strength and quality just by the scent. The sinister energy inside is very pure, not mixed with much impure malice. What do you mean? It means the spirits inside are of good quality. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just ghost talk, but it's full of ghosts in there. Lu Yifei took a deep breath, but didn't respond. At that moment, the rule light curtain above the forbidden area lit up. Golden characters rapidly appeared in midair. Announcement: the hidden dungeon Yinming Ghost City has been opened. Location: deep space of the spirit mine area. Entrance: bronze ghost door at the bottom of the spirit pool. Entry requirements: no restrictions. Exit conditions: cannot actively exit within 12 hours after entering until the dungeon is completed or the player is defeated. Dungeon rewards: killing spirits within the ghost city grants soul crystals and additional luck points. Special note: hidden resources exist deep within the ghost city, and the first player to clear it will receive additional international luck rewards. The global live broadcast room exploded as soon as they saw this announcement. Hidden dungeon, Yinming Ghost City. 12 hours without being able to exit after entering. That's too. Moreover, the entry requirement is unrestricted, meaning anyone can enter. Isn't that in Bei Xinxing secretly planning something? Could this ghost city be his doing? It's definitely a trap. Brother Chen, don't go in. The comments in the Longwa live broadcast room were even more direct. Brother Chen, don't go in. There must be ghosts. Of course it's called a ghost city, so it must have ghosts. What the upstairs said isn't about that ghost. After Lu Yifei read the rules announcement, she quickly organized the information. 12 hours without the option to exit. Killing spirits can earn soul crystals and luck. But the content of the dungeon is completely unknown, and the levels of the spirits are unclear. She turned to Chen Ming. My judgment is to not enter for now. Reasons. First, the timing of this dungeon's appearance is too coincidental. Not long after Bei Xinxing left, the spirit pool was drained, revealing the entrance. It's highly likely that he triggered it secretly. Second, not being able to exit for 12 hours means we lose flexibility once we go in. If someone is lying in wait outside, we would be at a disadvantage when we exit. Third, the levels of spirits in the ghost city are unknown. If there are a level or above entities, the risk is too high. Lu Yifei's analysis was clear and logically sound. Chen Ming nodded after listening. Your analysis makes sense, practitioner. So we're not going in. Of course we are. Why wouldn't we go in? Lu Yifei's mouth twitched slightly. Didn't you just say my analysis made sense? Making sense is whether to go in is another matter. Chen Ming pointed to the special note in midair. Practitioner, look at that special note. The first to clear the dungeon will receive additional international luck rewards. Additional international luck rewards. This temptation is too great. And think about it, what is the most effective way to deal with the spirits in the ghost city? Dao methods. Exactly, the golden light spell counters ghosts and thunder law dispels evil. The ghost city is practically a dungeon tailor-made for me. He glanced at the system panel in his mind. A line of small text was flashing. Special note, in the ghost city dungeon, the audience's feedback of fear and shock emotions is doubled. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. Double. This means every time he fights in the ghost city, the shock points he gains from the audience will be twice that of the outside. The unlocking condition for Yin Wulei is 200,000, and he currently only has a little over 100,000. The ghost city is practically a walking shock point ATM. Practitioner, this place is perfect for farming points. Farming points. It means it's suitable for doing big things. Lu Yifei stared at him for 3 seconds. She recognized a familiar expression forming on his face. Excitement. Intense excitement. The same excitement he had when facing a level lord. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I've made up my mind. Then I'll go with you. Lu Yifei sheathed her tang knife, then drew it again, checking the smoothness of the draw. But there's one condition. What condition? If we encounter something we can't defeat, whether you want to or not, I will. Chen Ming smiled. All right, practitioner, you call the shots. In the communicator, Lin Yuanshan said one last thing. Be careful. The communication signal inside the ghost city may be disrupted. Keep in touch. The signal was already showing slight static. The two walked up to the bronze door. The door had fully opened. Behind the door was a stone staircase leading downward. A layer of gray-white frost covered the steps, and flickering ghostly lanterns were embedded in the walls on either side. The cold wind continuously surged upward from below, carrying the fragmented cries. Chen Ming tucked his hands into his sleeves and stepped onto the stone steps. Lu Yifei followed closely behind. The two descended one after another. Behind them, the bronze door slammed shut. The stone steps were long and steep. After walking for about 3 minutes, the stones beneath their feet finally leveled out. At the end of the last step, their vision suddenly opened up. It was not a basement. It was a city. An entire city. A gray sky enveloped this space. There was neither sun nor moon in the sky, and the light came from floating paper lanterns of various sizes. Inside the lanterns, there was no candlelight. Instead, there were clusters of pale blue ghost flames. They flickered, illuminating the entire city as if it were submerged in a layer of cold light. The streets were wide, paved with blue stones, each stone engraved with dense runes. The color of the runes had dulled. Though the specific writing was unclear, it was certain that it was not the script of the Dragon Kingdom. On either side of the street were buildings of varying heights. All were wooden structures with flying eaves and upturned corners reminiscent of styles from hundreds of years ago. Yet every building was dilapidated. The window frames were crooked, the roofs had caved in halfway, and faded mourning banners hung from the doors. The ground was covered in a black liquid. It was not water. It resembled blood, but thicker and darker. The decaying stench in the air was 10 times stronger than outside the door. Lu Yifei frowned as she took her first step into the ghost city. She felt a distinct obstruction in her spiritual energy, as if her meridians were stuffed with cotton. It took twice the effort to mobilize even a bit of spiritual energy compared to outside. The spiritual energy is being suppressed, she said, gripping her tang knife as she tried to circulate her energy and assess the situation. It's probably weakened by about 30%. The rules of the ghost city suppress the aura of the living. The denser the yin energy, the heavier the suppression. Chen Ming walked ahead, glancing around. How much are you suppressed? Me. He tilted his head to sense it. It seems fine. What is fine? I don't feel anything. Lu Yifei looked at his usual nonchalant demeanor. The golden light spell is a method that counters yin with yang. So this yin energy has no effect on it, right? You are correct, layman. Chen Ming continued walking a couple of steps with his hands in his pockets. Not only does it have no effect, but it's also quite refreshing. Were you hot outside? The sky of the forbidden area is blood red. It's stifling, but it's much more comfortable in here. This is the ghost city. So what if it's a ghost city? It can still be cool. Lu Yifei didn't want to engage with him anymore. The two walked along the main street. The street was very quiet. Too quiet, in fact. The ghost flames in the lanterns swayed overhead. They elongated their shadows, casting them onto the abandoned buildings on either side of the street. Black blood seeped from the cracks in the stone slabs beneath their feet, staining Chen Ming's cloth shoes. He glanced down. Sighed, these shoes need washing. Can't you be a bit more vigilant? What's there to be nervous about? What's meant to come will come. As soon as he finished speaking, the buildings on either side of the street suddenly stirred. It wasn't the doors that moved. It was the paper figures hanging next to the doors. Each doorway had two life-sized white paper figures hanging. The bodies of the paper figures were made of white paper, and their faces bore no features. However, at the moment Chen Ming spoke, all the paper figures' heads turned simultaneously facing Chen Ming and Louis Fei. Features began to emerge on the paper. Two hollow black eye sockets. A ghastly white smile that stretched from ear to ear. The viewers in the global live streaming room were met with this scene, and a flurry of panic flooded the comments. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? What is that? The paper figures move. The paper figures are smiling. I can't watch this, I can't bear to look. This is way too scary. The ghost city truly lives up to its name. I would be scared to death in a second if I were there. Louis Fei's tang knife was half drawn. Her breathing quickened, but her hand remained steady. The paper figures did not move. They merely turned their heads, smiling as they looked at the two living beings. Then from the house behind the paper figures. From the well by the street. From beneath the broken coffin boards by the roadside. From the corners of the slanted eaves above, one after another grayish-white figures emerged. They were ghosts. A large group of ghosts. Their forms were blurred, resembling paper figures that had been soaked and ruined, with only the general outline of a human shape visible. Some had only their upper bodies dragging their lower halves on the ground like a mass of mud. Some had heads drooping below their shoulders, staring at the living with hollow black eye sockets. Some had mouths stretched wider than their heads, continuously oozing black liquid. Louis Fei quickly assessed the situation. A grade vengeful spirits, at least 30 of them. There are also a feud grade mixed in. The three coming out from that well on the right are twice the size of the others. Understood. Chen Ming raised his hand from his sleeve. Layman, you can rest, you don't need to get involved with this level of spirits. As Louis Fei was about to say something, the golden light had already spread out. It was neither a sphere of light, nor a whip-like shadow, nor a giant palm. It was simply a layer of golden light waves. The light wave pushed out from Chen Ming's palm, spreading flatly down the entire street, like the receding tide on a beach. Where the light wave passed, the bodies of the aggrayed, vengeful spirits evaporated like frost meeting intense sunlight. There was no resistance, no struggle. They didn't even have time to scream before turning into gray smoke that dissipated in the air. The degraded, vengeful spirits held on for half a second. Just half a second. Then they also evaporated. The entire street stretched from beneath Chen Ming's feet to the end of his line of sight. It was completely clean. Even the smiling faces of the paper figures were wiped clean by the golden light, reverting back to featureless white paper. The black blood on the ground also evaporated, revealing the original gray of the bluestones. The global live streaming room erupted after 2 seconds of silence. Just like that. Again, just like that. The ghostly beings were suppressed worse than ordinary anomalies. Those ghosts couldn't even get close before disappearing. The golden light spell against ghosts is simply a dimensional strike. Taoist is awesome. A system panel popped up in Chen Ming's mind. Eliminated a grade vengeful spirits 31, a grade vengeful spirits 5, gained soul crystals 36. Viewer fear emotion feedback doubled shock value 8,200. Chen Ming glanced at the numbers, nodding in satisfaction. Layman. He turned to look at Louis Fei. My. The ghosts nowadays truly are inferior to those of the past. The main street of the ghost city is long. The two walked forward for about 10 minutes after encountering 3 waves of low-level vengeful spirits along the way. Each wave was effortlessly swept away by Chen Ming's golden light, as easy as sweeping the floor. Spirit crystals were scattered all over the ground, and Louis Fei picked them up one by one as she walked quickly, filling her waist pouch. What is the use of spirit crystals? Chen Ming squatted down to pick one up and examined it. A spirit crystal is a translucent gray crystal about the size of a thumb, feeling icy cold in the hand. According to the rules of the National Fortune game, spirit crystals can be exchanged for luck points or used to enhance spiritual power. Louis Fei explained briefly. What's the exchange rate? A level spirit crystal is worth about 50 luck points, while a level 1 is around 200. That requires quite a lot to accumulate. Chen Ming tucked the spirit crystal into his sleeve. When they reached the end of the main street, the view opened up once again. A spacious square appeared before them. The square was paved with black stone bricks. Each brick was engraved with a slanted, ghostly face symbol. In the center of the square stood a black stone pillar about 10 meters tall. At the top of the pillar hung a gigantic red lantern. The flame inside was not the blue hue of ghost fire, but a dark red. It cast a blood-soaked light over the entire square. To the north of the square, a 5-story wooden pavilion stood tall. The exterior of the pavilion was much more intact than the dilapidated buildings on the street. The eaves were adorned with wind chimes that jingled gently in the still air, producing a tinkling sound. The plaque at the entrance of the pavilion bore 3 characters. Soul Calling Pavilion. This is a resource point in the ghost city. Louis Fei looked at the pavilion, her expression turning serious. How can you tell me? Look at those 2 rows of lamp pillars at the entrance. Lu Yifei pointed to the 2 rows of stone lamp pillars extending from the entrance. Each lamp pillar held a bullseye lantern on top. The flames inside the lanterns were of different colors, some blue, some green, and some purple. The brightness of those lanterns is fluctuating, which indicates that what is sealed inside is not ordinary fire. It is likely a ghostly entity. If we break these lanterns, the ghosts inside will be released, but they will also drop spirit crystals. The combination of ghostly lanterns and the resources of an entire pavilion should yield a considerable amount of spirit crystals. Chen Ming stared at the soul-calling pavilion for a few seconds. Are you saying that this place is filled with treasures? But it is also fraught with danger. Such resource points are usually guarded by Lord-level ghostly entities. Their level is at least crank or above. Chen Ming had already taken a step towards the soul-calling pavilion. That's just right, of crank spirit crystals are worth more. Wait a moment. Lu Yifei caught up with him. The 2 had not yet reached the entrance when a voice emerged from. It was not a ghostly wail, but human speech. To be precise, it was a certain gloomy hoarse voice speaking in the universal language of the Blue Star. Living beings enter the pavilion, their souls return here. The voice resonated from the 3rd floor of the pavilion, echoing around the square. Living beings enter the pavilion, their souls return here. It repeated once more. Chen Ming stopped in front of the pavilion entrance, looking up at the 3rd floor windows. The windows were pitch black and nothing could be seen inside. Do you think that is a recording or a real person speaking? It should be the ghostly entities guarding the pavilion. Lu Yifei tightened her grip on her tang knife. The doors of the soul-calling pavilion opened automatically in front of them. The creaking sound of the hinges was like a door that had not been oiled in hundreds of years. Behind the door was a spacious hall. The walls of the hall were lined with lanterns, so many that a rough count revealed at least 300 or 400. Each lantern contained a writhing gray shadow. The shadows were moaning and faint voices continuously banging against the inner walls of the lanterns, but they could not break free. Soul lanterns. Lu Yifei whispered. Each lantern seals a ghostly entity. If we can shatter these lanterns, the ghostly entities will be eliminated and leave behind spirit crystals. However, it is also possible that the lanterns themselves are traps. If too many are shattered at once, all the ghostly entities inside will be released in an instant. At that time, if hundreds of ghostly entities attack simultaneously, even crank combat power will find it difficult to cope. Chen Ming looked at the soul lanterns and nodded. What you're saying makes sense. So I can just smash them all at once. Did you hear what I said? I heard you. You said smashing them all at once would be very dangerous. But that's for others. Chen Ming pointed at the lanterns. The quality of the ghostly entities in these lanterns is too low. Even releasing them all wouldn't be enough to withstand my golden light spell. How do you know their quality is low? Look at the transparency of those gray shadows. The more transparent they are, the weaker their spiritual power. The whole room is filled with and drank miscellaneous ghosts. The only effect of releasing them would be to drop more spirit crystals. Lu Yifei opened her mouth, but couldn't find a point to refute. Because she carefully examined the shadows and the soul lanterns, they indeed appeared very transparent. Just as the 2 were studying the soul lanterns on the 1st floor, the ceiling above them thudded 3 times. It sounded like something very heavy had jumped from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. Then heavy footsteps echoed down the stairs. Step by step, as each foot descended, the entire building trembled slightly. The footsteps stopped at the bottom of the stairway. A figure emerged from the darkness. It was a gigantic humanoid ghostly entity clad in tattered iron armor, standing nearly 3 meters tall. The black iron armor was already rusty, riddled with dozens of holes. It had no helmet on its head, revealing a gray-white bald head. Its face lacked skin, only a layer of shriveled gray skin tightly clinging to its bones, with dark green, ghostly flames burning in its eye sockets. In its right hand, it wielded a horse-slaying sword longer than itself. The blade was covered in black rust and dried dark red stains. It was a ghost general of peak crank. It stood at the stairway, its dark green, ghostly eyes slowly turning towards Chen Ming and Lu Yifei. It opened its lipless mouth filled with teeth. Its voice sounded like 2 iron plates grinding against each other. In the ghost city, all living beings are sacrifices. You 2 kneel swiftly and offer your souls. Lu Yifei was about to warn Chen Ming to be cautious. Chen Ming had already raised his hand. Golden light gathered. This time it was not a wave of light, but a giant palm. A golden giant palm wider than the hall on the 1st floor materialized from Chen Ming's palm. With a scorching brilliance, it slapped down on the ghost general from head to toe. The ghost general's mouth had just opened halfway through a second sentence when it got struck. Boom. The entire right half of the soul-calling pavilion collapsed under the impact of the golden giant palm. The sound of breaking wooden beams echoed like a cacophony. The ghost general's body was slammed into the ground below from a height of 3 meters. The floor tiles shattered, revealing the black soil beneath, forming a 3-meter-deep, human-shaped pit. The ghost general lay at the bottom of the pit, its already tattered armor now riddled with several new holes. The dark green, ghostly flames in its eyes flickered twice. It was extinguished. A peak-cranked ghost general taken down with a single slap. It hadn't even finished its lines. When the right half of the soul-calling pavilion collapsed, more than half of the soul lanterns hanging on the walls also shattered. Hundreds of soul lanterns simultaneously broke, and the ghostly entities surged out. However, they didn't have a chance to take shape. The residual light from the golden giant palm that had slammed the ghost general into the pit purified them all. Gray smoke billowed in the hall for 2 seconds before dissipating. The ground was covered with a layer of spirit crystals densely packed. It was as if a gray hailstorm had fallen. Chen Ming withdrew the golden light and walked over to the ghost general's pit, bending down to take a look. The remnants of the broken armor at the bottom of the pit had turned to a pile of ashes. In the center there lay a dark green spirit crystal, 3 times larger than the others. He bent down to pick it up and weighed it in his hand. I wonder if this can be used to make soup. Chapter 32 The Watchman's Drum. The wreckage of the soul-calling pavilion scattered across half the square. Lu Yifei crouched down, collecting spirit crystals one by one, stuffing them into her waist pouch. There were too many. After filling her waist pouch, she had to shove the excess into her backpack. In the end, she had collected over 400. Combined with the ones previously picked up on the street, nearly 500 spirit crystals were obtained in the ghost city. Just turning in these spirit crystals will raise our luck by at least a whole point. Lu Yifei calculated in her mind. Adding that crank ghost general spirit crystal, it would be several thousand luck points. Not bad. Chen Ming stood beside her with his hands tucked away. The ghost city is a perfect dungeon for us to farm. The denser the Een energy, the more effective my golden light becomes. It's like returning home. When did you make the ghost city your home? I mean, I found my rhythm. After organizing their gains, the two continued deeper into the ghost city. The terrain behind the soul-calling pavilion was different from the main street. The path narrowed, and the buildings on either side changed from wooden structures to stone walls resembling some ancient city fortifications. White cloth strips hung from the tops of the low walls, fluttering in the windless air. There was more black blood pooling on the ground. It flowed like a small stream, gathering towards the low-lying areas through the cracks in the stone slabs. The concentration of Een energy in the air continued to rise. Lu Yifei felt the suppression of her spiritual power growing heavier. It was no longer 30%, but closer to 40%. Her speed and reflexes were noticeably affected. Chen Ming, the Een energy in this direction is getting denser. Are you alright, miss? I can handle it, but it's not comfortable. Walk behind me. My golden light has a certain range of purifying effect, and being close can block some for you. Lu Yifei nodded, slightly stepping back towards Chen Ming. Come a bit closer, miss. Chen Ming reached out and pulled Lu Yifei closer. Lu Yifei lowered her head, her face slightly flushed as she felt a wave of warmth coming from Chen Ming. Indeed, after getting closer to him, the heavy sense of suppression lessened somewhat. The golden light membrane that constantly surrounded Chen Ming was continuously purifying the surrounding Een energy. It formed a clean area with a radius of about 3 meters. Staying within this range felt like finding a campfire in a dark and eerie cave. The two walked for about 5 minutes when suddenly a gong sounded in the sky above the ghost city. Dong dong dong. 3 sounds. The noise was not loud, but it had strong penetration, each sound resonating as if directly striking their eardrums. After the gong sound, a hoarse voice echoed in the sky above the ghost city. Night falls. The Ghost King is on patrol. Living beings hide well. Don't let the Ghost King see you. The watchman struck the gong. The voice came from all directions in the ghost city, as if countless watchmen were simultaneously striking copper gongs from different locations. Lu Yifei's expression changed. At the same time, the rule light curtain over the forbidden ground also displayed a new message within the ghost city dungeon. Dungeon event triggered. Ghost King patrol. Rule: during the Ghost King's patrol, all living beings will experience a 50 suppression of their spiritual power. Rule: facing the Ghost King will subject one to a mental illusion attack. Suggestion: living beings should avoid confrontation. The Ghost King. Lu Yifei lowered her voice. Its level is at least rank. With a rank Ghost King stationed in the Ghost City, the danger level of this dungeon is higher than I previously estimated. Chen Ming glanced at the rule prompt. 50% spiritual power suppression. He felt his condition. It does seem a bit heavier. You call that a little heavier. After her spiritual power was suppressed by 50%, even her tang knife felt several pounds heavier. Her actual combat power had likely dropped from a rank upper-level ability user to a crank mid-level. Let's find a place to hide for a bit. Lu Yifei tugged at Chen Ming's sleeve. We'll move after the Ghost King's patrol is over. Which direction is the Ghost King coming from? Don't worry about which direction, just hide. No panic, no panic. Chen Ming tiptoed to look down the other end of the street. In the distance, a thick black fog appeared. The black fog spread from the end of the street, causing the stone slabs on the ground to crack. In the center of the black fog was a light. Dark red light. Under the illumination of the light, the outline of a palanquin could be vaguely seen. It was a palanquin carried by 8 people. The bearers were not human, but 8 ghostly entities dressed in gray mourning clothes. Each ghostly entity had only a translucent body with hollow faces devoid of features. They used shoulders that were nothing but skeletons to carry the horizontal bar of the palanquin, their steps synchronized, as if pulled by the same thread. The palanquin's curtains were black, hanging down from both sides to conceal what was inside. However, something inside the palanquin was glowing. A dark green light. The color was similar to the ghostly fire in the ghost general's eye sockets, but its brightness was more than 10 times stronger. The black fog spread out before the ghostly palanquin like a black carpet, clearing a path for the Ghost King. All ghostly entities on the street, regardless of their rank, retreated to the sides as the black fog passed. Even the paper figures turned their faces away, not daring to look directly. The ghostly palanquin drew closer. Lu Yifei tugged Chen Ming into a nearby alley. "Don't let it see us." Chen Ming leaned against the wall after being pulled into the alley. The ghostly palanquin slowly passed along the main street. It was less than 20 meters away from them. Just as the palanquin passed by their alley, Lu Yifei's eyes changed. Her pupils dilated to the limit in an instant before shrinking to a pinpoint. Her whole body began to tremble violently. She saw something. It was not the alley of the ghost city, not the stone wall beside her. Before her appeared a completely different scene. Cities of the Dragon Kingdom. The capital. Whose city? Yu City. All the cities she was familiar with. But each city was on fire. Under a blood-red sky, buildings were collapsing one after another. The streets were filled with fleeing crowds with endless black shadows chasing behind them. The illusion of the ghost city was eroding her mind. The images within the illusion felt incredibly real. She could even smell the burnt scent in the air. She could hear the distant rumbling of collapsing buildings and see the despair on the faces of the crowd. Her hand began to loosen its grip on the hilt of her tang knife. "Miss?" Chen Ming's voice came from the edge of the illusion. "Miss, hold on for a moment." His right hand lifted with his index and middle fingers together. He gently tapped Lu Yifei's forehead. A stream of extremely warm golden light seeped from his fingertips into Lu Yifei's forehead. It was like a drop of golden ink falling into a murky pool. The golden light spread along her nerves to her entire head. The terrifying images of the illusion began to shatter under the golden light. Whether it was ruins, infernos, or shadows, they all shattered beneath the golden light. They broke into countless gray fragments that dissipated within her consciousness. Lu Yifei's pupils returned to normal. She gasped for breath, her back soaked in cold sweat. "Are you alright?" Chen Ming retracted his finger. "I'm fine now." Her voice was a bit hoarse. It was a mental illusion. The aura of that Ghost King had an effect of invading the soul. "Oh, I was affected as soon as I got close." "What did you see?" "Images of the cities of the Dragon Kingdom being eerily consumed." Lu Yifei bit her lip. "It felt very real. Ooh, I almost believed it." "That was just an illusion. The Dragon Kingdom is fine." Chen Ming patted her shoulder. The ghostly palanquin had already passed the alley where they stood. The black fog continued to spread deeper into the street. But the ghostly palanquin stopped. It was about 30 meters away from the alley entrance. The palanquin swayed slightly. A corner of the curtain was lifted from inside. A pair of dark green ghostly eyes peered through the gap in the curtain, staring directly at Chen Ming and Lu Yifei in the alley. A heavy voice, as if rolling up from the depths of the earth, came from the palanquin. "Who does not avoid the realm of shadows?" When the voice of the Ghost King emerged from the palanquin, the stone slabs of the entire street resonated. 8 ghostly bearers of the palanquin halted in unison, their hollow faces simultaneously turning towards the alley. The dark green ghost fire eyes peered through the gaps in the curtains, staring deep into the alley. "You have seen the Ghost King. Why do you not kneel? Why do you not avoid?" "Impudent." Each word from the Ghost King sounded like a hammer striking metal. The sound waves echoed back and forth in the alley, causing the stone walls on both sides to hum. Lu Yifei gripped her tang knife tightly once more. Although her spiritual power was suppressed by 50%, there was no slackening in her battle stance. Chen Ming leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets, tilting her head slightly. "Aren't there echoes when it speaks?" "What? Listen, it sounds like a thumping echo, as if shouting in a cave." "That is a psychological pressure type sound wave attack. It's not an echo." "Oh, either way, it doesn't sound pleasant." The curtain of the Ghost King was completely lifted. Stepping out from the palanquin was a ghostly figure draped in a black, ornate robe. The robe was embroidered with golden, ghostly face patterns, and a dark red jade belt was tied around its waist. Its stature was much smaller than that of the Ghost General, standing only at the height of an ordinary person. Yet its aura was on an entirely different level. The appearance of the Ghost King differed from that of the Ghost General. It had complete facial features. Its skin was grayish-white with narrow eyes and high cheekbones. Its lips were a purplish-black, and when it opened its mouth, 2 rows of sharp teeth could be seen. In the center of its forehead was a vertical crack, within which burned the dark green ghost fire. An aura far surpassing a clevel anomaly pressed down upon them. Level anomaly. At this moment, countless cherry blossoms flooded the live broadcast room, creating chaos. This thing is definitely a Blevel anomaly. And it's a Blevel upper tier anomaly, ha ha. I said this Dragon Kingdom Taoist was so arrogant something was bound to happen sooner or later. Mixing in the forbidden zone requires being discreet. Only those like our Sakura country Abe Shinsei can survive long. You little ghosts upstairs, your faces haven't even been swollen by my brother Chen yet. Here you come barking again. Soon my brother Chen will let you know what is natural Taoism. Lu Yifei's knees slightly bent. The pressure was overwhelming. After her spiritual power was suppressed by 50%, it was difficult to fully resist the aura of a Blevel entity. Chen Ming stood still without any movement. A golden light film faintly glimmered around him, isolating the Ghost King's pressure outside his body. The dark green eyes of the Ghost King fixed on Chen Ming for a few seconds. Interesting. The yang energy is so strong. Such a powerful living being. This king hasn't seen one in many years. What are you? Chen Ming scratched his ear. I am a Taoist. Taoist. The Ghost King scoffed. This king has guarded this ghost city for 800 years. What kind of Taoists and Buddhist disciples haven't I seen? One comes, one dies. No exceptions. Its right hand reached out from the sleeve of its robe. Its 5 fingers were as thin as dry twigs with 3-inch long nails that glimmered with a ghostly green light. Kneel down. Offer your soul. This king can grant you a dignified death. Chen Ming removed his hand from his ear and looked at the dust on his fingertips. Aren't you going to kneel, eh? Lu Yifei didn't reply, her full attention focused on the Ghost King. It says kneel, so just kneel, eh? Then where do I put my face? The dark green ghost fire of the Ghost King instantly brightened. Seeking death. Its hands pushed forward simultaneously. The entire street underwent a drastic transformation in an instant. The stone slabs on the ground shattered, and black blood surged forth from the cracks. The blood did not flow down as it normally would. Instead, it soared towards the sky, gathering above the ghostly palanquin into a rolling sea of blood. The sea of blood enveloped the 2 of them, sealing the alley and the entire street within it. The sky disappeared. The ground vanished. All that remained was an endless expanse of blood red. The 100 Ghosts illusion. This was not an ordinary psychological attack. This was a semi-physical illusion forcibly manifested by the Ghost King using the rules of the Ghost City. In this illusion, everything was real. The pressure of the sea of blood was real. The changes in temperature were real. The damage was also real. Lu Yifei slashed her tang knife, unleashing a wave of blade energy. The blade energy cleaved into the sea of blood like a knife slicing into jelly, creating ripples before being engulfed. Is it immune to physical attacks? She retreated a step. This illusion is semi-physical. Ordinary attacks cannot break it. It requires an energy of a higher level than the Ghost King to destroy the core of the illusion. Aren't you? Chen Ming's voice came from beside her. Step back a bit. He raised his right hand. His index finger pointed to the sky. In the blood-red cloaked illusion, he simply flicked his finger upwards. Compared to the solemn demeanor he had when facing the Blevel anomaly lord last time, this time his movement was as casual as flicking a marble in the air. But the white light that rose from his fingertip pierced through the sea of blood. A thin white lightning bolt shot upward from Chen Ming's fingertip, silently penetrating the entire expanse of blood above. Wherever the lightning passed, the sea of blood split apart, like wax being sliced by a glowing iron wire. The cracks swiftly expanded from the center point in all directions. The entire 100 Ghosts illusion shattered within 3 seconds, breaking apart into blood-red light points that dissipated in the air. The alley returned. The street returned. The gray sky of the Ghost City reappeared above their heads. The Ghost King stood 30 meters away, its dark green ghost fire eyes flickering for the first time. It was not anger. It was fear. Yang lightning. Its voice was no longer as steady as before. How could such pure yang lightning exist? Chen Ming retracted his finger and brushed off the non-existent dust from his sleeve. Just a little, I just learned it. The Ghost King took a step back. In the entire history of the Ghost City spanning 800 years, this was the first time it felt the fear of demise. Not because the person before it was particularly strong or fierce, but because that bolt of white lightning struck its perception like a burning needle, piercing deep into its soul. Heavenly thunder. A thing that overcomes the Een. For all ghostly beings, that was not an attack, it was divine punishment. Do you think a thin lightning bolt can defeat this king? No, it's impossible. It's just a human. The Ghost King steadied itself, dark green ghost flames flaring up again. This is the Ghost City. The rules of the Ghost City are on my side. It spread its arms wide and let out a shrill scream that pierced the eardrums. The scream echoed throughout the entire street, from every abandoned building's doors and windows, from the depths of every alley, and from the cracks in the stone pavement. Ghostly beings surged forth. They were not the low-level E and D grade vengeful spirits from before. This time, every ghostly being that emerged had a complete form, their grayish-white faces displaying various degrees of anger and hatred. They converged towards the Ghost King from all directions, as if drawn by the same force. There were too many. Hundreds, 200, 300. These ghostly beings did not attack Chen Ming and Liu Yifei. They were gathering towards the Ghost King. And then, they fused together, like countless streams merging into a river. One after another, the bodies of the ghostly beings turned into gray smoke, being absorbed into the Ghost King's body. The Ghost King's form began to swell. 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. A gigantic ghostly figure towering over 100 meters stood on the streets of the Ghost City. The gray sky above rippled under its head. The visage of the ghostly figure was that of the Ghost King, only magnified countless times. The vertical crack on its forehead became an unfathomable chasm. Dark green ghost flames spewed forth from within, illuminating half of the Ghost City. This king borrows the power of the 10,000 souls of the Ghost City. Let's see how arrogant you can be. The voice of the ghostly figure could be heard throughout the entire Ghost City. The global live stream fell into collective silence for a second upon seeing this scene. Then the comments exploded. 100 meters. A giant ghostly figure 100 meters tall. This exceeds the grade limit. It is using the rules of the Ghost City to strengthen itself. It absorbed and fused all those low-level ghostly beings. How can we fight this? Isn't this thing invincible in the Ghost City? Ha ha ha, this Taoist from the Dragon Country may have some skills, but his brain isn't working too well. How could something like this possibly be matched by a human? I believe in Taoist Chen, let's slap these stupid little cherry blossoms. Liu Yifei stood behind Chen Ming, looking up at the towering 100-meter ghostly figure, her lips pursed tightly. She turned towards the live camera. In a rapid-fire manner, as if reporting at the command center, she quickly explained, the Ghost King is using the rules of the Ghost City to strengthen itself. It has fused all the low-level ghostly beings that can be mobilized within the city into its own body. This fusion is not a simple addition, it's an exponential growth. Now its combat power may have risen from mid-grade to upper grade, even to the peak of grade. The tension of the global audience reached its limit. In the Eagle Sauce Country's live stream, a contradictory mindset surprisingly emerged in the comments. Some people were reveling in schadenfreude. Others had already begun to quietly hope for Chen Ming's victory, because this scene was too shocking. No matter what country he was from, defeating this thing would be a victory for humanity. Chen Ming stood still. He looked up at the 100-meter-tall ghostly figure. It is indeed quite large. But big as it is, unclean things remain unclean. His right hand lifted. This time it was not just his index finger pointing to the sky. It was his entire right arm stretching upward, fingers spread wide, palm facing the sky. The sky above the Ghost City began to change. That layer of gray sky was a unique, closed space dome of the Ghost City. Theoretically, there was no real sky. But at the moment Chen Ming's palm aimed at the dome, it cracked. A white fissure tore open from the very center of it was as if someone had drawn a cut on a piece of gray paper with a knife. Deep within the fissure there were thunderclouds. White thunderclouds rolled behind the fissure, with countless thin lightning snakes slithering through the clouds. The light of those lightning snakes poured down from the fissure, illuminating the entire Ghost City. The dark Ghost City, which had been shadowed for 800 years, was at this moment rendered bright by the white lightning. The low-level ghostly beings that had not yet been absorbed by the Ghost King let out miserable howls under the illumination of the lightning, their bodies beginning to disintegrate on their own. The dark green ghost flames of the 100-meter ghostly figure dimmed slightly under the white lightning's radiance. It sensed something. It was not fear. It was despair. It was perishing. Impossible. The ghostly figure let out a roar that shook the heavens. I have already used the power of the Ghost City's rules to veil the dome. There is no dome within the Ghost City. How can you summon heavenly thunder here? Chen Ming's voice was not loud, but it was clearly conveyed to the ghostly figure's ears under the illumination of the lightning. Who told you that without a dome there cannot be thunder? His palm turned over. Facing down, white thunderclouds poured down from the fissure. A white lightning pillar as thick as a city gate crashed down from the dome's fissure. Palm thunder. The lightning pillar struck directly on the head of the 100-meter ghostly figure. At the moment of contact there was no sound. The next moment, the sound arrived. A dull thud that trembled the entire Ghost City fell from the sky. The head of the 100-meter ghostly figure was instantly burned through, creating a 10-meter wide cavity. The cavity spread downward from the top. The gray ghostly figure under the illumination of the white lightning crumbled like a paper man meeting fire. It began to crack and burn rapidly from the point of contact. The ghostly figure's face shattered. The ghostly figure's chest shattered. The ghostly figure's arms shattered. The souls of those low-level ghostly beings that had fused in were purified one by one in the lightning. They transformed into gray light spots drifting in all directions. In 3 seconds, the 100-meter ghostly figure turned into countless gray fragments from head to toe. The fragments floated in the air for 2 seconds before all dissipating. Nothing remained. Only a black golden soul bead the size of a fist hung in the spot where the ghostly figure had vanished. Inside the soul bead, a weak, dark green flame flickered and struggled. Chen Ming retracted his right hand. The white thunderclouds slowly dissipated behind the dome's fissure, which began to close. The ghost city returned to its gray sky. But the concentration of ominous energy in the air had been reduced by more than half due to that lightning just now. The entire ghost city seemed to have been rinsed with a high-pressure water gun. He walked up to the black golden soul bead and reached out to pluck it down. The dark green flame inside the soul bead extinguished instantly upon contact with the golden light of his fingertip. This should be worth quite a bit. The rule light curtain above the forbidden ground lit up again. Announcement: the Dragon Country contestant has killed the Grade Ghost King in the hidden instance Ghost City of the Netherworld, gaining 1/0 fortune points. Current fortune index of the Dragon Country, 21-0. Current ranking first. The bullet comments in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room went completely wild after the announcement of the rules on the luminous screen. The fortune index stood at 21-0. The implications of this number were immense. The second-place Eagle Sauce Nation had a fortune index of only 11.5, which was less than half of Dragon Kingdom's. The third-place Bear Nation had an even lower index of 8.8. The Cherry Blossom Nation had dropped to 5.5. The fortune index of Dragon Kingdom was greater than the combined total of the second to fifth places. 21-0. Dragon Kingdom is far ahead. How can they catch up? It's more than double the second place. Master Chen alone has achieved the highest fortune in the world. Who exactly is he? Where is that arrogant little cherry blossom from earlier? Did I brother Chen knock his face swollen? Forget those spendthrifts for now. Is it raining spiritual rain again in Dragon Kingdom? Not just spiritual rain. Spiritual grass suddenly sprouted in the wasteland back home. The air quality in our community has visibly improved. Oh, we no longer need to wear masks when going out. Master is amazing. Master is amazing. In the real world, the sky in Dragon Kingdom changed again after the fortune index broke 21. It was not spiritual rain. It was spiritual clouds. Golden rays of light rose from the horizon, as if someone had lit countless golden candles behind the clouds. The rays illuminated the land of Dragon Kingdom from south to north, from east to west. The tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields that had expanded due to the spiritual rain further extended to 100,000 acres under the shining of the spiritual clouds. The spiritual rice in the fields had already begun to sprout, growing at a speed more than 10 times that of ordinary rice. The air quality index across the country collectively jumped to excellent within just half an hour. Patients with chronic illnesses in the hospitals noticed a significant alleviation of their symptoms. Some patients with mild conditions even felt no discomfort at all. The official Dragon Kingdom released the first batch of spiritual rice distribution plans that afternoon. Spiritual rice would be prioritized for hospitals and nursing homes across the country, allowing those in greatest need to benefit first. As soon as the news broke, the 1,400 million people of Dragon Kingdom erupted in excitement. From cities to villages, from borders to coasts, every citizen felt the tangible benefits brought by the rise in national fortune. Meanwhile, in the world outside Dragon Kingdom, the mindset of various nations had completely changed. The global discourse on that day's headlines all shifted to the same theme. Dragon Kingdom had entered a period of soaring national fortune. The National Security Advisor of Eagle Sauce Nation slammed his coffee cup onto the table in an emergency meeting. Their fortune is already twice ours. If this trend continues, by the time the national fortune game, the advantage of Dragon Kingdom's fortune will be so great that we won't be able to catch up for decades. We cannot let that Chinese Taoist continue to increase his fortune. What can we do? Our contestants currently cannot even defeat a clever anomaly in the forbidden area. How can we compete with that person for resources? It's not just about competing for resources. The National Security Advisor's voice grew darker. We need to stop him from acquiring more resources. 3 hours ago, Abe Shinho from the Cherry Blossom Nation contacted us through secret channels. He proposed a joint operation plan, teaming up with the Cherry Blossom Nation. General Samsung frowned. Their fortune is only 5, about to drop to the threshold of a national disaster. They are more urgent than we are. That is precisely why they are willing to reveal their trump cards. The National Security Advisor pushed the document forward. Abe Shinho said that Dragon Kingdom's contestant is currently in the Ghost City dungeon and cannot voluntarily exit within 12 hours. There is only one exit in Ghost City. He suggested laying an ambush at the exit. When that Taoist comes out, we can surround him from multiple directions. Just relying on Abe Shinho. General Samsung looked at the action plan on the document. Wasn't he shattered by that Taoist's palm previously? That's why he asked us to send people too. The National Security Advisor flipped to the second page of the document. We have 3 battle personnel available in the Forbidden Area. A 3rd-generation genetic modificator code named Iron Fist with peak-level physical skills and defensive capabilities. A Holy Light Esper code named Holy Judgment and a level energy manipulator specializing in countering energy-type attacks. A magnetic storm manipulator code named Thunder Mother with level upper-tier magnetic field manipulation capabilities capable of interfering with communications and energy fluctuations. These 3 along with Abe Shinho himself make 4 against 1. Abe Shinho also promised to set up a thunder sealing array with his Yin-Yang technique. It would specifically block the thunder clouds in the sky, preventing that Taoist from summoning heavenly lightning. General Samsung fell silent. The others in the conference room also fell silent, all weighing their options. 4 against 1. Peak level plus a level Esper plus level upper tier plus Abe Shinho. With the thunder sealing array as well. If this ambush succeeds, theoretically it should be able to suppress any opponent below S-level. The question is whether that Taoist is S-level. General Samsung voiced the doubts in everyone's minds. The National Security Advisor remained silent for 3 seconds. We will know if we try. This is our last chance. If we don't take action this time, once he comes out of Ghost City, Dragon Kingdom's fortune will further soar. At that point, even if we launch a full-scale attack, we won't be able to catch up. General Samsung closed the document. Authorized the plan for execution. In the command center of Dragon Kingdom, Lin Yuanshan was analyzing the movements of contestants from various countries. The satellite monitoring system captured an abnormal signal 5 minutes ago. Multiple contestant teams from different countries were converging towards the exit of Ghost City. Lin, the deputy officer, handed over an analysis report. 3 groups of combat personnel from Eagle Sauce Nation had changed their routes in the last hour. The target direction was consistent, all pointing towards the spiritual mine area, which is where the entrance to Ghost City is located. Lin Yuanshan's finger paused on the table. What about Abe Shinho? Abe Shinho's signal has been located in the dense forest around the spiritual mine area and has not left. He has been waiting there. Lin Yuanshan's expression grew serious. Contact Chen Ming and Lu Yifei. The communicator operated for a while. The communication signal is being disrupted by Ghost City and cannot be connected. Lin Yuanshan looked at the red dots moving on the screen. They have set an ambush at the exit of Ghost City. In the depths of the dense forest about a kilometer away from the spiritual mine basin, 2 men dressed in sandy yellow desert camouflage crouched behind a bush. Peering through the gaps in the thick foliage, they watched the clearing ahead. Hassan and Mohan with bandages still wrapped around Mohan's left leg. Although Chen Ming had helped him clear the poison and treat his wounds, it would take some time for the flesh to heal completely, and he still walked with a slight limp. Did you see that, eh? Hassan's voice was kept very low. Mohan followed the direction of his finger and looked over. On the other side of the clearing, 3 individuals clad in dark blue standard combat uniforms were quickly setting up something. They were installing some kind of metal device at several key entrances leading from the spiritual mine basin to the outer dense forest. The device resembled small satellite antennas. The base was embedded in the soil with the antennas pointing towards the spiritual mine area. Those are people from the Eagle Sauce Nation. Hassan identified the insignia on their combat uniforms. 3 of them all combat-type operatives. Mohan observed the equipment configuration of the 3 individuals, frowning slightly. What is that big guy in the middle carrying on his back? The big guy in the middle stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular physique bulging beneath his combat uniform, as if clad in iron armor. His movements were swift and powerful, able to insert that metal device into the ground with one hand. Another one was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, occasionally flashing white light between his hands. The third was a woman wearing goggles with tiny blue arcs crackling between her fingertips. Gene-modified human holy light ability, user magnetic storm controller. Mohan's voice turned heavy. An elite combat team from the Eagle Sauce Nation. They are setting up an ambush at the exit of the spiritual mine. This is to encircle the target. Encircle who? Hassan already guessed the answer, but still asked. Who else could it be? Mohan glanced at him. The Taoist from Dragon Country. Both fell silent. The bushes behind them fell quiet for a moment. Then Hassan noticed another direction. From about 200 meters on their eastern side, a figure in a black hunting outfit was drawing something on the rock wall with a folding fan. With each stroke of the fan, a ghostly blue pattern emerged on the rock wall, extending and forming a semicircular array pattern. Abe Shinho. That is On My OG from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Mohan's tone became extremely serious. He is setting up a formation. The pattern structure looks like a kind of sealing technique. Sealing what? Most likely sealing the sky. Mohan looked at the orientation of the formation. The radiation direction of the patterns is upwards, covering a large area. If I am not mistaken, he is sealing the gathering path of the thunderclouds. Thunder sealing formation. He wants to prevent the Taoist from Dragon Country from summoning heavenly lightning. Hassan clenched his jaw. So it's 4 against 1. 3 elites from the Eagle Sauce Nation plus Abe Shinho lying in ambush at the exit of Ghost City, waiting to kill him as soon as Chen Daochong comes out. They fell silent again. Mohan looked down at his left leg, still wrapped in bandages. The wound no longer hurt. The newly grown granulation tissue was steadily developing beneath the bandages, and the purifying effect of Chen Ming's golden light had lasted until now. If it weren't for that golden light, his leg would have been gone. He might have even died in the dense forest, dismembered by low-level weirdness. Hassan, Mohan spoke up. Do you remember what we said when we left? What did we say? You said that if we encountered difficulties later, we would certainly lend a helping hand. Hassan turned to look at him. Mohan's gaze was calm. Now is that time. Hassan did not reply immediately. He looked at the 4 factions setting up formations towards the spiritual mine. The trio from the Eagle Sauce Nation had already installed most of the metal devices. Abe Shinho's thunder sealing formation was almost complete. Their efficiency was high. They would likely finish all preparations in half an hour. Let's go into Ghost City to find him. Hassan spoke the answer. Tell him there's an ambush outside. Prepare him to escape. I'm not fully healed yet. Mohan nodded. I can't run fast. You don't need to run. Hassan patted. I'll cover you. You lead the way. The two exchanged glances, rising from the bushes and bending low as they stealthily made their way toward the spiritual mine basin. The entrance to Ghost City was at the bottom of the spiritual pool. The pool had been drained, and the bronze door was half open, embedded in the center of the pool bottom. Cold air still gushed out from the door's gap. Hassan and Mohan crouched behind the rubble at the edge of the spiritual pool for a moment. After confirming that the trio from the Eagle Sauce Nation and Abe Shinho were focused on the outer ambush site, the two quickly slid down to the dry bottom of the spiritual pool during the interval. Hassan arrived at the front of the bronze door first. He leaned in to peek through the gap. A layer of gray-white frost covered the stone steps behind the door. Visibility was very low, and ghostly lanterns flickered ominously on the walls. A bone-chilling cold rushed out from the door's gap. The Een energy is so heavy. Mohan gritted his teeth, suppressing his bodist discomfort. Our combat effectiveness will be suppressed once we enter. It's okay, we're not going in to fight. Hassan unfolded his folding bow and knocked an arrow. Let's go. The two slipped through the gap in the bronze door one after the other. Stepping onto the stone steps of Ghost City, the residual Een energy at the entrance was indeed extremely heavy. Black liquid oozed from the walls on either side of the steps, making the ground slippery enough that Mohan nearly slipped several times. After walking for about a minute, the first low-level vengeful spirit emerged from a crack in the wall. Its gray-white figure had hollow eye sockets and lunged at the two. Hassan's folding bow was quickly drawn, and an arrow shot through the vengeful spirit's head. The faint spiritual energy attached to the arrow caused the spirit to dissipate momentarily, but it quickly reformed. Normal attacks are ineffective against this thing. Mohan drew his twin scimitars and stood in front. The second and third vengeful spirits seeped from the cracks in the stone slabs on the ground. Mohan's scimitar struck the vengeful spirit's body as if cutting into a mass of cotton. There was no substantial damage. The spirit's claws reached out from another direction. Mohan was caught off guard. His arm brushed, and a chilling numbness spread up his arm. Too many. More and more low-level vengeful spirits poured out from the walls and the ground on both sides of the steps. Attracted by the presence of the two living beings, they surged forward like beasts that had been starving for years. Gray ghost mist pressed in from all directions, drastically narrowing their vision. Hurry inside. Hassan shot arrows while running forward. Mohan, dragging his injured leg, followed closely behind. His twin scimitars swung forcefully. Although they could not kill the spirits, they could still temporarily push them aside. The two struggled in the ghost mist, fleeing for about 200 meters. They reached the end of the stone steps. The streets of Ghost City appeared before them. However, the number of spirits behind and on both sides was increasing, nearly blocking their retreat completely. Just then, a golden light shot out from deep within the street. Silent and unseen, the golden light passed between the two Saudi competitors and accurately landed in the center of the gray ghost mist behind them. The golden light suddenly expanded. It was not an explosion, but purification. A gentle, yet powerful purifying force spread from the center of the golden light in all directions. All vengeful spirits touched by the golden light turned to ash in an instant. The ghost mist dissipated and the stone steps returned to clarity. Hassan and Mohan stopped simultaneously, turning to look at the pathway that had been thoroughly cleansed by the golden light. Then they turned to face forward. In the street stood a figure in an old Taoist robe with hands tucked into his sleeves. Beside him was a woman in a black tactical jacket carrying a tang knife. "Greetings, gentlemen." Chen Ming tilted his head. "Long time no see." Hassan's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. Mohan steadied himself with his scimitar, panting heavily as he suppressed the surge of fear rising from his chest. "Mr. Chen, there's an ambush outside." Hassan's voice trembled. "Abe Shinho has set an ambush at the exit of Ghost City with 3 elites from the Eagle Sauce Nation. They are trying to kill you." After listening, Chen Ming looked at him for a moment. "What did they bring lunch?" Hassan and Mohan were arranged to rest at the entrance of a relatively intact building. Lu Yifei poured them some spiritual liquid. Chen Ming used golden light to perform a simple purification on the ghostly scratch on Mohan's arm. "It's nothing serious, just some negative energy. A couple of hours of rest will do the trick." Mohan moved his arm, and the cold numb sensation had mostly faded. "Thank you. You're welcome." It was a small effort. Chen Ming squatted opposite them, examining a soul crystal. Lu Yifei stood nearby, her expression grave. Anbei Shinhang and 3 elites from Eagle Sauce Country. Gene-modified humans, holy light practitioners, and magnetic storm controllers. Plus a thunder sealing array. She quickly organized the information provided by Hassan. "The purpose of the thunder sealing array is clear: to seal your ability to summon heavenly thunder. The gene-modified humans are responsible for direct suppression. The holy light practitioner may target your golden light spell. Holy flame and golden light belong to the same category of energy and can theoretically restrain each other. The magnetic storm controller is responsible for disrupting communication and energy fluctuations, working with others to form multidimensional suppression. It's 4 against 1, and each person has a clear role. This isn't just a random combination, it's specifically designed to counter your ability system." After listening, Chen Ming responded with a hum. "What do you think we should do?" "We must change our exit route." Lu Yifei glanced at the terrain of the Ghost City. The Ghost City should have more than one exit. If we can find other pathways and bypass their ambush zone, we can disengage before they react. "Master." Chen Ming interrupted her. "Moi. Who said we should take a detour?" Lu Yifei looked at him. "Don't you? Why take a detour?" Chen Ming tucked the soul crystal into his sleeve. "They're waiting outside, so let them wait a little longer. Let's first clean up everything inside the Ghost City." Hassan chimed in. "Mr. Chen, there are 4 of them, and Anbei Shinhang has set up formations specifically designed to restrain you. Isn't the risk too great for a direct confrontation?" "Not really." Chen Ming's voice was languid. "If the risk were high, I would be motivated. I was worried I wouldn't be able to create a big scene. Now that they've set up the stage, how could I not perform?" Hassan choked slightly. Mohan observed Chen Ming's relaxed, half-standing, half-squatting posture. He then looked at Lu Yifei, who, although resigned, had ceased to press the issue. He suddenly realized something. Lu Yifei's lack of insistence was not because she was persuaded. It was because she had become accustomed to it. Accustomed to the fact that every seemingly joking word spoken by this person eventually turned into reality. "All right then." Lu Yifei dropped the discussion tone and switched to execution mode. "If you've decided not to take a detour, then we need a better plan." "What plan, eh? Let's not rush to go out. First, we take everything we need from the Ghost City. After taking all the resources our strength will further, then we can exit through the front door facing their ambush with more confidence." "The Master and I are on the same page." Chen Ming stood up. "I sensed a strong source of spiritual energy deep within the Ghost City." And he pointed towards the deeper part of the street. The buildings in that direction were noticeably taller and more imposing, and a grand hall's outline could be faintly seen in the distance. "The City God Temple." Lu Yifei identified it. If there's a City God Temple in the Ghost City, it usually serves as the core of the instance. What might be inside the core? The foundation of the Ghost City's operation. It could be some kind of artifact, or perhaps a higher-level ghost guarding it. If we destroy the core, the entire Ghost City instance will be cleared. With the clearance rewards and the soul crystals collected along the way, our gains will be maximized. Chen Ming clapped his hands. "Then let's go and check out the City God Temple. Hassan, Mohan, you two can follow. No need to fight when encountering ghosts, though I will clear the way." Hassan and Mohan exchanged glances and followed. The 4 walked deeper into the Ghost City streets. The path ahead grew narrower, and the buildings on either side became denser. The concentration of negative energy on the street had notably decreased after passing through the Soul Summoning Tower area. This was because most low-level ghosts dissipated after the Ghost King was destroyed. However, the deeper they went, the negative energy began to rise again. Furthermore, it was rising faster than before. In the core area of the Ghost City, the concentration of negative energy was even higher. After about 10 minutes of walking, new ghosts began to appear in the alleys. They were not the previous E or D-level vengeful spirits. These ghosts exhibited clear aggression and appeared in groups. The first wave surged out from the deep alley on the left, about 40 level or lower ghost soldiers. All were dressed in tattered armor, clutching rusty weapons. They formed a crooked formation and charged. Chen Ming didn't even pull his hand from his sleeve. He waved his right hand through the sleeve. Golden light unfurled like an invisible golden wall sweeping forward. All 40 ghost soldiers evaporated in an instant as the golden light passed through. A pile of soul crystals fell to the ground. Masters, please help pick them up. Chen Ming didn't even turn his head, continuing forward. The three behind him bent down to collect the soul crystals. Lu Yifei picked up a few and stuffed them into her waist pouch, before continuing to follow. Hassan and Muhan squatted on the ground, shoving handfuls of crystals into their pockets. The second wave jumped down from the rooftops on the right, over 20 flying ghost faces. Their bodies were as thin as paper, screaming with mouths full of sharp teeth as they pounced on the living. Chen Ming lifted his sleeve, and golden light surged forth once more. All the flying ghost faces were purified. Soul crystals scattered once again. The third wave burrowed up from the cracks in the stone slabs on the ground 5 to 6 times more than the previous 2 waves. Hundreds of ghosts of various forms surged up from the ground, a black tide closing in from all directions. Chen Ming finally pulled his hand out of his sleeve. With his palm facing forward, he pushed. The golden light no longer took the form of a pushing wall, but instead resembled a bulldozer's blade. A golden arc of light extended from his palm, sweeping a full 180-degree range in front of him. Wherever it passed, the ghosts disintegrated into ashes. The entire street was cleared to reveal a 20-meter-wide open space. The barrage of comments in the live stream had entered a repeating mode. Ha ha ha, the stone-picking simulator is here. Sister Yifei is picking up stones. The Saudi brothers are also picking up stones. This isn't a dungeon, it's a mining expedition. Chen Daozhong is mining in the front while the three behind are all scavengers. The most unfortunate workers, the Saudi duo following the Longwood Daoist into the ghost city, doing just one thing the whole time, picking up stones. Chen Ming pushed all the way to the entrance of the city god temple. The city god temple was a 3-story stone structure, more magnificent than any building in the ghost city. The temple doors were spacious, with a 3-meter-high stone-carved judge statue standing on either side. The judge statues held the book of life and death, and the soul hook pinned their expressions stern, but the stone surfaces were covered with a thick layer of black rust. The temple doors were half open. The negative energy spilling out from the door was denser than anywhere else in the ghost city. Chen Ming stood before the temple doors. He looked up at the somewhat worn plaque. The words City God Temple could still be vaguely recognized. From deep within the temple, an extremely heavy wave of spiritual energy emanated. It wasn't Blevel. It was higher than Blevel. Lu Yifei's expression changed slightly, and she took 2 steps back. An 11 aura. Could this be the legendary Ghost Lord? Chen Ming looked up at the temple doors. This big should be quite valuable. As the 4 approached, the palace doors automatically slid open to both sides. It was not pushed open, but rather drawn by some force within the hall. It was as if inviting them inside. The space within the hall was much larger than it appeared from outside. The 3-story tall hall was merely a shell. The interior was interconnected across all floors, forming a vast vertical space. The dome was over 10 meters high, with a massive black lantern over 3 meters in diameter hanging from the top. The flame within the lantern was a dark purple, casting the entire hall in the hue of being submerged in a vat of paint. In the center of the hall was a large stone throne. Sitting upon it was a figure clad in a black and gold royal robe, intricately embroidered with a myriad of ghostly faces. Its size was comparable to that of an average person, even slightly shorter than the previous ghost general. Yet the aura it exuded was overwhelming. Powerful. Unbelievably so. It felt as though a mountain was pressing down on the hall. The moment Lu Yifei stepped into the hall, she experienced a severe obstruction in her spiritual energy flow. The suppression escalated from 50% to over 70%. Her actual combat prowess was currently below D rank. Hassan and Muhammad were in an even worse situation. The two could barely stand, relying on the stone pillars flanking the palace entrance to support themselves. The ghost lord on the throne opened its eyes. 2 dark purple vertical pupils glowed faintly against the backdrop of the black and gold robe. Its features were much more refined than the ghost king's, resembling that of an aristocrat who had lived for centuries. Its facial contours were distinct, with skin color between grayish-white and pale blue. There was no vertical crack on its forehead. Instead, a black circular gem was embedded in the center of its brow. Within the gem, dark purple flames swirled slowly. The Ghost Lord gazed at the 4 newcomers, its gaze lingering on each of them for half a second before finally settling on Chen Ming. A living person. Its voice was surprisingly calm, reminiscent of an elderly person speaking. You have entered my ghost city, killed my subordinates, and trespassed into my hall. Do you know where this place is, eh? It's the City God Temple. Chen Ming replied, hands in pockets, standing in the center of the hall. It says so on the plaque at the entrance. knowing it's the city god temple, yet you dare to enter. How can I pass if I don't come in? The Ghost Lord's dark purple vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Pass. Do you think this ghost city is a playground for the living? It slowly stood up from the stone throne. The hem of its black and gold robe trailed on the ground, leaving behind black frost flowers on the stone tiles. This is the realm of the underworld. Living people enter, leaving their souls behind is only natural. Do you wish to offer yours willingly, or should I take it by force? Chen Ming tilted his head slightly, glancing at the now vacant stone throne. That chair looks quite wide. I mean, that chair seems quite suitable for sleeping with a curved backrest. It should be very comfortable to sit on. The Ghost Lord's dark purple vertical pupils flickered. Are you being insolent before me? It's not insolence, just an objective evaluation of your furniture. Lu Yifei raised her hand to press her temple from behind. The Ghost Lord's patience ran out. It raised its right hand, opening 5 pale fingers. Dark purple chains shot out from each fingertip. The 5 chains intertwined in the air, swiftly wrapping around Chen Ming. They were rule chains. This was not an ordinary energy attack. This was a manifestation of the Ghost City's rules. Within the Ghost City, the Ghost Lord could utilize the city's rules to bind intruders. Once the rule chains wrapped around a target, they would directly seal off the target's spiritual energy flow. No matter how much spiritual energy you possess, it cannot be used. The moment Lu Yifei saw the chains fly out, she shouted, "Chen Ming, dodge. Those are rule chains. Once wrapped, you won't be able to mobilize your spiritual energy, not even the golden light spell." Chen Ming did not dodge. 5 dark purple chains ensnared him, coiling from his arms to his waist and legs, wrapping layer by layer. The Ghost Lord's lips curled slightly. The previous calmness vanished, replaced by a condescending indifference. Submit. It had only spoken. The chains glowed. Not with dark purple light, but with gold. At the moment the chains wrapped around him, the golden light membrane on Chen Ming's body permeated into the chains. The dark purple rule chains began to change color under the permeation of the golden light. From dark purple to gray, from gray to transparent, and from transparent to fragments. Within 3 seconds, all 5 chains shattered and fell from Chen Ming. The fragments clattered on the ground for a moment before dissipating into dark purple smoke. The Ghost Lord's smile froze. You? How? Is this possible? Your chains don't seem very strong. Chen Ming flexed his wrists that had been bound. Maybe it's time for a new set after being used for so long. The Ghost Lord's dark purple vertical pupils suddenly tightened at that moment. It finally confirmed one thing. The human before it, dressed in worn robes, was not an ordinary living being. Its Ghost City rules could not suppress him. It seems I must take this seriously. The Ghost Lord's voice was no longer calm. It turned cold and piercing. Its entire body began to emanate a thick, dark purple glow. The black and gold robe appeared to come alive in the glow. The ghostly face patterns on the robe opened their mouths one by one, emitting silent screams. The pressure in the hall surged rapidly. Lu Yifei could no longer stand, one hand bracing against the ground to avoid collapsing. Hassan and Muhammad were directly pressed down to the ground. Chen Ming stood in the center of the hall like a tree in the eye of a storm. Unmoved. Cultivators. His voice pierced through the increasingly heavy pressure to reach the ears of the 3 behind him. Wait for me outside. I can handle what's going on in here alone. Lu Yifei pushed herself up from the ground. She glanced at Chen Ming's back for 2 seconds before dragging Hassan and Muhammad out of the city god temple. The temple doors closed again at the moment they exited. Inside the temple, only Chen Ming and the Ghost Lord remained. The dark purple light of the Ghost Lord filled the entire hall. The giant black lantern on the dome vibrated with a buzzing sound under the encroaching light. The dark purple flames inside the lantern grew fiercer. I have guarded the Ghost City for 800 years. The Ghost Lord's voice echoed throughout the great hall. I have seen countless self-righteous living beings intrude. What celestial disciples? What imperial sorcerers? All have become nutrients for the Ghost City. You will be no exception. 800 years. Chen Ming yawned. That is indeed quite a long time. No wonder it's so dilapidated. The Ghost Lord's dark purple vertical pupils glimmered with killing intent. Its hands thrust forward simultaneously, and 10 chains of rules shot out from its fingers. At the same time, the ground of the hall cracked open. Countless dark purple ghostly hands surged from the fissures. The ghostly hands reached up from the ground, densely grasping towards Chen Ming's ankles. The dome above also began to change. The black lantern exploded, and the dark purple flames transformed into a massive fire net descending from above. They were surrounded on 3 sides. Chains attacked from the front. Ghostly hands reached up from below. The fire net descended from above. All converged at once. Chen Ming's golden light spell transformed into a protective membrane. It suddenly brightened. But this time he did not use the golden light to block it directly. He raised his right hand with his palm facing upwards. A sphere of golden light gathered in his palm. Then white threads appeared within the light. White lightning veins spread within the golden sphere like capillary. The golden light and the lightning fused in his palm. The lightning merged with the golden light spell. Louis Fei had previously described the golden light spell's properties of defense, purification, and overcoming darkness. She had also seen the Nine Heavens lightning technique's power to destroy heavenly punishments. But she had never witnessed the combination of the two. Because Chen Ming had not used it before, this was the first time. The golden sphere swirled with white lightning snakes. The two forms of energy rotated and merged at high speed, producing a buzzing low-frequency resonance. Chen Ming flipped his palm over and pressed down. The golden lightning fell from his palm. At the moment it landed, there was no sound. But the entire city god temple split in half. The fissure extended straight from the center of the temple's ground to the dome, splitting the hall like a watermelon. The fissure was not a physical fracture. It was the energy of the golden lightning that evaporated all matter along the fissure. The ghostly hands that had reached up from the ground turned to ash in the light of the golden lightning. The dark purple fire net descending from above evaporated into purple smoke in the heat of the golden lightning. The 10 chains of rules upon contact with the waves of the golden lightning melted and dissipated like ice in boiling water. The ghost lord stood in front of the stone chair. Its black gold royal robe was torn to shreds by the residual waves of the golden lightning, revealing its pale glowing body. Its body was covered in cracks. Dark purple light leaked from the fissures, resembling a broken but unbroken porcelain statue. It looked down at its own body. Then it looked up at the person standing in the center of the split hall, hands tucked away. What is this power? With the golden light and the lightning technique together, what do you call it? I don't know either. Let's call it golden lightning. You have quite a knack for naming things, recluse. The ghost lord's dark purple vertical pupils flickered rapidly. Its body was disintegrating. The speed was slow but irreversible. 800 years. Its voice, I have guarded for 800 years, and have not waited for anyone capable of taking this ghost city. Today seems to be the day. Its body transformed into dark purple light points drifting out from the fissures. The light points rose above the split dome. The light points rose higher and fainter. In the end, only a dark purple core the size of a walnut was left suspended above the stone chair. Within the core, a faint purple light flickered, resembling a miniature star. After the ghost lord dissipated, the city god temple began to collapse. The stone walls shattered, the dome caved in, and the pillars fell. Chen Ming walked to the stone chair and reached out to pick up the dark purple core. He tucked it into his sleeve and then turned to walk out. The collapsing debris crashed down behind him. The golden light membrane kept all the debris at bay. He pushed open the temple doors and stepped out. Louis Fei, Hassan, and Muhammad were waiting outside the doors. Seeing him come out, the three of them sighed in relief simultaneously. All done. All done. Chen Ming brushed the dust off his robe. Recluse, please note that the golden lightning is quite handy for dealing with ghosts next time. Above the forbidden ground, the rule light curtain shone brightly. Announcement: the Dragon Kingdom contestants successfully cleared the hidden dungeon, Underworld Ghost City. Defeated the dungeon core, Underworld Ghost Lord. Reward: the Dragon Kingdom gains a dark energy immunity barrier with a 30 increase in resistance to bizarre pollution for all citizens. Dragon Kingdom's Fortune Index, 25. 0. Current ranking first. 25. 0. When the command centers of various countries around the world saw this number, everyone's expressions changed. The Dragon Kingdom's fortune was already more than double that of the second place. The ghost city and its domain began to collapse completely. The sky cracked, the stone slabs shattered, and buildings fell. The entire ghost city collapsed inward like a model stripped of its skeleton, rumbling as it imploded. The four of them ran towards the entrance. The stone steps remained but were shaking violently. They rushed up to the top of the stone steps in one breath. The bronze gates were shaken open by the impact of the collapsing ghost city. The four of them rushed out one after another through the doorway, returning to the surface of the spiritual mind basin. The bronze doors behind them collapsed with a thunderous crash, sinking into the ground along with the remnants of the ghost city. The location of the spiritual pool had turned into a large black pit. Chen Ming stood at the edge of the pit, hands tucked into his pockets, looking towards the dense forest outside. It was very quiet outside, but he knew that quiet places were often the most dangerous. He took 2 steps forward at the edge of the spiritual mind basin. At the entrance of the dense forest, 4 figures stood there. Aben Shinhiko was in the center. To the left stood a 2-meter-tall behemoth. To the right stood a blond young man and a woman wearing goggles. 4 pairs of eyes turned towards them simultaneously. Chen Ming tucked his hands into his pockets and tilted his head slightly. Hey, have you been waiting long? Are you all here to invite me to dinner? Abeno Shinkio's folding fan slowly unfolded in his hand. The pentagram array on the fan surface was no longer there, replaced by a more complex dark red yin-yang pattern. His aura felt different from their last meeting. It had become more composed, yet also more sinister. Mr. Chen, His spoken language was still as standard as ever. Congratulations on clearing the Ghost City instance. No need for thanks. However, before you return to Longhua, Abino Shinkyo closed the folding fan and pointed in Chen Ming's direction. Please hand over the core of the Ghost City and the profits from the spirit mines. It is unfair for one nation to monopolize these resources. As a member of the Asian community, Longhua should demonstrate the grandeur of a great power and share resources with other countries. Lu Yifei let out a cold laugh. Share resources? When have you ever shared resources with Longhua? We discovered the spirit mines first, and it was Chen Ming who cleared the Ghost City by himself. Now you come out saying share. How bold of you. Abino Shinkyo did not look at Lu Yifei. His gaze was locked onto Mr. Chen. You are a wise man. In a fortune situation, you should be able to see clearly. Longhua should have the demeanor of a great power. Sharing is important. Do not be so selfish. He stepped aside slightly. The three combatants from the Eagle country behind him revealed themselves. The genetically modified human Iron Fist stood at the forefront. Standing at 2 meters tall, his entire body appeared to be cast from iron. His fists were clad in silver alloy knuckle dusters with faint blue energy patterns swirling on their surfaces. The Holy Light user, Holy Judgment, stood to the left. With blonde hair and blue eyes, he bore a solemn religious demeanor. A sphere of white flame slowly rotated between his hands. That was the Holy Flame, a type of yang energy alongside golden light. The electromagnetic manipulator Thunder Mother stood to the right, her eyes sharp and calm behind her goggles. Blue arcs of electricity danced between her 10 fingers, and one could faintly feel the air's magnetic field distorting. For individuals, 1 peak class, 1 mid class, and 1 upper class plus Abino Shinkyo. In the distance, the lightning ceiling array that Abino Shinkyo had previously set up was now complete. Dark red patterns covered a 200-meter radius of the sky, forming a translucent dome, sealing the path for gathering thunderclouds. Mr. Chen, Abino Shinkyo spoke again. I know your lightning techniques are strong. However, I have set up the Inyang lightning ceiling array. Within the range of this array, the thunderclouds in the sky cannot gather. You cannot summon thunder. Without thunder, what are your odds against the 4 of us? Abino Shinkyo tapped his folding fan against his palm. Mr. Chen, we are all wise people. There's a saying in China, those who recognize the times are heroes. This is your last chance. Hand over the resources, and we will let you go. Let's keep things amicable. Chen Ming glanced at Abino Shinkyo, and then at the 3 individuals behind him. He then turned to Lu Yifei, Hassan, and Muhammad behind him. Lu Yifei had already gripped her Tang Dao tightly. Although her spiritual power had not fully recovered, her stance had shifted into a combat-ready position. Hassan fully drew back his folding bow. Muhammad unsheathed his twin, curved daggers. The 3 stood behind Chen Ming. You all step back. Chen Ming's voice was very casual. Layman, don't steal my kill. What? I mean, don't try to fight alongside me, or let me handle it. Lu Yifei was taken aback for a moment before stepping back 2 paces. Hassan and Muhammad followed suit. Chen Ming turned back to face his 4 opponents. He tucked his hands into his sleeves and tilted his head slightly. What did you just say? 4 against 1. No, it's 4 esteemed laymen who have been surrounded by me. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Seeking death. Arrogant Longhua Taoist. Iron Fist was the first to move. The explosive speed of the genetically modified human was astonishing, and he closed the distance to Chen Ming in just 0.3 seconds. The blue energy patterns on the alloy knuckle dusters lit up completely, and a punch was thrown towards Chen Ming's face, the air exploding with a dull sound. Chen Ming's right hand shot out from his sleeve, raising his palm gently. It was not a giant golden palm, but an ordinary sized hand with a thin layer of golden light covering the palm. He met Iron Fist's alloy knuckle duster heated. The dull sound of metal colliding echoed. Iron Fist's fist halted in Chen Ming's palm, and the blue energy patterns on the knuckle duster hissed as they were met with golden light. Iron Fist's arm trembled, his expression shifting from confidence to disbelief. He could not push forward. The strength of his punch could not budge the hand before him. Chen Ming's fingers closed slightly, gripping Iron Fist's fist, then pressed downwards. Boom. Iron Fist's body, weighing over 200 pounds, was pressed into the ground by Chen Ming with one hand. The ground shattered, debris flying, creating a human-shaped pit. Iron Fist lay at the bottom of the pit, his alloy knuckles broken into, the muscles on his back twitching. Layman, you need to eat more. You have no strength left. A palm strike. The global live broadcast had no idea how many times this scene had exploded, but each time was crazier than the last. Another slap. The genetically modified human 3rd generation, peak class Iron Fist, was directly pressed into the ground with a slap. Ha, brother Chen, asking if the opponents have eaten really makes me lose my composure. As Holy Judgment fell, he made his move. His hands pushed forward, and the white Holy Flame transformed into a beam of light that enveloped Chen Ming. Holy Flame is a type of yang energy and can theoretically counteract golden light. The white and golden lights collided in the air, but the clash lasted less than a second. The golden light pushed the holy flame back. It was not an equal clash, it was a crushing defeat. The holy flame before the golden light was like a candle meeting a spotlight, its light completely swallowed. Holy Judgment's hands were uncontrollably pushed back by the recoil, and he was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before finally stopping. The holy flame extinguished. His hands were swollen and trembling, unable to gather energy for a short time. Chen Ming withdrew the golden light and clapped his palms together. Your holy flame is not very impressive. It can't even warm my hands. It's at least 3 tiers weaker than my golden light. Thunder Mother had completed her charge as her 2 teammates fell one after the other. A massive amount of blue magnetic energy gathered between her 10 fingers. She manipulated the metallic microparticles in the air and the surrounding metal fragments to form a rapidly spinning metallic storm. The storm rushed towards Chen Ming from 3 directions simultaneously. At the same time, she used the magnetic storm to interfere with all energy fluctuations within a 50-meter radius. Under the interference of the magnetic storm, all communication devices failed. Even the operation of spiritual power showed slight disturbances. Metal fragments struck against the golden light membrane, creating a clanging sound. Chen Ming looked down at the fragments hitting the light membrane. Then he raised his hand. A fine white lightning bolt shot out from his fingertips. The lightning was not directed at Thunder Mother herself, but aimed at the center of the metallic storm. Lightning and magnetic fields are natural twins. When a super high-energy lightning bolt was injected into the metallic storm controlled by Thunder Mother, the magnetic field reversed. The metallic fragments lost control in the instant the magnetic field reversed, exploding outward in all directions like popcorn in a frying pan. Thunder Mother herself was hit by several rebounding fragments and was sent flying. Her goggles shattered. She clutched her face and fell onto the grass 10 meters away. The elite combatants from Eagle Country were all dealt with in less than 20 seconds. Abino Shinkyo, his folding fan was gripped tightly in his hand, his finger joints turning white enough to see the outlines of the bones. He watched all this and swallowed hard. Iron Fist was pressed into the ground with a single palm strike. Holy Judgment's holy flame was crushed by golden light. Thunder Mother's magnetic field was explosively reversed. 20 seconds. The 4 against 1 had turned into 1 against 1. And the lightning sealing array he had painstakingly set up earlier still hung in the sky, serving no purpose at all. Because Chen Ming had never used heavenly thunder from the beginning to the end. The lightning that struck into the metallic storm was released directly from his fingertips. There was no need to summon the thunderclouds in the sky. He could generate lightning from his own palm. The sealing array sealed the sky, but it could not seal his hand. Abino Shinkyo's face turned as white as paper. Abe Shinhang stood still in place. The 3 warriors behind him had already drawn their swords the moment the iron fist was pressed into the ground. However, the 3 swords raised in midair lacked the courage to strike down. Abe Shinhang closed his folding fan, then opened it again, and closed it once more. This repeated 3 times. Your lightning technique surprisingly does not require invoking the heavenly thunder. He finally spoke. His voice remained the standard lingua franca, but the pauses between words were longer than before. A person relying solely on themselves can actually emit such intensity of lightning. Your lightning technique is directly activated from within your body. The thunder sealing array I laid out is entirely meaningless. You knew this from the very beginning. Yes. Chen Ming tucked his hands into his pockets. But you were quite serious while laying the array, so I didn't disturb you. The corner of Abe Shinhang's mouth twitched. This line was repeatedly screenshot and spammed in the live stream. Abe spent half a day laying the array, only to find out that the other party knew from the start that it was useless, yet he didn't disturb him. LOL, what level of sarcasm is this? Abe Shinhang took a deep breath. His composure had reached its limit at this moment. Yet he did not break. He still had a trump card. I admit you are indeed very strong. I probably will never forget you in my lifetime. But humans have their... His right hand emerged from his robe sleeve. In his palm lay a black jade stone. The surface of the jade was riddled with cracks as if it had shattered halfway, but was being held together by some force. Something was surging within it. It was black and dense, resembling compressed smoke. What is that? Lu Yifei's voice came from behind, laced with a hint of tension. She recognized the aura of that black jade. It's the strategic reserve of Sakura Country. One of the national fortune rewards obtained by Sakura Country in the last national fortune game. The remnants of the 8-headed serpent. Chen Ming's brows slightly furrowed. Abe Shinhang crushed the black jade. Fragments fell through his fingers. Black smoke surged out from the fragments. After swirling in the air for 2 seconds, it began to coalesce. It formed 8 snake heads. Each snake head was the size of a basin, its surface covered in pitch-black scales. When its mouth opened, 2 rows of curved, poisonous fangs could be seen. The 8 snake heads were connected by serpentine bodies made of black smoke coiling above Abe Shinhang. The overall form resembled a giant serpent dismembered to leave only 8 heads. 8-headed remnants. Its aura approached the pinnacle of grade A. The barrage from Sakura country finally came back to life after a long silence. 8-headed remnants. Abedono has activated the strategic trump card. As long as the 8-headed remnants can kill that Dragon Country Taoist, we still have a chance. Please, Abedono. This is our last hope. Lu Yifei quickly explained behind Chen Ming. The 8-headed remnants are the residual soul of the ancient, evil serpent, Yamada no Orochi. One of the national fortune rewards obtained by Sakura country in the last national fortune game. Not only does it approach the pinnacle of grade A in combat power, but it also has a special ability. To devour fortune. What? It can devour the fortune marks of the opposing country by attacking the opponent's contestants. If it bites, not only will the person be injured, the fortune of Dragon Country will also be directly deducted. Chen Ming's expression changed upon hearing the words devour fortune. It was not anxiety. It was anger. His previously droopy eyes fully opened at that moment. The 8-headed remnants moved. The 8 snake heads shot towards Chen Ming simultaneously, like 8 black arrows released from a bowstring. Their target was not Chen Ming's body. It was the fortune mark of Dragon Country on Chen Ming's wrist. The mouths of the snake heads opened wide, revealing black poisonous fangs glimmering with a faint purple light. You dare to touch my Dragon Country's fortune? Chen Ming's voice was no longer lazy. It was flat. It was light. Yet each word struck like iron. You have some guts. His right hand lifted, pointing towards the sky. Abe Shinhang's thunder sealing array still hung in the air. But at the moment Chen Ming pointed to the sky, the thunder sealing array shattered. It was not broken by lightning. It was crushed by pure will. The dark red array patterns seemed to have been crushed by an invisible hand. They transformed into countless fragments fluttering down from the sky. Then white thunderclouds gathered from all directions above Chen Ming's head. The speed was so fast that Abe Shinhang didn't even have time to react. 8 bolts of lightning. Pure white heavenly thunder. Each one precisely targeted a snake head. 8 rays of Yang Wulei fell simultaneously from the white thundercloud. The 8 snake heads could not withstand even half a second before the white lightning pierced through the center of each head. The black smoke inside the snake heads evaporated with a hissing sound under the purifying lightning. 1, 2, 3, 8. All shattered. 8-headed remnants. The strategic reserve of Sakura country. Just like that, effortlessly it was utterly obliterated under the precise strikes of 8 bolts of heavenly thunder. Not a trace remained. The rule light curtain above the forbidden land lit up. Announcement: Sakura country's strategic reserve 8-headed remnants has been destroyed by Dragon country's contestant. Judgment: Sakura country failed in the active use of fortune-type attacks, leading to fortune backlash. Sakura country's fortune deducted by 2 major points. Current fortune index of Sakura country 3. 5. 3. 5. Sakura country's fortune dropped from 5. 5 to 3. 5. It was already close to the triggering threshold of a nation-destroying natural disaster. Abe Shinhang's knee bent upon encountering the residual waves of the 8 bolts of heavenly thunder. It was not that he wanted to kneel. It was that his body could no longer withstand the pressure of the lightning. He knelt to the ground, and the folding fan fell into the dirt in front of him. Chen Ming looked down at him. Layman, don't be so hot-headed. Layman, I think you will never forget me for the rest of it. The battlefield in the spirit mine pit fell completely silent after the last flash of lightning dissipated. And Bei Shenxing knelt on the ground, his hands supporting himself on the soil, his whole body trembling faintly. The string of white jade beads at his waist had shattered into pieces, fragments scattered around his knees. The folding fan lay in the muddy ground before him, its yin-yang patterns completely darkened. His Shikigami was gone. His thunder enclosure array was shattered. His strategic reserves had been precisely obliterated by 8 bolts of lightning. The 3 warriors he brought with him dropped their katana onto the ground. Kneeling on both knees, he did not dare to lift his head. In the distance, 3 combatants from Eagle Sauce Nation were already activating their emergency life-saving devices. Iron Fist crawled out of the pit. The alloy finger sleeves had crumbled into scrap metal, both fists bloodied and mangled. The hands of Holy Judgment were still swollen and trembling. The core of Holy Flame had been suppressed by golden light, losing its energy. Thunder Mother's goggles were shattered. Her face was cut by metal fragments in several places. The 3 people supported each other as they activated the emergency teleportation device on their wrist. A layer of blue light enveloped the 3 of them. 3 seconds later, the blue light contracted, and the 3 disappeared, teleported back to the secure area of the Forbidden Zone. Having lost the ability to continue fighting, and Bei Shenxing raised his head. His complexion hadn't turned pale, it was gray, as if all the blood had been drained from him. His gaze swept across the chaotic remnants of the battlefield, landing on Chen Ming, who stood 10 meters away. Chen Ming had his hands tucked into his pockets, tilting his head, appearing just like usual. It seemed that the recent battle of 1 against 4 had merely helped him digest his meal. Mr. Chen. And Bei Xinxing's voice was hoarse, as if someone had strangled his throat. You won. Yeah, you won everything. Oh. Chen Ming didn't even glance over, casually respond. Why didn't you kill me? Chen Ming turned around and looked at him for 2 seconds. I couldn't be bothered to kill you. Why are you still here asking instead of running? If I kill you, who will give me shock value? Chen Ming silently complained a few times in his heart, but maintained a serious expression on the surface. Why would I kill you? You're not a freak. You are just a clever person who sold out the wrong nation. This stage has been set quite splendidly. Your mind is sharp, but unfortunately your strength is lacking. And Bei Xinxing's lips moved, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. He slowly stood up from the ground, picking up the folding fan that had fallen in the mud. The fan was covered in dirt, and he did not wipe it, simply holding it as it was. He walked towards the dense forest, followed by the 3 warriors behind him. After taking a few steps, he paused for a moment without turning back. Until we meet again. Then he continued walking, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Only Chen Ming, Lu Yifei, Hassan, and Muhammad remained on the battlefield. Hassan looked in the direction wherein Bei Xinxing had vanished. He glanced at the fragments of the shattered alloy finger sleeves and the scattered array fragments on the ground. Then he turned to face Chen Ming. He removed the folding bow and placed it on the ground. Muhammad sheathed his twin sabers back at his waist. The two simultaneously performed a Saudi-style deep bow to Chen Ming. Bowing down, the right hand on the chest, head lowered, they maintained the posture for a full 3 seconds. Mr. Chen. Hassan straightened up. This kindness will be remembered by Saudi. From today onward, Saudi and Longwa are friends. At this moment, the bullet screen in Saudi's live stream reached a historical high. All Saudi viewers were spamming the same sentence, which roughly translates to Longwa is our brother. Chen Ming waved his hand. You're too polite, my friend. You almost got eaten by ghosts when you came to report from Ghost City. That is the real favor. After you two return, make sure to recuperate well. Remember to invite me next time you have something delicious. Hassan smiled. Muhammad also smiled. After the two bid farewell, they walked towards their camp. Only Chen Ming and Lu Yifei remained on the battlefield. The empty spirit mine pit was left in ruins after the fierce battle, with pits and debris scattered all over the ground. The spirit pool had turned into a large black pit. The low walls were shattered, the bushes burned, and even the air carried a charred scent. But at the end of the sky, on the edge of the blood-red clouds, a golden glow appeared. It was the mark left in the sky of the Forbidden Zone after Longwa's fortune surged. The golden light illuminated the entire spirit mine area, as if it had coated this desolate land with a warm hue. The rule light curtain above the Forbidden Zone flickered one last time. Announcement: the Longwa contestant defeated a coalition attack from multiple nations, gaining additional fortune enhancement. Longwa Fortune Index 27. 5. Reward: 3 new spirit springs in the real world for Longwa, available for all citizens to drink. Longwa Fortune Index 27. 5. Global ranking: first. Second place, Eagle Sauce Nation Fortune Index 10. 8. Third place, Mao Xiongwa Fortune Index 8. 5. Fourth place, Saudi Fortune Index 7. 2. Fifth place, Gaul Fortune Index 6. 1. Longwa's fortune is nearly 3 times that of the second place. This number lingered on the rule light curtain for a full 10 seconds before dissipating. All live streams globally fell silent during those 10 seconds. No bullet screen. No comments. No sounds. 10 seconds later, the Longwa live stream erupted first. The density of the bullet screen broke through the level 7 throttling, causing the server to crash and restart twice. 27. 5. Longwa is invincible. 3 new spirit springs. Nationwide new spirit springs. The fortune of our country is 3 times that of the second place. Chen Ming is the national fortune of Longwa. Longwa long live. Taoist long live. The bullet screens on the international channel also surged back after a brief silence. Various languages mixed together in the bullet screen, but the translated meaning was surprisingly unified. Longwa is unbeatable. Do not provoke. Absolutely do not provoke. In the command center of Longwa, Lin Yuanshan looked at the number 27. 5 on the screen and slowly leaned back into his chair. His fingers unconsciously tapped a couple of times on the desk. An aide handed over a document. Lin Yuanshan opened it and took a glance. The latest directive from superiors. Comrade Chen Ming's performance and contributions in this national fortune game have surpassed the existing evaluation system. Effective immediately, his danger level will be elevated from Guardian level to National Guardian level. After his safe return, he will be received by the highest ranking officials. Lin Yuanshan closed the document. National Guardian level. Only 3 individuals in the entire history of Longwa have ever received this rating. He is the 4th. The aide's hands trembled slightly, and he is the youngest one. Inside the Forbidden Zone at the edge of the spirit mine pit, Lu Yifei stood next to Chen Ming. Her tang knife had been sheathed. The battle was over. The ghost city had been cleared. The siege had been shattered. The national fortune had reached its peak. She looked at Chen Ming's profile. There was no pride, no arrogance, not even a sense of relief on that face. It was still that eternally lazy expression, as if defeating the strongest enemy in the world was merely one of countless insignificant events in a day. Suddenly, she found her previous doubts about whether Chen Ming was boasting to be very laughable. From now on, whatever he said, she would believe. Absolutely believe. Believe without hesitation. Chen Ming yawned and stretched lazily. Is it done? It's done. Then, my friend. He rubbed his belly. What are we having for dinner? Lu Yifei looked at his lazy demeanor, starting to return, and the corner of her mouth curved slightly. Is it done? It's done. Then, my friend. He rubbed his belly. What are we having for dinner? Lu Yifei looked at his lazy demeanor, starting to return, and the corner of her mouth. The countdown in the forbidden area reached its final second and hit 0. The blood-red thick clouds that had pressed down for 48 hours above split open in the middle. A golden beam of light descended from the crack enveloping Chen Ming and Lu Yifei. The ground beneath their feet began to turn transparent. The spiritual mind depression. The withered dense forest. The desolate land in the distance cracked by lightning. All scenes became blurry in the beam of light. Lu Yifei instinctively tightened her grip on the hilt of her tang, sword, her body slightly tensed. Chen Ming, with his hands in his pockets, yawned at that moment when the beam of light began to shrink. Both of them were lifted by a gentle force, and everything in their sight transformed into golden light spots. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing on a massive circular platform. Surrounding the platform was a transparent energy shield beyond which lay a blue sky and white clouds. It was the real blue sky and white clouds, not the kind pressed by blood-red thick clouds in the forbidden area. It was clean, infused with the scent of sunshine. Chen Ming squinted at the sun above, stretching lazily. Finally back home, my friend. Let's eat first. Lu Yifei stood beside him, still holding her tang sword. The tactical combat clothing she wore was stained with the powder of the greybone spider and the liquid from the spirit. Her ponytail was somewhat disheveled, with several strands of hair sticking to her cheek. She looked up at the sky, letting out a long breath. 48 hours. She returned alive. And not just alive. She came back with a Dragon Nation luck index of 27. 5 of the highest in the world. The shield outside the teleportation platform slowly descended. In the distance, a golden spiritual mist spread from the east, as if someone had poured a layer of liquid gold onto the sky. Under the spiritual mist, fine golden light spots drifted down from the sky. Spiritual rain. The spiritual rain returned to the entire land of the Dragon Nation. Chen Ming reached out, catching a drop and sniffing it beneath his nose. The quality of this spiritual rain is slightly inferior to the spirit liquid in the forbidden area, but it's abundant. 1,400 million people are soaking in it. The physique can be enhanced by at least 10 to 20%. Lu Yifei sheathed her sword and walked to the edge of the platform to look down. The platform was built in the center of a military base, surrounded by dense military facilities and helipads. Soldiers in the base were looking up at the spiritual mist in the sky. Many reached out to catch the golden light spots, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Look over there. Lu Yifei pointed into the distance. On the skyline outside the base walls, every building's glass facade reflected the golden glow of the spiritual mist, making the entire city appear gilded. Chen Ming glanced in the direction she pointed and nodded. It looks pretty nice. But, my friend, let's first find out where the cafeteria is. Not gray like on an overcast day. It was a kind of oppressive gray, as if something was stirring in the clouds. The surface of Tokyo Bay, not gray like on an overcast day. It was a kind of oppressive gray, as if something was stirring in the clouds. The surface of Tokyo Bay was violently undulating. Tsunami warning alarms blared from every speaker in coastal cities. The sharp, piercing sound echoed throughout the Kanto plain. The ground shook. Not a slight tremor. It was the kind of shaking that could make cups slide off tables and top. Pedestrians on the streets were running and screaming. The glass of convenience stores shattered everywhere. Vending machines toppled into the road, power poles leaned dangerously, and sparks flew from broken wires. A regulatory light screen hung over every city in the Cherry Blossom Nation, displaying cold text scrolling across it. Announcement: the luck index of the Cherry Blossom Nation has fallen below the safety threshold. The backlash of luck has been triggered. The average lifespan of citizens has been reduced by 3 years, decreasing every month thereafter. The crowd on the street stared at the text. Some sat on the ground, some squatted down holding their heads, and some cursed at the sky. The comments in the global live broadcast room formed a strange unity at this moment. National luck is heaven's mandate. National luck is heaven's mandate. National luck is heaven's mandate. In the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, 1,200,000,000 viewers watched as the screen split in two. On the left was the Dragon Nation shining with spiritual rain, and on the right was the Cherry Blossom Nation suffering from earthquake and tsunami backlash. The stark contrast left everyone momentarily silent. Then the comments exploded again. This is the consequence of provoking the Dragon Nation. Kamayama Ichiro's grave grass must be 3 feet high by now. Where is Abe Shinzo? Why is he not calling out? The Cherry Blossom Nation deserves this fate, and they have Kamayama Ichiro to thank for it. Brother Chen single-handedly crushed a nation's luck, something one would only see in myths. On the teleportation, Chen Ming was completely unaware of all this. He was crouching at the edge of the platform, studying the teleportation array patterns. My friend, this array pattern resembles the Taoist 9-palace arrangement. Can you think of something serious first? This is serious. Studying array formations is also a part of cultivation. Louis Fei was too lazy to argue with him. She looked towards the direction of the base's main gate, where a convoy of black cars was speeding towards them. The people coming to pick us up are here. Oh. Chen Ming stood up, brushing off the dust from his robe. My friend, do you think they will bring food? At the Prime Minister's residence in the Cherry Blossom Nation, an emergency cabinet meeting had been underway for 4 hours. The air in the meeting room was stifling. A dozen middle-aged men in suits sat on either side of a long table, each of their faces looking grim. The Prime Minister's seat was empty. He was in the adjacent communication room on the phone with leaders from various countries trying to seek international aid. But no one was answering his calls. Not a single one. The Abe family must give the nation an explanation. The speaker was the Minister of Defense in his 50s with most of his hair already gray. Kamayama Ichiro was a candidate recommended by the Abe family. The beast-attracting powder was provided by the Abe family, and the Yada no Kagami was a strategic reserve requested by the Abe family. Every move was made by them, and every mistake was theirs to bear. Now the average lifespan of the entire nation has been reduced by 3 years and continues to decrease every month. If the public is not given an explanation, riots will spread nationwide within a week. No one contradicted him. Outside the window, the sounds of protesters could already be heard. Abe Shinzo is still in the forbidden area. Another official spoke up, his voice low. His family has been surrounded with over 10,000 people gathering outside their residence. The police cannot stop them. The door of the meeting room was pushed open. The Prime Minister walked in, his expression as if he had just eaten a pound of bitter herbs. No country is willing to help us. He sat back in his seat, his hands clasped on the table. What about the dragon? The response from the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is 4 words. The aide flipped through the documents in his hands. You brought this upon yourselves. The meeting room fell silent for 5 seconds. The Prime Minister closed his eyes. Issue a national statement. The Abe family will bear full responsibility. Freeze all their assets and arrest Abe Shinzo immediately upon his return. At the same time, send a formal letter of apology to the Dragon Nation. Use the highest level of wording. Understood. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Dragon Nation, in the capital Shudi and Lingnan, 3 spiritual springs erupted from the ground simultaneously. The spiritual spring in the capital appeared in Jingshan Park behind the Forbidden City, with a spring opening the size of a basin. Clear spiritual liquid gushed from the ground, emitting a faint glow in the air. The spiritual spring in Shudi was at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, with water flowing down the mountainside. Forming a small stream, where the stream flowed, the grass and trees on both banks thrived with new growth springing from withered branches. The spiritual spring in Lingnan was at the peak of Baiyun Mountain. The spring water gathered into a small pond, its water emerald green, with a spiritual energy concentration 50 times that of ordinary air. The spiritual energy concentration of the entire Dragon Nation doubled in just 1 day. The official announcement from the Dragon Nation was made that afternoon. The nationwide free spiritual energy therapy plan officially launched. All public hospitals opened spiritual therapy departments, prioritizing patients with chronic illnesses. Spring water was distributed for free according to population quotas. The output of spiritual rice was prioritized for hospitals and nursing homes. 3 days after the announcement, large-scale improvements began appearing in the chronic disease departments of national hospitals. Diabetic patients' blood glucose levels returned to normal. Hypertensive patients no longer needed to take medication daily. Even several cases of early cancer patients showed signs of tumor shrinkage. The medical community was shaken, but the reaction from the general public was even more direct. They flooded social platforms, posting before and after comparisons of their health check reports. Videos of themselves running without panting and selfies of their gray hair turning black. Every post had the same name in the comments. Chen Ming. Thank you, Chen Ming. Global public opinion completely tilted in favor of the Dragon Nation within that week. I see the little author's new book set sail, begging for encouragement, begging for gifts. Thank you in advance for the support from all readers. The military aircraft took off from the southern base, heading towards the capital. In the cabin, there were only 2 passengers. Chen Ming leaned back in the leather seat of the first-class cabin. He adjusted the seat to the flattest angle, stretching his legs long, his eyes already closed. Lu Yifei sat across from him, having changed out of her tactical outfit into a navy blue casual jacket provided by the military. Her hair fell loosely over her shoulders as she was reading follow-up documents sent by the command center on her tablet. Before the cabin door closed, a middle-aged man in military uniform hurriedly walked in. His shoulder insignia displayed 2 gold stars. He was the Deputy Minister of National Defense, Zhao Taizhan. He stood in the aisle of the cabin looking at the young man lying in the seat who had already started to snore. He moved his lips slightly, but ultimately walked over. "Comrade, Chen Ming." No response. "Comrade, Chen Ming." Still no response. Lu Yifei looked up, put down her tablet, and gently nudged Chen Ming's shoulder. "Someone is looking for you." Chen Ming drowsily opened one eye. He saw a middle-aged man in military uniform standing in front of him, the stars on his shoulders glimmering under the cabin lights. He sat up and rubbed his eyes. "Hello, Layman," Zhao Taizhan said, his lips twitching again. In his life he had been called Chief Deputy Minister Mr. Zhao and Old Zhao. But Layman was a first. "I am Zhao Tieshan, Deputy Minister of National Defense, tasked with receiving you in the capital." He extended his right hand. Chen Ming looked at that hand. Then he stood up, clasped his hands together, and performed a slight bow. "Zhao Layman, you are too polite." Zhao Taizhan's hand froze in midair for 2 seconds before he retracted it. He cleared his throat, deciding not to dwell on the issue of etiquette. "Comrade Chen Ming, your performance in this national game has garnered significant attention from above. Once we arrive in the capital, there will be a series of arrangements, including ability assessments, symposiums, and meetings with the highest levels. My aide will coordinate the specifics with you." Chen Ming began to zone out halfway through, his gaze drifting towards the dining area at the back of the cabin. "Zhao Layman. Is there food on the plane?" Zhao Taizhan fell silent for 3 seconds. Lu Yifei coughed lightly beside him, trying to smooth things over for Chen Ming. "Deputy Minister Zhao, he hasn't had a proper meal in 48 hours in the forbidden area, so please don't take offense." Zhao Taizhan glanced at Chen Ming, then at Lu Yifei, and nodded. "Flight attendants, prepare all the meals on board and bring them to Comrade Chen Ming." "Thank you, Layman. Zhao, have a safe journey." Chen Ming reclined back in his seat, waiting for the food to arrive. Zhao Taizhan turned to walk towards the front cabin, but paused to look back after taking a few steps. The young man had closed his eyes again, a hint of satisfaction lingering at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Taizhan shook his head and lowered his voice to say something to his aide. "Is this the person who single-handedly defeated the coalition of 4 nations?" The aide nodded. "He doesn't look like it. Report to the deputy minister." "I also don't think it looks like it, but it is." The special plane landed at the military airport in the capital. When the boarding ladder was lowered, Chen Ming walked out of the cabin door, his hair in disarray from the cabin's air conditioning. The collar of his robe was askew, his hands stuffed into his sleeves. His eyes were half-closed, resembling someone who had just been dragged out of bed. 12 people stood beneath the boarding ladder, all in black suits with communication devices in their ears, their waists bulging. Zhao Taizhan stood straight at the front, flanked by 2 rows of security personnel. Chen Ming descended the boarding ladder, and Zhao Taizhan stepped forward, stood at attention, and saluted. Chen Ming returned a bow. "Zhao Layman, good to see you again. The convoy is ready, please follow me." On the tarmac, there were 12 identical black armored cars. 2 armed SUVs were stationed at the front and rear, their rooftop lights spinning. Lu Yifei walked down the boarding ladder behind Chen Ming. Looking at this arrangement, she whispered in his ear, "This is a national-level treatment, even higher than the specifications for receiving foreign heads of state." Chen Ming tilted his head. "Layman, are there snacks in the car?" Lu Yifei's temple twitched. "Let's talk about it once you're in the car." The convoy exited the airport, merging onto Chang'an Avenue. The roads along the way had been cleared with no pedestrians or other vehicles. However, on the giant electronic screens of every building on either side, the same footage was playing on repeat. Golden light exploded and 12 blood-skinned corpse wolves turned to nothingness. White heavenly lightning fell, obliterating the Great Lord. 8 bolts of lightning accurately shattered the remnants of the 8 spirits. Chen Ming looked at those scenes through the car window, his expression unchanged. "Layman, why are they showing this?" "To let the people of the nation get to know you." "I'm not a celebrity." Lu Yifei glanced at him, but said nothing. "You're much more popular than a celebrity now," she thought to herself. The convoy stopped in a forest on the outskirts of the capital. The iron gate opened. The convoy entered a tree-lined avenue lined with ginkgo trees. After traveling about 300 meters, it stopped in front of a 3-story white building. The building was not large, but every detail exuded sophistication. The courtyard walls were made of bluestone, and 2 pine trees at the entrance were neatly trimmed. In the courtyard, there were artificial hills and flowing water, as well as a circular pool about 5 meters in diameter. The water in the pool shimmered with a faint glow. The spiritual spring pool. Chen Ming got out of the car and stood at the entrance of the courtyard, taking a couple of glances. "Is this where I'm staying?" "Yes, your exclusive dormitory." Zhao Taizhan walked over to him. The courtyard has a small spiritual spring pool with a spiritual energy concentration 10 times that of the outside world. A team of 6 housekeepers is on standby 24 hours a day. Feel free to raise any needs at any time. Chen Ming walked into the courtyard looking left and right, his gaze finally settling on a rattan lounge chair in the corner. He walked over and lay down directly. This is perfect, quite nice. Zhao Taizhan watched his demeanor, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Ultimately, he said nothing and led his accompanying personnel out. Lu Yifei was arranged in the adjacent courtyard with a covered corridor connecting the 2 yards. She placed her luggage, changed into clean clothes, and walked into Chen Ming's courtyard. Chen Ming had already fallen asleep on the lounge chair. The glow from the spiritual spring pool illuminated his face, making his thin features appear particularly serene. Lu Yifei stood beside him for 2 seconds. She turned to ask the housekeeper for a blanket and gently covered him with it. Then she sat on a stone bench by the spiritual spring pool and took out her phone to start processing the backlog of messages. There were over 300 unread messages on her phone, most of them interview invitations from her agency and various media outlets. She didn't reply to any and directly flipped to the ones sent by Lin Yuanshan. Tomorrow morning, there will be ability assessments, in the afternoon a symposium at the Ministry of National Defense, and in the evening a preparatory meeting with the highest levels. Please inform Comrade Chen Ming to be prepared. Lu Yifei glanced at the person sleeping soundly on the lounge chair and sighed as she dialed Lin Yuanshan's video call. Lin Yuanshan's face appeared on the screen with the command center's large screen in the background. Comrade Yifei, have you arrived? Yes, he's asleep. Have you informed him about tomorrow's arrangements? Not yet, he lay down as soon as he got off the car. Wait until he wakes up and let him know. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning at the Ability Assessment Center, a car will come to pick him up. I hesitate to say, Director Lin, but I don't think he will wake up by 9 in the morning. What do you mean? He was like this in the forbidden area? In the morning he's basically in a semi-comatose state, and you can't wake him up. Lin Yuanshan frowned. This is a national level assessment arrangement, and the time is set by the higher-ups. I know, but I understand him. Lu Yifei's tone was calm. Forcing him to wake up isn't impossible, but he will be completely uncooperative and the data collected won't be accurate. Let him sleep until he wakes up naturally. His mood will improve and his cooperation will be much higher. Lin Yuanshan stared at the screen for 5 seconds. You've only known him for 48 hours and you understand him so well. We spent 48 hours in the forbidden area experiencing more than what others might encounter in 48 days. All right, I will do my best to coordinate and change it to the afternoon. Let our great hero have a good rest. Thank you, Director Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yifei turned to look at Chen Ming on the lounge chair. He turned over and the blanket slipped off halfway. Muttering something unclear, Lu Yifei walked over to tuck the blanket back on him. You are truly a handful. The next day at 2 in the afternoon, a black sedan stopped at the entrance of the Ability Assessment Center on the 3rd underground level of the capital. Chen Ming got out of the car, still wearing that old Taoist robe, though his hair had been tidied up, probably due to Lu Yifei's insistence. The entrance of the assessment center was made entirely of steel. The thickness exceeded half a meter, and 4 armed soldiers stood at the door. After the door opened, there was a long white corridor inside with glass windows of various laboratories on both sides. At the end of the corridor stood a row of people. At the front was an elderly man in his 60s with graying hair and wearing old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses, 3 pins tucked into the pocket of his white lab coat. He was gripping a tablet tightly, his knuckles turning white. The chief researcher, Professor Zhou Xingyang, a leading figure in the field of ability research in Longhua. He had focused on researching abilities since the first National Fortune game and had personally assessed 2-class ability users over the decades. At this moment, he was watching the young man slowly approaching from the end of the corridor, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his throat. Are you Comrade Chen Ming? Welcome, welcome. He quickly stepped forward, extending both hands. Chen Ming glanced at his hands and performed a respectful bow. Good day, Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou's hand was frozen in midair again. Lu Yifei softly reminded from behind, Elder Zhou, I apologize. He doesn't shake hands, he prefers to bow. Elder Zhou quickly withdrew his hand, smiling somewhat awkwardly. It's all right. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. We old folks should learn from your youth's trends. He stepped aside to guide Chen Ming inside. Comrade Chen Ming, there are 5 major categories for today's assessment. Total spiritual power, attack, output, defense, strength, perception, range, and classification of special abilities. We have prepared the highest specification equipment for each item. You just need to release your abilities according to the instructions. Don't worry about damaging the equipment, we have spares. Chen Ming followed behind him, looking left and right, quite interested in the instruments flashing with various colors in the laboratories on both sides of the corridor. Elder Zhou, what is that round ball? This is a spiritual energy density detector. It measures the concentration of spiritual energy in space. What about that square box? That is an energy waveform analyzer which can visualize the energy waveform of abilities. Interesting. Chen Ming nodded and followed Zhou Zhengyang into the first testing room. The testing room was large with walls made of special alloy capable of withstanding the full output of class ability users. In the center of the room stood a half-a-man-high cylindrical instrument covered in sensors with a glowing spherical receiver at the top. This is the total spiritual power testing device. Zhou Zhengyang stood beside the instrument adjusting his glasses. The upper limit of the measurement range is 100,000 units corresponding to the spiritual power limit of class ability users. You just need to place your hand on the receiver and release your spiritual power. Don't be nervous, just release it normally. Chen Ming stepped up to the instrument looking at the glowing sphere. Just place my hand on it. Yes. Chen Ming pulled his right hand out from his sleeve and placed his palm against the spherical receiver. He casually released a wisp of spiritual power, truly just a wisp, not even 1% of his total reserves. The numbers on the instrument screen began to jump. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 80,000, 100,000. The numbers did not stop at 100,000, but continued to climb. 120,000, 150,000. The screen flickered twice and then went black. A wisp of blue smoke rose from the spherical receiver and all the indicator lights on the sensors went out. The entire instrument burned out. Zhou Zhengyang's tablet slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a crash. He stared at the smoking device's mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Chen Ming withdrew his hand and looked at the smoking machine. Elder Zhou, the quality of this thing is not very good. I barely used 1/10 of it. Zhou Zhengyang's atoms apple bobbed twice. Less than 1/10. Comrade Chen Ming, are you serious? Maybe around 0.something%. Oh, I didn't calculate it precisely. Zhou Zhengyang turned around and shouted towards the door, his voice cracking. Bring over the S-level equipment. Hurry. The S-level measuring equipment is the highest standard equipment of the military. There are only 3 in all of Longhua. Normally locked in the underground warehouse of the Ministry of Defense, activating one requires the joint signature of 3 departments. Today one was dispatched within 2 hours. The equipment was 3 times larger than the previous one, occupying half the testing room, with the military serial number and top-secret markings engraved on its alloy exterior. Zhou Zhengyang and his team spent 20 minutes completing the equipment calibration. Comrade Chen Ming, the upper limit of this device's measurement range is 1 million units. In theory, it can withstand the full output of any known ability user. You can release a bit more this time. Chen Ming looked at the massive equipment and nodded. All right, then I'll release a bit more. He placed his hand on it. This time he released about 10% of his spiritual power. The numbers on the device's screen flew up rapidly. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 700,000, 900,000. The numbers paused at 980,000 and then continued to rise. 1 million. The numbers on the screen turned red and began to flash. 1,100,000, 1,200,000. The device emitted a piercing alarm and the heat vents on its shell released white steam. Zhou Zhengyang's face was flushed with excitement, and he was so engrossed that he didn't even notice the recording pen had slipped from his hand. Enough, enough, enough. Comrade Chen Ming may stop now. Chen Ming retracted his hand. The alarm of the equipment continued for over 10 seconds before finally ceasing, with the final number on the screen being 123 million. Zhou Zhengyang walked to the front of the screen, staring at the number for a long time. He turned around to look at Chen Ming, his lips trembling slightly. Comrade Chen Ming, did you just say you only used 10%? About that. Zhou Zhengyang leaned against the control panel beside him. 10% is 123 million. That means full output exceeds 1,200,000. The total upper limit of spiritual power for existing class superpowers is 100,000. This number is 120 times the class limit. Take note. Zhou Zhengyang's voice trembled. Total spiritual power project test result exceeded limit unquantifiable. Next is the attack output test. The testing room was changed to a larger one with walls thickened to 2 meters and energy absorption arrays embedded within the walls. The target was a 3-meter square class defense alloy plate capable of withstanding over 3 full force attacks from class superpowers without shattering. Comrade Chen Ming, are you ready? Please release 1 attack on the target. Zhou Zhengyang stood behind the protective glass, his voice relayed through the speaker into the testing room. You control the intensity. Chen Ming stood 10 meters in front of the target, glancing at the silver alloy. Anything will do. Anything. Chen Ming raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. A glimmer of golden light appeared at his fingertips. He flicked it. The golden light shot out thin as a thread, fast as lightning. The moment the golden light struck the center of the alloy plate, the plate did not shatter. It simply vanished. The 3-meter square class defense alloy plate evaporated instantly at the moment of contact with the golden light, transforming into a cloud of metallic vapor within 0.3 seconds. The golden light continued past the alloy plate, hitting the 2-meter-thick alloy wall behind it. A circular indentation half a meter in diameter appeared in the wall. The edges of the indentation melted under the high temperature, emitting an oranger glow. The testing room was filled with the pungent smell of evaporated metal. Behind the protective glass, Zhou Xingyang's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose as he forgot to push them back up. The recording board in the hands of the researcher next to him fell to the floor as he forgot to pick it up. Chen Ming retracted his fingers into his sleeves. Zhou Ju, sure the target is gone. Do we have a backup? Zhou Xingyang pushed his glasses, his voice dry as if filled with sandpaper. No need. Attack output project test result exceeded limit breaking theoretical maximum. Defense test. Perception range test. Special ability classification test. The result of each item was the same word. Exceeded limit. Zhou Xingyang's notebook was filled with these two characters, written densely like some incantation. After all tests were completed, Chen Ming stretched. Zhou Ju, it's done. Can I go eat? Yes, you can. Zhou Xingyang watched Chen Ming leave the testing room, then slumped into the chair at the control panel. He took off his glasses and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. The assistant next to him leaned over and quietly asked, Professor Zhou, how should we write the report? Just write one sentence. Chen Ming's combat power has surpassed the existing rating system, suggesting the establishment of a separate Tian-Shur level evaluation standard. In the observation room of the assessment center, Zhao Taizhan had watched all the real-time data from the tests from start to finish. He stood behind the one-way glass. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood still for nearly 2 hours. Only when Chen Ming's silhouette disappeared at the end of the corridor did he finally speak. With him around, Longhua has at least 50 years of peace. Lu Yifei stood beside him, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. She said nothing, but what she was thinking was not just 50 years. That afternoon at 4 o'clock, in the No. 3 conference hall of the Ministry of Defense. The conference room was small with a long table where about 10 people sat, all high-ranking military officials glimmering with stars of rank. Zhao Taizhan sat at the head of the table with a red-covered document placed in front of him. Chen Ming was sitting at the other end of the long table. Lu Yifei sat beside him, back straight, looking straight ahead. Comrade, Chen Ming. Zhao Taizhan stood up, holding the red-covered document with both hands. Approved by the highest level, the Ministry of Defense officially awards you the title of National Special Guardian. He flipped open the document and read a passage. Enjoy a lifetime special salary, exclusive security team priority allocation of any national resources, and all corresponding benefits with this title. You are the 4th person in Longwo's history to receive this title. Everyone in the conference room stood up. Chen Ming's eyelids drooped, nodding slightly. Lu Yifei kicked him under the table. Chen Ming opened his eyes, looked at the standing crowd, and then at the document in Zhao Taizhan's hands. Zhao Ju, sure, just a signature will do, right? Yes, sign here. Zhao Taizhan handed over the document and pen. Chen Ming took the pen, lowered his head to look at the signature line. The pen tip touched the paper, writing 2 crooked characters. Chen Ming. The handwriting looked like that of an elementary school student, and one who wasn't very diligent. Lu Yifei glanced over, a vein twitching at her temple. She reached out to pull the document over, filled in the date for him, organized the document neatly, and handed it back to Zhao Taizhan. Done. Zhao Taizhan took the document, looked at the crooked signature, and his mouth twitched slightly. Comrade, Chen Ming. Next there will be a brief ceremony. You will need to wear a badge and take a photo for the archive. Can we skip the photo? This is the procedure. Chen Ming glanced at Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei's expression was calm, but the meaning conveyed was very clear. Cooperate a little. All right then. Chen Ming stood up, allowing the staff to pin a golden badge to the left chest of his robe. The badge was not large, featuring an engraved dragon and a shield pattern with 4 small characters at the bottom. Special Guardian. The photographer raised the camera. Comrade Chen Ming, please look at the camera. Chen Ming looked at the camera, his expression no different from usual. Half squinting, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, looking as if he had just woken up. The shutter clicked. All right, thank you for your cooperation. Chen Ming looked down at the badge on his chest, flicking it with his finger. Ju, sure, can this thing be used as a token? It's better than a token. Lu Yifei stood up, helping him straighten the collar of his robe. With this, there is no place in Longwood that you cannot go. So can I eat for free? Yes. Well, that's not bad. The generals in the conference room exchanged glances. They had seen many people who received this title, each one serious and extremely excited. He was the first to ask if he could eat for free. Zhao Taizhan cleared his throat, bringing the atmosphere back. Comrade Chen Ming, the highest level meeting is scheduled for the day after tomorrow morning. A dedicated person will come to pick you up at that time, so please be punctual. Chen Ming had already started walking toward the door. Zhao Ju, sure, what time the day after tomorrow? 9 o'clock. Can we change it to 10? Zhao Taizhan's mouth had been twitching for days. I will coordinate. Chen Ming walked out of the conference hall with his hands in his pockets, Lu Yifei following behind. In the corridor there was no one else, and their footsteps echoed in the empty hall. Could you at least be a bit more serious? Lu Yifei's voice was not loud, but carried a hint of helplessness. Jusher, being serious is too tiring. This is the highest honor the country has given you. Am I no? Chen Ming took a couple of steps, suddenly stopping to look down at the golden badge on his chest. His fingers touched the edge of the badge, and he remained silent. Lu Yifei stood behind him watching his silhouette. After 2 or 3 seconds, Chen Ming withdrew his hand into his sleeve and continued walking forward. On the same night, across the ocean in the Eagle Sauce Nation at the Pentagon, the giant screen in the underground command center was playing in a loop all the battle footage of Chen Ming in the Forbidden Area. Golden light vanquished the wolf pack. Heavenly thunder shattered the class lord. Golden thunder struck down the ghost lord. 8 bolts of lightning obliterated the remnants of the Yada no Kagami. A single palm crushed the iron fist. Each segment of footage was marked with detailed energy data analysis. Sitting around the round table were 12 individuals, all top officials from the military and intelligence systems of the Eagle Sauce Nation. The Minister of Defense sat at the head of the table, over 60 years old, with gray-white hair and a serious expression. Gentlemen, you have all seen the situation. His voice was deep and steady. The 3 elite combat personnel we dispatched didn't last even 10 seconds in front of him. The genetic modification of Iron Fist cost billions of dollars. The Holy Flame Awakening training took 8 years, and the magnetic storm control of the Thunder Mother is our most advanced ability weaponization project. However, all of these individuals were resolved by a Daoist from the Dragon Nation in just 20 seconds. No one spoke. What about the conclusion from the Intelligence Analysis Group? A middle-aged man in a gray suit stood up holding a report. Based on our frame-by-frame analysis of the live broadcast and reverse inference of the energy waveform, Chen Ming's comprehensive combat power assessment result is... He paused, unable to assess. In all the publicly disclosed battles, he has never exhibited his full power state. We cannot even determine his upper limit of ability. The only thing we can confirm is the minimum combat power he has shown so far has already surpassed the upper limit of all our class ability users. The temperature in the conference room seemed to drop by 2 degrees. The Minister of Defense knocked on the table. What are the suggestions? Conventional military means are already meaningless. Another person spoke up, the Deputy Director of the CIA. An ability user who can summon heavenly thunder with a finger. What will you use to deal with him? Missiles. Nuclear bombs. Not to mention whether you can hit him. Even if you do, given his demonstrated defensive capabilities, it may not be effective. Moreover, he is the national guardian of the Dragon Nation. Taking action against him is equivalent to declaring war on the Dragon Nation. So do we do nothing? The Minister of Defense's tone grew serious. Do we just watch as the fortunes of the Dragon Nation rise and its national strength strengthens? It's not that we do nothing. The Deputy Director of the Intelligence Bureau stood up and walked to the screen. We need to change our thinking. Not to confront him, but to balance him. How do we balance? With rules. He tapped the screen, and the image switched to a screenshot of the rules of the National Fortune Game. The rules of the National Fortune Game are established by the laws of heaven and earth and are not subject to control by any nation or individual. However, the rules themselves have loopholes. For example, the type of forbidden area in the next National Fortune Game, the mechanism for selecting participants, and the difficulty settings of the dungeons all have the potential to be influenced. We need to find ways to influence the rules. Make the next game environment unfavorable to the Dragon Nation. Unfavorable to Chen Ming. The Minister of Defense was silent for several seconds. Continue. We have already contacted the European Union. They are interested in forming a multinational coalition. The goal is not military confrontation, but to balance the advantages of the Dragon Nation through cooperation at the level of rules within the framework of the National Fortune Game. Additionally, he lowered his voice. An organization from the Cherry Blossom Nation has actively contacted... What organization? The Huangquan Society. They claim to possess ancient Yinyang forbidden techniques that are older than the Anbei Xinxing. Moreover, they assert that they know how to deal with the Taoist's golden light spell. The Minister of Defense squinted his eyes. Credibility. Needs verification. However, the preliminary intelligence they provided indeed contains some theories of techniques we have never seen before. Then continue to make contact, but keep your distance. Understood. After the meeting, the Minister of Defense remained alone in the conference room. He looked at the footage of Chen Ming yawning on the screen and remained silent for a long time. A single person changing the fate of a nation. Such a thing should not exist. He turned off the screen and stood up to leave. At the same time, in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, Hassan and Myriad sat in the Intelligence Bureau's office, and the computer screen in front of them displayed an encrypted email. The email came from the diplomatic channels of the European Union. The content was an invitation for Saudi Arabia to join a multinational cooperation organization called the Balance Alliance. Hassan finished reading the email and turned to look at Myriad. Myriad shook his head. Hassan picked up the encrypted phone on the table and dialed the direct line to the Dragon Nation command. General Lin Yuanshan, this is Hassan. There is intelligence that needs to be passed on to you. Lin Yuanshan received Hassan's call at 2 in the morning. After listening, he remained silent for 30 seconds. Then he said thank you and hung up the call. The next morning, a classified intelligence summary appeared on his desk. The European Union is secretly forming a multinational coalition aimed at balancing the Dragon Nation in the next national fortune game. The Eagle Sauce Nation is the main promoter. The Huangquan Society remnants of the Cherry Blossom Nation has already established contact with the Eagle Sauce Nation. The Huangquan Society claims to have ancient forbidden techniques that can restrain the Taoist golden light spell. Lin Yuanshan read the intelligence 3 times, then picked up the phone and called Louis Fei. The intelligence has been sent to your encrypted mailbox. I take a look. Should I tell Chen Ming? Lin Yuanshan hesitated. Not yet. Given his personality, he probably wouldn't care about this. Let him rest for a few days. These matters are still only in the shadows without any substantial threat. We'll talk again when there are further developments. Understood. Louis Fei hung up the phone and opened the encrypted mailbox to read the intelligence. She sat on a stone bench in her courtyard, lightly tapping her fingers on her knee. The Huangquan Society. Forbidden techniques that can restrain the golden light spell. She didn't believe it. Having witnessed the power of the golden light spell in the forbidden area, she didn't believe that anything in this world could restrain that light. But disbelief aside, the intelligence could not be ignored. She archived the email, locked her phone, and stood up to walk to the neighboring courtyard. At the end of the corridor, the sound of rushing water came from Chen Ming's yard. When she walked over, she saw Chen Ming squatting by the spirit spring pool, washing his face. The sleeves of his Taoist robe were rolled up to his elbows and water droplets dripped down from his chin. Good morning, fellow practitioner. Chen Ming shook the water off his hands and looked up at her. You got up quite early today. Couldn't sleep. What about you? Did you sleep well last night? Pretty well. This spirit spring pool is nice. It's particularly comfortable to soak and sleep. You soaked in the spirit spring while sleeping. Yeah, the water temperature was just right. Louis Fei imagined the scene and decided not to pursue the question further. You remember the meeting with the top officials the day after tomorrow, right? I remember at 10 o'clock. It's at 9:30. Deputy Minister Zhao coordinated it to 9:30, not 10. It's about the same, right? Not at all. Being half an hour late and an hour late are 2 different concepts. Chen Ming stood up and patted the water stains off his Taoist robe. Fellow practitioner, just call me when it's time. Am I your alarm clock now, eh? Fellow practitioners are more reliable than alarm clocks. Louis Fei glared at him, but did not retort. Because she knew that if she didn't wake him, he could really sleep until noon. There are no plans for today. What do you want to do? Chen Ming tilted his head and thought for a moment. I've been sitting in the yard. Should I go for a walk? Louis Fei was taken aback. She glanced at Chen Ming, then at the sky outside the courtyard wall. The sky in the capital was very blue. After the spiritual mist dissipated, the air was exceptionally clear, revealing the outlines of distant mountains. All right. She nodded. But you need to change your clothes. Why, oi? Walking on the street in a Taoist robe, you'll be recognized in 3 seconds. What's wrong with being recognized, oi? Have you forgotten how it felt to be surrounded last time outside the forbidden area? Chen Ming thought for a moment and shivered. Okay, I'll change. Chen Ming changed into a white t-shirt and a pair of dark casual pants. The clothes were prepared by the butler team, fitting perfectly and made of soft fabric. He stood in front of the mirror looking at himself, feeling something was off. Master, this shirt has no cuffs. Where do I put my hands? In your pockets. I'm not used to it. Just bear with it. Louis Fei was waiting for him at the door, dressed in a light-colored dress, her hair down, wearing sunglasses. Even so, her face and aura were impossible to conceal. Chen Ming casually tied his hair into a small bun, revealing a slender, fair face. Without the Taoist robe, he looked like an ordinary handsome young man. Walking down the street, no one would spare him a second glance. The security team leader ran over to report. Miss Liu, do you need open protection? No, just protect me secretly and maintain a distance of 50 meters. Understood. The two walked out of the courtyard gate, making their way along the shaded path to the main road. The streets of the capital were exceptionally clean after the spiritual rain. The roadside trees glimmered bright green, and the air was filled with a refreshing scent of grass and wood. Chen Ming walked along the road, turning his head left and right, taking in everything. He stopped in front of a milk tea shop. Inside the transparent glass window, the staff was operating a silver. Various colored liquids flowed from the tubes, mixing together and pouring into transparent cups. Master, what is this? Milk tea. I've often heard patrons mention milk tea before, but I've really never tried it. It's not real tea, it's a type of beverage sweet. Sweet. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. Louis Fei couldn't help but laugh at his expression. Let's go, I'll treat you to a cup. She pushed the shop door open and walked in with Chen Ming following behind. What flavor do you want? What flavors do you have? Many just look at the menu. Chen Ming looked up at the colorful menu on the wall. It was filled with names he didn't quite understand. What's taro? Made from taro with pearls inside. You can eat pearls? Not real pearls, but small round balls made from glutinous rice. Oh, then I'll have a cup of this. Lu Yifei ordered 2 cups, 1 taro bubble for Chen Ming, and a less sweet jasmine milk green for herself. Chen Ming took the cup, inserted the straw, and took a sip. His eyes instantly widened. Master, this is delicious. He took another big sip. So good. This stuff is better than spiritual liquid. Lu Yifei held her cup, watching his satisfied expression, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. The two left the milk tea shop and continued walking. Passing a candied hawthorn stall, Chen Ming stopped again. I recognize this. Chen Ming pointed at the candied hawthorn. Candied hawthorn, I saw it at the market downhill when I was a child. Have you eaten it? No, I didn't have money back then. Lu Yifei glanced at him and walked to the stall. Boss, 3 skewers please. 3 skewers? You said you've never eaten it before. I'll buy you 2 more skewers so you can have enough. Chen Ming took the candied hawthorn. He bit into it, and the sweet and sour flavor burst in his mouth. He held up 3 skewers of candied hawthorn. His expression was far more animated than when he was fighting in Blevel Lord in the forbidden area. Lu Yifei, noticing he was distracted, quickly took out her phone and snapped a picture. In the picture, Chen Ming held up the candied hawthorn. The sunlight shone on his side profile with a bit of sugar on the corner of his mouth, smiling like a child who had stolen candy. She looked at the photo and put her phone away. The two arrived at an intersection and waited for the traffic light. There were quite a few people on the sidewalk, each looking at their phones, unaware of them. When the green light illuminated, the crowd began to move. A little girl with 2 pigtails was holding her mother's hand, walking ahead, and inadvertently glanced back. Her gaze swept across Lu Yifei's face and paused for a second. Then her mouth formed an O shape. The little girl's voice was sharp and bright with a strong, penetrating power. It's Lu Yifei. Everyone on the street turned their heads simultaneously. The little girl's scream was like a flare. The surrounding pedestrians were first taken aback, then their gazes all focused on Lu Yifei. The sunglasses couldn't hide the face recognized by the entire nation. It really is Lu Yifei. Wait, that person next to her. A young man stepped closer, holding his phone, staring at Chen Ming's face for 3 seconds. It's Taoist Chen Ming. This shout was even louder than the little girl's scream. The crowd at the intersection surged like a switch had been flipped, rushing in from all directions. Phones were raised everywhere, flashes going off. Taoist Chen Ming. It really is Chen Ming. I want a photo. Taoist, I love you. The crowd grew larger, from a dozen to dozens, from dozens to hundreds. Cars passing by all came to a halt, drivers rolling down their windows to peek out. People in the opposite mall heard the commotion and rushed out. Chen Ming was squeezed in the middle of the crowd. He still held 2 skewers of candied hawthorn in his hands, his expression shifting from confusion to panic. This panic was something he had never felt, even when facing an 11 ghost lord. He could strike down a ghost lord with a thunderbolt. But these people... Master. He turned to Lu Yifei, his voice carrying a hint of desperation. This is way more exhausting than fighting monsters. Lu Yifei grabbed his sleeve, lowering her voice. Stay close to me, let's go left. She pulled Chen Ming through the crowd, dodging left and right, but the crowd kept increasing, making it impossible to squeeze out. A lady suddenly burst out from nowhere, holding a 3- or 4-year-old boy, shoving him in front of Chen Ming. Taoist. Hurry, touch my grandson's head. I heard that being touched by a deity can grant longevity. Chen Ming took a step back in fright. Auntie, I'm not a deity. You are a deity. I saw it in the live stream. You shine with golden light. More hands reached out. Some wanted autographs, some wanted handshakes, and others aimed their phones right in his face. Chen Ming's back pressed against a lamppost by the roadside with no way to retreat. His expression changed from panic to a sense of despair. At that moment, the security team who had been protecting him in secret finally pushed through. 6 men in black forcefully opened a path in the crowd, shielding Chen Ming and Lu Yifei as they retreated. Please make way. Please make way. The crowd parted slightly, and Lu Yifei quickly led Chen Ming forward. The two slipped into a narrow alley by the roadside, while the security personnel blocked the crowd from following. The alley was silent save for the sound of 2 people breathing heavily. Chen Ming leaned against the wall, his chest heaving. Only 1 candied hawthorn remained on his stick. The other 2 had been lost somewhere along the way. He looked down at the lone candied hawthorn, a pained expression on his face. Lu Yifei leaned against the opposite wall. Her sunglasses were askew, her hair disheveled, yet she was smiling. Her eyes curved into crescents, her shoulders shaking with laughter. You look more nervous just now than when you faced the Ghost King. Chen Ming gazed at her seriously. I could strike down the Ghost King with a single thunderbolt, but I can't exactly do that to these people. Lu Yifei laughed even harder, bending over and clutching her stomach. Chen Ming pouted, then raised the last candied hawthorn and took a bite. Sunlight slanted into the alley, drawing a bright band of light at their feet. There was no national destiny, no anomalies, no 9 billion viewers in the live stream. There were only two young people, a quiet alley and a candied hawthorn. Once Louis Fei had laughed her fill, she straightened up, took off her crooked sunglasses, wiped them clean, and put them back on. Come on, let's find a quiet place to get something to eat. Okay. The two walked deeper into the alley. After 2 turns, they discovered a small noodle shop with no sign. Its front was very old. Most of the paint had peeled off the wooden doorframe. Inside, there were only 4 tables and a counter. Behind the counter stood an old man over 70. The old man, wearing a white undershirt and a faded apron, was wiping bowls. Chen Ming pushed the door open and swept his gaze across the room. Boss, any seats available? Yes, sit anywhere you like. Without looking up, the old man continued wiping the bowls. Chen Ming chose the table farthest inside against the wall and sat down. Louis Fei sat opposite him. What'll it be? What do you have? Beef noodles, zhajiang noodles, yanchun noodles. 2 bowls of beef noodles, large portions. The old man put down the bowl and went into the kitchen. The clatter of pots and pans soon followed, mixed with the sizzle of noodles hitting the boiling water. Chen Ming rested his chin on his crossed arms, his eyes half closed. You sure places like this are the best? What's so good about them? It's quiet. No one knows me. Looking at him, Louis Fei found it slightly amusing. This was a man who hadn't even furrowed his brow when facing 12 class anomalies in a forbidden zone. He had stood his ground against the dragon's breath of a class lord. Facing the siege of 4 nations, he declared that they were the ones surrounded by him. But faced with a crowd of enthusiastic, ordinary people, he panicked. Truly panicked. They'll help you with a disguise when you go out from now on. A full-set hat, mask, sunglasses. I guarantee no one will recognize you. Chen Ming looked up at her, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. You sure you're wonderful. Cut it out. The new large bowls with rich, savory broth and springy noodles, topped with a thick layer of braised beef slices sprinkled with vibrant green scallions and cilantro. Chen Ming picked up his bowl and began eating with gusto, not lifting his head. Louis Fei ate slowly, her chopsticks lifting noodles to her mouth, her gaze occasionally drifting to the person across from her, who was eating with single-minded focus. The old man poked his head out from the kitchen, his eyes lingering on their faces for a couple of seconds. Without a word, he turned and went back inside. A little while later, he came out with a plate of braised beef and placed it on their table. On the house. No charge. Chen Ming looked up, a bit of soup still on his lips. Thank you, boss. The old man waved his hand and returned behind the counter to continue wiping bowls. After they finished eating, Chen Ming drained the soup from his bowl, set it down, and let out a satisfied sigh. You sure these noodles taste better than spirit rice? Louis Fei didn't argue. She put down her chopsticks, took a tissue from her bag, and handed it to him. Wipe your mouth. Look at the mess you've made. Chen Ming took the tissue, wiped his mouth, stood up, and walked out. At the door, he turned back to look at the old man, who was still wiping bowls. Boss, the noodles were delicious. Welcome again. The old man looked up, smiled, revealing a few missing teeth. All right. Next time you come, I'll add more meat for you. The two walked out of the noodle shop into the bright sunlight. That afternoon, photos and videos of Chen Ming and Louis Fei shopping flooded the entire internet. The first to leak was the video from the Crossroad crowd. Someone had captured on their phone the look of helplessness on Chen Ming's face when he was surrounded by people. The caption read, "The man who one-shot a class lord was scared off by aunties." Views surpassed 500 million in an hour. Next came candid photos from various angles. A profile shot of Chen Ming holding a candied hawthorn. A front-facing shot of Chen Ming with bright eyes while drinking milk tea. A back view of Chen Ming and Louis Fei walking side by side down the street. Each photo was shared millions of times. They dominated the top 10 trending topics. Number 1, Chen Ming mobbed while shopping. Number 2, Chen Ming holding candied hawthorn. Number 3, Louis Fei secretly filming Chen Ming. Number 4, what is the relationship between Chen Ming and Louis Fei? Number 5, should the security for National Guardians be strengthened? The comment section split into 2 main camps. Half were shipping them. These two look so perfect together, one ethereal and one coolly beautiful. The way Louis Fei looks at Chen Ming. Girls, did you see that? That's the look of a crush. Chen Ming looks so cute drinking milk tea, like a completely different person from in the Forbidden Zone. The ultimate couple of the National Fortune game locked in. The other half discussed security concerns. Can a National Guardian just walk around on the streets like this? What if someone tries to harm him? You're overthinking it. This is our country. Who could harm him? Daoist Chun could flick you to death with one finger. It's not about fearing someone will hurt him. It's about fearing he'll be harassed. Look at his expression when he was surrounded. He was clearly uncomfortable. I suggest the authorities give him a dedicated travel plan so he isn't disturbed. That very evening, the Dragon Kingdom authorities released a statement. Comrade Chen Ming enjoys personal freedom. We ask the public to remain rational if they encounter him, avoid crowding or chasing, and grant him the personal space he deserves. After the statement was released, the tone in the comments shifted. The authorities made a statement. They must have been really scared, ha ha ha. A guy who can summon divine thunder being so scared of antis that he needs official protection. I could laugh about this contrast for a year. That evening Chen Ming lay on a rattan chair in the villa's courtyard. He held the phone Louis Fei had given him, scrolling through the online content about himself. He watched for a while. His expression shifted from curiosity to bewilderment, finally settling into an indescribable complexity. Jusher. He held up the phone and called out to the neighboring yard. Louis Fei walked over from the veranda. They've turned the photo of me holding the candied hawthorn into a meme. I saw. And someone set the video of me drinking milk tea to music, saying it's illegally cute. Chen Ming put down the phone and looked at the starry sky above. Jusher, I think the Forbidden Zone is safer. In the Forbidden Zone, only the anomalies want to kill me. Out here, people want to tear me apart. Louis Fei sat down on a stone stool nearby. You'll get used to it. I can't. Then what do you plan to do? Chen Ming was silent for a few seconds. I want to go live in the mountains for a while. The mountains? Find a Taoist temple. Quiet and peaceful, no one to bother me. Louis Fei glanced at him, but didn't answer immediately. She knew he wasn't joking. This man was originally a Taoist priest from the mountains. He had grown up in a temple accustomed to tranquility. The capital was too noisy, too bustling, too crowded for him. Which mountain do you want to go to? Chen Ming thought for a moment. Mount Qingsheng. A spiritual spring has just emerged in Shu, so the qi should be good. And I hear the Taoist temples on Mount Qingsheng have a long history. It should be interesting. Louis Fei nodded. They'll talk to Chief Lin for you. Thank you, Jusher. But you still have to attend the reception the day after tomorrow. I know. They'll go and then leave right away. Chen Ming closed his eyes again, crossing his hands behind his head. The fluorescence from the spiritual spring pool reflected on his face, and starlight fell on the ginkgo leaves in the yard. It was very quiet. This silence reminded him of the Taoist temple in the mountains. It reminded him of the stone table under the old pine tree on the back hill. It reminded him of the pot of coarse tea his master brewed that never seemed to run out. Jusher. Moi. Do you want to come along? Louis Fei's fingers paused on her knee. What would I do there? The mountain scenery is beautiful, the air is fresh, and there are no paparazzi. What do you take me for your personal bodyguard? No. It's just, I feel like you've been wounded too tight, Jusher. You should get some rest too. Louis Fei didn't answer. She stared at the starlight reflected in the spiritual spring pool, silent for a long time. We'll see. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Chen Ming appeared punctually in Lin Yuanshan's video conference frame. To be precise, he only showed up after Louis Fei had dragged him away from the spirit spring pool. Commander Lin, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Lin Yuanshan looked at the face still glistening with water droplets on the screen and nodded. Go ahead. I want to stay at Qingsheng Mountain for a while. Lin Yuanshan's fingers paused on the desktop. The capital is too noisy. I need a quiet place to meditate. Chen Ming rubbed his eyes, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the fine weather. The spirit spring just emerged in Shu lands, so the spiritual energy concentration there should be decent. They'll cultivate there for a while. YTLL also benefit the subsequent national fortune games. Lin Yuanshan was silent for 2 seconds. He glanced at the note Louis Fei had sent him, recommend approval. He needs rest. Of forcing him to stay in the capital will only affect his condition. Approved. Lin Yuanshan was decisive. He'll arrange a dedicated car to take you there. He'll notify Qingsheng Mountain in advance. Thank you, Commander Lin. Chen Ming made a Taoist bow and reached out to end the video call. Wait. Lin Yuanshan stopped him. Contact me anytime. Keep your communication devices with you. All right. Chen Ming waved his hand and ended the video. Louis Fei stood beside him, arms crossed. When are you leaving? The sooner the better. Can I go today? You're in quite a hurry. Layperson you have. I went out yesterday and had over 300 photos taken of me. Chen Ming's expression held a hint of lingering fear. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid it'll be made into one of those life-sized cardboard cutouts and placed in a shopping mall. Louis Fei couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll coordinate with Deputy Minister Zhao for a vehicle. Layperson, thank you for your trouble. Don't start. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, a black military off-road vehicle departed from the western outskirts of the capital, speeding southwest along the highway. Only Chen Ming and a driver were in the car. Louis Fei did not come along. She said she had work to handle and let him go alone. Chen Ming leaned back in the rear seat, watching the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, clutching a bag of snacks Louis Fei had shoved into his hands before he left. The car drove for 6 hours. At dusk, the silhouette of Qingsheng Mountain appeared on the horizon. A figure stood before the mountain gate. An old man with white hair and a white beard, clad in a simple, gray Taoist robe, leaning on a bamboo staff. It was Qingshu Doran, the old abbot of the Celestial Master Temple on Qingsheng Mountain. After the car came to a stop, Chen Ming pushed open the door and stepped out. Standing before the mountain gate, he took a deep breath. The fragrance of pine and cypress, the faint smoke of incense, the moist scent of mountain soil. His entire being visibly relaxed. His shoulders drooped a full 2 inches and his eyes were no longer half closed. Fellow Taoist Chen. Qingshu Daoren greeted him with a warm smile, looking him up and down. This old man has been waiting for you for quite a while. Chen Ming clasped his hands together and respectfully performed a Taoist salute. Greetings, senior. I apologize for the intrusion. Don't stand on ceremony. We are all family in the Taoist path. Qingshu Daoren patted his shoulder and turned to walk up the mountain. Come, little fellow Taoist Chen. Let me show you the place to stay. The front courtyard of the temple is too bustling with pilgrims. It's not suitable for you. There are a few small courtyards at the back mountain, very secluded. You can choose one yourself. The two walked up the mountain along stone steps. Ancient towering trees flanked the steps, casting dappled shadows through the gaps in their leaves. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was several notches higher than in the capital. Every breath felt refreshing to the lungs. After walking for about 20 minutes, they reached the back mountain. 3 small courtyards were scattered deep within the bamboo grove, each 100 meters apart, undisturbed by the others. Chen Ming pushed open the wooden gate of the innermost courtyard. The courtyard was not large, paved with bluestone with a well in one corner. In the very center stood an old ginkgo tree. Its canopy shaded most of the yard, its golden leaves rustling softly in the evening breeze. Beneath the ginkgo tree were a stone table and 2 stone stools. Chen Ming stared at the ginkgo tree at the stone table, standing still for several seconds without moving. Qingshu Daoren asked from behind him, "How is it? This is the place." Chen Ming tossed his backpack into the room, walked over to the stone table, and lay down directly on it. The surface of the stone table was polished smooth by time. It was cool and pleasant against his back. Above him were the branches and leaves of the ginkgo tree. Through the gaps in the foliage was the evening sky of Shu lands, half the heavens painted with orangered sunset clouds. Chen Ming closed his eyes. "Senior, this place is wonderful." Qingshu Daoren stood at the courtyard gate, watching the young man lying on the stone table, shaking his head with a smile. "This child, it seems you've truly been worn out there. Rest well, little fellow Taoist Chen." Qingshu Daoren let out a hearty laugh, then turned and walked away. "Dinner at the refectory is at 6. Come down and eat if you're hungry." "Got it, thank you, senior." The courtyard gate closed. The wind blew through the ginkgo tree, and 2 leaves drifted down onto Chen Ming's chest. He didn't bother to pick them off, he just lay there. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at it. A message from Louis Fei. "Have you arrived?" Chen Ming replied with just one word. "MM." Then he put the phone back in his pocket and continued lying there. The mountain breeze was gentle, the birdsong distant, and the sky gradually darkened. It had been a long time since he had been this quiet. Chen Ming's days at Qingxing Mountain were simple to the extreme. At 5 in the morning, before dawn had fully broken, he would sit cross-legged under the ginkgo tree and begin his breathing exercises. Spiritual energy circulated naturally within his body. It started from the dantian, flowed through all the meridians and veins, and then returned to the dantian. One cycle took about 3 minutes. With each completed cycle, the total amount of spiritual power within his body increased by a tiny fraction. The increase was minuscule, but it was consistent. He would practice his breathing until around 7 o'clock. When the sun rose from the other side of the mountain, its golden light filtering through the ginkgo leaves and shining upon him. He would then cease his practice, lie back down on the stone table, and take a nap. He would sleep all morning. At 11:30, when the bell of the refectory rang, he would slowly get up from the stone table, rub his eyes, and walk down the mountain. The vegetarian noodles at the refectory were excellent. Hand-pulled noodles paired with wild mushrooms picked in the mountains and homegrown greens. The broth simmered from soybeans and shiitake mushrooms. It was delicious. Chen Ming ate 2 bowls every meal. The young Taoists in the refectory were initially nervous when they saw him. After all, the man who could summon heavenly thunder in the national broadcast was sitting across from them eating noodles. But they got used to it after 3 days. Because this person did nothing but eat noodles and sleep, showing no sign of being a master at all. "Senior brother Chen, today's noodles have bamboo shoots added. Try some." A young Taoist of 15 or 16 brought his bowl over. Delicious." Chen Ming slurped a mouthful of noodles and gave a thumbs up. "Delicious. Your skill is getting better and better." The young Taoist's face flushed with happiness. In the afternoons, Chen Ming usually went to Qingshu Daoren's scripture library to browse books. The library was located on the east side of the Celestial Master Temple. It was a 2-story wooden building housing ancient Taoist scriptures collected by successive abbots of Qingxing Mountain. Some books were so old that the pages had turned yellow and brittle, requiring extra care when turning them. Chen Ming was very interested in these ancient texts. He had grown up on the mountain. Although his master had taught him many things, most of it was passed down orally. He had actually read very few systematic classical texts. This Shangqing Lingbao Jing is a Ming Dynasty hand-copied edition, still fairly well preserved. Qingshu Daoren stood beside the bookshelf, introducing it to him. "That Rao over there is from the Qing Dynasty. Further in are even older ones. As for the text in the cabinet at the very back, their age is untraceable. I can't even recognize some of the characters. Chen Ming walked over to the cabinet at the far end and pulled open a drawer. Inside were 7 or 8 thin hand-copied booklets, their pages yellowed and corners frayed. He picked one up casually and flipped through it. Senior, does anyone usually read these books? No. Qingshu Daoren shook his head. They're too ancient. The script is preaching seal script. No one in the temple can fully recognize them anymore. I just keep them as a legacy. Chen Ming nodded and tucked the book into his sleeve. He'll borrow this to read. Feel free to look at anything. Just at dusk, Chen Ming would climb to the highest point of the back mountain to watch the sunset. There, a prominent rock allowed him to see the entire outline of the Shu Land plain. The distant city lit up with lights in the twilight resembling stars on the ground. He stood on the rock with his hands in his pockets, the wind rustling his Taoist robe. His phone buzzed again. Louis Fei, have you eaten? Chen Ming, yes. These 2 sentences repeated every day. She asked and he answered. Simple, yet it never ceased. On the evening of the 4th day, as Chen Ming finished watching the sunset and was heading back, Taoist Qingshu was waiting for him on the stone steps halfway up the mountain, leaning on his bamboo staff. Chen, Taoist friend, would you like to play a game of chess together? Sure. The two returned to Chen Ming's courtyard, setting up the chessboard on a stone table under the ginkgo tree. Taoist Qingshu played black first, making steady moves. Chen Ming, playing white, adopted a rather peculiar strategy. He did not follow conventional patterns, nor did he play according to modern chess theory. Each move exuded an indescribable sense of antiquity. After making a dozen moves, Taoist Qingshu paused his piece, hovering in midair. He glanced at Chen Ming. Your chess style is unlike that of modern players. It's what my master taught me. Chen Ming casually placed a piece. My master said that playing chess is similar to cultivating Tao. Oh, don't overthink it, just follow your instincts. Taoist Qingshu stared at the chessboard for a long time, shaking his head. Your master is quite an extraordinary person. Yes, indeed, quite tall, over 1.80 meters. Taoist Qingshu paused, then chuckled. Haha, you are quite the interesting child. As the game progressed, the moon rose. The shadow of the ginkgo tree stretched long under the moonlight, covering the entire courtyard. The mountain breeze carried the fresh scent of pine and cypress from the bamboo forest. The black and white pieces on the chessboard gleamed softly in the moonlight. Chen Ming placed his final piece. Senior, I concede. Taoist Qingshu looked at the situation on the board, remaining silent for a while. I lost. He set down his piece and leaned back on the stone bench. I lost with a willing heart. Senior is being humble, it was just luck. This is not luck. Taoist Qingshu looked at him, his gaze filled with an indescribable sentiment. There is Tao within your chess. True Tao. Chen Ming did not respond, but stood up and stretched. Senior, will we play again tomorrow? Of course we will. Taoist Qingshu stood up with his bamboo staff. After living for over 70 years today, I finally understand what it means for chess and Tao to be one. Tomorrow I will win back my honor. I'll be waiting. Taoist Qingshu smiled, shaking his head as he slowly walked down the mountain with his bamboo staff. Chen Ming watched him walk away, then lay back down on the stone table. The moonlight spilled onto his face and the shadows of the ginkgo leaves gently swayed over him. It was very quiet. Very nice. On the 7th day, Chen Ming found a tattered handwritten manuscript in the innermost cabinet of the scripture pavilion. The characters on the cover had become so blurred they were almost unreadable. He could barely discern 4 seal characters: Taishang, Gaining Lu. The pages were as thin as a cicada's wings, with most corners already frayed. As Chen Ming flipped through it, he held his breath, afraid that a single exhalation would scatter it. He cautiously opened the first page. The characters inside were written in vermilion. After who knows how many years, the vermilion color had faded from bright red to a dark brown. The script was preaching seal script, intricate, but Chen Ming could understand it. His master had taught him to recognize these characters. The first few pages recorded some cultivation methods and the principles for sensing the heavens and earth, similar to what he had learned. But when he turned to the 13th page, his fingers halted. On that page was written a passage. The gist was the chi of heaven and earth was originally one, but later, due to the division of humanity, it scattered among the myriad nations. When the contest of national fortunes reaches its peak, the rules of heaven and earth will further merge into reality. At that time, the boundary between the forbidden lands and the human realm will completely disappear. Yin and yang will no longer be separated, and life and death will no longer have boundaries. Chen Ming stared at this passage for a long time. His fingers gently traced the dark brown vermilion characters on the page, feeling the rough texture of the paper. He remembered the increasingly frequent announcements of the rules light curtain in the forbidden lands. He recalled the continuously rising concentration of spiritual energy in reality. He thought of what the Ghost Lord had said in the Ghost City instance. The territory of the underworld. If the boundary between the forbidden lands and reality truly disappeared, those entities from the ghost cities, those things from the depths of the rifts, would directly appear in ordinary people's lives. He closed the book and leaned against the bookshelf. So sooner or later we will have to fight. A ginkgo leaf, unknown from where, drifted into the scripture pavilion's window, landing on his shoulder. He did not reach for it, just leaning against the bookshelf for a moment. Then he tucked the book into his sleeve and walked out of the scripture pavilion. Upon returning to the courtyard, Taoist Qingshu was sitting under the ginkgo tree waiting for him. On the stone table were tea utensils, and the water in the kettle had already boiled. What book did you read that made your face so solemn? Taoist Qingshu poured him a cup of tea. Chen Ming sat down on the stone bench and placed the Taishang Gaining Lu on the table. Senior, have you seen this book before? Taoist Qingshu glanced down, shaking his head. I flipped through it, but I couldn't recognize all the characters. I only understood the cultivation methods in the first few pages. What's the content in the back? A prophecy about the unification of the qi of heaven and earth. It says that the boundary between the forbidden lands and reality will eventually disappear. Taoist Kings's hand paused on the teapot. Disappear? Yes. Chen Ming set down his teacup, looking up at the ginkgo leaves overhead. At that time, those things in the forbidden lands will directly appear outside. They will appear in the cities beside ordinary people. Taoist Qingshu remained silent for a long time. How many years has this book been around? The script is preaching at least over 2,000 years old. 2,000 years ago someone foresaw this day. Taoist Qingshu picked up his teacup, his hand trembling slightly. What can we do about it? We fight. If we win, there's nothing to worry about. His tone was nonchalant, as casual as discussing what. Taoist Qingshu looked at the expression on his face and suddenly felt less tense. Child, can you be a bit more serious when saying such things? If I were serious, it wouldn't be fun. Chen Ming took another sip of tea. Senior, this tea is quite good. Oh, what variety is it? Wild tea grown on the mountain, not valuable. As long as it tastes good, the price doesn't matter. The two of them drank tea under the ginkgo tree for the entire afternoon. Neither mentioned the book again. But Chen Ming knew that Taoist Qingshu remembered. He also remembered. The countdown to the holiday began at that moment. At the same time, on the other side of the earth, in the land of cherry blossoms, the seawater of Tokyo Bay had overflowed the breakwater, submerging all buildings within 3 kilometers along the coast. The seawater was black, not due to pollution, but a strange erosion brought on by the backlash of qi. Occasionally distorted human figures could be seen swimming in the black water. These were the mutated products of residents who had been swallowed by the sea. A rules-light curtain hung in the sky above Tokyo. Cold words updated every 6 hours. Current fortune index of the land of cherry blossoms 3. 2. The average lifespan of citizens continues to shrink. Current cumulative reduction 3 years and 4 months. The number of pedestrians on the streets decreased. Not due to martial law, but because many elderly people had already fallen. The hospital corridors were filled with people. There were not enough hospital beds, and people lay on blankets spread out on the floor. The faces of doctors and nurses were filled with fatigue and despair. They could not cure this disease. This was not a disease, it was divine punishment. The backlash of qi directly affected the life source of the citizens, and no medical means could reverse it. The Prime Minister's residence in the land of cherry blossoms. An emergency cabinet meeting had been ongoing for 3 days, with everyone having not returned home. The voice of the Minister of Health and Labor was as hoarse as sandpaper. Latest statistics among the elderly over 65 nationwide, 12%, have shown severe signs of life decline. It is projected that this percentage will rise to 30% within a week. If the fate continues to decline, within a month, all elderly over 70 will perish. No one spoke in the conference room. The Prime Minister's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, the rhythm increasing in speed. What about the Abe family? The residence has already been burned down. The voice of the Minister of Defense was flat. Abe Shinkai has not returned from the forbidden area. His family members have been dispersed by the enraged public. 3 people have been confirmed dead. The Prime Minister closed his eyes. What about the representatives of the Yomiuri Society? Their representative is waiting outside. Let them in. The door of the conference room opened. A man dressed in a pure black kimono walked in. His age was indiscernible. His complexion was pale, eyes sunken, and his lips almost blended with his skin. He wore a string of bone beads at his waist, each bead inscribed with intricate runes. Gentlemen, thank you for your patience. His voice was light, as if emanating from a distant place. I am a messenger of the Yomiuri Society with the Dharma name Mingyue. The Prime Minister spoke directly. You claim there is a way to reverse the nation's fortune. How exactly do you plan to do that? Mingyue smiled faintly. It's quite simple. Sacrifice. Using the vitality of living people as fuel to forcibly ignite the flames of national fortune. Just 100 ordinary people's vitality can raise it by 0.1 fortune point. The temperature in the conference room seemed to drop a few degrees. You want us to kill our own citizens? The Minister of Health and Labor's voice rose sharply. Not killing. Mingyu's tone was terrifyingly calm. It is a sacrifice. And it does not require killing them. Only their vitality needs to be extracted. Those from whom vitality has been extracted will enter a deep coma, naturally awakening after about 3 to 5 years. It's just sacrificing a few ordinary people. Isn't that a fair trade? Compared to the current situation where the lifespan of the entire population is being shortened monthly, this is already the mildest option. The Prime Minister's fingers ceased their tapping. How many people are needed? For the first batch, 1,000 people. It can raise 1 fortune point. From 3, 2 to 4. 2 temporarily detaching from the threshold of national extinction level disaster. The conference room fell into a long silence. The Prime Minister looked at everyone present. No one opposed it, because no one had a better solution. Proceed. The Prime Minister's voice was soft. Recruit in the name of patriotic volunteers. Mingwei bowed slightly. A wise decision. In Sakura country, 3 levels underground. The altar of the Yomiuri Society was built deep within an abandoned subway station on the outskirts of Tokyo. In Sakura country, 3 levels underground. The altar of the Yomiuri Society was built deep within an abandoned subway station on the outskirts of Tokyo. The platform had been transformed into a massive circular space. The ground was painted with dense array patterns in black paint. At the center of the array was a circular groove with a diameter of 5 meters filled with a dark red liquid. The liquid slowly bubbled without any heat source, exuding a rotten sweet odor. The first batch of volunteers was brought in. 1,000 people. Most were young, between the ages of 20 and 30. Their eyes reflected fear, confusion, and a sense of determination. The government told them it was to save the country. Their sacrifice would ensure the survival of the entire population. Mingyue stood at the highest point of the altar, overlooking the 1,000 neatly arranged individuals below. Gentlemen, thank you for your dedication. His voice echoed throughout the underground space through a loudspeaker. Your vitality will transform into the flames of national fortune, illuminating the future of this country. Please close your eyes and relax your bodies. It won't hurt. The 1,000 people closed their eyes. Mingyue formed a seal with his hands in front of him. The runes on the bone beads lit up simultaneously. Dark red light shot from each bead, connecting to form a vast network of light. The light net descended from the top of the altar, enveloping the 1,000 individuals below. Then the extraction began. The bodies of the 1,000 began to glow simultaneously. Not a bright light. It was a grayish-white, the color resembling that of a soul being pulled from a body. The grayish-white light rose from the heads of each person, gathering into the light net flowing along the paths of the array towards the central groove. The dark red liquid in the groove began to churn violently upon receiving this vitality. The color changed from dark red to deep purple, then from deep purple to pitch black. The bodies of the 1,000 slowly fell after losing their vitality like puppets from which the bones had been extracted. They were not dead, yet they were no longer in a living state, existing in a gray area between life and death. Mingyue observed the swirling black liquid in the groove, the arc of his mouth deepening. It's done. He turned and looked at a person standing behind him. The person wore a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, is supervising official sent by the government of Sakura country. The first batch of sacrifices is complete. The effects of the fortune enhancement will only be visible on the regulatory light screen after 6 hours. The supervising official looked at the 1,000 people lying haphazardly on the ground. His face was pale, but he nodded. When will the second batch start? In 3 days. Mingyue turned and walked towards the dark door deep within the altar. However, before that I have something more important to do. The supervising official hurried after him. What is it? Mingyue did not turn back. The true core of the fate reversal plan is not to enhance our own fortune, but to lower others' fortunes. His figure vanished behind the dark door. The supervising official stood in place, a chill running down his back. He suddenly felt as if he had been swept into a vortex far deeper than he had imagined. Qingqing Mountain, the 12th day. At 3 in the morning, Chen Ming woke from his slumber, not from a natural awakening, but startled awake by some kind of disturbance. He opened his eyes and looked at the pitch-black ceiling above, feeling the flow of spiritual energy in the air. Something was amiss. The spiritual energy was in turmoil. It was as if something beneath the calm surface of a lake was stirring. The water's surface had yet to break, but the ripples had already spread. He sat up from his bed and pushed open the window. In the moonlit courtyard, everything appeared normal. The ginkgo tree stood quietly, its leaves gently swaying in the night breeze. Yet his senses told him that the source of the anomaly was at the foot of the mountain. Spiritual spring. Chen Ming donned his Taoist robe, stepped outside, and walked down the small path of the back mountain toward the foot of the mountain. After about 10 minutes, he saw the spiritual spring. The spring was at the base of a giant rock, and the usually clear spring water now shimmered with a faint golden glow. The light was not uniform, but flickered in a certain rhythm, like a heartbeat. Chen Ming crouched by the spring, leaning down to look at the water's surface. Something was floating beneath the water. Golden patterns emerged, as if an invisible hand was writing in the water. The shapes of the patterns were ancient, belonging to the same system as the seal script in the Taishang Gaining record. Chen Ming observed for a while and recognized a few characters. Seal, mark, bind, break. His brow furrowed. Behind him came hurried footsteps. Daoist Qingshu rushed over, leaning on a bamboo staff, his white hair disheveled in the night wind. The expression on his face was a gravity Chen Ming had not seen in days. Did you feel it too? Chen Ming stood up and nodded. Senior, what is sealed beneath this spiritual spring? Daoist Qingshu walked to the edge of the spring, gazing at the golden patterns in the water, and remained silent for several seconds. Qingqing Mountain has been established for 1,300 years. When the earliest patriarch founded the sect, the first thing he did was not to build a temple, but rather to set up a great suppression array at the foot of the mountain. Suppressing what? Daoist Qings's bamboo staff tapped on the ground. Something that crawled up from the depths of the earth. The patriarch's notes do not detail its specific form, only mentioning 4 words. What 4 words? Di Sha Xiongling. Chen Ming looked down at the golden patterns slowly emerging in the spring water. Are these patterns part of the suppression array? Yes. Daoist Qings's voice was a bit hoarse. The spiritual spring itself is the eye of the suppression array. The denser the spiritual energy in the spring water, the stronger the suppression power. But now the concentration of the spiritual energy in the spring has tripled overnight. Isn't that a good thing? No. Daoist Qingshu shook his head. A surge in spiritual energy indicates that the array is outputting more power. An increase in output signifies that what is being suppressed is struggling. It is pushing outward. Chen Ming looked at the character break in the spring water, his finger moving slightly in the sleeve. Is it trying to come out? Not yet. Daoist Qingshu crouched down, reaching into the spring water to feel it. The array can still hold, but it is more strained than before. Previously, a spiritual energy concentration, 5 times that of the outside world, was sufficient. Now it has tripled to 15 times, and is still rising, indicating that the power of that thing below is also increasing. Why is it increasing? Daoist Qingshu looked up at Chen Ming. What you wrote in your Taishang Gaining record. The fusion of the rules of heaven and earth, the blurring of yin and yang boundaries. The things in the forbidden grounds are growing stronger, and what is sealed is also becoming more powerful. Because the rules binding them are loosening. Chen Ming fell silent for a few seconds. Senior, what level is this thing? Daoist Qingshu stood up, brushing the dirt off his knees. The original words in the patriarch's notes are, it cannot be resisted by human power, only by the strength of heaven and earth can it be suppressed. Translated into modern terms. At least a level. It may even be higher. Chen Ming sat cross-legged on the stone by the spring, his hands resting on his knees as he gazed at the slowly emerging and dissipating golden patterns in the water. Senior, you should go back to sleep first. I will keep watch here. Daoist Qingshu glanced at him. What do you— First let's see what it wants to do. If it stays put, I won't interfere. If it does not stay put. His right hand emerged from his sleeve, the fingertips glowing with a faint golden light. Then I will give it a good thrashing first, and then add a lock. Daoist Qingshu looked at the point of golden light, and suddenly felt reassured. All right, I will head back now. I'll bring you breakfast in the morning. Thank you, Senior. Daoist Qingshu turned around, walked a few steps, then stopped to glance back. In the moonlight, that young man sat cross-legged on the stone by the spring with a faint golden light shimmering around him. The golden patterns in the spring slowed their flickering frequency significantly after he sat down, as if they had been calmed. Daoist Qingshu shook his head, leaning on his bamboo staff, as he slowly walked back up the mountain. This child just sitting there, even the seal has calmed down. To have Chen shout out you is truly a gift of national fortune. Chen Ming sat by the spiritual spring all night. His golden light continued to emit a gentle glow in the night, permeating the spring water and resonating with the golden patterns of the suppression array. The patterns in the spring water gradually stabilized from their initial violent flickering, ultimately returning to a normal rhythm. But Chen Ming knew this was only temporary. The thing below had not ceased its struggle. It was merely subdued temporarily under his golden light. Once he left, it would continue its abnormal movements. At dawn, Daoist Qingshu indeed came with a bowl of plain noodles. Did you not sleep all night? I'm used to it. I often stay up all night in the forbidden area. Chen Ming took the bowl and began to slurp down the noodles. How's the situation? Daoist Qingshu squatted by the spring and looked at the water's surface. The patterns had returned to normal, and the spring water no longer shimmered with golden light, appearing no different from an ordinary mountain spring. It has been temporarily suppressed, but it's not a lasting solution. My golden light can suppress it for a time, but not for eternity. The fundamental issue is that the rules of heaven and earth are changing and the sealing power is being weakened. Unless the source of the rule changes is resolved, this thing will eventually emerge. Taoist Kingsis Brow. What is the source of the rule changes? The National Fortune Game. Chen Ming put down the bowl and wiped his mouth. The National Fortune Game accelerates the fusion of heaven and earth. The deeper the fusion, the weaker the seal. To completely resolve it, we either need to win all the National Fortune Games to stabilize the rules, or find a suppression method stronger than the current seal. Do you have a solution? Chen Ming pondered. I have an immature idea. What idea? I saw a passage about upgrading formations in the later pages of the Taishang induction record. It states that if the original seal is insufficient, a higher level energy can be rain-fused into the formation eye. It's like replacing a lock with a sturdier key. Taoist Kingsis' eyes brightened. Can your golden light do it? In theory, yes. Chen Ming stood up and walked to the spring's edge, squatting down. But I need to first clarify the complete structure of this formation. Senior, does the Ancestral Master's notes have detailed blueprints of this suppression formation? Taoist Qingshu shook his head. There are no complete blueprints, only scattered descriptions. The ancestor set up the formation alone back then and did not leave systematic records. Then I'll have to explore it myself. Chen Ming stretched his right hand into the spring water. Golden light seeped from his fingertips, probing down the spring water. Like a golden tentacle, it slowly extended along the formation's patterns, sensing the overall structure of the formation. He closed his eyes. All his attention focused on the perception at his fingertips. The formation was vast, much larger than he had imagined. It extended not just from the spiritual spring, but centered around it, reaching hundreds of meters in all directions. The entire base of Qingqing Mountain was within the formation's coverage. The structure of the formation was spiral in shape, with a total of 9 layers. Each layer had an independent energy circulation system interlocking and supporting each other. The outer 3 layers had already shown significant cracks with energy flow impeded. The middle 3 layers were relatively intact, but also showed signs of aging. The innermost 3 layers directly enveloped the sealed object and were still very stable. Chen Ming withdrew his hand from the water and shook off the droplets. The 9-layer formation, the outer 3 layers are about to collapse. The middle 3 layers are fine, and the innermost 3 layers are okay. If I rainfuse the outer 3 layers, it should last for several more decades. Taoist Qingshu sighed in relief. Then I'll leave it to you. No rush, I need to first draw the complete structure of the formation and study it thoroughly before taking action. If I recklessly infuse it and the direction is wrong, it might instead loosen the seal. Chen Ming took out a pen and a piece of paper from his sleeve. The paper was blank rice paper he had taken from the scripture vault. The pen was an ordinary ballpoint pen provided by the housekeeper's team. He squatted by the spring and began to draw the structure of the formation on the paper. After about half an hour, a dense spiral pattern appeared on the paper. Taoist Qingshu leaned over to take a look, but completely could not understand it. What is this? It's the energy flow diagram of the formation. Chen Ming pointed at several nodes on the diagram. These red dots are weak points that need to be reinforced. There are a total of 17. He'll tackle them one by one, which will take about 3 days. Taoist Qingshu nodded. What do you need me to do? Keep an eye on the pilgrims on the mountain and don't let anyone approach the back mountain for these 3 days. There will be significant fluctuations in spiritual energy while I infuse the formation, and ordinary people will feel uncomfortable if they get too close. Understood. Taoist Qingshu turned and walked up the mountain. After taking a few steps, he turned back. Chen, my young friend. My. Thank you. Chen Ming waved his hand. You're too polite, senior. I've been here eating and drinking for so many days, I should do some work. Taoist Qingshu smiled, shook his head, and walked away. Chen Ming squatted back at the edge of the spring, gazing at the faintly visible patterns beneath the water. His finger gently tapped the water's surface. Ripples spread across the spring water. After the ripples dispersed, a faint vibration was heard from beneath the surface. It was as if something deep down had forcefully slammed against a wall. Chen Ming tilted his head. Don't rush. I'm not ready yet. If you come again, I won't be polite. The spring water became calm. The faint vibration disappeared, as if it understood his words. In the capital city at the Intelligence Analysis Center, Lin Yuanshan sat at his desk. Spread out before him were 3 pieces of intelligence from different sources. The first was from Saudi Hassan. The content was about the latest developments in the European Union's secret formation of the Balance Alliance. The second was from intelligence personnel stationed in Cherry Blossom Country. The content was satellite photos of the Huangquan Society establishing underground facilities in the suburbs of Tokyo. The third was from the Forbidden Area Monitoring System. The content was data on the miniature spatial rifts appearing globally. When the 3 pieces of intelligence were viewed together, they painted an uncomfortable picture. Lin Yuanshan picked up the phone and dialed Liu Yifei's number. Yifei, are you busy? Not busy. What's up, President Lin? I have some intelligence that I need you to take a look at. I'll send it to your encrypted email. Okay. Liu Yifei hung up the phone, opened her laptop, and logged into her encrypted email. It took her 10 minutes to read through the 3 pieces of intelligence. Then she spent another 5 minutes sorting out the correlations between the 3 pieces of intelligence. She picked up the phone and called Lin Yuanshan back. President Lin, I have a few judgments. Go ahead. First, the underground facility of the Huangquan Society is not an ordinary altar. The satellite photos show that the energy radiation direction of the facility is downward, not upward. If it was just extracting vitality to enhance luck, the energy should converge upward to the rule light curtain. Going downward means they are channeling energy to the underground. What are they channeling energy to the underground for? They are opening a passage. Lu Yifei's voice was very calm. The deep regions of the forbidden area are underground. They may be trying to punch a direct passage to the deep layers of the forbidden area from the surface. Lin Yuanshan's fingers paused on the table. What is their purpose? In light of the 3rd piece of intelligence, the miniature spatial rifts around the world are increasing. This indicates that the boundary between the forbidden area and reality is indeed thinning. If the Huangquan Society can break through the passage from underground when the boundary is at its thinnest, they can direct the bizarre occurrences from the deep layers of the forbidden area to appear at specific locations. For example, within the territory of the Dragon Country. Lin Yuanshan fell silent for 5 seconds. Are you sure? 70% certainty. What about the remaining 30%? The remaining 30% could mean they are doing something else. But whatever it is, it won't be a good thing. Lin Yuanshan stood up and walked to the window to gaze at the night outside. Should we inform Chen Ming? Lu Yifei pondered for a moment. President Lin, let's not rush it. Chen Ming is currently at Qingqing Mountain dealing with the sealing of the spiritual spring. It's not good to distract him now. He'll tell him after he finishes dealing with it. All right. Lin Yuanshan, we will continue to monitor the movements of the Huangquan Society on our end. If there are any new developments, we will notify you immediately. Okay, thank you, President Lin. She hung up the phone and leaned back in her chair staring at the ceiling in thought, ultimately deciding not to inform Chen Ming just yet. Then she picked up her phone and sent Chen Ming a message. Lu Yifei, have you eaten? After about 3 minutes, a reply. Chen Ming, yes. She looked at the word, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Then she set her phone down and reopened the intelligence document on her computer. Qingqing Mountain Spiritual Spring. On the first day of Chen Ming's efforts to reinforce the seal, he sat cross-legged on the largest rock by the spring. With his hands forming seals, golden light slowly seeped from his palms, extending downward along the spring water. The golden light flowed along the patterns of the outer layer of the formation. It resembled a golden river pouring into a parched riverbed. Under the infusion of golden light, the patterns regained their brilliance, the once dim glow becoming bright and steady. The first weak point was located in the northeast direction of the outer layer of the formation, about 80 meters from the spring. Chen Ming's golden light followed the pattern to that position, discovering that the formation lines had broken off at that point. Black energy seeped out from the broken area. It was faint, but indeed seeping. Chen Ming's golden light paused at the fracture. Then, like welding, he reconnected the 2 ends of the fracture. The golden light filled the gap, solidifying and becoming firm. The first weak point was repaired. Chen Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. 16 more to go. He shifted his neck. There are still 16 left. The second weak point was in the southwest direction, even farther away, about 120 meters. He closed his eyes again, and the golden light extended out once more. This time it took longer. The fracture at that location was more severe, requiring more golden light to fill it. After a whole morning, he repaired 3 weak points. At noon, a Qingshu Daoist brought lunch. A plain noodle dish with a side of pickled radish. Chen Ming sat on the rock with his bowl, eating quickly. Are you tired? Qingshu Daoist squatted beside him and asked. Not too bad, just a bit taxing on my spiritual energy. Chen Ming slurped a mouthful of noodles. The material of this formation is very special, not something ordinary spiritual energy can penetrate. It requires the pure yang energy of golden light to work. Fortunately, my golden light is pure enough and the efficiency is decent. Can it be completed in 3 days? Hey, about that. Chen Ming put down his bowl. Senior, that thing below has been much quieter today. Really? Yes, it still thrashed a couple of times when I was repairing the first weak point. After fixing the third one, it stopped moving. Perhaps it sensed that the cage was tightening and realized struggling was futile. Qingshu Daoist nodded and collected the bowls and chopsticks, heading up the mountain. In the afternoon, Chen Ming continued his work. 4th, 5th, 6th. With each weak point repaired, the overall stability of the formation improved. By evening, he had completed 6. 11 remained. As the sun set, he stood up from the rock, stretching lazily. His phone vibrated. Lu Yifei, have you eaten? Chen Ming glanced at the screen, thought for a moment, and typed a few more words this time. Chen Ming, yes, I'm reinforcing the formation. Quite interesting. After about 10 seconds, a reply came. Lu Yifei, what formation? Chen Ming, there's something sealed beneath Qingqing Mountain, and I'm helping to reinforce the seal. Lu Yifei was silent for nearly a minute. Lu Yifei, is it dangerous? Chen Ming, not dangerous, just a physical task. Lu Yifei, make sure to rest. Chen Ming, okay. He tucked his phone back into his pocket, looked at the last streak of sunset in the sky, then walked back to the small courtyard. He lay down on the stone table under the ginkgo tree. The moon had not yet risen, and the sky was deep blue with a few stars already shining. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. In the Sakura Nation on the outskirts of Tokyo underground altar, 3 days after the first batch of sacrifices was completed, the luck index of the Sakura Nation on the rules screen changed from 2 to 3. It only increased by 0. 1. This was 0. 9 less than the 1. 0 promised by Minghua. An emergency call from the Prime Minister's residence reached the contact office of the Huangquan Society at 4 in the morning. You said 1,000 people could raise it by 1 point, but it only increased by 0. 1. What's going on? The Prime Minister's voice was laced with anger. Minggu's reply was calm. The rules are changing. After the acceleration of the integration of heaven and earth, the threshold for raising luck is also increasing. The efficiency of the first batch was indeed below expectations. But this does not affect the overall plan. Doesn't affect. We sacrificed 1,000 people for only 0.1 points, and you tell me it doesn't affect. Prime Minister, please remain calm. Minggu's voice remained unwavering. For the second batch, we will adjust the method of sacrifice to improve efficiency. And I mentioned before, raising the luck of the nation is only part of the plan. The real core is another matter. What matter? You'll find out in 72 hours. The call with the Prime Minister's hand trembled on the phone, not from anger, but from fear. He increasingly felt that the Huangquan Society never intended to truly help the Sakura Nation. They had their own agenda, and the government of the Sakura Nation was merely their tool. But he had no way out. Luck was at 3. The lifespan of the citizens continued to decrease, seawater kept flooding in, and the national population was steadily declining. He had no other choice. Prepare the second batch of volunteers. He told the secretary on the other end of the line. This time we need 2,000 people. On Qingqing Mountain on the 14th day, Chen Ming was on the 3rd day of sealing reinforcement. 17 weak points had been repaired, with only the last 2 remaining. These 2 were the most difficult, because they were located at the junction of the outer layer and the middle layer of the formation. The structure was the most complex, and the fractures were the most severe. Chen Ming sat cross-legged by the spring, golden light continuously pouring from his palms. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, the first sweat he had shed in these 3 days. Not due to insufficient spiritual energy, but because repairing these 2 positions required extremely precise control. The golden light had to be injected along a specific path, with an angle deviation of more than a millimeter, resulting in rejection by the formation. It was like using an extremely fine needle and thread to stitch a tiny wound. He held his breath, focusing all his attention on his fingertips. The golden light flowed slowly deep within the formation, gradually filling in the broken patterns. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. The 16th weak point was repaired. Chen Ming exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes. The last one. He flexed his fingers and closed his eyes again. The final weak point was at the very bottom of the outer layer of the formation, nearly 200 meters deep from the spring. Extending the golden light to that position required passing through a substantial amount of rock and soil, leading to significant energy loss. Chen Ming increased the output. The golden light moved like a golden snake, winding through the ground, passing through layer after layer of rock. Finally he arrived. The last fracture point. This fracture was larger than all the others. It wasn't a narrow crack, but a nearly half-meter wide chasm. The edges of the chasm swirled with black energy, denser than at other locations by more than 10 times. The moment Chen Ming's golden light touched those black energies, a strong repulsive force surged up from below. That thing below sensed it. It knew someone was repairing its cage. It was displeased. The spring water dense bubbles rose to the surface of the water, as if something was stirring violently at the bottom. Chen Ming's golden light was locked in a stalemate with the black aura 200 meters underground. The tremors of the spring water grew increasingly violent, and the bubbles on the water's surface transformed from dense clusters to foaming turbulence. The entire spiritual spring resembled a pot boiling over. Chen Ming furrowed his brows, not due to the strength of his opponent, but because of the gap he was trying to mend. As he infused golden light, it was being torn from the other side by mending while being torn. You are quite stubborn, he remarked. Chen Ming increased the output of golden light, the glow at his fingertips shifting from pale gold to bright gold. The edge of the gap began to heal under the infusion of golden light, while the black aura was gradually pushed back. But just as the gap was about to close completely, a muffled sound echoed from deep underground. It was not a tremor, but a collision, as if some enormous entity had collided with the walls of its prison with all its might. The entire Qingqing mountain trembled slightly. The birds in the bamboo forest at the back mountain took flight, flapping towards the sky. Chen Ming opened his eyes. He looked down at the spring water. The water was no longer churning. Instead it was swirling. At the spring's eye, a vortex with a diameter of 3 meters was forming. The center of the vortex was pitch black. It was as dark as a hole leading to the depths of the earth. From that black aperture an intense black aura surged forth, almost tangible. The aura carried an ancient resentment, as if the anger suppressed for over 1,000 years had found its outlet at this moment. Chen Ming stood up and took 2 steps back. Not out of fear, but because he needed space to unleash his abilities. The senior is right, he said, gazing at the ever-expanding black vortex rolling up his sleeves. It is beyond human capability to contend with. However, he raised his right hand, a hint of golden light glowing at his fingertips. I am not an ordinary person. In the center of the black vortex, a massive shadow was rising. The outline of the shadow was faintly visible within the dark mist. It resembled a snake, yet also a dragon. It had not fully emerged yet, but even just its presence was enough to wither the plants within 100 meters around. The leaves of the ginkgo trees visibly turned yellow and fell. Chen Ming stood by the spring. The golden light formed a thin membrane around him, isolating the corrosive aura. He tilted his head, observing the increasingly distinct shadow. You really want to come out, huh? All right, then come out, and let me have a good look at you. The black vortex exploded within 3 seconds after Chen Ming finished his sentence. The spring water was hurled into the air by an immense force resembling a rainstorm falling upwards. What surged out from the depths of the spring was not water. It was a black dragon-like creature. It was described as a dragon because of its dragon-like form, with a serpentine body, 4 claws, and horns on its head. Yet it was not a true dragon. Its body was formed from condensed black resentment, and within its semi-transparent body swirled countless twisted human faces. Those faces were silently screaming, contorted in pain. They were like the remnants of souls devoured by it over countless years. The black dragon was not particularly large, measuring around 30 meters from head to tail, but the aura emanating from it caused the entire Qingqing mountain to tremble. An agrade. It might even be a picagrade. After the black dragon emerged from the spring, it circled in the air and let out a silent roar. It was not a sound made by its mouth. Instead, it was a shockwave directly affecting the soul. All living beings within a radius of 500 meters felt that impact. In the bamboo forest at the back mountain, several wild rabbits fainted instantly. Further away in the Tianshi temple, the little Taoists attending the morning class simultaneously covered their heads, their faces pale. Qingshu Taoist was receiving visitors in the front yard. The moment he felt the shock, the teacup in his hand shattered with a crack. He turned to look towards the back mountain. A black dragon-like creature was circling above the back mountain, dark mist swirling, obscuring half the sky. This is bad. Qingshu Taoist leaned on his bamboo staff and rushed towards the back mountain. Everyone stay where you are, do not approach the back mountain. In the front yard of Tianshi Temple, there were 30 to 40 visitors offering incense today. They also saw the black giant dragon hovering above the back mountain. Some screamed, some sat paralyzed on the ground, while others took out their phones to begin recording. What is that thing? A dragon? Is it really a dragon? No, that color is wrong. That dragon is black. It looks like something bizarre from a forbidden zone. Mom, how terrifying. But no one truly ran away, because they saw another sight. Below the black dragon, beside the large stone by the spiritual spring, stood a young man in a Taoist robe. The young man was enveloped in a layer of golden light, standing out distinctly in the black mist, like a lamp in the darkness. Chen Ming looked up at the black dragon circling above his hands tucked in his sleeves. What are you spinning around up there for? Come down here. The black dragon's silent roar resounded once more, this time directed at Chen Ming. The soul shockwave laden with 1,000 years of resentment pressed down like an invisible wall. Chen Ming stood still. The golden light membrane flickered slightly, and the shockwave dissipated the moment it came into contact with the golden light. Like a wave crashing against a reef. Is that all? Chen Ming pulled out his right hand from his sleeve, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing upwards. Come down now. A beam of golden light shot from his fingertips, thin as a thread, quick as lightning. The golden light struck the black dragon's tail. The black dragon's body trembled violently, its spiraling form disrupted. It let out an angry, silent roar, turning its dragon head and diving towards Chen Ming. The 30-meter-long black body, filled with swirling resentment, descended like a bolt of black lightning. Chen Ming looked up at the approaching black dragon, the corners of his mouth twitching. That's more like it. The black dragon dove at an incredible speed. The 30-meter distance closed to 10 meters in a single breath. It opened its mouth. There were no teeth inside, just a pitch-black abyss. From the abyss surged concentrated black resentment, transforming into a black beam 2 meters in diameter, shooting straight at Chen Ming's face. Chen Ming's right hand fully emerged from his sleeve. His fingers spread wide, palm facing forward. Golden light spell. A golden light curtain unfurled before his palm, resembling a shield. The black light beam collided with the golden curtain, emitting a piercing hissing sound. It was as if a scorching iron block had been thrown into cold water. The black resentment began to evaporate upon contact with the golden light, transforming into gray smoke that dissipated in the air. The golden light spell is a pure yang force. The resentment is an embodiment of the utmost yin and evil. When the two meet, it's a one-sided crushing. The attack of the black dragon was entirely blocked. Its body hovered in midair, continuously spewing forth a black light beam from its mouth. Yet the golden light curtain remained unmoved. Chen Ming stood calmly behind the light. With that level of resentment, you might have been impressive 1,000 years ago. But now, you have encountered me. His left hand emerged from his sleeve, palms together. Evil dragon, it's time for you to return. The golden curtain advanced forward the moment his hands joined together, resembling a moving golden wall. The black dragon's beam was crushed by the golden wall. The golden light flowed upstream along the black beam, directly pouring into the black dragon's mouth. The black dragon let out a true scream this time. It was not the silent soul shock, but a sharp, piercing shriek. Its body began to twist violently under the infusion of golden light. The twisted human faces within its translucent body vanished one after another. The black dragon struggled, shaking off the golden light and retreating several dozen meters. It circled in midair with several golden burn marks now visible on its body. The resentment leaked from the wounds like a balloon punctured with several holes. Why are you running? Chen Ming retracted his hands, tucking them back into his sleeves. The fight isn't over yet. The black dragon circled twice in the air, its eyes formed from gathered resentment, fixed intently on Chen Ming. Its body began to expand. From 30 meters to 40 meters, then 50 meters. The black mist around it thickened, and the burning wounds were filled with newly surged resentment. It burned its stored resentment, accumulated over 1,000 years, for a brief surge of power. Chen Ming tilted his head, observing the enlarging black dragon. Oh, are you going to fight me to the death? Then come on. He raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at the sky. You fight to the death. I should get serious as well. The clouds in the sky began to gather at a visibly rapid pace. The layers of clouds grew thicker, darker, turning into a lead gray color. Thunderclouds. The speed at which the thunderclouds gathered over Qingqing Mountain was faster than in the forbidden area, as the concentration of spiritual energy here was several times that of the forbidden zone. The denser the spiritual energy, the greater the power of the thunder. The black dragon felt the terrifying energy contained in the thundercloud above, and its expansion halted. For the first time, fear appeared in the eyes formed from resentment. It turned to flee back underground. Chen Ming raised his left hand palm, facing down. A beam of golden light shot from his palm, precisely sealing the spring's outlet. The black dragon's retreat was blocked. It spun wildly in midair. Its body shrank smaller and smaller, from 50 meters back to 30 meters, then 20 meters. It was attempting to reduce its volume to minimize the area exposed to the lightning strike. Chen Ming shook his head at its appearance. It's useless. My lightning does not consider area. It depends. He withdrew his right index finger from the sky, pointing it at the black dragon. Break. Just a single word. The thunderclouds in the sky seemed to have been torn open. A white bolt of heavenly lightning descended from the clouds, as thick as a barrel, as bright as daylight. The lightning illuminated the entire Qingqing Mountain, brightening the town at its foot and every inch of land within a 10-kilometer radius. The heavenly lightning did not strike the body of the black dragon. Instead, it struck directly above its head, forming a lightning cage with a diameter of 10 meters. The black dragon was trapped within the lightning cage. It crazily collided against the lightning barriers in all directions, each impact causing its body to shrink a circle. The resentment was purified within the lightning. The twisted human faces under the illumination of the lightning revealed peaceful expressions before dissipating into light points. It's been 1,000 years. Chen Ming gazed at the dissipating light points, his voice soft. It's time for you to leave. His right hand pointed toward the sky once more. Another one. The second bolt of heavenly lightning fell. This one was thicker and brighter than the first, directly striking the black dragon's head. The black dragon's body began to melt in the heavenly lightning like ice encountering boiling water, dissolving from head to tail. The black resentment was purified into white light points, fluttering and scattering in the air, like snow drifting upwards. 3 seconds. The black dragon's body completely vanished, transforming from a 30-meter giant dragon into countless white light points. The light points flickered in the sunlight for a few seconds before completely vanishing into the air. The thunderclouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and sunlight poured down once more. Qingqing Mountain returned to tranquility. Chen Ming retracted his hand and tucked it into his sleeve. He looked down at the spiritual spring at his feet. The golden light seal over the spring outlet remained, and the spring water had returned to calm. All done. He crouched down, retracting the golden light, sealing the spring outlet. Let's patch up this last weak point while it's still fresh. Chen Ming sat back down on the stone by the spring. After the black dragon was vanquished, the struggling force deep underground had noticeably weakened. The black dragon that had just emerged was merely a part of the sealed entity, not the main body. It was like a snake confined in a cage, stretching out a segment of its tail through the cage's gaps. The tail was cut off, but the snake remained in the cage. Yet the gaps in the cage still existed. Chen Ming's golden light seeped from his fingertips into the spring water, extending down along the patterns of the formation. This time there was no resistance. The things underground grew quiet. They were subdued by Chen Ming's 2 bolts of heavenly lightning. The golden light successfully reached the position of the last gap. The gap was slightly larger than before, widened by the black dragon's emergence. But it was fine. Chen Ming increased the output of the golden light. The pure yang power poured into the gap, like liquid gold. Fill, solidify, reinforce. If 1 layer wasn't enough, then 2 layers. If 2 layers weren't enough, then 3. He layered a full 5 layers of golden light seals at that gap, twice the thickness of the reinforcements at the other 16 weak points. 10 minutes later, the last weak point was repaired. Chen Ming opened his eyes, letting out a long breath. He stood up, stretching his stiff neck. The spring water had completely returned to normal, clear to the bottom, with no visible golden patterns. The patterns were covered by his golden light, making them invisible from the outside. However, the power of the formation was at least 3 times stronger than before. This should hold for 100 or 80 years now. Chen Ming dusted off his robe and turned to walk up the mountain. After taking a few steps, he saw Taoist Qingshu standing on the path 10 meters away. The old Taoist expression was complicated, his mouth agape, unable to close for a long time. Senior, it's taken care of. Chen Ming Chao waved his hand. The thing down there ran out a bit, but I sent it back. The seal has been repaired too. It's sturdier than before. The Qingshu Taoist moved his lips, his voice somewhat dry. I saw it all. You resolved that black dragon with a single heavenly lightning strike. Not quite. It wasn't just 1 strike, I used 2. Chen Ming walked up to him with his hands in his pockets. Senior, is there any breakfast left? I worked up quite an appetite just now. The Qingshu Taoist looked at his calm demeanor and suddenly smiled. His smile unfolded the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Yes, there is. They'll have the kitchen make you an extra 2 bowls of noodles. Thank you, Senior. The 2 of them walked up the mountain along a small path. After a few steps, the Qingshu Taoist suddenly remembered something. Chen, the guests in the front courtyard saw everything. Saw what? They saw the black dragon, and also saw you using the thunder technique. Chen Ming paused for a moment. Did they take pictures, eh? Yes, many phones were raised to capture it. Chen Ming fell silent for 3 seconds. Senior, can the noodles be sent to my courtyard? I don't want to go to the kitchen. Afraid of being surrounded. And the Qingshu Taoist chuckled twice. All right, he'll have someone deliver it to you. Chen Ming couldn't escape the situation. The videos taken by those guests had already spread all over the internet before he finished his noodles. The footage was very clear. Someone filmed the entire process from the front courtyard of the Tian Shiguan. The black, dragon-like creature soared into the sky from the back mountain. Black mist enveloped the area, blocking out the sun. Then a figure in a Taoist robe stood on the ground, surrounded by shining golden light. The golden barrier blocked the black dragon's attack. White heavenly lightning fell from the clouds, trapping the black dragon in a cage of lightning. The second bolt of lightning struck, causing the black dragon to dissipate into countless specks of light. The entire sequence lasted less than 2 minutes. The video was titled "A Black Dragon Appears in Qingqing Mountain, Taoist Chen slays it with 2 strikes of lightning." Within 10 minutes of being posted, the view count exceeded 100 million. Half an hour later, it was trending in the top 3 on the internet. First, Qingqing Mountain Black Dragon Incident. Second, Chen Ming slays dragon in Qingqing Mountain. Third, what has been sealed in Qingqing Mountain. The comment section went wild. Wow, wow, wow. Is this for real? I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. That black dragon was at least 30 meters long. Taoist Chen just took it down with 2 lightning strikes. That's way too easy. Did you notice? He kept one hand tucked in his sleeve the whole time. One-handed dragons. I declare these 4 words will be Taoist Chen's tag from now on. What on earth is sealed under Qingqing Mountain? So he didn't go to Qingqing Mountain for a vacation. He went to suppress the seal. What else is this man hiding from us? Chen Ming lay under the ginkgo tree on a stone table, the light from his phone screen reflecting on his face. He scrolled through several comments and placed the phone against his chest. Master really didn't deceive me. The lay people down the mountain are too crazy. It really is safer in the forbidden areas. He closed his eyes, ready to continue sleeping. His phone vibrated again. A message from Louis Fei. Louis Fei, I saw the video. Louis Fei, are you alright? Chen Ming typed a few words. Chen Ming, I'm fine, just a minor situation. Louis Fei, what level was that black dragon? Chen Ming, about a level, I'm not too sure, but it wasn't very strong. Louis Fei remained silent for nearly half a minute. Louis Fei, you said a level wasn't very strong. Chen Ming, yes, it was gone with 2 strikes of lightning. Louis Fei, alright, take care. Chen Ming, MHM. He tucked his phone back into his pocket, turned over, and continued sleeping. The ginkgo leaves rustled in the wind's sunlight, filtering through the branches onto him. It was very quiet. But this tranquility did not last long. Chen Ming was awakened by a sudden ringing of bells. It was not the morning bells of the Qingqing Mountain Taoist Temple. He had gotten used to that sound after half a month. This bell sound was different. It did not come from a particular direction, but rang out simultaneously from all sides. From above, from below, from every molecule in the air. It was as if the entire world had transformed into a giant bell, with someone striking it from outside. Chen Ming sat up from the stone table. He looked up at the sky. The sky had changed. A thin golden membrane appeared in the originally azure sky, with characters slowly emerging on the membrane. The rule's light curtain. The last time he saw this was in the forbidden area. But this time it appeared in the sky and it was not only above Qingqing Mountain. It was global. In every country, in every city, in every corner of the sky, the same light curtain appeared. The characters slowly manifested. Announcement of the 3rd round of National Luck Integration. Integration degree, deep integration. 72 hours later, the boundary of the forbidden area will further overlap with the real world. At that time, level or lower anomalies from the forbidden area will randomly appear in various countries' territories. The national luck values will determine the density of the anomaly invasion. The higher the luck, the less the invasion. Please prepare accordingly, nations. Chen Ming sat at the stone table, tilted his head to read those characters twice. Then he lowered his head and glanced at the direction of the spiritual spring he had just repaired. No wonder. He murmured to himself. No wonder the seal would loosen. It's not that the thing below has become stronger, it's that the rules are changing. The fusion of heaven and earth is accelerating. He jumped down from the stone table and walked to the courtyard gate. The Qingshu Taoist had already hurried over, leaning on his bamboo staff, his expression graver than when he had seen the black dragon. Chen, did you see it? I saw it. Anomalies will appear in reality in 72 hours. MHM. The Qingshu Taoist tapped his bamboo staff on the ground twice. What about Qingqing Mountain? Is it safe here? Chen Ming thought for a moment. The dragon country's luck is 27, 5 of the highest in the world. The density of anomaly invasions will be quite low when spread across various regions. Qingqing Mountain is also a place rich in spiritual energy, and anomalies do not favor areas with dense spiritual energy. There shouldn't be a problem. The Qingshu Taoist breathed a sigh of relief. What about you? What are you planning to do? Chen Ming, with his hands in his pockets, gazed at the golden characters in the sky that had yet to fade. They'll wait for a call. I expect someone will come looking for me soon. Caller ID Louis Fei. Chen Ming answered the call. Monk, did you see the sky curtain? I did. I'm heading out to pick you up now. Oh, I should arrive in about 6 hours. So urgent. The 7 Titwoher countdown has already begun. The Ministry of Defense is holding an emergency meeting tomorrow morning, and you must be present. What time tomorrow morning? 8 o'clock. Can it be changed? No. Louis Fei's voice was very crisp. This cannot be changed. A national summoning order for psychics has already been issued. You are a core member. Chen Ming sighed. All right then. I'll go pack my things. What do you have to pack? True. He hung up the phone and turned to look at Qing Su Daoren. Senior, I must leave. Qing Su Daoren nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Go, the country needs you. Qingqing Mountain will always welcome you back. Chen Ming performed a Taoist bow. Senior, I'll come find you for a game of chess once this is over. Good, Chen Xiaodao, I'll be waiting for you. 6 hours later, night had fallen. A black military SUV stopped in front of the gate of Qingqing Mountain. The car door opened. Louis Fei stepped out from the passenger seat. She was wearing a dark trench coat. Her hair was tied back in a neat ponytail, and her expression was more serious than usual. Chen Ming had been waiting at the gate. He still wore his old Taoist robe. A small cloth bag was added to his back, containing several ancient texts packed by Qing Su Daoren. Monk, thank you for coming all this way at such a late hour. Louis Fei examined him from top to bottom. You've lost, have I? Yes, your cheeks are sunken in. It might be because refining the seal took a bit of energy. Chen Ming opened the back door of the car and climbed in. Louis Fei followed and sat beside him. The car started and drove away from Qingqing Mountain. The interior lights were dim, only the faint glow of the dashboard illuminated their faces. Louis Fei took out a tablet from her bag and handed it to him. Take a look at this on the way, it summarizes the current situation. Chen Ming took the tablet. The screen lit up, displaying an intelligence summary. Countries around the world had entered a state of emergency. The Eagle Nation activated its psychic defense deployment. The European Union formed a multinational psychic legion. The Cherry Blossom Nation's fortune is 3-0 expected to bear the most intense bizarre invasions. The Dragon Nation's fortune is 27-5. The density of bizarre invasions is the lowest globally. However, due to the large territory, regional defense is still necessary. Chen Ming flipped through 2 pages before putting the tablet down. Monk, can you summarize it? There are too many words that makes me sleepy. Louis Fei shot him a glance. Just give me the simple version. Bizarre entities below class will randomly appear on the territories of various countries 72 hours later. Due to the high fortune, the Dragon Nation will have the least number of appearances, but because of its large territory, there will still be a need for distributed defense. It is estimated that several hundred class and dozens of class entities will appear scattered across the nation. Regular military forces will not withstand this. Reliance on the psychic defense line is essential. Chen Ming leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. Several hundred class and dozens of class scattered across major cities. Each city will only have a few to a dozen. How many psychics are there in the Dragon Nation now? According to the latest statistics, the total number of awakenings has surpassed 500,000. About 3,000 are combat-type psychics above class. How many are above class? 17. What about class? Including you, there are 2. Chen Ming opened one eye. Who is the other? Louis Fei's expressions, a fire-type class psychic codenamed Flame Emperor, real name Zhou Lai. He has been the #1 combat power in the Dragon Nation for 3 years since awakening. Before you appeared. Chen Ming closed his eyes again. Oh, is he strong? Very strong. His flame temperature can reach 3,000 degrees with an extremely wide coverage. Before you, everyone thought he was the strongest combat force in the Dragon Nation. What about now? Now most believe you are? Chen Ming hummed in response, not saying anything further. The car sped along the highway with streetlights outside flashing past one after another. After a while, Louis Fei spoke again. There's one more thing. During the assembly tomorrow, someone might want to test your strength. Chen Ming opened his eyes and glanced at her. Who? Zhou Lai. Is he unsatisfied? Not exactly unsatisfied. Louis Fei pondered. He has been the first in the Dragon Nation's psychic circle for 3 years, and everyone calls him the strongest. Then suddenly someone appears to take his place. He has never seen you truly fight, only watched the live broadcast footage. He wants to see for himself. Chen Ming closed his eyes again. Monk, can you help me avoid it? No. Why not? Because all psychics from across the country will be present. If you can't even suppress your own people who will listen to your commands. Chen Ming was silent for a few seconds. I don't want to command others. But others need you to command. Or rather, others need to know you have the qualifications to stand at the forefront, so that the Dragon Nation psychics can unite as one. Chen Ming sighed. Monk, you seem to have a point in everything you say. Because what I say is reasonable. Chen Ming turned over, facing away from her. Then I'll sleep for a bit. I have to get up early tomorrow. Sleep well. Louis Fei watched him curled up in the back seat, silently reaching out to raise the car's air conditioning temperature by 2 degrees. Then she picked up the tablet and continued to review the meeting materials for tomorrow. Outside the car window, the night sky still retained a faint golden glow from the regular light curtain. The 7-Titwoher countdown had already passed 6 hours. The next morning at 7:50, military training base in the capital, Assembly Hall number 3. The hall is as large as 3 basketball courts. The ceiling is 15 meters high and the walls are made of specially designed energy absorption materials. At this moment, nearly 200 people stood in the hall. All were psychics above class in the Dragon Nation. They were gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. The atmosphere was tense yet filled with excitement. The tension was due to the bizarre beings set to descend into reality in 72 hours. The excitement stemmed from the fact that they were about to meet that person. The one who defeated a class lord in seconds during the live broadcast. The one who shattered the remnants of Yaqi with lightning. The one who annihilated the black dragon of Qingqing Mountain with 2 bolts of heavenly thunder. On the high platform at the front of the hall, Zhao Taizhan and Lin Yuanshan stood side by side. Zhao Taizhan glanced at his watch. 7:55. Is everyone here? We're still missing one core member. Lin Yuanshan's mouth twitched slightly. Where's Chen Ming? On his way, Louis Fei said he will arrive within 5 minutes. Zhao Taizhan nodded and said nothing more. He had grown accustomed to this. In the center of the hall, a group of people was gathered around a tall man talking. The man was over 190 in height. Broad-shouldered and muscular, his short hair glowed with a reddish sheen as if it had been scorched by fire. His skin was bronze as though it had been baked by years of exposure to high temperatures. Zhou Lai, fire-type class psychic codenamed Flame Emperor. Once the strongest in the Dragon Nation. Brother Zhou, I heard that Chen Ming will also be coming today. A young class psychic leaned in to ask. Zhou Lai responded, crossing his arms. It's good that he's coming. I want to see just how strong he really is. Another person laughed. Brother Zhou, you don't really want to compare. No, he defeated a class lord in the forbidden area that is stronger than all of us combined here. Zhou Lai's brow twitched. Live broadcast footage is just footage. I don't believe in things that I haven't seen with my own eyes. Who knows if there were any props enhancing effects in the forbidden area? Returning to reality, he might not be that strong. The people beside him exchanged glances, and no one spoke. On the other side of the hall, a woman in a white down jacket leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. Her features were delicately cold, her skin almost transparent, and her light blue short hair was tucked behind her ears. Every breath she exhaled carried white mist, as if the temperature around her was 10 degrees lower than others. Suhan, I type a class psychic codenamed Frostblade. She did not participate in anyone's conversation, just quietly leaned against the wall, occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the hall. Not far from her, a tall, thin man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat in a corner chair flipping through a book. He looked refined, like a university professor. Zhang Wei, telekinesis, a class psychic codenamed Mind's Eye. He flipped through the book quickly, but his attention was clearly not on it. His eyes behind the lenses occasionally darted towards the entrance of the hall. At 8 o'clock sharp, the side door of the hall opened. All eyes turned in unison. The first to walk in was Lu Yifei, dressed in a fitted black coat, and with her ponytail tied high, a traditional tang dao hung at her waist. Her steps were brisk, and her aura was commanding. The psychics present were no strangers to her. They had seen her in the live broadcasts. But everyone's attention was not on her, but rather on the person behind her. When Chen Ming walked in through the side door, his hands were tucked into the sleeves of his dao robe, his hair a bit disheveled, and his eyes half closed. He looked just like someone who had not fully woken up. The eyes of over 200 people in the hall were focused on him, but he seemed completely unaware of it, or perhaps he was aware, but simply did not care. He walked behind Lu Yifei, taking slow, leisurely steps, glancing left and right, as if he were strolling through a park. The entire hall fell silent for 2 seconds. Then a buzz of discussion erupted. Is that him? He looks too ordinary. That dao robe is really tattered, the edges are all frayed. Look at his expression, he looks like he's just out to buy groceries. Don't judge by appearances. During the live stream, he clearly took out a level overlord with a single flick of his finger. Yes, I saw the footage. He just flicked, and those level anomalies evaporated instantly. Zhou Lai's eyes were fixed on Chen Ming. He had not taken his eyes off him since the moment he entered. He was observing this person's gait, breath, and aura. Then he discovered something. He felt no fluctuations of spiritual energy from Chen Ming. Nothing at all. Completely zero. Like an ordinary person. This either meant he was truly an ordinary person, or that his control over spiritual energy had reached an astonishing level. He could suppress all presence to an imperceptible degree. Zhou Lai's brows furrowed even tighter. Chen Ming followed Lu Yifei to the front of the high platform. Zhao Taizhan looked at him, unable to suppress a smile. Comrade Chen Ming, it's rare to see you arrive on time. Thank you for restoring the seal of Qingxing Mountain. Good morning, Master Zhao. Chen Ming performed a Taoist salute, then glanced around. There are quite a few people here. All level and above supernatural beings from across the country are present. Indeed, Zhao Taizhan said. Oh, Chen Ming nodded, then asked, is there a cafeteria here? Zhao Taizhan's temple twitched. Lu Yifei whispered beside him. Let's have the meeting first, and afterward I'll take you to eat. All right, Chen Ming replied. Zhao Taizhan cleared his throat and walked to the microphone in the center of the high platform. Everyone, you have all received the content of the assembly order. I won't repeat it, I will directly state the deployment plan. Comrade Chen Ming will serve as the core of the first defense line guarding the capital. The remaining personnel will be divided by region. Wait a moment. A voice rang out from the center of the hall, deep, resonant, carrying a hint of heat. It was Zhou Lai. He stepped out from the crowd, and over 200 pairs of eyes instantly focused on him. He looked at Chen Ming on the high platform, his gaze intense. Deputy Minister Zhao, I have a request. Zhao Taizhan stopped and looked at him. What request? I would like to spar with Comrade Chen Ming. The hall fell silent in an instant, then erupted into a buzz. Zhao Taizhan frowned. Zhou Lai, now is not the time. Deputy Minister Zhao. Zhou Lai's voice was calm, yet each word carried weight. The anomalies will descend in 3 days. You say to make him the core of the first defense line, and everyone will follow his deployment orders. I have no objections. But I need to see for myself if he is worthy of standing in that position. This is not a doubt, but a confirmation. If he is really as strong as in the footage, then Zhou Lai will be the first to submit. But if I just hand my life over to someone I've only seen in a video, I cannot do that. I need to measure Comrade Chen Ming's worth. The discussions in the hall grew louder, with many nodding in agreement. Zhou Lai made a valid point. Handing one's life over to someone seen only in footage indeed feels unsettling. Zhao Taizhan glanced at Chen Ming, who was yawning. Comrade Chen Ming, what is your opinion? Chen Ming finished yawning and looked at the burly man a head taller than him in the center of the hall. Then he glanced at Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei's eyes conveyed a clear message: don't back out. Chen Ming sighed. Final spar with this gentleman, let's see what happens. He stepped down from the high platform, his hands still tucked into his sleeves, and stopped in the center of the hall 5 meters away from Zhou Lai. He looked up at Zhou Lai, who was more than half a head taller than him. Zhou, have you ever lost? Can you accept defeat? Zhou Lai looked at the young man before him, who was more than half a head shorter than he was. Observing closely, his judgment remained unchanged. He felt no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Like a stagnant pool of water, eerily calm. Lose a. Since awakening, Zhou Lai have been undefeated in the country. Let's keep it simple. Zhou Lai clasped his fists. You take 3 of my strikes. If you can stand still without being defeated after 3 strikes, then I will acknowledge you. From now on I will do whatever you say without question. Chen Ming tilted his head. 3 strikes. Yes. So Zhou is thinking this way. Alright, let's see what happens. Chen Ming still kept his hands tucked in his sleeves, standing there with no defensive posture. He stood there casually, not even adjusting his center of gravity. The surrounding supernatural beings automatically retreated 10 meters, clearing a circular area with a diameter of 30 meters. Zhou Lai took a deep breath. His skin began to flush red, as if there was lava flowing within him. Heat radiated from his body, and the air within 5 meters began to distort. The dust on the ground was dried by the high temperature, forming fine cracks. Comrade Chen Ming, are you ready? This is my first strike. Heavenly Flame Pillar. He raised his right palm, facing Chen Ming. A flame pillar with a diameter of half a meter shot out from his palm. The color of the flame was blue-white with a temperature exceeding 2,000 degrees. The heat wave hit them, causing the watching supernatural beings in the back to raise their hands to shield their faces. The flame pillar reached Chen Ming in a breath's time. Chen Ming did not move, his hands still tucked into his sleeves. At the moment the flame pillar collided with him, it stopped about 2 inches from his body, as if it had hit an invisible wall. The blue-white flames scattered against that invisible barrier, flowing like a river encountering a bridge pier. Chen Ming stood there, not even the hem of his Dao robe fluttered. The flames flowed past him, dissipating 5 meters behind him. Not a single strand of his hair was singed. Zhou Lai's pupils constricted. He increased his output. The flame pillar expanded from half a meter to 1 meter, the color shifting from blue-white to pure white. The temperature soared to 3,000 degrees. This was the highest temperature he could reach without using all his strength, sufficient to melt any known metal. The flame struck Chen Ming, yet nothing changed. That invisible barrier remained unyielding. Chen Ming even tilted his head, as if waiting for him to finish. Zhou Lai retracted his hand, his palms still emitting white smoke, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Not from the heat, but from shock. His full force output had not even grazed the opponent's defense. That was 1 strike. Chen Ming's voice was calm. You still have 2 strikes left. Come on. Zhou Lai clenched his teeth. Second move. Flame Ring of Destruction. He brought his palms together and then violently spread them to the sides. A ring of flames spread from his body, resembling an ever-expanding fire circle. The fire circle swept across the ground, leaving behind a deep, burning mark. This was his Eerie effect skill, covering a full 360 degrees without any blind spots. When the fire circle reached Chen Ming's position, nothing unexpected happened. The result remained the same. It was blocked by an invisible barrier just 2 inches away from him, circling around the barrier's arc. Chen Ming stood in place as if protected by a transparent dome. After the fire circle swept through, the ground around him was spotless, forming a stark contrast with the charred earth surrounding it, creating a perfect circular area centered on him. The diameter was about 1 meter, a flawless circular zone. Everything within was untouched. The supernatural beings in the hall gazed at the circular mark on the ground. A collective silence fell over them. Suhan leaned against the wall, tightening her arms. Zhang Wei had closed his book. The eyes behind the lenses stared intently at the scene. That's 2 moves, Zhou. No more testing. Chen Ming yawned. There's 1 final move. Zhou, you can take. Zhou Lai's chest heaved violently. It wasn't from exhaustion. He was stimulated. Good. Then don't blame me. His whole body ignited. It wasn't surface flames, it was a complete combustion from within. His skin turned the color of magma, and flames flickered in his eyes. His hair stood on end, with each strand dancing with small flames at the tips. The temperature soared. 4,000 degrees. 5,000 degrees. 6,000 degrees. Everyone in the hall began to retreat. Those 20 meters away had already started to sweat. Zhao Taizhan frowned tightly, but he did not call for a stop. Lu Yifei stood at the edge of the platform, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She was not worried. Not at all. Zhou Lai maintained his full power eruption for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, the temperature in the hall rose nearly 20 degrees. The energy-absorbent material on the wall began to glow red. He gathered all the flames into his right fist. The light from his fist was no longer visible to the naked eye, resembling a small sun. Third move. His voice twisted in the high temperature. Flame Fist. He stepped forward, aiming his right fist directly at Chen Ming's face. The speed was astonishingly fast. So fast that most Brank supernatural beings only saw a white arc of light. Chen Ming did not retreat, nor did he evade. He didn't even pull his hand out from his sleeve. But just before Zhou Lai's fist reached that invisible barrier, he pulled his right hand out from his sleeve. He extended only his index finger, gently pointing it at Zhou Lai's, a tiny point of golden light. So faint it was nearly invisible. It shot from his fingertip, striking the very center of the small sun on Zhou Lai's fist. Then Zhou Lai's flames extinguished. Not snuffed out, not extinguished. They were purified. The moment that point of golden light made contact with the flames, all the energy dissipated. As if a switch had been turned off. Zhou Lai's fist stopped just 10 centimeters from Chen Ming's face. There were no more flames on his fist. Even the residual heat was gone. Zhou Lai's eyes widened. His fist maintained its striking posture, but he seemed frozen in place. Not frozen by the golden light, but frozen in shock. His flames were not repelled, not shattered. They were directly erased. One finger, a point of golden light, cleared all the energy of his full power strike in an instant. What did this mean? It meant that the energy density of that point of golden light exceeded the total output of his full strength. The hall fell into a dead silence. More than 200 Brank and above supernatural beings made no sound. Chen Ming retracted that finger and tucked it back into his sleeve. 3 moves complete. He looked at Zhou Lai. Zhou, I'm still standing. See, is this acceptable? Zhou Lai's hands slowly dropped. He looked at the young man before him, who was half a head shorter than himself, gazing at the lean face with eyes half closed. He fell silent for 5 seconds. Then he took a step back, clasped his hands in a salute, and deeply bowed. Comrade, Chen Ming. I concede. His voice was heavy but straightforward. From now on, I'll do whatever you say, no arguments. Chen Ming waved his hand. Zhou, you're too polite. Your flames were quite hot. I almost broke a sweat. Zhou Lai straightened up, a slight movement at the corners of his mouth. He knew the other was being polite. But he was not angry. Because having an absolute powerhouse speak politely was in itself a form of recognition. The silence in the hall lasted about 3 seconds. Then, as if a dam had burst, a buzzing murmur erupted. My heavens! With just one finger, he used only one finger. Zhou Ge's full power punch was extinguished by a point of light. What does this mean? How can we compare? This is a completely different level from us. No wonder those Brank leaders in the footage looked like paper in his hands. He kept his hands tucked in the whole time, only extending one finger for the final blow. In the first 2 moves, he didn't even use his hands. He relied solely on the protective golden light to block and shrank full output. Su-Han leaned against the wall, watching the young man who had tucked his hands back, in a complex expression reflected in her light blue pupils. Zhang Wei adjusted his glasses, stuffing the book in his pocket. His lips moved silently, uttering 2 words. Monster. Indeed a monster. On the platform, Zhao Taizhan and Lin Yuanshan exchanged glances. A hint of a smile finally appeared at the corner of Zhao Taizhan's mouth. Lin Yuanshan nodded, flipping open the deployment plan in his hand. Chen Ming had returned to the side of the platform, leaning beside Lu Yifei. Comrade, it's done. Can we go eat now? Lu Yifei glanced at him. Wait until the meeting is over. How much longer? About an hour. Chen Ming's shoulders drooped by 2 inches. Comrade, an hour is bear with it. Zhao Taizhan walked back to the microphone, clearing his throat. The murmurs in the hall seemed to have been paused, quickly falling silent. Everyone's attention refocused on the platform. But unlike before, this time, every gaze directed at Chen Ming had changed. Before it was curiosity, scrutiny, skepticism. Now it was only profound respect. All right, the sparring is over. Zhao Taizhan's voice was steady and powerful. I believe everyone present has no doubts about Comrade Chen Ming's strength now. Now back to the main topic, discussing the deployment plan. He pressed a button on the remote. The giant screen at the front of the hall lit up. The screen displayed a map of Longguo with countless red dots marked across it. According to the fortune value calculation, in 72 hours the entire Dragon Kingdom is expected to experience 300 to 500 anomaly invasion points. They will be concentrated in large and medium-sized cities with dense populations. The anomaly levels are primarily Drank, with Crank accounting for about 10 to 15%. The probability of Brank appearing is extremely low, but it cannot be ruled out. The defense deployment is divided into 3 layers. He pointed at the location of the capital on the map. The first layer is the core defense line, with Comrade Chen Ming as the absolute core guarding the capital. His golden light mantra's coverage area after assessment can reach 15 kilometers in radius. That means the core area of the capital under his protection can basically achieve 0 casualties. His finger moved to several other major cities. The second layer is the main defense line. Zhou Lai will guard Shanghai. Su-Han will guard Shenzhen. Zhang Wei will guard Chengdu. The remaining Brank and above superhumans will be assigned according to the cities, with each large city having at least 2 Brank combatants. The third layer is the auxiliary defense line. Among the 500,000 awakened individuals nationwide, 3,000 rank and above combat types will be dispersed to small and medium-sized cities and county-level areas. Their main task is early warning and buying time waiting for reinforcements. Zhao Taizhan put down the remote control and looked at the audience. Any questions? Zhou Lai was the first to raise his hand. No questions. Shanghai is on me. His voice was much calmer than before, and when he looked in Chen Ming's direction, there was a serene recognition in his eyes. Su Han nodded slightly without speaking. Zhang Wei pushed up his glasses. Vice Minister Zhao, the spiritual energy concentration in Chengdu is relatively high, so the probability of an anomaly invasion should be lower than in other cities. Could I apply for a transfer to a city with a higher invasion probability? Let other branch colleagues take Chengdu. Zhao Taizhan glanced at him. Where do you want to go? Tianjin. Tianjin is adjacent to the capital. If something unexpected happens in the capital, I can support Comrade Chen Ming immediately. He paused. Although he probably won't need support. Chen Ming yawned nearby. A ripple of soft laughter spread through the hall. The atmosphere was much lighter than before. Zhao Taizhan nodded. Approved. Zhang Wei transfers to Tianjin and Chengdu will be taken over by Brank's superhuman Li Yan. Anyone else have questions? No one raised their hands. Zhao Taizhan looked at Chen Ming. Comrade Chen Ming, do you have anything to add? Chen Ming thought for a moment. Layman Zhao, there's one thing. Go ahead. What about ordinary people encountering anomalies? Zhao Taizhan was taken aback. We will issue a nationwide evacuation guide telling people to stay indoors. That's not enough. Chen Ming shook his head. Some Drank anomalies are non-corporeal and can pass through walls. The hall fell silent for a moment. Zhao Taizhan's expression grew grave. What do you suggest? Set up a few safe points in each city. Chen Ming pulled his right hand from his sleeve and pointed at the map on the screen. I can set up a small golden light array at each safe point in advance. Once the array is activated, anomalies within a 500-meter radius cannot enter. As long as people run to the safe points, they'll be safe. Zhao Taizhan's eyes lit up. How many can you set up? Depends on the time. Chen Ming counted on his fingers. One array takes about 10 minutes. In 72 hours minus time for sleep and meals, I can probably set up about 300. Is 300 enough? Zhao Taizhan turned to look at Lin Yuanshan. Lin Yuanshan quickly calculated on his tablet. There are a total of 67 large and medium-sized cities nationwide. Each city would have an average of 4 to 5 safe points. 300 is enough to cover all key areas. Zhao Taizhan turned back to Chen Ming. Then it's settled. He'll arrange a special plane immediately, and you'll start setting up arrays in major cities across the country from today. We'll plan the route and schedule. You just focus on setting up the arrays. Chen Ming nodded. All right. Layman Zhao, could you prepare more food on the special plane? Setting up an array every 10 minutes, I need to replenish my energy in between. This time Zhao Taizhan didn't twitch his mouth. Well, prepare whatever you want to eat. Then how about some candied hawthorn skewers? Another wave of soft laughter echoed through the hall. Lu Yifei, standing nearby, curved her lips slightly. After the meeting, the crowd began to disperse. The superhumans walked out in small groups. As they passed by Chen Ming, each one would nod or clasp their fists. No one looked at him with scrutinizing eyes anymore. Zhou Lai paused as he walked by. Chen Ming. My. That finger strike, just now how much of your strength did you use, eh? Chen Ming tilted his head and thought. Probably less than 10%. Zhou Lai's mouth twitched. Alright, I understand. He turned and took 2 steps, then looked back. Leave Shanghai to me, you can rest assured. Okay, Layman Zhou Lai waved his hand and strode out of the hall. Su Han walked over from the wall and paused for a second in front of Chen Ming. She didn't speak, only nodded slightly. Then she turned and left. She was cold, but the meaning in that nod was very clear. She had acknowledged Chen Ming. Zhang Wei was the last to come over, pushing up his glasses. Comrade Chen Ming, I have a question I'd like to ask. Go ahead. Your golden light mantra is pure yang in nature, which naturally restrains yin-type anomalies. But what if you encounter anomalies that are not yin-type? For example, chaos-type or space-type. Would the effectiveness of the golden light mantra be compromised? Chen Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Layman Zhang, are you a researcher? Sort of. I'm quite interested in the theoretical system of superhuman abilities. Since you ask sincerely, I'll answer you. Chen Ming clasped his hands, his tone casual. The golden light mantra is not simply a yang-type attack. Its essence is righteous energy. Righteous energy overcomes all evils regardless of their nature. As long as it is an anomaly, no matter the type, the golden light mantra can purify it. The only difference is the speed of purification. Zhang Wei's eyes flickered behind his lenses. Understood. Thank you. He nodded and turned to leave. After a few steps, he looked back. Oh, by the way, if there's anything in the capital that needs coordination, feel free to contact me anytime. Okay. The hall was mostly empty now. Chen Ming turned to look at Lu Yifei. Layman, can we go eat now? Yes. Great. The two walked side by side out of the hall. When they reached the door, Chen Ming suddenly, "Layman, my. After this crisis is over, let's go have a meal together." Chen Ming clasped his hands and continued walking forward. "You really only think about eating every day." Lu Yifei watched his retreating figure and shook her head. The curve at the corner of her mouth was impossible to suppress. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Chen Ming boarded a military special plane. Destination Shanghai. The first stop of his nationwide array-setting journey. 3 skewers of candied hawthorn were prepared on the plane. 2 cups of taro bubble tea, a bowl of beef noodles, and a large bag of various snacks. Chen Ming leaned back in his seat. In his left hand, he held a candied hawthorn skewer, and in his right a tablet displaying the array-setting route map sent by Lu Yifei. First stop Shanghai, 5 safe points. Second stop Shenzhen 4. Third stop Guangzhou 4. Fourth stop Chengdu 3. He flipped through a couple of pages and then put it down. "Layman, just tell me where to go when I get there. Looking at maps gives me a headache." Lu Yifei's voice came through the phone. "I'm not going with you. I'm coordinating logistics here in the capital. Someone will be assigned to you there." "Who?" "Chief Lin has assigned an adjutant to follow you. His name is Xiao Zhao. I'll pick you up when you arrive." Chen Ming was silent for 2 seconds. "Layman, I'm not used to you not being there. Get used to it. What if I get lost? You have a phone and navigation system and an adjutant. How could you get lost? What if I get hungry? Didn't they prepare a bunch of food on the plane? What if I finish it?" Chen Ming. "My. You are the nation's top-level guardian, not a 3-year-old child." All right. Chen Ming hung up and took a bite of the candied hawthorn. He chewed twice and muttered to himself. It's still better when the layman is around. The special plane landed at the Shanghai military airport. A young officer in his early 20s was waiting at the bottom of the gangway, standing straight as a ramrod. "Comrade Chen Ming, hello. I am Staff Officer Zhao Xiaobei, responsible for coordinating your array-setting work." Chen Ming stepped down the gangway, yawning. "Hello, Zhao Xiaobei." Zhao Xiaobei was taken aback, clearly not used to being addressed as a Buddhist layman. You can just call me Xiao Zhao." "All right, Zhao Xiaobei. Where's the first point?" "At Lujiazui in Pudong. The area has been cleared, and the car is over there." "Let's go." The car drove for 20 minutes to reach the first safe point. It was the central area of a large commercial plaza surrounded by a security cordon. Chen Ming got out of the car and looked around. "This place is good, gets open, and has a high foot traffic. Do we need any preparations for setting up the formation?" "No need, just stand back a bit." Chen Ming walked to the center of the plaza and squatted down. His right hand emerged from his sleeve palm, facing down, pressed against the ground. Golden light seeped from his palm into the earth, spreading outward like ink on rice paper. Golden patterns spread across the ground, forming a circular formation about 10 meters in diameter. The patterns were intricate, but Chen Ming sketched them swiftly, as if writing an essay he had long mastered. 8 minutes later, he stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. "Done." Zhao Xiaobei stared at the golden circular formation on the ground, which shimmered twice under the sunlight, before slowly fading into the earth. From the surface, the ground looked normal, with nothing visible. "Is that it?" "Yes." "How do we activate this formation?" "No need to activate it." Chen Ming walked back with his hands in his pockets. "It will light up automatically when something eerie comes within 500 meters. Once it's lit up, the area within 500 meters is a safe zone, and the eerie beings cannot enter." Zhao Xiaobei quickly jotted it down in his notebook. "How long can it last?" "Depends on the level of the eerie being. For a grade, it can last the whole day without issue. For a crate, it can last about 6 to 8 hours. What about grade?" Chen Ming pondered. "For grade, it should hold up until I get there." Zhao Ziobia's pen paused momentarily. "Are you saying that if a grade eerie being appears, you'll handle it personally?" "You'll take care of anything above grade. Others can handle grade and crade." "Understood." The next point is at People's Square in Puxi. "Let's go." Chen Ming got into the car and took out his phone from his pocket. He sent a message to Lu Yifei. Chen Ming finished the first setup in 8 minutes. Lu Yifei 2 minutes faster than expected. "Keep it up." Chen Ming, layman, are the soup dumplings in Shanghai good? Lu Yifei, they're delicious. Let Xiao Zhao take you to eat some. Chen Ming turned to Zhao Xiaobei. Xiao Zhao, layman, after we finish setting up the second formation, shall we go eat soup dumplings together? What did you say, comrade Chen Ming? I said soup dumplings. We have a 40-minute gap between the second and third points. That's enough. Let's go, Xiao Zhao, layman. Chen Ming leaned back in his seat, feeling much better. The city of Shanghai rushed by outside, the glass facades of skyscrapers reflecting the afternoon sun. 72-hour countdown. 63 hours remaining. Over the next 2 days, Chen Ming moved like a precise machine across major cities in the country. 5 in Shanghai, 4 in Shenzhen, 4 in Guangzhou, 3 in Chengdu, and 4 in Jiangqing. Upon arriving in each city, he would disembark, set up formations, enjoy local delicacies, board the plane, and head to the next destination. Zhao Xiaobei followed behind him for 2 days and lost 3 pounds. Chen Ming, on the other hand, gained some weight because he tried a local dish in each city. Soup dumplings and Shanghai rice rolls in Shenzhen, morning tea in Guangzhou, hot pot in Chengdu, and hot dry noodles in Jiangxing. He turned the formation setup journey into a culinary adventure. On the morning of the third day, the last formation was completed. A total of 312 safe points covered 67 large and medium-sized cities nationwide. Chen Ming sat on the private jet back to Beijing, leaning against the seat with his eyes closed. Zhao Xiaobei sat opposite, organizing the work records from the past 2 days. Comrade Chen Ming, all 312 formations have been established with an average of 8.5 minutes per formation. The total time taken was 46 hours, completing 2 hours ahead of schedule. Chen Ming did not open his eyes. Xiao layman, how long until the fusion? Zhao Xiaobei looked at his watch. 9 hours remaining. That's enough. Chen Ming turned over. When you call me, shout a bit louder. I sleep quite deeply. When the private jet landed in Beijing, there were 6 hours left until the fusion. Lu Yifei was waiting at the helipad. When Chen Ming saw her, his eyes lit up. Layman, long time no see. It's only been 2 days. 2 days is a long time. Lu Yifei glanced at him, not continuing the conversation. Let's go, the command center is waiting for you. Another meeting. Not a meeting, just a final confirmation of your defensive position. Am I not in Beijing? Yes, but you need to choose your exact position yourself. The two got into the car, which drove towards the core area of Beijing. On the way, Lu Yifei briefly mentioned the latest intelligence. Countries around the world have entered a state of maximum alert. The Eagle Sauce country has deployed heavy troops in New York and Washington. The Euro Alliance's multinational ability army is already in position. As for Sakura country, she paused for a moment. Fortune level 3 with an estimated invasion density more than 8 times that of Dragon country. Basically equivalent to a national extermination level disaster. Chen Ming leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. They brought this upon themselves. However, there are new movements from the Huangquan society. Chen Ming opened one eye. What movements? Intelligence indicates they may try to pull some tricks during the moment of fusion, attempting to guide deep, eerie beings of Scrade and above into Dragon country. Layman, don't the people from Sakura country have a poor memory? Isn't it enough that I taught them a lesson last time in the Forbidden Zone? Do they need to be beaten again to learn their lesson? Lu Yifei looked at his nonchalant demeanor. Aren't you worried? Worried about what? Scrade, eerie beings. Chen Ming's lips twitched slightly. Layman, I struck in a great black dragon with 2 lightning bolts on Qingqing Mountain. For Scrade it might take 3 bolts. At most 4. Lu Yifei did not say anything further. The car entered Chang'an Street. The electronic screens on the buildings on both sides were scrolling through the National Disaster Avoidance Guide. There were noticeably fewer pedestrians on the street, but no signs of panic. Because everyone knew that that person was in Beijing. The car stopped near Tiananmen Square. Chen Ming got out and stood at the edge of the square looking up at the sky. The sky was still blue. But upon closer inspection, there was an almost imperceptible golden light membrane flickering high above. That was the remnant of the rule light screen. In 6 hours, that layer of light membrane would shatter. Cracks would appear. Eerie beings would descend. Chen Ming stood at the edge of the square watching for a while. The wind blew and the red flags fluttered in the breeze. Layman, moi. After it's all over, I want to go eat that noodle place again. Lu Yifei stood behind him, the wind blowing her ponytail to one side. All right. 6 hours passed quickly. Chen Ming found a corner to sit in on the Tiananmen gate. Leaning against the red wall, a bowl of instant noodles was placed in front of him. It was brought to him by Lu Yifei from the command vehicle. Can't you do something serious? Eating instant noodles is serious business. Man is iron, rice is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you feel restless. In 2 hours, the eerie beings will arrive, and you are here eating instant noodles. Don't you need to be full before the battle? Lu Yifei rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to argue. She stood holding a communication device. She maintained contact with the command center. Report from all defense zones. Shanghai Defense Zone is in position. Zhou Lai has reached the designated location. Shenzhen Defense Zone is in position. Suhan has reached the designated location. Tianjin Defense Zone is in position. Zhang Wei has reached the designated location. The national defense lines in 67 cities are all ready. 312 golden light formations are confirmed to be in standby mode. Good. Lu Yifei put down the communication device and turned to Chen Ming. He had already finished his instant noodles and was drinking the soup. An hour and a half left. No. Chen Ming set the noodle cup aside and stood up to stretch his muscles. He walked to the edge of the gate, standing side by side with Lu Yifei. Looking down, the square was deserted, completely cleared. In the distance, the skyline of Beijing gradually blurred in the twilight. The almost imperceptible golden light membrane in the sky had become more obvious than 6 hours ago. Moreover, fine cracks were starting to appear. It was like a giant glass pane being struck from the other side. It's starting. Chen Ming looked at the cracks in the sky. It's not time yet. The rule light screen is loosening. A cracks appearing early is not a good omen. Could it be earlier than the expected 72 hours? It's possible. Chen Ming tucked his hands into his sleeves. Layman, notify the command center. Have everyone enter combat mode early. We might not need to wait 2 hours. Lu Yifei picked up the communication. Command center. Chen Ming assesses that the fusion may occur early. Suggest that the national defense lines immediately enter combat mode. There was silence in the communication device for 2 seconds. Lin Yuanshan's voice came through. Received. All national defense lines immediately enter level 1 combat readiness. Within 30 seconds of issuing the order, the cracks in the sky suddenly accelerated in their spread. The golden light membrane seemed to be torn open by an invisible hand. The opening grew larger, and what poured out was not light, but darkness. Thick, foul-smelling darkness. Chen Ming looked up at the ever-expanding crack. Faster than I imagined. His right hand emerged from his sleeve palm, facing up. A ball of golden light gathered in his palm, growing brighter and larger. Layman stepped back. Lu Yifei did not back down. She drew her tang knife from behind, the blade shimmering with faint golden patterns. I'm not backing down. Chen Ming glanced at her. Oh, Layman, you're now at a grade. A grade can handle grade and grade. Then it's settled. You handle the small ones, and I'll handle the big ones. That's how we agreed to do it. Attack. At the command of Ming Yue, 12 Onmyoji struck simultaneously. Various Onmyoji techniques shot. Dark shadows squirmed at the edge of the crack. The first batch of eerie beings was preparing to descend. The sky shattered. It didn't crack slowly, it exploded into countless fragments in an instant. The golden rule light membrane burst like a mirror struck by a heavy hammer starting from directly above the capital. It radiated outward in all directions. The fragments flipped in the air, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun before transforming into golden dust and dispersing. After the light membrane disappeared, the sky revealed its true visage. It was not blue. It was black. A thick, inky blackness seeped down from the edges of the cracks. The black mist did not drift down, or it cascaded down like a waterfall, like a flood breaking its banks. It poured down with a stench of decay that permeated to the bone. Chen Ming sat on the steps of the Tiananmen gate. Hulu. He finished the last spoonful of soup. He set down the instant noodle bucket and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. A visitor has arrived. Lu Yifei stood 3 steps behind him. The tang knife was already drawn with faint golden patterns shimmering on its blade. I see it. Her gaze was fixed on the widening crack in the sky. A sound emanated from within the crack. It was neither the sound of wind nor thunder. It was a chilling scream. A cacophony of hundreds and thousands of voices intertwined in a scream sharp as nails scraping across glass. The first strange being fell from the crack. Its form resembled a crumpled black piece of paper rolling through the air with limbs twisted at impossible angles. It had 6 eyes scattered across its face, each looking in a different direction. A level anomaly. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, 10th, and 100th. It was as if someone had poured a basin of black tadpoles from the sky, falling in a dense swarm. The communicator crackled with Lin Yuanshan's voice. National Defense Line opened fire. The distant sound of gunfire and the hum of energy weapons resonated. The outer defense line of the capital was the first to engage. Chen Ming stood up, brushing the dust off his robe. He walked to the edge of the city tower and glanced down at the square. A dozen level anomalies had already landed. They began to scurry about as soon as they touched down, emitting piercing screeches. Chen Ming watched them, hands tucked away, tilting his head slightly. These goods are of poor quality, aren't they? Mostly level with a few clevel mixed in. They pale in comparison to those from the forbidden areas. Lu Yifei tightened her grip on the tang knife. There are too many of them. Many or not, it doesn't matter, but even a swarm of mosquitoes remains just mosquitoes. As he finished speaking, a level anomaly crawled up the wall of the city tower. Its 6 eyes focused on Chen Ming, its mouth splitting open to the back of its head, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. It lunged at Chen Ming. Chen Ming did not move. His hands remained tucked in his sleeves. The anomaly collided with a protective golden light just 2 inches from his body. Hiss! And then it evaporated. There were no cries, no struggles. In an instant, not even ashes remained. It was like a drop of water falling onto a scorching iron plate. A light hiss, and it was gone. Lu Yifei's tang knife made a swift arc, slicing through 2 level anomalies climbing up from the other side. The blade's light was decisive and clean, and the black blood on the blade instantly evaporated under the burning of the golden patterns. Aren't you going to make a move? I'm waiting. Waiting for what? For them to come in larger numbers. Chen Ming's gaze swept over the increasing number of black figures in the square. He withdrew his right hand from his sleeve palm, facing down. That should be enough. A mass of golden light fell from his palm, crashing onto the ground below the city tower. As the golden light touched the ground, it spread wildly in all directions. The ground revealed the array patterns he had set up 2 days prior. The golden light array of the entire Tiananmen Square was activated simultaneously. A golden hemispherical barrier rose from the ground, expanding rapidly, completely enveloping the core area of the square. The level anomalies that were scurrying about seemed to have collided with a high-voltage electric fence. The moment they touched it, the golden light flashed, and all the anomalies turned to ashes. Not a single one survived to pass through the barrier. The square restored its emptiness and tranquility within 3 seconds. Chen Ming retracted his hand and tucked it back into his sleeve. All done. He turned to look at Liu Yifei. Visitor, the situation here in the capital is under control. What about other cities? The golden light arrays are interconnected. Anomalies will directly report back to the command center. Liu Yifei picked up the communicator just as it crackled with static. Then Zhao Ziobia's urgent voice came through. Report: the Sky Curtain live broadcast system has been activated. Global synchronization. Chen Ming and Liu Yifei simultaneously looked up at the sky. Next to that black crack, a massive translucent light screen slowly unfolded. The light screen displayed multiple windows, each corresponding to a different country. The Sky Curtain live broadcast room lit up in global synchronization. The images switched rapidly. The first to appear was the scene from the Eagle Sauce country. New Jersey Times Square. Flames soared into the sky as black anomalies rampaged through the streets, several overturned police cars ablaze. The defense line of the Eagle Sauce country was already engaged, but it was evident they were struggling. 2 individuals in black uniforms were being chased down the street by a clever anomaly. The barrage section in the bottom right corner of the screen exploded. Is this the world's strongest country? Running faster than the anomalies, laughing my ass off, ha ha ha. The second screen shifted to the European Union. The upper half of the Eiffel Tower was shrouded in a mass of black mist. Several level anomalies clung to the tower, resembling a swarm of gigantic bats. A multinational superhuman military force gathered under the tower, but they had yet to launch an attack. The third screen showed Sakura country. The Tokyo scene was hazy, the streets deserted with only a few black figures occasionally flashing in the distance. The number of anomalies was low, much less than anticipated. Then the scene shifted to Long country. The capital, Tiananmen Square. A golden barrier steadily enveloped the entire core area. Inside the barrier, peace reigned. No anomalies, no flames, no screams. Only a young man in a robe leaned against the pillar of the city tower, hands tucked in his sleeves, as if dozing off. The global broadcast room fell silent for a full 2 seconds. Then the barrage exploded. Wait, what's going on over there in Long country? What are they doing? Why is it so quiet? What is that golden barrier? That's the array set up by Taoist Chen. It was reported in the news before. Those foreigners must be dumbfounded. Oh my, this is too outrageous. The sky is falling outside while he's napping inside. The barrage in the Long country broadcast room became even more frenzied. Ha ha ha, that's how stable Taoist Chen is. Look at his posture, hands tucked and leaning against the pillar. While Eagle Sauce country is in dire straits, we have the golden light shielding us in peace. This is the perspective. This is the perspective. But Taoist Chen is really a big star now. Even yawning makes the trending topics. Chen Ming was indeed yawning. He leaned against the pillar, his mouth wide open, a drop of physiological tears squeezed from the corner of his eye. Visitor, what's the situation in other cities? Liu Yifei put down the communicator. The golden light array in whose city has been activated. Zhou Lai is clearing up any anomalies that slipped through the net. The golden light array in Peng City is activated, and Su Han is coordinating the array for targeted elimination. Currently, out of the 312 golden light arrays nationwide, 287 have activated automatically. All operations are normal. Chen Ming nodded. Casualties? Currently reported 0 casualties. Chen Ming's lips curved slightly. That's good. The Sky Curtain live broadcast continued, the images constantly switching between countries. The defense line in Eagle Sauce country was breached at one point. 3 clever anomalies rushed into the residential area, faint screams echoing. In Paris, the number of anomalies on the Eiffel Tower was increasing, while the superhuman military force remained in a standoff. The scene from Long country remained calm and undisturbed. In the emergency zone of whose cities Pudong evacuated citizens were sitting safely and chatting. An elderly man even brought out a stool holding a teacup under the golden barrier, sipping tea while gazing at the sky. In the emergency zone of Rong City, several aunties set up a table to play mahjong within the protection of the golden light array. The sound of tiles clacking was loud, and they didn't even lift their heads. The international channel in the Sky Curtain live broadcast room was in an uproar. I don't understand how the people of Long country are so calm. Because they have that Taoist. That barrier is set up by him. Can one person protect an entire country? Is that reasonable? I wish our country had a Taoist from Long country too. Has anyone calculated how many anomalies have descended in Long country? The data is out, and the cumulative number of anomalies in Long country has exceeded 732. 732. Shouldn't Long country's luck be the least? No, based on the luck value density, Long Country should have only around 200. But isn't that 3 times more than Eagle Sauce Country? This doesn't add up. Lin Yuanshan looked at the data panel, his brow furrowing. He picked up the phone. Yifei let Chen Ming take a look at the data. The numbers on the data panel continued to fluctuate. 812, 847, 903. Every few seconds, it would jump, rising at a speed far beyond expectations. Lu Yifei handed the tablet to Chen Ming. Take a look at this. Chen Ming lowered his head and glanced at the data on the screen. His eyes narrowed slightly. Over 900 entities have descended in Longhua, and the number is still increasing. Lu Yifei pointed to the comparison column at the bottom right of the screen. Sakura Country currently has only 127. 127. Chen Ming's gaze lingered on that number for 2 seconds. Their fate value is 3. 3. According to the rules, the density of strange invasions should be more than 8 times that of Longhua. Right. Then they should have over 2,000 for it to be normal. Exactly. Now there are only 127. Chen Ming returned the tablet to Lu Yifei and tucked his hands back into his pockets. He said nothing, watching the grayish scene of Tokyo live on the screen. It was quiet for about 10 seconds. Master, you mentioned before that the Huangquan Society might cause some trouble. Most likely they are behind it. Lu Yifei tightened her grip slightly. Are you saying the abnormal number of entities is related to the Huangquan Society? Not just related, they are the ones doing it. Chen Ming's tone was very flat, as if he were discussing the weather. The abnormalities that should have fallen on Sakura Country have been drawn to Longhua. How were they drawn here? The intelligence you showed me earlier said the Huangquan Society built a facility underground with energy radiation directed downwards. They are not just opening a passage into the depths of the forbidden grounds. They are constructing a pipe. One end connects to Sakura Country, the other to Longhua. It's equivalent to draining the filth above their heads through underground pipes into our territory. Lu Yifei slightly rotated her tang knife in her hand. These people. No rush. Chen Ming yawned. Right now what is coming are only D and C level entities. My golden light formation can withstand it. But the problem is the quantity. He looked down at the golden light shield over the square below. The shield's brightness had dimmed slightly since the beginning. It wasn't obvious, but he could feel it. Every formation has a limit to its energy. D level has low consumption, 10 or 8 are like a tickle. But if 1,000 come? Before he could finish, the communicator rang. Zhao Ziobia's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Report the latest statistics show that the cumulative number of strange entities in Longhua has surpassed 1,200. The increase in the southwest and northeast directions is the fastest. The load on the Golden Light Formation in some medium and small cities has already exceeded 60%. Lu Yifei glanced at Chen Ming, still saying there's no rush. Don't worry, the 60% load of the Golden Light Formation can still hold. What I'm worried about isn't the present. Chen Ming stared at the continuously updating numbers on the live broadcast. All 1,200 are D and C level. If the other side just wants to drown us with garbage, that would be too His true killing move has not yet been revealed. The communicator rang again. This time it was Lin Yuanshan's voice, steady, yet unable to mask the gravity. Chen Ming, there's a new situation. Speak. The Jin City Defense Zone has just issued the highest level of alert. An abnormal rift has appeared above Jin City. Energy level assessment. Lin Yuanshan's voice paused. S level. Lu Yifei's hand tightened around the hilt of her tang knife. Chen Ming remained silent. He stared at the skyline in the east for 3 seconds. Then he quietly uttered a phrase. It's here. A sharp electromagnetic interference crackled through the communication channel. After the static, a voice came through intermittently. This is Jin City Defense Zone. Zhongwei. The voice was weak, interspersed with hurried breaths. The defense line has been breached. There are unidentified powerful enemies. Level assessment is at least S level or higher. Another burst of static. When it was heard again, Zhang Wei's voice was more urgent. I can't hold on any longer. Requesting support. Requesting immediate support from the capital. The communication screen on the tablet flickered a few times, then displayed a blurry image. Zhang Wei's face appeared on the screen. He had several wounds on his face, blood streaming down from his forehead, obscuring half of his face. One lens of his glasses was shattered. Behind him was a backdrop of collapsed buildings and rising smoke. Please hurry, the people of Jin City are still in the safety zone. The Golden Light Formation is about to fail. The image flickered again and then cut off. Zhao Taizhan's voice came from the communicator. Chen Ming, what do you think? Chen Ming stared at the last frame frozen on the tablet. Zhang Wei's face. The shattered glasses covered in blood, the expression of despair. He stared at that face for 5 seconds. Then he said something that surprised everyone. His wounds do not carry an aura of strangeness. The communicator fell silent for a moment. Zhao Taizhan's voice deepened. What do you mean? Wounds caused by strange attacks will retain a trace of malevolent energy. Although the image is blurry, I can sense the residual spiritual energy carried by the communication signal. His wounds are completely clean. It doesn't seem like he was injured by something strange. It feels more like he did it to himself. The communicator fell completely silent. Lu Yifei's pupils contracted slightly. What you mean is? I mean nothing. Chen Ming returned the tablet, his tone still lazy. Maybe I misread it, after all the image is quite blurry. But something did happen in Jin City. There's no mistaking this level energy fluctuation. I'll go take a look. Zhao Taizhan's voice came through the communicator. He'll send 2-level supernatural beings to accompany you. No need. Chen Ming stood up from the steps and stretched his neck. 2-level ones would be useless. Force-level entities, no matter how many come, they are merely delivering food. It's enough for just me and the master to go. He turned to look at Lu Yifei. Master, shall we go? Lu Yifei sheathed her tang knife behind her back decisively. Let's go. What about the capital? The Golden Light Formation can operate automatically, and there are other supernatural beings guarding the periphery of the capital. There won't be any issues here while you are gone. Chen Ming nodded. Zhao Taizhan's voice rang out again. The dedicated aircraft will arrive in 15 minutes. No need to wait for the dedicated aircraft, it's too slow. Chen Ming walked to the edge of the city tower and looked down at a military helicopter parked in the square below. How fast can that fly? Cruising speed is 300 kilometers per hour. How far is Jin City from here? The straight line distance is 120 kilometers. It will take more than 20 minutes to get there. Chen Ming grabbed Lu Yifei's wrist and jumped directly down from the city tower. Golden light condensed beneath their feet into a small carpet of light, steadily supporting them as they gently landed in the square. The two ran toward the helicopter. Lu Yifei took a couple of steps, shaking off Chen Ming's grip on her wrist. Don't pull me when running, it's weird. The two boarded the helicopter and the propellers began to spin. The helicopter took off, flying northeast. Chen Ming leaned back in his seat, gazing into the distance through the window. On the northeastern horizon, a strange red light was spreading. Blood red, as if someone had splashed a bucket of wet blood onto that piece of sky. Master. If I'm not mistaken, Jin City may not just have issues with the strange entities. Lu Yifei looked at his profile. Are you suspecting Zhang Wei? Chen Ming did not answer directly. He stared at the increasingly closer blood red light outside the window, the laziness in his eyes fading slightly. We'll know when we get there. The helicopter's speed had reached its limit. The roar of the rotor blades shook the cockpit, making one's ears tingle. But louder than the roar was Chen Ming's snoring. He leaned back in his seat, his head tilted to one side, hands tucked into his sleeves. He had fallen asleep. On the way to the Sklash Bazaar battlefield, he had fallen asleep. Lu Yifei sat beside him, rolled her eyes at him, but did not wake him up. She opened her tablet and brought up the live surveillance footage of the Jin City defense zone. The footage was very unstable, the signal heavily interfered with. One could only vaguely see that the entire sky over Jin City was shrouded in a layer of blood-red clouds. The clouds were very low. They pressed down heavily on the rooftops of the city. It was like a giant red blanket covering the city. In the center of the blood cloud was a fissure. The fissure was at least 10 times larger than that of the capital city. What emerged from the fissure was not black mist, but bones. Huge white bones. It looked like the spine of some creature. It extended out section by section from the fissure, hanging in the sky over Jin City. A new monitoring data popped up on the tablet. The energy level was continuously rising, with the current reading exceeding the class limit. It was confirmed as Sklash Bazaar. Lu Yifei closed the tablet. Chen Ming, we will arrive in 5 minutes. Chen Ming's snoring stopped. He did not open his eyes, but muttered to himself, Master, I smell something. What smell, eh? A bizarre smell. It's strong. He opened his eyes, straightened up, and looked out the window. Jin City was already beneath him. From high above, the entire city was enveloped in a sea of blood. The streets were deserted, and the windows of the buildings resembled black eyes. At the center of the city, a massive white skeleton was squeezing out from the fissure. Its full form had already revealed half. It resembled a Kuan made entirely of bones. No flesh, no scales, only a pure white skeleton. Every bone was covered in dense black runes. The runes slowly writhed in the blood light. Its eye sockets had no eyeballs, only 2 clusters of ghostly green flames dancing. A void bone Kuan. Sklash Bazaar. The helicopter's body began to tremble. It was not due to airflow. It was the terrifying aura emitted by the bone Kuan causing spatial turbulence. We can't descend any further. The pilot's voice came from the front, clearly nervous. The spiritual energy field at this height is too strong, and the instruments are going haywire. Descending any further may lead to loss of control. Chen Ming stood up and walked to the cabin door. Then we won't fly anymore. He pulled open the door. The fierce wind at 1,000 meters high rushed in, causing his Dao robe to flap wildly behind him. Lu Yifei also stood up. Are you going to jump? Yeah. Take me with you. Chen Ming glanced at her. Master, are you not afraid of heights? Stop nagging. If you jump, I will jump too. All right. Chen Ming extended his hand, and Lu Yifei grasped his wrist. The two stood at the cabin door. Below them was the vast void. The city sprawled out beneath them like a black and red jigsaw puzzle. Let's go. The two stepped out of the cabin door at the same time. Free fall. The wind howled past their ears as the city rapidly grew larger in their sight. Golden light erupted from Chen Ming's body. He appeared like a golden meteor trailing a long tail of light as he plummeted towards the ground. The landing spot was a wasteland in the city center. At the moment the golden meteor struck the ground, a shockwave spread outwards, clearing away all debris within a 50-meter radius. The ground was smashed into a shallow pit. The golden light dissipated. Chen Ming stood at the bottom of the pit, brushing off non-existent dust from his Dao robe. Lu Yifei landed beside him. Stably standing, the soles of his shoes scraped 2 inches against the ground. Surrounding the pit were the dismembered corpses of a dozen class bizarre entities crushed by the impact. Chen Ming glanced around. Among the ruins, a humanoid silhouette lay beneath a broken wall 20 meters away. It was Zhang Wei. He was covered in injuries, half of his body buried in the rubble, only his upper half visible. His golden-rimmed glasses were broken, with only one arm hanging from his ear. He looked utterly disheveled, but his chest was weakly rising and falling. He was still alive. Chen Ming squinted at him for 3 seconds. Then he shifted his gaze upwards. The massive skeleton of the Void Bone Kuan hovered over the city, blocking most of the sky. 2 clusters of ghostly green flames stared down at Chen Ming. In the global live broadcast, the scene of Jin City occupied the largest window. Everyone saw the golden meteor descending from the sky. The barrage of comments paused for a second before flooding in like a deluge. He has arrived. It's Daoist Chun who has come. That landing crushed over a dozen bizarre entities. So cool. Strong individuals always land vertically. Class bizarre, is he really going solo? Chen Ming looked up at the bone Kuan that overshadowed everything. It looks quite ugly, huh? He tucked his hands into his sleeves and tilted his head. It seriously affects my appetite. Above him, the jaw of the Void Bone Kuan slowly opened, condensing a mass of concentrated black energy between its bone teeth. It fixed its gaze on Chen Ming. The bone Kun's regeneration speed was faster than Chen Ming had anticipated. Its broken jaw had returned to its original state in just a dozen seconds, with the shattered teeth regrowing one by one. The only change was that the color of its bones had shifted from pure white to grayish white. A thick layer of black bone armor had formed on the surface. It was evolving. After being shattered once, its bones had become harder. The fully regenerated Void Bone Kuan shook its restored jaw. The 2 clusters of ghostly green flames fixated on Chen Ming's position, seething with furious light. It no longer used the devouring sphere. It chose a more direct method. A charge. Its entire skeleton dove down from the sky. With a shriek that tore through the air, it crashed straight down towards the ground. But it was not heading towards Chen Ming. It was aimed at the civilian safety zone covered by the golden light array. Chen Ming's expression changed. No longer lazy. It was cold. Beast, you've crossed the line. His voice was not loud, but it was clear amidst the cacophony of the ruins. Lu Yifei tightened her grip on the tang knife. It's heading for the safety zone. I know. Chen Ming's left hand emerged from his sleeve. His 5 fingers spread out, pointing at the sky. The grayish-white sky began to swirl and gather at a visible speed. Faster than the last time at Qingqing Mountain, fiercer than that time in the Forbidden Area. Because the concentration of spiritual energy in Jin City had increased several-fold after being washed by the spiritual rain 4 days ago. The thunder clouds condensed in 3 seconds. Lead gray clouds pressed down over the city. Inside the clouds, lightning crisscrossed, and white lightning crackled like whips in the clouds. The Bone Kuan felt the pressure above its head. Its charge slowed slightly, but it did not stop. It chose to continue charging towards the safety zone. Chen Ming's left hand drew a semicircle in the air. Break! The heavenly thunder descended. This time it was not 1, but a full 9 bolts of heavenly thunder. 9 bolts of pure white heavenly thunder as thick as a giant tree fell from the clouds simultaneously. Arranged in a circular formation, they completely blocked the Bone Kun's charging path. The 9 bolts of heavenly thunder converged into a wall of thunder light standing between the Bone Kuan and the safety zone. The Bone Kuan crashed into the wall of thunder light. With a thunderous roar, it felt as if the entire city was drumming. The shockwave spread from the point of impact, toppling debris from half a street. The Bone Kuan was bounced back. A deep charred crack appeared on its skull. But the black bone armor had indeed become much harder. The heavenly thunder did not shatter it in one strike. Chen Ming looked at the crack, his eyebrows twitching. Oh, it has toughened up again. The peculiar Bone Kun's characteristic is adaptive evolution, strengthening the defense of the attacked area each time it sustains an injury. Lu Yifei's voice came from behind. She did not know when she had opened the tablet, quickly browsing through the SLEVEL anomaly analysis report sent by the command center. Theoretically, the more times it is hit, the harder it becomes. So it needs to be killed in one blow. If that is possible. A slight smile curled Chen Ming's lips. I know a bit of Dao arts. His left hand pointed again at the sky. The thunder clouds gathered once more under his guidance. This time they were thicker, darker, and heavier than before. The lightning within the clouds was no longer white, it was golden. 5 Thunder of the Sun. Thunder Punishment. Chen Ming had used it before in the Forbidden Area and also on Qingqing Mountain. But this time the scale was larger than any previous occurrence. Because he was not summoning heavenly thunder. He was creating heavenly thunder. Spiritual power surged from his body into the thunder clouds, resonating and merging with the spiritual energy of thunder between heaven and earth. The range of the thunder clouds expanded, spreading from above Jin City to the visible horizon. The entire night sky of Jin City was illuminated by golden lightning, as if it were daylight. The Bone Koan sensed the threat of death. Its 2 ghostly flames flickered wildly. The whole skeleton swayed back and forth in the air, trying to find a direction to escape. But the golden thunder cloud covered every inch of the sky above it. There was nowhere to flee. Still trying to escape. You should have considered this step when you attacked those innocent people. Chen Ming's voice was soft. Die. Golden heavenly thunder descended vertically from the overwhelming thundercloud. Just one strike. Yes, just one. But this bolt of heavenly thunder was over 10 meters thick, exuding the aura of annihilation. The golden lightning illuminated every corner of the city, leaving no shadow to hide. The broadcast in the heavenly curtain was completely covered by this golden light. It lasted for a full 3 seconds. After 3 seconds the light dissipated. The skeleton of the Bone Koan struggled madly in the heavenly thunder, with countless golden cracks appearing on its black bone armor. But it did not shatter immediately. It was resisting fiercely. The core of the Bone Koan was a dark red orb flickering violently within its deepest spine. Like a beating heart. That was its core. The core was wrapped in a thick layer of unknown energy shield, desperately resisting the erosion of the heavenly thunder. Chen Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Although we are all striving to live. But I am putting in so much effort, how are you still alive? He felt the consumption of spiritual power within his body. There was still plenty left, but that bolt of heavenly thunder indeed cost a lot of energy. His hand did not lower. A second bolt of heavenly thunder was gathering strength. And at the edge of his perception, a weak spiritual energy fluctuation, almost negligible, came from the ruins 20 meters behind him. It was in Zhang Wei's direction. Chen Ming's peripheral vision swept that way. Zhang Wei was still lying in the pile of rubble, unmoving. But his one hand was concealed beneath the debris. Fingers were continuously writing something. Chen Ming did not look at Zhang Wei. His attention returned to the Bone Koan above. The second bolt of heavenly thunder fell from the thunderclouds. The golden lightning covered the entire city once more. This time the Bone Koan's resistance was significantly weaker. The black bone armor began to peel off in chunks under the heavenly thunder, revealing the gray-white primal bone. The bones quickly turned black and brittle under the scorching golden lightning, like firewood thrown into a kiln, cracking from the edges. The tail vertebrae broke first, followed by the ribs in the rear half, and then the claw bones of the forelimbs. The shattered bone fragments turned to ashes in the air, evaporated by the lightning. The Bone Koan's screams grew weaker. Its skeleton rapidly shrank from blocking out the sun to just a segment of the spine and the skull remaining. The dark red orb at the core was exposed. The outer shield had been worn away by the heavenly thunder, leaving only a thin layer struggling to survive. Chen Ming looked at the orb. This is the last strike. He flicked his finger lightly in the air. It was a strand of golden light. A thin strand of golden light shot from his fingertip, piercing through the remaining gaps of the shield, precisely entering the center of the dark red orb. The energy within the orb began to collapse under the purification of the golden light. Dark red turned to gray, then from gray to white, ultimately returning to nothingness. The skull of the Bone Koan paused in the air for a second. The 2 ghostly green flames extinguished. Then the entire remaining skeleton turned to ash, falling from the sky. Amidst the ashes, a fist-sized transparent crystal slowly floated down. Enslevel anomaly crystal core. Chen Ming reached out to catch it. The surface of the crystal core was warm with a faint glow circulating inside. The heavenly curtain broadcast erupted again. But Chen Ming could not hear the contents of the comments. Because the heavenly curtain broadcast only projected images outward, not transmitting sound. However, he could see the speed of the comments refreshing on the heavenly curtain was as fast as a waterfall. This level anomaly has just been killed. Chen Daolang killed this level alone. 2 bolts of thunder plus a strand of gold thread, and it's gone. What kind of monster is this person? The first human to single-handedly kill in level. Long Guo is victorious. Long live Chen Daolang. Chen Ming tossed the crystal core to Lu Yifei behind him after weighing it in his hand. Here, play with this. Lu Yifei caught the crystal core with one hand and looked at it. The fist-sized transparent crystal glowed faintly in her palm. This thing is worth a fortune, and you threw it to me like a marble. Just keep it for now. Take it back for Professor Zhou Junyang to study. Didn't you say you hadn't killed an S-level anomaly before? Aren't you going to keep it for yourself? I don't need it. I'm not short on this little bit of energy. Lu Yifei tucked the crystal core into the inner pocket of her trench coat. Chen Ming withdrew his thunder arts, and the golden thundercloud in the sky slowly dissipated. The blood-red heavenly curtain also began to fade, revealing the stars in the night sky. The crisis in Jin City was temporarily resolved. At that moment, a long-absent voice echoed in Chen Ming's mind. Ding. Current unlocking progress for Een Wulei 99. 7. Detected S-level anomaly kill event. Global heavenly curtain broadcast. Synchronized number of viewers 3.8 billion. Shock value increased significantly. Current shock value progress 100. Full. Unlocking the next stage of abilities. Chen Ming's body trembled slightly. He felt a distinctly different power awakening within him. This power was neither warm nor bright. It was cold and dark in stark contrast to the Yang 5 Thunder. Een 5 Thunder. A thunder technique of the Een attribute. The power had not fully awakened yet, but Chen Ming could already vaguely sense its presence. Deep within his dantian, beside the golden spiritual energy, a sphere of pitch-black energy was slowly coalescing. Interesting. He looked down at his palm. The palm still retained a golden radiance, but there was a faint black sheen flickering at the tips of his fingers. Cultivator. I've learned something fun. Lu Yifei glanced at his hand. What new thing? You'll find out soon enough. Chen Ming withdrew his hand and tucked it into his sleeve. He turned around, walking towards the direction where Zhang Wei had fallen. After taking a couple of steps, he stopped. Not out of hesitation, but because he saw Zhang Wei's face. Zhang Wei lay among the rubble, face down, motionless. Yet the corner of his mouth was curling into a chilling smile, visible from the angle where he thought no one could see him. Chen Ming stood 5 steps away from Zhang Wei. After tossing the crystal core to Lu Yifei, he made no further unnecessary movements. His hands tucked into his sleeves, his body relaxed, his center of gravity casual. It seemed as if he was merely passing by after a stroll, encountering someone lying on the ground. Zhang Cultivator. His voice was not loud, even soft-spoken. Zhang Wei did not move. He remained in the position, face down in the rubble, breathing weakly yet steadily. He looked like someone who was heavily injured and unconscious. Chen Ming took a step closer. Zhang Cultivator, the S-class anomaly has been dealt with. Get up, Zhang Cultivator. Zhang Wei still did not move. Chen Ming picked up a bottle of mineral water from the nearby wreckage. The bottle was slightly dented but did not leak. He squatted down and placed the mineral water in front of Zhang Wei. Have some water. His tone was akin to that of a passerby encountering a tired traveler. Then he uttered those, Zhang Cultivator, are you tired from acting? The air froze at that moment. Lu Yifei's grip on her knife tightened. The screen in the broadcast room continued to run. Global viewers saw Chen Ming squatting in front of an injured teammate, handing him water. A heartwarming scene. No one noticed that Chen Ming's lips moved. The broadcast did not transmit sound, so the audience could not hear what he said. But Zhang Wei heard it. The figure in the rubble paused for 2 seconds. Then Zhang Wei raised his head. The blood on his face remained, the wounds still there. But the edges of the wounds were visibly healing at an observable speed. The shattered glasses had only one lens still hanging on the frame. Through that remaining lens, Zhang Wei's eyes were fixed on Chen Ming. In that eye there was no fear, no gratitude. Only scrutiny. And a hint of very faint regret. When did Zhang Wei's voice was no longer weak, it was steady, as if everything that had just happened had never existed. Chen Ming picked up the mineral water, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. From your communication footage. The wound has no anomalous aura. An A-class Esper injured by an S-class anomaly cannot possibly have no trace of anomalous aura on them. Unless the wound was not caused by an anomaly. Zhang Wei pushed up his broken glasses, the frame crookedly resting on his nose. Is that the only flaw? There's another one. Chen Ming took another sip of water. There are 3 golden light arrays in Jin City, and the concentration of spiritual energy is high. According to the rules, anomalies will avoid areas with high spiritual energy concentration. An S-class anomaly would not actively come here, unless someone lured it here. Zhang Wei was silent for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. It was not the polite smile from before. It was a sinister laugh squeezed out from deep within his throat. No wonder you are called a peak man by the Long Nation. He stood up from the rubble. His movements were natural. He looked nothing like someone who had just recovered from severe injuries. Because he had not been injured at all. All those wounds healed completely during his rise, leaving no scars. His skin was as smooth as that of a newborn. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and adjusted his crooked glasses. Comrade, Chen Ming. He emphasized that title heavily. Or should I call you Taoist Chun? Whatever you like. Chen Ming remained squatting, tilting his head to look at him. So, Zhang Cultivator, what do you plan to do next? Zhang Wei raised his hand, his index finger and thumb pinched together. What to do? The corner of his mouth curved into an inhuman arc. Of course, to take you down. He snapped his fingers. The crisp sound echoed through the ruins. Then, The ground exploded. The ground beneath Chen Ming's feet cracked outward as the sound of the snap echoed. 12 pitch-black light pillars shot up from the ground, arranged in a circular formation completely enclosing the area where Chen Ming and Lu Yifei stood. The light pillars soared into the sky. After reaching a height of 100 meters, they bent inward, converging at the top to form a dome. A massive closed barrier took shape within 3 seconds. The inner walls of the barrier surged with thick black mist. Within the mist, countless twisted faces struggled and screamed. Those were human faces. They were countless grim faces. Faces contorted with pain, despair, and torture. The wails echoed from every direction of the barrier, sharp, as if someone were scratching at the soul. Lu Yifei's tang knife was drawn immediately, and she stood in front of Chen Ming. What kind of formation is this? Zhang Wei stood on the inner side of the barrier about 30 meters away from them. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his smile completely transformed. The 10,000 Souls formation. Daoist Chun, we have truly gone to great lengths to deal with you. This is something built on the lives of tens of thousands. It has a very special function. The screen in the broadcast room began to shake violently the moment the barrier rose. The image grew blurrier, the sounds increasingly chaotic. Then the broadcast signal from Jin City was completely cut off. The screen went black. The window for Jin City on the screen turned into static. Global viewers could see nothing. The comments immediately flooded into other screen windows. What happened in Jin City? The signal's gone. What happened to Daoist Chun? Inside the barrier, Lu Yifei attempted to swing her knife. The blade light shot out from the tang knife, but dissolved in the air after flying less than 3 meters. The golden blade light was corroded little by little in the black resentment, like ice cubes falling into acidic liquid. Lu Yifei tightened her grip. Her blade light was suppressed by this formation. Chen Ming remained squatting in place. He took one last sip from the mineral water bottle and slowly stood up. He looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Cultivator, who exactly are you? Zhang Wei stood 30 meters away, still holding his fingers in a snapping gesture. He did not rush to answer. First, he removed the shattered golden glasses. He gently folded them and placed them into the pocket of his suit. Without the glasses obscuring his vision, his eyes became sharper than before. The color of his pupils was not the normal black. It was a deep purple. Let me introduce myself. His voice changed. No longer the refined tone of a scholar. It became low and cold, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. My name is Zhang Wei, but you can also call me John Zhu. However, few know my real name. My code name is God's Hand, the first genetically modified human of the Eagle Sauce Nation. So far, the one who has lived the longest. Of course, also the strongest. Lu Yifei's Tang Dao was held in front of her, her gaze fixed on him. Isn't a level psychic power user your disguise? Wrong, Miss Yifei, that is not a disguise. Psychic power is indeed one of my abilities. Zhang Wei moved his neck, the joints cracking. The characteristic of a genetically modified human is the ability to simultaneously accommodate multiple abilities. Psychic power is just the least notable of them. How long have you been lurking? 3 years. Zhang Wei's mouth slightly curled up. I have been in the Dragon Nation's ability user system for 3 years. Starting as an inconspicuous level psychic user, gradually advancing to a level. I followed the rules, did not stand out, and maintained a polite distance with everyone. A perfect colleague. Chen Ming put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head. 3 years. You waited 3 years just for today? No. Zhang Wei shook his head. I waited 3 years to find a target worth taking action against. Before you appeared, the strongest force in the Dragon Nation was Zhou Lai. To be honest, he was not worth me exposing my identity. But you are different. His gaze fixed on Chen Ming, as if he were looking at a precious prey. You are too strong, Chen Ming. Strong enough to be considered the pinnacle of humanity. Strong enough to keep my employer awake at night. Strong enough to disrupt the entire international balance because of one person. Therefore you must die today. Chen Ming yawned. Just you alone. Certainly not. Zhang Wei chuckled. He raised his hand and beckoned into the depths of the black mist-filled barrier. Footsteps echoed from all directions. 13 figures emerged from the black mist inside the barrier. One by one they arranged themselves in a semicircle surrounding Chen Ming and Lu Yifei in the center. The one in front wearing a pure black kimono was unknown to Chen Ming. But Lu Yifei recognized him. Mingwei. Mingyu's face appeared even paler against the backdrop of the black mist, and the bone beads at his waist emitted a dim glow. Behind him stood 12 individuals dressed in white onmyoji attire. Each person's spiritual energy fluctuation was above a level. 12 top onmyoji, along with Mingyue and Zhang Wei. 14 individuals. Daoist Chen Ming, I have long admired your name. Mingyu's voice remained soft, as if drifting from a faraway place. The entire Huangquan society is grateful for your defeat of Abe Shinryu in the Forbidden Area. Grateful. He provided us with the excuse to intervene. Mingyue slightly bent at the waist as if bowing. Today represents the culmination of our two nations' foundations. 14 a level peak and above. Plus this 10,000 souls absolute formation. All aimed at dealing with you alone. Taoist Chen should be satisfied with this arrangement, right? Chen Ming looked around. 14 individuals had formed a circle around him. Each person's spiritual energy fluctuation was significant, with the lowest being middle level, combined with the formation above made from the lives of tens of thousands. They had indeed invested heavily. Chen Ming kept his hands in his pockets, his expression neutral. Just to deal with a small Taoist descending the mountain. You guys are quite committed. Mingyu's smile deepened. Taoist Chen is being too modest. You are no mere small Taoist. You are the strongest being on this planet, at the pinnacle of it. And the pinnacle deserves to be sent off in the most grand manner. Today we, the Huangquan Society, and 14 individuals from the Eagle Sauce Nation. We are here to meet this pinnacle. Chen Ming's lips curved slightly. He turned to Lu Yifei for a glance. Lu Yifei held her Tang Dao, her face calm, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Don't worry, practitioner. I'm not worried. Saying you aren't worried while your hand gripping the sword is turning pale. Lu Yifei glanced down at her hand, and indeed her fingers had turned color from the strain. She relaxed her grip a little. Chen Ming turned back to look at Minghua. You said this formation is specifically designed to deal with me. What do you mean by specifically? Minghua had been waiting for this question. His smile carried a certain determined cruelty. Want to know? Then please, Taoist Chen, try your golden light spell first. Chen Ming extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. A point of golden light coalesced at his fingertips. However, this time the golden light did not shoot out as before. The golden light stopped about 5 centimeters from his fingertips. It was as if it had hit an invisible viscous medium. The golden light struggled in that medium for 2 seconds before dimming. It did not extinguish, but it became difficult to project. Chen Ming tried again, this time increasing his output of spiritual energy. The golden light was 3 times brighter than before, shooting out from his fingertips. It flew about half a meter. Then it was gradually consumed by the black resentment permeating the barrier. The process of the golden light dissipating was slow, like sand being soaked by water. It was not shattered, but corroded. Chen Ming looked at the remaining golden glow on his fingertips. The golden light was still there. His golden light spell was still functioning normally, but once it left his body, the golden light would be suppressed by the resentment within this formation. Did you see? Mingyu's voice carried a sense of certainty. 10,000 souls absolute formation. Burn the lives of 37,000 citizens of Sakura Nation. 37,000 souls have been refined into pure resentment. These resentments fill every inch of space within the formation. Their sole function is to suppress righteous energy. Your golden light spell is pure yang righteous energy, and the purer the righteous energy, the more severely it is suppressed within this formation. With the golden light unable to leave your body, there is no long-range attack. As for your thunder law, Minghua looked up at the dome of the barrier above. Yang 5 thunder needs to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form thunderclouds. But this barrier has isolated all spiritual energy from the outside world. You cannot draw upon the power of heaven and earth inside. Without the power of heaven and earth, there are no thunderclouds. Without thunderclouds, there is no heavenly thunder. After saying this, the curve of Mingyu's mouth reached its maximum. Taoist Chen, your 2 major trump cards, the golden light spell and thunder law, are both rendered useless within this formation. You are now left with just your physical body. And a level peak physical body is indeed strong, but facing 14 opponents of the same level. He shrugged. I think the outcome does not need me to say, right? Lu Yifei's Tang Dao was positioned in front of her. The golden patterns on the blade dimmed significantly within this formation, and the blade's radiance could hardly coalesce. She attempted to swing the blade. The radiance shattered in the air after flying just a meter. As expected, the attacks of the righteous energy were entirely suppressed here. Although the live broadcast was interrupted, the situation outside the barrier was equally dire. Global viewers could not see the scene in Jin City, and the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were already anxiously flooding the bullet screen. What happened in Jin City? Why did the signal cut off? Was Chen Ming in trouble? It can't be. He just killed Glass Anomaly. Who could defeat him after that? Pray for Chen Ming's safety. Within the barrier, Chen Ming listened to Mingyu's explanation and remained silent for about 5 seconds. Then he sighed. Did you kill over 30,000 of your own countrymen just to get to me? Yeah. Mingyu smiled. The sacrifice of 30,000 people is trivial to kill someone who can decide the fate of the nation. You truly do not value the lives of your own citizens. Chen Ming's voice was calm, devoid of any strong emotions. No wonder you managed to achieve a fortune of 3. Mingyu's smile stiffened slightly. Zhang Wei interjected from the side. Get to the point. Chen Ming, do you have any last words? Chen Ming tilted his head to look at him. Zhang, you have eaten in the Dragon Kingdom for 3 years. You must have tried the fried sauce noodles from the capital, right? Zhang Wei's eyes twitched. What exactly are you trying to say? Nothing. Chen Ming lowered his head, gazing at his palm. The golden light in his palm still flickered faintly, but at the edge of the golden light a trace of extremely subtle black luster was flowing between his fingers. That power had just awakened within him. Cold, dark, a power that belonged to the Een. Chen Ming looked at the trace of black luster, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. In his mind the system's voice echoed again. Een 5 Thunder Water Dirty Thunder unlocked. It can be called upon at any time. Chen Ming raised his head. He looked at Mingyue, Zhang Wei, and at the 12 on Myoji. You have prepared for so long. Spent over 30,000 lives. All to seal my golden light and thunder techniques. It is indeed effective, I must admit. But you made a mistaken assumption. Mingyu's smile disappeared. He stared at the dark color on Chen Ming's hand that did not belong to the golden light. What assumption? Chen Ming raised that hand palm, facing down. The black luster dripped from his fingertips like ink falling into clear water. A drop. It landed on the ground beneath him. A pool of pitch-black liquid appeared on the ground. Tiny lightning bolts danced within the liquid, not golden lightning. It was dark purple, cold heavy, carrying a sense of oppressive dread that chilled one to the bone. Who told? Chen Ming's voice suddenly changed tone. No longer lazy, no longer casual. It was a calmness that reached the extreme chill. Is there only Yang in Taoism, no Een? The moment those words fell, the bone-made prayer beads in Mingyu's hand emitted a crisp sound. It was not he who actively triggered it. The runes on the beads began to flash wildly in self-defense. Upon sensing an extreme danger, the runes began to flicker frantically as a protective instinct. Mingyu's complexion finally changed, because the black liquid beneath Chen Ming's feet was spreading. Slowly, like ink poured onto flat ground, flowing along the textures of the earth. But with each inch it passed, the stones on that inch of ground turned gray-black. Not the charred kind of black. It was decayed, aged, like the color after all vitality had been drained away. The dark purple lightning jumping within the black liquid increased. Each bolt was small, only the length of a fingernail. But the sound it made while jumping was not a crackling sound. Rather, it was a deep, buzzing vibration, like a swarm of bees flapping their wings underground. The black resentment that permeated the air in the 10,000 Souls formation. Upon contact with the black water on the ground, an unexpected reaction occurred. The resentment was absorbed. Not repelled, not purified. It was absorbed. The black liquid acted like a sponge, drawing in the stray resentment in the surrounding air. With each thread of resentment absorbed, the area of the black water expanded a bit. The flow speed also accelerated. What is this thing? One of the onmyoji closest to Chen Ming instinctively took a step back. His foot brushed against the edge of the black water that had already flowed to him. The sole of his shoe dissolved a layer upon contact with the black water. This was not chemical corrosion, but a breakdown at the energy level. It was as if every molecule making up the sole was disintegrating simultaneously. That onmyoji jumped up, his face pale. This is not righteous energy. This is Een energy. It is extreme Een energy. Mingyu's pupils constricted sharply. He finally realized what the problem was. The design principle of the 10,000 Souls formation was to suppress Yang with extreme Een resentment. Yang overcomes Een, and Een also overcomes Yang. The core concept of this formation is to use Een to control Yang. But what if the opponent does not use Yang attribute power? What if the opponent uses a purer Een attribute power than the 10,000 Souls formation? Then the resentment within the formation would not only fail to suppress the opponent, but would instead become nourishment for them. Impossible. Mingyu's voice showed the first signs of losing control. Taoism cultivates the pure Yang orthodox path. The golden light spell is the power of utmost Yang, and the 5 thunder righteous law is the righteous energy of heaven and earth. How could you possibly use Een attribute magic? Chen Ming stood in the ever-expanding black water. The black liquid had reached over the tops of his shoes, but it did not harm him in the slightest. The dark purple lightning in the liquid danced around his feet like a group of tamed snakes. Mingyue, my friend. Chen Ming's voice was very calm. Your understanding of Taoism is too shallow. Tao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, 3 produces all things. Een and Yang are the two sides of the Tao. Where there is Yang 5 thunder, there is Een 5 thunder. Yang 5 thunder draws the righteous energy of heaven and earth, attracting pure Yang heavenly thunder. Een 5 thunder draws the turbid energy of all things, condensing into the extreme Een water thunder. Your 10,000 Souls formation contains the resentment of 37,000 people, all of which is of the utmost Een and turbid nature. Thank you, Mingyue, my friend. You have prepared a large charging treasure for me. As he finished his last word, the speed at which the black water spread increased tenfold. The pitch-black liquid surged forth like a flood released from a dam, rushing in all directions from beneath his feet. Wherever the liquid flowed, the resentment in the air was crazily absorbed. The faces of those screaming in agony on the inner wall of the 10,000 Souls formation began to disappear. 1 face, 2 faces, 10 faces, 100 faces. With each face that vanished, a mass of resentment was devoured by the black water. The color of the black water deepened, becoming more concentrated and thicker with each consumption. The dark purple lightning transformed from tiny sparks into arcs as thick as fingers. The arcs crackled and leaped across the surface of the black water, emitting a low rumbling sound. Chen Ming stood at the center of the black water. Beneath his feet was the surging pitch-black liquid. Surrounding him were dark lights intertwined with lightning. His Dao robe fluttered in an invisible wind, and the aura around him was completely different from the warm golden light before. Cold, heavy, dark, like something emerging from the depths of the 9 hells. Zhang Wei's deep purple pupils trembled slightly. He condensed a mental blade and slashed at Chen Ming. The mental blade was colorless and transparent, moving at an extremely fast speed, almost invisible to the naked eye. It flew to a distance of 3 meters in front of Chen Ming. It struck the black water, and then it was as if a piece of ice had been thrown into boiling water. There was a hissing sound. Not even a splash was made. The mental blade vanished. It was completely consumed by the black water. Zhang Wei's hand trembled, not from fear, but because at the moment his mental blade dissipated, he felt the terrifying essence of that power. That was not ordinary Yin attribute energy. That was a power that could dissolve even souls. The black water continued to spread. It had already submerged all the rubble and debris on the ground, forming a shallow black lake. Chen Ming walked slowly in this lake. "Come on," he said. "Aren't there 14 of you? Come at me." No one moved. The 14 people stood still, and the black water had already flowed to their feet. Each one was retreating, trying to avoid the pitch-black liquid. But the space within the barrier was limited. They had nowhere to retreat. Mingyue was the first to react. "Don't panic." His voice pierced the air sharply. "Even if his Yin thunder is strong, he is only one person. We are 14 people attacking separately. He can't handle all of us. He can't possibly kill us all at once. Attack." At the command of Mingyue, 12 Onmyoji struck simultaneously. Various Onmyoji techniques shot toward Chen Ming from all directions. Black curse seals, grayish-white ghost flames, and solidified vengeful spirits projected forth. 12 attacks converged from different angles, sealing off all escape routes around Chen Ming. Chen Ming did not dodge or evade. He simply raised his right hand, pointing at the nearest Onmyoji to him, the one whose Shu soul had been partially dissolved earlier. Black water surged out from beneath Chen Ming's feet in a thin stream, darting toward that Onmyoji like a snake. The speed was so fast, it was almost like teleportation. The Onmyoji had no time to react. The black water wrapped around his ankle. Then it spread up along his calf. The process was very brief. From his ankle to his knee, from his knee to his waist, from his waist to his chest. In less than 2 seconds, the entire person was enveloped by black water. There was no sound of a scream. From his ankle to his knee, from his knee to his waist, from his waist to his chest. In less than 2 seconds, the entire person was enveloped by black. When the black water receded, there was nothing left in that spot. Not even a bone remained. An 11 Onmyoji was completely erased from this world in less than 3 seconds. The other 11 attacks reached Chen Ming at the same time. Black curse seals, grayish-white ghost flames, and vengeful spirit projections. All hit their mark. All sank into the swirling black water surrounding Chen Ming. Not even a sound was made, like throwing a stone into a bottomless abyss. The attacks of the 11 Onmyoji had no effect. The scene fell silent for 2 seconds. That silence was more chilling than any scream. Zhang Wei's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked at the spot where the Onmyoji had just stood. Now only a small not even a soul was left behind. 13 down. Chen Ming's voice came from the black water, still so flat. Only 13 remain. Who's next? No one spoke. The 13 looked at each other, their expressions shifting from arrogance to horror. Mingyu's prayer beads trembled violently, and the runes on each bone bead emitted blinding light. That was an extreme danger warning. Scatter. Don't cluster together. His black water attacks along the ground jumped to higher ground. The 13 jumped up simultaneously, landing on various protrusions of the barrier's inner wall. Some stood on broken walls while others floated in midair. With their feet off the ground, the black water couldn't reach them. Chen Ming looked down at the black water beneath him, then raised his gaze to the ones who had jumped to higher ground. "You jump pretty high. Unfortunately, it's of no use." With his palm facing up, he gently flipped his hand. The black water responded to his movements. The black liquid on the ground surged upwards simultaneously, forming dozens of arms, thick black tentacles. The tentacles shot up from the ground, each ending entwined with dark purple lightning. Like a bizarre forest sprouting from hell. Jumping to the sky won't help. The tentacles chased after the airborne targets. Their speed was extreme, and their trajectories were strange. Each tentacle seemed to possess its own consciousness, automatically tracking the nearest enemies. 3 Onmyoji were simultaneously ensnared by the tentacles. They struggled, desperately unleashing various Onmyoji techniques in an attempt to break free. It was futile. The dark purple lightning on the tentacles upon contact with their bodies directly invaded their spiritual energy circulation systems. The characteristic of Nine Firmament Thunder is erosion. It does not strike targets with pure energy like Yang 5 Thunder. Instead, it seeps into the target's body, disintegrating from within. The bodies of the 3 Onmyoji began to turn gray. From the point where they were ensnared, the gray spread across their bodies like water stains. 3 seconds later, the 3 shattered simultaneously, like 3 weathered statues crumbling into powder from a gentle breeze. The gray powder drifted down from the air, silently swallowed by the black water. 4 down. In just 1 minute, 14 people were reduced to 10. Zhang Wei, watching everything from a high point at the edge of the barrier, felt his fingers trembling. His eyes locked onto 2 hot rays that shot out simultaneously. 2 blazing rays severed toward the black tentacles that were winding toward him. The hot rays penetrated only about half an inch into the surface of the tentacles. Then, as if encountering a nemesis, their power was completely absorbed. The tentacles remained unmoved. Zhang Wei's face turned ashen. His attacks were completely ineffective against this black water. It wasn't that he couldn't break through. He didn't even have the right to strike. Zhang, my friend. Chen Ming's voice came from below. You just said I would die here today. Now who do you think will die? Zhang Wei made a wise decision. Run. His fingers swiftly traced across in front of him, creating a subtle rift in space. One of the hidden abilities of genetically modified humans, a spatial-type superpower. It can tear open a short-distance spatial rift, allowing a leap of about 500 meters. Not particularly strong, but enough for Zhang Wei to escape this barrier. The rift widened to a Zhang Wei's body had already taken half a step into the rift. Then he was abruptly pulled back. A black tentacle shot out from beneath the shadow, wrapping around his ankle. Zhang Wei looked down, his face turning pale. He was clearly standing 5 meters high on a broken wall, and there shouldn't be any black water beneath him. But the black water appeared in his shadow. Chen Ming's water-dirty thunder does not only attack along the ground. It can propagate through shadows. Where there are shadows, there is black water. Didn't you bring me here? Why are you trying to leave now? Chen Ming's voice drifted up from below, tinged with lazy mockery. Zhang, my friend, you only think of leaving now. Too late. The black tentacle lurched, pulling Zhang Wei down from the broken wall. His body tumbled twice in the air before crashing heavily into the black water. The viscous liquid splashed at the spot where he landed, each droplet crackling with tiny dark purple lightning. Zhang Wei struggled to his feet in the black water. His genetically enhanced physique was indeed formidable, resisting the corrosive effects of the black water far longer than an ordinary person. But it only slowed the inevitable. The hem of his suit had already been corroded into tatters, and dark gray erosion patterns crawled across his skin. Chen Ming, don't come near me. Zhang Wei's roar was almost a scream. His deep purple pupils burned with defiance. You can't possibly possess an attribute power. We've analyzed all your combat records. Golden Light Mantra Yang 5 Lightning. All pure Yang attributes. When did you learn Yin Lightning? Chen Ming walked to a stop, 3 meters in front of him, hands tucked into his sleeves. The black water parted obediently at his feet, leaving a dry path for him. Just learned it today. Zhang Wei froze. What? Just learned it today, Chen Ming repeated. About 5 minutes before you snapped your fingers. I happened to pick up a new trick. Your intel was correct 5 minutes ago. I truly only had pure Yang attributes. You were just 5 minutes too late, Lei Zhang. Isn't that infuriating? Zhang Wei stared at Chen Ming's face. That gaunt, half-lidded visage bore no mockery, no triumph. Only a suffocating calm, as if stating a tedious fact. Nice weather today. Learned a new skill today. Killed you today? The tone was identical. Zhang Wei closed his eyes. Then he did something no one expected. He laughed. Laughed loudly, his whole body trembling. 5 minutes. We spent 3 years plotting against Dragon Country, sacrificed tens of thousands of lives. And we were just 5 minutes short. You're telling me you learned a new skill in 5 minutes? What a joke. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed within the barrier, laced with a maddening despair. Chen Ming watched him laugh. Lei Zhang, have you laughed enough? Zhang Wei's laughter ceased. He looked up at Chen Ming. Chen Ming, I admit, but... A hum emanated from within his body. The blood vessels beneath his skin glowed with an abnormal light, as if magma flowed through his veins. I can take you with me. Gene core overload. The blast radius is 500 meters. You can't let's die together. Daoist Chun. Zhang Wei's body began to swell, his temperature skyrocketing. He had chosen self-destruction. Chen Ming glanced down at him. Why do you Eagle Country folks always love this self-destruct routine? No, he lifted his foot and gently placed it on Zhang Wei's shoulder. There was no force behind it, but the watery, filthy lightning seeping from his soul directly invaded Zhang Wei's body. Black lightning coursed upstream against Zhang Wei's blood vessels, precisely locating the gene core deep within his chest cavity. The gene core's overload reaction was frozen the instant the black lightning touched it. Not a physical freezing. The energy cycle was completely interrupted. The overload stopped. The swelling stopped. Zhang Wei's eyes widened. Thighs. Impossible. How can your Yin lightning achieve such precision control? Lei Zhang, you know him, just a little Taoist priest, Chen Ming said, withdrawing his foot. Precision control is basic skill. Zhang Wei's body began to slowly turn to ash, starting from his limbs and converging towards his center. Not an explosion, not a shattering. It was a disintegration, grain by grain, like sand. His fingers vanished first, then his palms, then his arms. Zhang Wei watched his own disappearing form, his lips moving. He wanted to say something, but his vocal cords turned to ash powder before he could utter the first syllable. 10 seconds later, Zhang Wei was gone. Not even a single drop of blood remained. The Eagle country's first-generation, genetically modified human codenamed God's Hand. He had lurked in Dragon Country for 3 years. He died at the feet of a Taoist priest who had descended the mountain less than 2 months ago. Chen Ming looked down at the spot where Zhang Wei had vanished. It was spotless. Even the ashes had been devoured by the black water. He turned around. His gaze swept over the remaining individuals. Mingyu and the 9 remaining on Myoji. Mingyu's complexion could no longer be described as pale. It was a color somewhere between ghastly white and gray, like a corpse forgotten in a morgue for 3 days. The 9 on Myoji beside him were little better. They had witnessed with their own eyes 5 comrades being devoured by the black water in less than 2 minutes, leaving not even dregs. An rank peak combatant was no more durable than paper in the face of that pitch-black liquid. Lord Mingyue, what do we do? And on Myoji's voice trembled. Our techniques are utterly useless here. His Yin lightning is more pure than our on Myodo. We can't win. Mingyu bit his lip and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His hand grasped the bone prayer beads at his waist and yanked hard. The string snapped, and 18 bone beads scattered into his palm. There's one last resort. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. I can only summon the yellow spring Shikigami. The 9 on Myoji all turned to look at him. That requires sacrificing half of the caster's essence blood and 10 years of life. Lord Mingyue, your current state. Silenced. Mingyu raised his left hand and slashed the nail of his index finger across his right wrist. Blood gushed from the wound. It was not the normal red. It was dark purple. Core members of the Yellow Spring Society had long cultivated Yin arts, and their blood had long been corroded by Yin energy. Dark purple blood dripped from his wrist onto the ground below. With each drop that landed, a black rune appeared on the ground. More and more runes appeared, assembling beneath his feet into a formation diagram 5 meters in diameter. Mingyu embedded the 18 bone beads one by one into the 18 nodes of the formation. With each bead embedded, his face grew paler. After the 18th bead was set, his hair began to turn gray from the roots. His lifespan was being consumed. Come forth. Mingyu's voice sounded like a sigh. Great yellow spring demon god, I beseech you to accept my soul and answer my summon. The formation stirred. A dark purple light shot up from the diagram into the sky. The ground trembled. From the center of the formation, a gigantic gray-white hand emerged from the earth. The hand was a grayish-white color. Each finger was as thick as an adult's waist. The nails were pitch black, and a dark purple liquid seeped between the fingers, dripping onto the formation with a sizzling sound. The black runes on the ground flickered wildly. The entire soul-devouring formation trembled, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the inner wall of the barrier. Mingyue knelt at the edge of the formation, his hair already half gray, and he looked as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. His lips moved incessantly, reciting a spell in an ancient language. Dark purple blood flowed from the wound on his wrist. The enormous gray-white hand pushed further up within the formation. The wrist was exposed. Then came the forearm. The ground was pushed up into a massive pit over 10 meters in diameter, with rubble and soil cascading down like a waterfall. A second hand emerged from the pit. The 2 gray-white giant hands braced against the edges of the pit. The fingers sank into the ground, crushing the stones beneath them into powder. A massive head slowly rose from the ground. Its gray-white face bore no features, only a gigantic. The mouth was filled with a tangled mass of uneven black fangs, each tooth inscribed with twisted runes. Above the featureless head, 2 balls of dark purple ghost fire hovered. Those were its eyes. The dark purple ghost fires flickered in the eye sockets, each pulse releasing a wave of nauseating resentment. Its upper body emerged from the ground. The surface of its gray-white skin was covered by a thin layer of black mist. Embedded in the center of its chest was a dark purple pearl the size of a fist. Within the pearl, countless distorted faces could be seen rolling and screaming. Its height exceeded 8 meters, while its lower body remained buried underground. The great ghost god of the Yellow Spring. This is the ultimate summoning passed down through generations of the Yellow Spring Society. It requires half of the caster's blood and 10 years of lifespan as the price to summon a being from beneath the Yellow Spring. Level A-Class Peak. Approaching the threshold of S-Class. Chen Ming stood several meters away, hands tucked into his sleeves, slightly tilting his head. Wow, that's quite big. His tone was reminiscent of someone spotting an oversized elephant at the zoo, laced with curiosity and appraisal. Lu Yifei retreated 3 steps to the side of Chen Ming. The tang knife gripped in her hand rose and fell with her heavy breathing. This thing's aura is at least 3 times stronger than that B-Class Ghost King. Her voice was tense, but steady. A-Class Peak, right? Chen Ming nodded, his gaze lingering on the dark purple pearl for 2 seconds. Roughly, it's somewhat interesting. I wonder if an S-Class Bone Kuan is tough enough. Mingyue was gasping heavily at the edge of the formation. His face had turned ashen and his hair had completely... He raised his head to look at the towering entity rising from the ground, his cracked lips twisting into a distorted smile. Do you see it, Taoists of the Dragon Kingdom? This is the power of the Yellow Spring. Your golden light and Nine Thunder are merely fireflies before the great ghost god of the Yellow Spring. It can devour all Yin and Yang powers. It will continuously grow stronger through adaptation. The stronger your Tao technique, the stronger it will become after adapting to you. Forcing me to use this trump card, Chen Ming, you have something to be proud of. The 9 remaining Yin-Yang masters huddled at the edge of the barrier, watching as the massive ghost god rose inch by inch from the ground. Fear and a glimmer of desperate hope mixed on their faces. The fear was due to the overwhelming pressure of the great ghost god of the Yellow Spring. Even the summoner's companions would be affected. The hope stemmed from the possibility that this might be their only chance to survive. The upper body of the great ghost god of the Yellow Spring completely left the ground. The 8-meter-high gray-white body stood in the center of the formation. 2 dark purple ghost fires spun, locking onto Chen Ming's direction. It opened its mouth. A silent roar erupted from its tooth-filled maw. It was said to be silent, yet everyone felt it. It was a shock that directly affected the soul. Lu Yifei's body swayed, and she steadied herself by placing her right hand on a nearby broken wall. Chen Ming remained motionless. The hem of his Tao robe fluttered in the wake of the invisible shockwave. Yet his face still bore that lazy expression with half-closed eyes. That's quite a loud voice. But just being loud is useless. Chen Ming extended his right hand from his sleeves, flexing the joints of his wrist. Come on, let this humble Taoist see what you're truly capable of. The great ghost god of the Yellow Spring moved. Its 8-meter-high gray-white body had no legs. Its lower body trailed a mass of surging black mist, making it appear as if it floated above the ground. Its speed was far greater than what its size suggested. A giant hand swept towards him. 5 pitch-black claws traced 5 dark purple arcs in the air. The wind pressure exploded along the path of the giant hand, tearing the ground into 5 deep ravines half a meter deep. Chen Ming did not retreat. With his palm facing upwards, a golden light began to condense and take shape in his hand. Golden light spell. The golden light expanded into a 3-meter diameter round shield in his hand. It met the giant hand heat. There was no sound at the moment of impact. The golden light and dark purple resentment silently clashed against each other at the point of contact. The golden light was eroded by the dark purple, developing a black edge. The dark purple resentment emitted smoke as it was burned by the golden light. The giant hand was blocked by the golden shield. However, cracks appeared on the surface of the shield. Chen Ming's cloth shoes slid half an inch back on the ground. You've got some strength. He withdrew the golden shield and reformed a larger golden light ball aimed at the chest of the great ghost god of the Yellow Spring. The golden sphere struck directly above the dark purple pearl. The exploding golden light scorched a basin-sized blackened depression into the chest of the great ghost god. The gray-white skin carbonized and peeled away in the golden light, dark blood gushing from the wound. The great ghost god emitted a second silent roar, this time infused with evident pain. Its body retreated 2 steps, the wound on its chest glowing with golden embers. It's injured, Lu Yifei whispered from behind. It's not invulnerable. Chen Ming glanced at the wound on the chest of the great ghost god and shook his head. It is injured, but the wound is too shallow. This thing has tough skin and thick flesh. The golden light only burned away the surface layer. The core is within that pearl in its chest. There are several layers of resentment protecting the surface, and ordinary attacks cannot penetrate it. Mingyue heard Chen Ming's words from afar. A trace of pride crept onto his gray-white face. You noticed that too? The core of the great ghost god of the Yellow Spring is formed from 30,000 resentful souls, each layer equivalent to an A-class defensive barrier. Even your golden light, no matter how strong, must wear it down layer by layer. But your grinding speed will never keep up with its rate of adaptation to your spiritual power. Chen Ming shot a glance at Mingyue. Don't get too smug, watch your teeth for leaks. The wound on the chest of the great ghost god of the yellow spring was visibly healing at a rapid pace. The gray-white skin grew from the edges towards the center, and the dark blood flowed back into the wound. 3 seconds. The wound disappeared. There wasn't even a scar. Its regeneration ability is so strong. Chen Ming's brow furrowed slightly. It's a bit troublesome. How troublesome? Louis Fei stepped closer. It's the kind of trouble that requires 2 extra punches compared to drink. Louis Fei's lips twitched slightly after hearing this. She no longer knew how to evaluate this person's standards. The existence at the peak of a rank continued to grow stronger, yet in his words, it was merely a matter of 2 extra punches. After the wound of the Huangquan great ghost god healed, 2 clusters of dark purple ghost flames began to flicker violently. It seemed to be enraged by Chen Ming's earlier strike. The massive gray-white body leaned forward, opening its giant maw filled with fangs. A dark purple beam shot out from its mouth. The beam's diameter exceeded 2 meters. Accompanied by the wails of countless vengeful souls, it surged toward Chen Ming's face, carrying the corrosive aura of death. Chen Ming clenched his right hand into a fist. A layer of extremely compressed golden light wrapped around his fist. He didn't dodge or retreat. He met it head-on with a punch. The golden fist collided with the dark purple beam in midair. The shockwave spread outwards from the point of impact. The interior of the barrier trembled. The debris on the ground was thrown into the air by the shockwave. Louis Fei knelt on one knee. Tang Dao was stuck in the ground in front of her, using the blade to block the incoming wave of air. Her hair was blown apart, strands dancing wildly in the wind. Through the flying debris and dust, she saw Chen Ming's silhouette. The old Taoist robe fluttered in the gale, yet that person's steps remained firmly planted in place. One punch, forcefully dispersing the breath of the Huangquan great ghost god. The dark purple beam disintegrated into countless specks of light in the golden glow of Chen Ming's fist. The giant mouth of the Huangquan great ghost god remained open, with 2 clusters of ghost flames shaking violently. Chen Ming shook off the dark purple fragments remaining on his fist, his tone casual, as if he had just swatted away a mosquito. This foul stench is really intense. Are you all right, master? Louis Fei stood up from behind the rubble, brushing the dust off her tactical jacket. Her gaze fell on Chen Ming's right hand. The golden light had receded, and that hand looked perfectly intact with not even a scratch. You took the breath of the peak of a rank with your flesh. With a layer of golden light cushioning it, it doesn't count as pure flesh. That's still outrageous. Mingyue watched all this from a distance, the pride on his face slowly fading. One punch shattered the Huangquan great ghost god's vengeful breath. The impact of this scene was far greater than that of the earlier explosion of the golden ball injuring the ghost god's chest. Because the vengeful breath was the Huangquan great ghost god's strongest long-range attack. His lips trembled slightly, but he quickly clenched his teeth. Don't panic, he whispered to the few Yinyang masters huddled beside him. The power of the Huangquan great ghost god hasn't been fully unleashed. It has only used the most basic attack method now. Once it fully adapts to the environment of the Yang realm, its power could at least double. Chen Ming didn't give the Huangquan great ghost god any time to adapt. His figure shot up into the air in an instant, the old Taoist robe unfurling in the sky like a gray banner. His right hand condensed golden light, transforming into a golden whip over a meter long. The golden whip swung through the air, accompanied by a crisp sound of air breaking. The tip of the whip accurately struck the side of the Huangquan great ghost god's neck. The gray-white skin split open at the whip mark and black blood splattered. The Huangquan great ghost god let out a muffled groan, its massive body staggering to the side. Chen Ming did not stop. The golden whip twisted in the air, and the second strike landed on the ghost god's shoulder. The third strike hit its right arm joint. 3 strikes. 3 whip marks deep enough to see the bone. Black blood gushed from the wounds. The Huangquan great ghost god staggered, its body swaying, and the glow of the dark purple orb dimmed slightly. Lord Mingyue, the Huangquan great ghost god can't hold on much longer. A Yinyang master exclaimed in terror. Mingyue's expression darkened to the extreme. He hadn't expected the Huangquan great ghost god to be reduced to this in less than a minute at Chen Ming's hands. There was completely no time to adapt. No, it can still hold on. Mingyue's gaze fell upon the swirling formation beneath his feet. The formation's power still existed. The energy of 30,000 vengeful souls remained. Yes, as long as it can absorb the power of the formation. He suddenly slammed his palm onto the formation diagram, and dark purple blood gushed from his wrist wound. Huangquan great ghost god absorbed the power of the formation. At that moment, all the runes beneath him lit up. All the light surged toward the feet of the Huangquan great ghost god at the same time. Dark purple light gushed out from every line of the formation diagram. The power of the 30,000 vengeful souls sealed in the Wan Hunju formation transformed into countless streams of dark purple light. They rose from the ground, coiling around the Huangquan great ghost god's body like countless snakes. The 3 whip wounds on the ghost god began to heal rapidly as the light streams flowed in. Not just healing. The newly formed skin was thicker than before. The color changed from gray-white to dark gray, with faintly visible rune patterns appearing on the surface. It was evolving. The golden whip in Chen Ming's hand had not yet retracted, and he looked down at this scene in midair. What does it mean for the energy of 30,000 vengeful souls to gather together? Each vengeful soul is a fragment of a living person's soul left after being sacrificed. The resentment and life force of 30,000 people merged into one, pouring into the body of an Arank peak ghost god. The form of the Huangquan great ghost god began to swell. From 8 meters to 10 meters. From 10 meters to 12 meters. The glow of the dark purple orb in its chest shifted from dim to dazzling. The faces swirling within the orb became denser, and screams emanated from within the orb. It's growing stronger. Lu Yifei retreated further back, the veins on the back of her hand bulging. It's absorbing the power of the formation. Chen Ming landed back on the ground, retracting the golden whip into his right hand, tucking it back into his sleeve. He looked at the increasingly massive gray figure, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Let it eat. Once it's full, it'll be perfect for a one-time package. Ming Yue's body lay on the formation diagram, his entire being exhausted to the limit. But the corners of his mouth curled up. Huangquan great ghost god. Swallow all 30,000 souls' resentment. Let this arrogant Taoist of the Dragon Kingdom see what true power is. The runes on the formation diagram extinguished one after another. With each rune extinguished, it meant that a portion of the vengeful soul's power had been completely absorbed by the Huangquan great ghost god. The streams of light had turned from dark purple to pitch black. Pure resentment power. No attributes mixed in. Only hatred, only pain, only the most intense negative emotions erupted from the moment of death of 30,000 souls. Under the nourishment of these resentments, the Huangquan great ghost god underwent a transformation. Its arms thickened significantly. The dark gray patterns on its surface turned jet black, as if something was writhing beneath its skin. 2 clusters of dark purple ghost flames merged into a gigantic fireball over 1/2 meter in diameter, suspended above its faceless head. The fangs in its mouth changed from black to dark red. The aura emitted by its entire being was completely different now. Master. Chen Ming turned to glance at Lu Yifei. You need to retreat further back. My next move might be a bit intense. Lu Yifei wanted to say something, but after seeing Chen Ming's expression, she swallowed her words. It wasn't seriousness. It wasn't tension. It was a subtle kind of interest. Like an old hunter gazing at a prey worthy of serious consideration. Be careful. Lu Yifei quickly retreated to the very edge of the barrier. The last rune on the formation diagram extinguished. The power of the Wan Hanju Zhun was completely absorbed by the Huangquan Great Demon. The Huangquan Great Demon stood at a height of 15 meters. The entire barrier space was nearly bursting under its immense body. It lowered its faceless head. A mass of pitch black ghost fire loomed over the tiny figure in a worn-out robe 15 meters below. The cracks on the inner wall of the barrier increased in number. As the power of the formation was drained, the barrier itself began to lose support. Its shattering was merely a matter of time. And this meant one thing. The live broadcast signal was about to resume. Chen Ming's shock value had another outlet. The first major crack on the outer wall of the barrier extended from the top all the way to the bottom. The dark wall of the formation spread like a piece of glass that had been struck, with cracks visibly proliferating. Crack, crack. A piece of debris fell from the top of the barrier, transforming into a dark purple light point that dissipated in the air. The moment the gap appeared, the daylight from outside seeped in. Meanwhile, the signal from Gene City, which had been blacked out for nearly 20 minutes on the global screen, flickered on at the command center of the Dragon Kingdom. Report. The Gene City signal is intermittently resuming. A technician jumped up from his chair. The interference source is weakening. The barrier may be collapsing. Lin Yuanshan stepped forward to the screen. Torn fragments of images flickered intermittently on the black screen. Some blurred outlines could be seen. A dark ground, rubble, and an extremely large gray shadow. Zoom in, quickly zoom in the image. The technician frantically typed on the keyboard. The image continued to flicker, but the duration of its recovery was getting longer. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 8 seconds. Signal stability is at 42% and still rising. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, who had been anxiously waiting for 20 minutes. Finally, the screen lit up again. Although the image quality looked like it was smeared with frosted glass, the general scene could be recognized. A vast dark space. The ground scattered with rubble and black dust. In the center of the space stood a 15-meter-tall gray giant, with a faceless head, a mouth full of fangs, and a dark purple jewel embedded in its chest. Terrifying resentment surged from its surface in all directions. In the corner of the image, a small figure in a worn-out robe stood before the giant like a grain of sand standing before a mountain. The bullet comments exploded simultaneously. The image is back. What is that big thing? Where is Brother Chen? In the lower left corner? That person in the gray robe in the lower left corner. That's Taoist Chen. That monster must be 15 meters tall, right? It's several times bigger than a Brank Ghost King. Is Brother Chen facing that thing alone? Who are those wearing gray kimonos beside him? The clarity of the image was still improving. More and more details were being captured by the viewers. The dark purple runes remaining on the inner wall of the barrier. The traces of the formation on the ground. And the group of people in gray kimonos huddled in the corner. The image finally fully restored. The high-definition live broadcast signals synchronized across the globe surged into the light screens above every city like a faucet being turned on. Everyone could see the scene inside the barrier. The 15-meter-tall Huangquan Great Demon. The remaining traces of the formation on the ground. 9 Onmyoji wearing gray kimonos squatted at the edge of the barrier alongside the gray-haired Ming Yuan kneeling next to the formation diagram. The first to react were the old viewers in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room who had experienced several national fortune games. Wait, what are those people in gray kimonos? Kimonos? That's the ritual attire of Onmyoji. Look at the tokens on their waist. That is the emblem of the Huangquan Society. Isn't the Huangquan Society an organization from Sakura country? Why are they here? Why are they inside the formation? Are they besieging Taoist Chen? How dare these little Sakuras? Information spread rapidly through the bull. Someone took a screenshot and enlarged the bone accessory at Mingyu's waist, which bore the unique ghost face emblem of the Huangquan Society. Someone retrieved previous international channel reports about the Huangquan Society. Someone started replaying the last few frames of the signal before the interruption. They discovered that the 3 elite players from Eagle Sauce Country were also within the barrier. The truth pieced together like a puzzle. I understand it's the Huangquan Society from Sakura Country and the Eagle Sauce Country working together to set a trap. They trapped Chen Ming with a formation. That 15-meter-tall monster was summoned by the Huangquan Society. Damn, this bunch of bastards used such despicable means. Where did those 3 from Eagle Sauce go? Why are they missing? Look to the left of the image. There's a pile of gray powder on the ground and some burnt uniform fragments. Did Brother Chen take them out? What is that large area of black liquid on the ground? There's purple lightning jumping inside. In the command center of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Yuanshan had finished reviewing all the information after the restored image. The evidence is conclusive. He turned to his aide. The Huangquan Society from Sakura Country joined forces with the elite of Eagle Sauce Country to set up the Wanhunju Jun to ambush our contestant in Jin City. The 3 elite from Eagle Sauce have been killed, and the Huangquan Society has summoned an rank peak anomaly. The nature of this matter is sufficient to warrant an international wanted notice, right? The aide's hands trembled, but his voice was steady. The operation has been recorded and the live broadcast signal is synchronized globally. All countries have seen it. Good. Lin Yuanshan's gaze returned to the screen. Now only one question remains. Can Chen Ming defeat that ghostly being? The 15-meter-tall rank peak anomaly. Now it has absorbed the power of 30,000 resentful souls from the formation. This thing may now be stronger than all the anomalies that Taoist Chen has faced before. Can Brother Chen hold on? Taoist Chen will definitely hold on. He is in Shrank existence. But even Shrank may not be able to defeat it. That demon clearly evolved just now. Look at Brother Chen's expression. He seems completely unfazed. When has Brother Chen ever been flustered? But objectively, that thing on the other side is indeed terrifying. The atmosphere on the international channel was also heating up. In the Eagle Sauce Country live broadcast room, it was eerily silent. Their 3 elite players were absent from the screen, and the ashes and uniform fragments on the ground spoke volumes. The commentator from Gaul Country repeatedly confirmed one thing during the live broadcast. That black liquid was actually released by that Dragon Kingdom Taoist. How many skills does this Dragon Kingdom Taoist have that we don't know about? How should we deal with such a monster? The bullet comments from the Bear Country were concise. Cheer for the Dragon Kingdom Taoist. Kill that ghostly being. They've long been displeased with Sakura Country and Eagle Sauce Country. Inside the barrier, the evolved Huangquan Great Ghost turned its head, and the pitch-black ghost fire slowly swirled on its faceless visage. It stared at Chen Ming for 3 seconds. Then it raised its right hand. The speed was more than doubled compared to before. The massive dark gray palm carrying swirling black resentment struck towards Chen Ming's position. Wherever the palm wind passed, the ground was scraped up with a layer of gravel and black dust. Chen Ming's Dao robe fluttered, rustling in the palm wind. He slowly stepped back half a step, extending his right hand from his sleeve. A golden light shone in his palm, transforming into a golden barrier. The massive palm struck the golden barrier. Ripples appeared on the barrier's surface resembling a stone cast into water. Chen Ming was pushed back 3 meters by the impact, leaving 2 shallow marks on the gravel ground. The strength is indeed much greater than before. His arm sank slightly, then he pushed upward. The golden barrier rebounded the massive palm. The Huangquan Great Ghost swayed, lowering its head to gaze at Chen Ming again. Lu Yifei watched all of this from the edge of the barrier. The Tang Dao stood vertical before her, her palms slick with sweat. She could sense that the energy fluctuations released with each collision were several times stronger than the previous Great Lord. Chen Ming. She raised her voice. That thing has clearly become stronger after absorbing the formation. Don't try to withstand it, find a way to look for its weaknesses. Chen Ming turned his head to glance at her. The firelight illuminated his face, half bright and half dark, with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, layperson. Once full, it's easier to kill. It has absorbed all the power of the formation, which actually saves me some trouble. What trouble? There's no need to exert effort to break that formation anymore. Lu Yifei was taken aback. After pondering, she suddenly understood Chen Ming's meaning. The Wanhan Absolute Formation was a cage meant to trap Chen Ming, as well as a field to suppress righteous energy. Now that the formation's energy had been drained by the Huangquan Great Ghost, the formation was essentially rendered useless. The barrier was disintegrating, and the righteous energy was no longer suppressed. In other words, the means you couldn't use before can all be used now. You're a clever layperson. The stage is set, just watch me perform. Chen Ming's gaze shifted back to the Huangquan Great Ghost. His right hand gently formed a seal within his sleeve. But before that, let me clean up some trash. His eyes swept over the 9 yin-yang masters crouching in the corner. The 9 yin-yang masters felt that gaze. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. Chen Ming looked at them without any extra emotion. There was neither anger nor killing intent. It was merely the kind of gaze one would use to wipe away a bothersome speck of dust. You 9. Chen Ming's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly within the barrier. You're also here to kill this poor Taoist, right? No one among the 9 responded. They had witnessed how their companions died right beside them. Black water flooded their bodies, turning them to ash without leaving a trace. The yin-yang master closest to them dared not move an inch, even his breathing minimized. Lord Mingwe, help me, he whispered with a voice barely audible. Mingwe lay on the ground, lacking even the strength to lift his head. Summoning the Huangquan Great Ghost had drained half of his blood and 10 years of his lifespan. He had also exhausted his last bit of spiritual power due to the formation's backlash. Now he was merely a shell still breathing. There's no escape. His lips moved, his voice as dry as 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. In front of that person, there's no escape. The only hope is for the Huangquan Great Ghost to kill him. Chen Ming said nothing more. He gently stomped his right foot on the ground. A light motion as if shaking off the mud from the sole of his shoe. But a faint golden light ripple emanated from beneath his foot. The golden light ripple spread out across the ground. The speed was not fast and the range was not large, but it precisely covered the area where the 9 yin-yang masters were located. At the moment the golden light ripple passed, all 9 emitted a short muffled groan simultaneously. The protective yin techniques on their bodies shattered like paper upon contact with the golden light. Immediately following that, the black water beneath their feet silently surged forth from the shadows. It was not a large-scale spread, but rather 9 precise streams, each locking onto a target. The black water wrapped around their ankles. 2 of them, reacting quickly, tried to jump up, but the dark purple lightning within the black water directly paralyzed their leg meridians. The process was swift. 3 seconds. The 9 black streams successively contracted, wrapped around, and collapsed. Those 9 individuals disappeared entirely from this world, just like their previous companions. Without leaving a sound. Lu Yifei watched this scene, her throat moved slightly. Chen Ming retracted the black water, not even glancing back. Adding 9 more. Including the previous 4, and that Zhang. No fish slipped through the net. Layperson, it's just you left. He looked down at the prostrate Mingwe. Mingwe was looking at him as well. His gray-white hair spread on either side of his cheeks, his eye sockets sunk in a trace of dark purple blood at the corner of his mouth. Killing me won't help. Mingyu's voice was calm. The Huangquan Great Ghost has already broken free from my control. It becomes an independent existence after absorbing 30,000 resentful souls. It won't disappear if you kill me. I know that. Chen Ming squatted down in front of him. But you still deserve to die. 30,000 lives. Even if they were from Sakura country, they were still living beings. Mingwe grinned, laughing mockingly. Ha ha. You just killed over a dozen people, and still talk about mercy. The Tao sect speaks of rewarding the good and punishing the evil. Chen Ming's right index finger gently tapped the center of Mingyu's forehead. A strand of golden light entered Mingyu's brow. Mingyu's body stiffened for a moment. Then, starting from his forehead, golden cracks spread throughout his body. He didn't scream, as the golden light had already severed his pain nerves. 3 seconds later, Mingyu's body shattered into golden light dots dissipating into the air. The leader of the Huangquan Society, the last member, died from a single finger. The bullet screen in the global live broadcast room was silent for only 2 seconds from start to finish. Then it collectively went wild. Brother Chen cleared 10 people in under a minute. Those yin-yang masters were at least a grade combat power. Daoist Chen killed them as easily as stepping on. And that Zhang Wei. Just now it was announced that he was an ace spy lurking for 3 years, and he was also killed. That gray-white-haired person was the head of the Huangquan Society. He shattered with just a finger. The formation gained from 30,000 lives was all for nothing. Wait, the formation's power was absorbed by that great ghost, making that ghost stronger. Yeah, the big boss hasn't been dealt with yet. Don't just celebrate. I believe in Brother Chen. Amid the excitement of the barrage, there was a hint of tension. Everyone could see that the massive 15-meter figure was still standing in the center of the barrier. The Huangquan Great Ghost God, having absorbed 30,000 vengeful souls, was now stronger than any of the bizarre beings that Chen Ming had previously defeated. During Chen Ming's assault on those yin-yang masters, the Huangquan Great Ghost God remained still. It stood like a gray mountain with 2 huge ghostly flames slowly swirling together. It was watching. It was using the faint intelligence gained from absorbing 30,000 souls. It was scrutinizing the small figure before it, the one that had killed everyone. It could sense danger, but it felt an even stronger sense of hunger. The energy emanating from this person before it was 100 times more potent than that of 30,000 vengeful souls combined. If it could consume him, it would become an unstoppable existence. Chen Ming slowly stood upright, brushing off the dust from his knees. The crack in the barrier was growing larger with light and air continuously flooding in. He glanced up at the 15-meter giant. Layman, moi. Lu Yifei's voice came from behind. You only killed the small one, the big one hasn't had a chance to greet us yet. Stop talking nonsense. That thing is clearly much stronger than before. It certainly is much stronger. So I should put on a good show. Chen Ming tilted his head, cracking the joints in his neck with 2 crisp sounds. Layman, be careful of your eyes. This next move might be a bit bright for you. What do you mean? Literally, his right hand emerged from his sleeve palm, facing up. A ball of white lightning danced in the palm of his. Tiny bolts of lightning flickered between his fingers, and a faint burnt smell filled the air. Yang Wulei, Jiang Onglei. The viewers in the live stream had seen this move before. In the forbidden area, Chen Ming had used this skill to obliterate the Blevel Lord and the Ghost King. But he did not rush to attack. His left hand also emerged from his sleeve. This was a rare sight, for since entering the forbidden area, Chen Ming had fought using only one hand. His left palm faced up, slowly unfolding. A mass of pitch-black water began to take shape in his left palm. Dark purple lightning danced within the water, each bolt trailing a chilling aura that seemed to corrode everything. In Wulei, Shui Zonglei. Chen Ming raised both hands simultaneously. One light, one dark. The global live stream fell silent at this moment. No one had ever seen this scene. Golden yang lightning danced in the palm of his right hand with arcs of electricity extending from his fingertips. The pitch-black Yin lightning surged in the palm of his left hand, with dark purple arcs silently weaving through the black liquid. 2 completely opposing forces operated simultaneously within one body. This was inherently a violation of all known theories of otherworldly abilities on Blue Star. The spiritual energy of positive and negative attributes was mutually exclusive. Simultaneously activating 2 mutually exclusive attributes within the same body would theoretically lead to the collapse of the spiritual energy circulation system. Yet Chen Ming had accomplished it. Moreover, it appeared effortless. He held 2 orbs of completely opposite lightning in his hands, his posture casual, as if he were holding soy milk in his left hand and Youqiao in his right. In the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, Professor Zhou Zhenyang stared at the energy monitoring screen, nearly dropping his glasses into his coffee cup, simultaneously outputting 2 mutually exclusive attributes of spiritual energy. What kind of meridian system has he constructed? This is completely impossible within our theoretical frame. Lin Yuanshan was not concerned with whether it was theoretically possible. He was more worried about what would happen next. What is he going to do? The officer leaned closer to the screen, observing for 2 seconds. Is he going to use both types of lightning at the same time? Dual line attack. No. Lin Yuanshan's gaze locked onto Chen Ming's hands. The 2 hands were slowly drawing closer. It was not a separated attack. They were merging together. Is he going to fuse the 2 types of lightning? At the same time, the barrage in the Dragon Kingdom livestream erupted with tens of thousands of comments. The lights on his 2 hands are different. The left hand is black and the right hand is white. One yin, one yang. The 2 hands are coming together. Is he going to combine the 2 types of lightning? Can they really be combined? It won't explode, will it? Will mixing yin and yang cause a massive explosion? The Huangquan Great Ghost God also sensed something was amiss. The dark purple orb on its chest began to tremble violently, its rolling faces twisting into expressions of fear. 30,000 vengeful souls screamed in unison, trying to escape. It was a primal fear that came from the depths of their souls. It warned these 30,000 fragmented souls. What was happening before them would prevent them from retaining even the last trace of their existence. The Huangquan great ghost god's massive maw opened once more, gathering its resentment to unleash a breath. This breath was far stronger than before, with a pitch-black beam compressing and condensing within its mouth, distorting the air and causing a sharp drop in temperature. It's about to unleash its ultimate move, Lu Yifei shouted. Chen Ming didn't look up at the accumulating ghost god. His attention was entirely focused on his two hands. The distance between his palms was less than a foot. The golden yang lightning and the pitch-black yin lightning began to produce violent repulsive reactions as they approached each other. The air between the two orbs of lightning twisted and burned. Tiny spatial rifts flickered between the palms, appearing and disappearing. Indeed, this is still somewhat challenging. A thin layer of sweat broke out on Chen Ming's forehead. This was the first time he had sweated since entering the forbidden area. The two mutually exclusive forces surged simultaneously within him, placing immense strain on his meridian system. But his hands continued to draw closer. 8 inches, 6 inches, 4 inches. The temperature of the air alternated between freezing cold and burning hot, oscillating between frost and near combustion. Lu Yifei's hair was blown against her face by the alternating airflow, then lifted up into the air. She gripped her dagger tightly, her nails digging into the skin of her palm. 3 inches. The edges of the two orbs of lightning touched. The moment when two types of thunder techniques made contact. A silent shockwave exploded from Chen Ming's palm. It was not a shockwave spreading outward. Instead, it collapsed inward. Two balls of thunder light intertwined like two snakes, biting and wrapping around each other. The golden yang thunder and the pitch-black yin thunder formed a rotating sphere of light in his palm. The sphere of light was not large initially, only the size of an egg. However, the energy density within that sphere made all matter within 100 meters tremble. The rubble danced on the ground. The earth beneath Lu Yifei's feet trembled slightly. It was not a physical vibration caused by deities, but a spatial resonance triggered by an energy field. The outer shell of the sphere was half black and half white, with the two colors spiraling and alternating. At the junction, slender bolts of lightning erupted. The color of each bolt of lightning rapidly switched between gold and dark purple. It was a fusion of yin and yang thunder. Chen Ming's palms slowly came together, compressing the sphere of light to an even smaller size. It shrank from the size of an egg to that of a ping-pong ball. The smaller the volume, the more terrifying the energy contained within it. His hands trembled slightly. Not because there was insufficient energy, but because the precise fusion of the two opposing forces required extremely delicate control. A slight deviation would lead to mutual annihilation. If the difference was even a bit more, it would explode in his palm. The Tao of yin and yang is one yet two sides of the same coin. Chen Ming's lips moved, his voice low. It was as if he were reciting a mind technique mantra. Yang begets yin, yin returns to yang. Together, as one, the world is revealed. The sphere of light stabilized in his palm. It no longer trembled violently. No more erratic lightning bolts erupted. It became extraordinarily calm. Like an ordinary glass bead, it quietly rested in his palm. Yet everyone knew what that bead contained. It was the product of the fusion of yin and yang heavenly thunders. All energy monitoring values in the Dragon Kingdom Command Center turned red simultaneously. Energy readings exceed the upper limit. The technician's voice went out of tune. Cannot measure. The equipment cannot register it. This thing's energy density has surpassed all known upper limits. Professor Zhou Zhenyang opened his mouth, but only managed to utter two words. Insane. The resentment breath of the great ghost god of the Yellow Springs had also gathered its power. A pitch-black beam of light erupted from its tooth-filled mouth. With a diameter of 3 meters. It was a full double the size of the previous one. Accompanied by the wails of 30,000 resentful souls and endless death energy, it hurtled straight towards Chen Ming. Chen Ming raised his head and glanced at the pitch-black beam of light. Then he spread his hands apart. The index and middle fingers of his right hand came together, and the ping-pong ball-sized yin-yang fusion sphere quietly hovered at his fingertips. He raised his hand to the height of his forehead and pointed at the great ghost god of the Yellow Springs' chest. Annihilate. The sphere was released. The sphere did not fly out quickly. At least it did not appear to be fast. It resembled a marble casually flicked away, tracing an irregular arc as it flew forward. But wherever this marble passed, space distorted. The air split. A clear visible crack appeared along the path taken by the sphere. It was not a crack in the barrier. It was a crack in space itself. The edges of the crack flickered between black and white. The alternating colors of yin and yang flowed on either side of the crack, creating a bizarre and spectacular visual effect. The pitch-black resentment beam and the yin-yang sphere met in midair. There was no collision. Because a collision requires two objects to come into contact. The sphere passed through the resentment beam the moment it made contact. A transparent hole with a half-meter diameter appeared in the 3-meter diameter resentment beam where the sphere had penetrated. The edges of the hole spread outward at an astonishing speed. The entire beam began to collapse from the center. Like a match ignited in the middle, it quickly burned down from the center to both ends. The collapse process was silent. The wails of 30,000 resentful souls ceased the moment the sphere passed through. They were not suppressed. They were erased. The power of yin-yang fusion possessed the dual characteristics of yang thunder purification and yin thunder erosion. Yang thunder purified resentment. Yin thunder eroded the physical form. The effect produced by the combination of the two powers was far from a simple sum of 1 + 1 = 2. The sphere passed through the resentment beam. It flew straight toward the chest of the great ghost god of the Yellow Springs. At that moment the deity reacted. Its arms crossed in front of its chest. The runic patterns on its gray-black skin lit up, releasing layer upon layer of resentment barriers. 5 layers. It layered 5 thick defenses in the blink of an eye. Each layer was equivalent to its level barrier. The sphere hit the first layer of the barrier. Penetration. It struck the second layer. Penetration. 5th layer. All penetrated. It did not slow down from start to finish. The sphere struck the chest of the great ghost god of the Yellow Springs. It hit the dark purple core bead. Then there was a dazzling light. It was impossible to describe the light released at that moment with any existing vocabulary. The half-black, half-white light spread out from the point of impact on the chest of the great ghost god of the Yellow Springs. It was so fast that even the live broadcast could only capture a frame of pure white overexposed image. The upper body of the great ghost god of the Yellow Springs, from the chest to the head, from the shoulders to the arms. In that instant when the light spread, everything disappeared. Not shattered. Not turned to ash. It simply vanished. Not even ashes remained. Not even the dark purple bead composed of 30,000 resentful souls left any residue. The fusion of yin and yang thunder completely erased the entire upper body of the great ghost god of the Yellow Springs from the material realm. But the sphere did not stop. It flew through the deity's body and continued forward, crashing into the inner wall of the barrier. The barrier shattered the moment of contact. The remnants of the entire 10,000 souls array turned to nothingness in that instant. The sphere continued upward, passing through the position where the barrier once existed, soaring into the sky of Jinshi. Then the sky was split open. A half-black, half-white light streak cut through the blood-red thick clouds above Jinshi. That light streak extended from one end of the sky to the other, straight, sharp, as if someone had drawn a cut in the sky with a knife. Wherever the light streak passed, the blood-red thick clouds were permanently sliced open. The sides of the crack revealed the long-lost real sky. It was not a blood-colored dome caused by a strange invasion. It was the genuine blue sky. Sunlight poured down from that crack, illuminating the entire skyline above the ruins of Jinshi. Chen Ming stood still, retracting his pointed fingers. A bead of sweat lingered on his forehead, which he casually wiped with his sleeve. His gaze fell upon the remnants of the lower half of the great ghost god of the Yellow Springs. There was no core left. The lower half had lost the energy supply from the upper half. It was rapidly collapsing, with gray fragments falling like snowflakes. Layman. Chen Ming turned his head. It's done. Put away the knife. The skies above 377 cities worldwide simultaneously displayed the same image. The half-black, half-white light streak shooting from the ground to the sky was captured in that moment on everyone's retina. The barrage system in all live streaming rooms collapsed at the same time. It wasn't a lag. It was a complete breakdown. For in that moment, the influx of information exceeded the limits of any server's capacity. Among the 14 billion viewers in the Longwa live stream, a significant portion was stunned at the moment they saw the sky split open. Their fingers hovered above the screen, having forgotten to send the half-typed messages. Silence lasted for 5 seconds. Then the barrage system rebooted. The volume of incoming information once again pushed the server to its limits. Is the sky really split open? Did I just see the sky being cleaved apart? What about that monster? That 15-meter-tall monster that reached the peak of glass. Its upper body is gone, completely gone. Not a single hair left. He shot a marble. He just shot a marble. Then the 15-meter-tall entity that devoured 30,000 vengeful spirits lost its upper body. The sky was cleaved open. The sky was indeed split open. The sky was split open. Did that marble fly up to the heavens? Did that marble slice the sky apart? It's not a marble. It's a product of 2 types of thunder techniques merging together. One yin, one yang. This is impossible within the Blue Star ability system. Can we not measure Chen Daozhong by human standards? He must be a celestial being. The barrage refresh rate was so fast that the human eye could hardly keep up. The scene in the Longwa Command Center was even more dramatic than in the live stream. No one was sitting down. Over 30 advisors were all standing. Some stood beside their chairs, some stood in front of desks, and some even stood in the aisles. Everyone was staring at the screen, no one spoke. The energy monitoring system emitted a piercing buzzing sound. It was not a red alert. It was a system-level error after all the indicator lights turned on. The technician slumped in his chair, and only 3 words appeared on the monitor in front of him. Range overflow. Professor Zhou Xingyang held onto the table as he stood, his glasses askew, but he didn't bother to straighten them. He stared at the replay frame, where the half-black, half-white light sphere passed through the chest of the ghostly figure. His lips moved several times before he could speak. The perfect fusion of yin and yang repulsion. He has resolved the most fundamental and impossible paradox of spiritual power physics. He fused 2 mutually annihilating energies into a completely new existence. Theoretically, this requires infinitely precise control and an infinitely vast reserve of spiritual power. But he did it. He achieved it with just a pinch from both hands. Lin Yuanshan slowly sat back down in his chair, his expression complex. There was relief, awe, and a touch of sentiment. He couldn't quite articulate himself. Report to above. His voice was very calm. Chen Ming has resolved the Sclass threat in Jin City and the joint ambush by Yingjiang Nation and Yinghua Nation. What specific means did he use? The adjutant asked, pen in hand. Lin Yuanshan glanced at him. Just right that he cleaved the sky with thunder techniques. The replay function of the sky curtain proved to be immensely useful at this time. After witnessing that breathtaking yet terrifying scene, the global audience began to rewatch the footage from the time of the signal interruption in droves. However, the content during the signal interruption was not automatically recorded after the signal was restored. Only the part after the restoration was completely preserved. Yet the footage after the signal restoration was enough to clarify the situation. The residual traces of the formation on the ground. Fragments of gray kimonos and bone beads scattered across the ground. The residual aura of the runes at the location of the dissipated Mingwei remains. And the fragments of uniforms from Yingjiang Nation and the unique alloy skeletal debris of gene-modified humans. Military analysts and intelligence agencies worldwide pieced together the full picture of the incident in the shortest time. Yingjiang Nation dispatched 3 elite ability users to infiltrate the forbidden area and set a trap. 13 A-class Yinyang masters from Yinghua Nation set up a 10th Sansao formation. At the cost of 30,000 lives of Yinghua citizens, they attempted to ambush Chen Ming of Longwa. This information spread across social platforms at a viral speed. Longwa's barrage was no longer merely excitement. Anger dominated the narrative. Did Yingjiang and Yinghua jointly ambush us? Is this a declaration of war? 30,000 lives sacrificed to set up the formation. The Huangquan society is truly a bunch of madmen. What about the 3 elites from Zhejiang Nation? Are the fragments and ashes on the ground them? They were killed by Brother Chen, dead, turned to ash. Yinghua Nation first used beast lure powder to harm others, then set up a sacrificial formation with the Huangquan society. How many times has this happened? This group of little cherry blossoms is truly seeking death. Fortunately, Brother Chen is strong enough. If any ordinary Sclass were here, they might not withstand this situation. Isn't that right? That 10th Sansao formation can suppress righteous energy and seal the heavenly thunder specifically designed to counter Brother Chen. In the end, Brother Chen had a hidden hand, the Yin 5 thunder, which directly broke their scheme. When Brother Chen slightly concealed his strength, that group of fools fell right into the trap. And he fused the Yin 5 thunder and Yang 5 thunder together. A single marble obliterated the Sclass Peak monster. This is called magic being 1 foot higher, while the Tao is 1 foot deeper. No, this is called the Tao being 1 foot higher, while the magic crashes headlong. The atmosphere in the international channel was starkly different. The barrage in Yingjiang Nation's live stream was pitifully sparse, with only a few messages floating by. This is impossible. There must be some mistake. Our gene-modified humans are clearly the strongest ability users. The commentator from Gaul Nation remained silent for a long time during the live stream, ultimately saying only one sentence. From now on, all countries will reassess their relationship with Longwa. Believe me, no one wants to be enemies with the Taoist of Longwa. He is simply not human, he is a god. The barrage from Maoxiong Nation remained consistent. Hey, so strong. I'll say it again, we want to be friends with Longwa. Meanwhile, in Yinghua Nation's live stream, there were no more barges. The number of viewers in the entire live stream plummeted from 200 million to 30 million. Most people exited the live stream, not because they didn't want to watch, but because they were afraid to watch. The Huangquan Society set up an ambush using the lives of 30,000 Yinghua citizens against one person, and that person easily broke their scheme. 13 A-class Yinyang masters were crushed like ants. The A-class Peak Huangquan Great Ghost God absorbed 30,000 vengeful spirits, and yet only lasted less than 5 minutes. That person shot a marble and cleaved the sky apart. Among the remaining 30 million viewers, a few barges occasionally floated by. Will Longwa hold us accountable for this? It's over. No one answered those two questions, because the answer was already written in the sky. The half-black, half-white crack in the sky above Jin City still hung on the skyline. The half-black, half-white rift in the sky above Jincheng lingered for a full 3 hours without dissipating. Chen Ming sat casually on a piece of concrete slab beside the ruins. His Dao robe was dusted with some gray, but Chen Ming couldn't care less. Lu Yifei stood next to him, the communicator buzzing repeatedly as she coordinated the aftermath with the command center. Zhang Wei's body had left no trace. The black water had devoured everything clean, leaving not even a hint of a human form on the ground. The military cleanup team had already set up a security perimeter around the ruins. Several helicopters circled at low altitude, their searchlights illuminating the entire area in a blinding white. Chen Ming yawned. Can we leave, layman? Lu Yifei pressed the microphone of the communicator and glanced at him. Director Lin has a few words to say to you. Tell him to be quick, I'm hungry. Lu Yifei released the microphone. Director Lin, please go ahead. On the other end, Lin Yuanshan's voice was heavy for a moment. There has been no official statement from the Eagle Sauce Nation so far. The signals of 3 elite personnel being killed have been confirmed by their system, but the White House hasn't said a word. Lu Yifei frowned. No statement. Exactly, neither acknowledging nor denying, just silence. The attitude of the Eagle Sauce Nation is quite inscrutable. Chen Ming tilted his head, listening to a couple of sentences. He picked up a piece of rubble from the ground and tossed it in his hand. Let them be silent then. They can't pretend those 3 weren't sent by them. The whole world saw it. Lin Yuanshan paused for a moment on the other end. Chen Ming is right. The live broadcast footage is irrefutable evidence. But the Eagle Sauce Nation's usual tactic is not to deny facts, but to shift the focus. Our diplomatic team has anticipated several possible responses from them. The first blaming Cherry Blossom Nation, claiming their people were coerced by Huangquan society. The second characterizing it as a personal act, separating it from the national level. The third. Lin Yuanshan's voice lowered slightly. They might retaliate, saying that Chen Ming's Yin-Yang fusion thunder technique poses an uncontrollable threat to the world, demanding international sanctions against Longwa. Lu Yifei tightened her fingers around the handle of her Tang Dao. Do they dare? When have they ever not dared? Chen Ming tossed the rubble away. The rubble traced an arc in the darkness, landing in a distant pile of debris. Director Lin. My. Let them make a fuss, for I only care about one thing. What is it? Whoever comes to strike me, I will strike back. You can argue about diplomacy. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the communicator. Lin Yuanshan's tone carried an indescribable nuance. All right. You should return to Beijing and rest, while handle the follow-up matters. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Lu Yifei asked for him. No specific plans for now, but I'm on standby. Reactions from various countries may erupt within the next 24 hours. All right, I understand. Lu Yifei turned off the communicator and looked at Chen Ming. Chen Ming had already stood up from the concrete slab and stretched lazily. Let's go, layman. Let's head back for a bowl of noodles. Don't you want to know what the Eagle Sauce Nation will do next? What the Eagle Sauce Nation wants is important, but I need to fill my stomach first. Thinking on an empty stomach is prone to mistakes. Lu Yifei gave him a sidelong glance. This person had just erased and scraped peak anomaly from the material plane 5 minutes ago, splitting the... Now his mind was solely filled with thoughts of a bowl of noodles. She turned around and walked toward the military off-road vehicle parked by the roadside. Get and I've arranged for late-night snacks at the base. What late-night snack? Beef noodles. Chen Ming quickened his steps upon hearing that. The military off-road vehicle jostled along the makeshift road between the ruins. Lu Yifei sat in the passenger seat, browsing the constantly updating intelligence summaries on her tablet. The global sky screen's live broadcast signal was still ongoing. Completely different events were happening in live broadcast rooms around the world. The online viewership in the Longwa live broadcast room had surpassed 1.5 billion. Audiences from the Bear Country were spontaneously organizing to send barrage messages in support of Longwa. 3 mainstream media outlets in the Gallic nation simultaneously released special analysis articles. The titles were similar, but the core message was the same. There exists an unbeatable person in Longwa. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Sauce Nation's live broadcast room for a full 3 hours since the sky screen footage returned to the present, the official channel had not released a single comment. Lu Yifei set the tablet down and glanced at Chen Ming, who was leaning back in the rear seat with his eyes closed. The more silent the Eagle Sauce Nation was, the bigger the preparations they were making. This time the encirclement and ambush in Jincheng had failed. But what about next time? As the off-road vehicle drove into the military base gate, Chen Ming's phone rang. It was a text message. The sender's number was encrypted with the prefix being Saudi Arabia's international area code. Chen Ming half opened his eyes to glance at the screen. The text message contained only one sentence written in the universal language of the Blue Star. Dear Longwa friend, we need your help. At the same time, in Cherry Blossom Nation's Tokyo, the air in the underground command room of the Prime Minister's residence was so cold it could be cut with a knife. 5 people sat on either side of a long table. Prime Minister Tanaka sat at the main seat, a cup of long cold tea by his side. His fingers had been tapping on the table for the past 30 minutes. The rhythm was chaotic with no pattern whatsoever. So, his voice sounded as though something was stuck in his throat. All the members of Huangquan society are dead. The defense minister sitting in the first position on the left lowered his head, his thinning white hair revealing his scalp. Yes, Prime Minister. 13 grade Yin-Yang masters including Ming Yue are all deceased. The energy of the 10,000 souls absolute array was absorbed by that ghostly deity, causing the formation to collapse. And what about the ghostly deity? It was also eliminated. That Longwa Taoist used an attack method never before seen, a fusion of Yin and Yang thunder techniques. One strike penetrated the ghostly deity's 5-layer grade barrier. It completely erased the upper half of the ghostly deity from the material plane. Tanaka said nothing. The foreign affairs minister on the other side of the long table cleared his throat. Prime Minister, the current issue is international public opinion. The Global Sky Screen live broadcasted the latter half of the entire process. Although there was no footage during the signal blockage period of the 10,000 souls absolute array, the footage captured after the barrier broke is enough to explain everything. The traces of the formation on the ground, the remnants of our Yin-Yang masters, the insignia of Huangquan society. The intelligence agencies of various countries are piecing together the full picture of the incident. Longwa will eventually disclose this matter. Tanaka lifted the cup of lukewarm tea, took a sip, and placed it down with a blank expression. 30,000 people. A full 30,000 people. His voice was heavy. Huangquan society used the lives of 30,000 of our citizens to weave this formation, yet they didn't even harm a single hair on that person. That was 30,000 citizens. The teacup on the table was knocked over by him. The cold tea flowed down from the table, trickling down the table leg onto the carpet. No one went to wipe it. Defense Minister Matsuda Masayoshi raised his head, his gaze lingering on the Prime Minister's face for 2 seconds. Prime Minister, I have a proposal. Matsuda's fingers continued to tap on the table, not looking at him. Speak. Submit a formal letter of allegiance to the Dragon Kingdom. In the name of Sakura Nation, acknowledge the Dragon Kingdom's dominant position in the national fortune game. Put simply, Matsuda paused for a moment. Submit to them. The air around the long table froze for an instant. The foreign minister's teacup stopped halfway to his lips. Tanaka's fingers stopped tapping. Could you repeat that? Submit, Prime Minister. Matsuda's voice was steady without a tremor. Currently, our national fortune index has fallen below 3.0, approaching the red line of national disaster. The lifespan of our citizens continues to shrink, and the black water of Tokyo Bay has already spread to Chiba. If this continues, within a month our national fortune will bottom out. At that time, the entire Sakura Nation will face a systemic judgment of national extinction. Tanaka stared at Matsuda. So your plan is to surrender to the Dragon Kingdom? It's about saving lives. Matsuda did not avoid his gaze. 30,000 citizens have already died, Prime Minister. The Huangquan society has been destroyed. The aid from Eagle Sauce Nation has proven to be useless. We have no bargaining chips left. The only thing we can do is to bow our heads in apology and seek the Dragon Kingdom's assistance for our national fortune. At least save the remaining 120 million citizens. Tanaka's fist slammed onto the table. A few drops of tea splashed out again. Matsuda, you are the defense minister of Sakura Nation. Are you asking me to submit to the Dragon Kingdom? You want the imperial lineage that has lasted for 2,600 years to bow to a Taoist? Matsuda's lips moved slightly, and his voice lowered half an octave. Prime Minister, that Taoist split the sky of Jin City with a single finger. 13 a class on Myoji survived less than 2 minutes in front of him. A great spirit obtained at the cost of 30,000 lives. He simply flicked a bead and erased them. What do we have to fight against him? Tanaka did not respond. Silence permeated the basement for a full 10 seconds. The director of the Intelligence Bureau, who had been silent in the corner, lightly tapped his fingers on his knee twice. He interjected. Although Minister Matsuda's proposal is hard to accept on the surface, from a pragmatic, it is indeed the choice with the least harm. But there is one problem. The Dragon Kingdom may not accept it. Matsuda turned to look at him. Why? Because we have already killed their people with 30,000 lives. This is not something that can be smoothed over with a mere apology. From the Dragon Kingdom's perspective, they have ample reason to refuse any form of reconciliation. They even have sufficient reason to launch countermeasures against us at the level of national fortune. Matsuda's expression changed slightly. He wanted to refute something, but his lips moved twice without a sound. Tanaka lifted his head and looked at the ceiling. Matsuda, A foolish plan like submitting. I don't want to hear it again. Matsuda's shoulders slumped and, Prime Minister, what do you plan to? 30,000 people. Tanaka's gaze returned from the ceiling, landing in the puddle of cold tea on the table. Those 30,000 did not die by my hands. They died at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Matsuda's eyes widened. What? If the Dragon Kingdom had not sent that Taoist to participate in the national fortune game, if that Taoist had not displayed supernatural strength, the Huangquan Society would not have activated the reverse fate plan. 30,000 lives would not have been lost. Therefore, the death of these 30,000 lives is rooted in the Dragon Kingdom. Matsuda's lips twitched. Prime Minister, the whole world saw that it was the Huangquan Society that arranged the sacrifice. That was the action of the Huangquan Society, not the government. Tanaka's voice calmed down. I'm already considering a new plan. He took out a black document bag from the drawer under the table and tossed it onto the table. The document bag had no markings. There was only a red seal on the closure. The seal bore 4 characters. Amaterasu plan. Prime Minister, what is this? Tanaka opened the seal and pulled out several photos from the bag. The photos depicted 10 masks. Grayish-white in texture, each mask had different ghostly patterns. Ghost shadow masks. Tanaka pushed the photos to the center of the table. Ancient seals divided across the globe. There are 2 within the borders of Sakura Nation. There are 3 within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. The rest are distributed in Eagle Sauce Nation, Bear Nation, Gaul, Saudi Arabia, and India. Matsuda looked at the photos, his palms starting to sweat. These things. Are they from the confidential files? Each mask corresponds to a historically significant peculiar seal. If the masks are activated. Tanaka nodded. All seals will be completely lifted. Prime Minister. Matsuda stood up from his chair. Are you insane? Matsuda's voice echoed in the underground command room. But Tanaka's expression showed no fluctuation. He placed the photos one by one on the table, arranging them into 2 rows. Matsuda, sit down. Prime Minister, do you know what this means? Matsuda did not sit, his hands pressed against the edge of the table. Once the ghost shadow masks are activated, all sealed high-level peculiar beings worldwide will awaken simultaneously. Not just 1 or 2, but dozens. Each one is above rank existence. At that time, not only the Dragon Kingdom will suffer, but the entire world will fall into disaster, including ourselves. Tanaka placed the last photo down, his fingers slowly gliding across the table. Matsuda, what do you think we have left to lose? Matsuda's mouth closed. Tanaka continued. National fortune 3. 0. Another drop of 0. 5 will trigger the national extinction judgment. The lifespan of our citizens has shrunk by 3 years and continues to decline. Tokyo Bay has turned into black water. Residents of Chiba and Yokohama are evacuating. We only have 1 injured ability user left, Watanabe Shu. The Huangquan Society has been completely wiped out. Eagle Sauce Nation's current attitude is simply playing dead. We have no way out. You tell me, what other options do we have? Matsuda's fingers tightened on the edge of the table. So you choose to drag the whole world down with us. It's not about dragging the whole world down. Tanaka's index finger pointed to a photo of a mask. It's about creating trouble for the Dragon Kingdom. There are 3 ghost shadow masks within the Dragon Kingdom. The corresponding seals are located in Kunlun Mount Tai and the seabed of the South China Sea. Once these 3 seals are lifted, at least 3 rank or higher ancient peculiar beings will awaken within the Dragon Kingdom. No matter how strong that Taoist is, he cannot appear in 3 places at once. If he goes to Kunlun, Mount Tai will be finished. If he goes to Mount Tai, the South China Sea will be finished. By the time the Dragon Kingdom is exhausted from dealing with domestic crises. Tanaka's finger moved away from the photo and landed on the edge of a map on the table. Our people will take the opportunity to enter the Dragon Kingdom's spiritual mining area, to seize spirit stone resources, to replenish our national fortune. Matsuda looked into Tanaka's eyes. Those eyes held neither madness nor despair, only a cold calculation. Prime Minister, this plan has a fatal flaw. Speak. The activation of the ghost-faced masks requires resonance. There is a linkage effect among the 10 masks. Activating any one will affect the other 9. That means we cannot activate only the 3 in Dragon Kingdom. All seals worldwide will be lifted simultaneously. The 2 seals in Sakura Kingdom are also among them. Tanaka picked up another cup of tea still warm on the table and took a shallow sip. This is the second step of the plan. For the 2 seal points in Sakura Kingdom, I have already had the surviving sorcerers make preparations in advance. Once the seals are lifted, we will immediately guide the released anomalies to move toward the open sea. Using ocean currents and loopholes in Forbidden Zone rules, we will let them flow toward Dragon Kingdom's coastal waters. That's essentially adding 2 more threats to Dragon Kingdom. Matsuda slowly withdrew his hand from the edge of the table. Are you serious? I have never been more serious in my life. Tanaka set down his teacup. Matsuda, what do you think that Taoist from Dragon Kingdom is? He is just a man. Men have limits. One person cannot simultaneously deal with 5 or more class anomalies. As long as he is stretched thin, a breach will appear in Dragon Kingdom's defenses, and once that breach appears we will have our opportunity. Tanaka stood up. The Amaterasu plan will commence immediately. Send people at once to find the 2 ghost face masks within Sakura Kingdom. Begin the activation ritual tonight. Prime Minister, Matsuda's voice rose. If Dragon Kingdom discovers this plan, they will not let us off. That Taoist will come personally to settle accounts with us. Tanaka walked toward the door without pausing. By the time he arrives, his nation's backyard will already be in flames. He won't be able to come. Tanaka pulled open the door. The light from the corridor outside illuminated half of his face. Director of Intelligence. Yes. Contact the Eagle country's ambassador to Japan. Tell them. The Amaterasu plan requires some technical support. Specifically what? I need them to help me pinpoint the precise coordinates of the 3 ghost face masks within Dragon Kingdom. The door closed behind Tanaka. Matsuda stood still staring at the 10 mask photos on the table. His hands were trembling. Not from fear, because he clearly realized that everything that had just happened in this underground room might very well alter the fate of the entire blue planet. He reached for his phone. He scrolled to the very bottom of his contacts. A number with no name attached. The area code was Dragon Kingdom's. Chen Ming sat in a corner of the military base cafeteria with a bowl of beef noodles and 2 braised eggs before him. The soup was still steaming and the beef was cut thick. He ate with intense focus. He was completely oblivious to the intermittent intelligence reports coming through the communicator beside him. Louis Fei sat across from him, her chopsticks resting on the bowl's rim, staring at the tablet in her hand for a long while. Eat your noodles first. Chen Ming didn't lift his head, mumbling with noodles in his mouth. Did you see what happened in Saudi? I saw it. What's your reaction? My reaction is that they're quite... Chen Ming swallowed the noodles and reached for the last piece of beef in the bowl. What did they send? Liu Yifei scrolled through her tablet. 37 Agrades Spirit Stone Raw Ores. 7 Millenniums Spiritual Herbs. A personal letter from the Saudi royal family. What did the letter say? In essence, the Saudi kingdom is willing to submit a vassal document to Dragon Kingdom within the framework of national destiny, acknowledging Dragon Kingdom's dominance on the condition that Dragon Kingdom sends forces to help resolve the class anomaly threat within Saudi territory. Chen Ming stuffed the beef into his mouth and chewed. Class anomaly. What kind of anomaly? A giant desert worm. Liu Fei pulled up a satellite photo and pushed it over. The photo was an aerial view of desert terrain. Amid the yellow sands there was an arc-shaped bulge stretching from one end of a dune to the other. The bulge was about 50 meters wide. See this arc-shaped sand ridge? That's not a dune. It's the trace left by the worm moving underground. According to Saudi data, this worm is at least 300 meters in length. Rated class. It has already devoured 3 southern oil fields and 2 military bases in Saudi. All of Saudi's psychics combined couldn't defeat it. Chen Ming picked up the bowl, drank the soup, and wiped his mouth. 300 meters. That's quite big. That's your reaction. What else? That's an class anomaly. Chen Ming, we just finished fighting the Bone Kuan in Tianjin. Chen Ming pushed the bowl aside, leaned back in his chair, and stretched. Master, before the Bone Kuan, I thought class was impressive. After fighting the Bone Kuan, it feels just so-so. Besides, didn't I also destroy that greater ghost god last time? That one was far stronger than the Bone Kuan. Liu Yifei stared at him for 2 seconds, then retrieved her tablet. About Saudi. What does Chief Lin say? Still under discussion. What's the main point of contention? International opinion. Liu Yifei put down the tablet and picked up her own bowl of noodles, which she had barely touched. Eagle Country has been pushing a so-called balance alliance, trying to unite other nations to contain us. If we accept Saudi's submission, it would be equivalent to publicly establishing a national destiny alliance with Dragon Kingdom at its core. Eagle Country will surely jump out to oppose it, accusing us of hegemonism. And then it's a diplomatic war. Not a fight. No. Then let them argue. Chen Ming pulled out his phone and flipped to the interface of that encrypted message. The sentence sent by Saudi was still on the screen. Dear friends of Dragon Kingdom, we need your help. Master, Hassan and Muam help. They came from the Forbidden Zone to warn us, nearly dying at the entrance of the Ghost City. That's a debt we need to repay. Liu Yifei's chewing paused for a beat. She looked down at the soup in her bowl. You want to go to Saudi? And class anomaly is no joke. Which anomaly haven't I dealt with as if it were a joke? Liu Yifei looked up. You make such a compelling point that's because it's the truth. The corner of Liu Yifei's mouth curved upward, then quickly faded. All right. He'll go speak to Chief Lin. Please mention a condition to him for me. What condition? There needs to be food on the plane to Saudi Arabia. The last military flight's meal was terrible. The chicken leg was cold. Liu Yifei tossed her chopsticks into the bowl as she stood up. Chen Ming. Can you not think about food for just 1 second? Can't. Are you going to solve the weirdness, or just go eat? Both. Lu Yifei turned and walked towards the door. She paused at the door, glancing back at him. He'll ask for a hot chicken leg for you. The communicator beeped again after she left. This time, it was not Lin Yuanshan's channel. It was a coded frequency Chen Ming had never seen before. The signal source was marked as within the borders of the Sakura country. Chen Ming glanced at the blinking green light on the communicator and reached out to answer. A very low male voice came from the communicator. The universal language of Blue Star with a Japanese accent, every word trembling. Friends from Long Country, please make sure to let me finish. I am Matsuda Masayoshi, the Minister of Defense of Sakura Country. Our Prime Minister has gone mad. Chen Ming's hand holding the cup froze in midair. The voice from the communicator was very low, and he could hear the other side deliberately controlling their breathing. Mad. He wants to initiate the Amaterasu project. Matsuda's voice trembled. The Prime Minister wants to activate the Phantom Mask. What mask? Global sealed items, a total of 10. Each mask corresponds to an ancient seal. Once activated, all seals will be lifted. All the suppressed weirdness on Blue Star will awaken simultaneously. Chen Ming set down his cup. 10 masks, 10 seals. Correct. There are 3 within Long Country located in Kunlun Taishan and under the South China Sea. Sakura Country has 2 of its own. The remaining 5 are scattered across Eagle Sauce Country, Bear Country, Gaul Country, Saudi Arabia, and India. All masks have a resonant relationship. Activating any one will cause the other 9 to chain react. Chen Ming leaned back against his chair. Is your Prime Minister planning to drag the entire Blue Star down? He believes that if multiple rank or higher weirdness appear within Long Country, you will be unable to split yourself. Taking advantage of a breach in Long Country's defenses, people from Sakura Country will enter Long Country's spiritual mine area to seize resources. Those were his exact words. Chen Ming tapped his fingers on the table. Why are you telling me this? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. When he decided to sacrifice 30,000 lives to set up this plan, I voted against it. Now he wants to drag the entire Blue Star into the abyss. I can't just sit back and watch. Aren't you afraid your Prime Minister will deal with you afterward? I have already written my resignation letter. Matsuda's voice steadied a bit. Mr. Daoist from Long Country, I do not seek your forgiveness for what Sakura Country has done. But please stop the Amaterasu project. If all those seals are lifted, it won't just be 30,000 lives at stake. It will be billions of lives across Blue Star. Chen Ming remained silent. The cafeteria door swung open and Lu Yifei walked in. Seeing Chen Ming's expression, she slowed her pace. What's wrong? Chen Ming switched the communicator to speaker mode. Master, listen in. Matsuda's voice came through the communicator. Lu Yifei stood by the table listening to Matsuda's recount of the Amaterasu project from start to finish. Her expression darkened gradually. When is the mask activation? Tonight. The 2 masks within Sakura Country will undergo the first activation ceremony tonight. How long will the resonance effect take to spread to the other masks? 72 hours. The Prime Minister has obtained the precise coordinates of the 3 masks within Long Country from Eagle Sauce Country. Eagle Sauce Country is involved as well. Lu Yifei's voice turned cold. They provided technical support, but did not directly participate in the execution. As usual, blame shifting when things go wrong, and taking a share if it succeeds. Chen Ming stood up, patting the soup stain off his robe. Mr. Matsuda, yes, I have received your intelligence. Regarding the mask activation, is it safe on your end? Not exposed for now. Then take care. Chen Ming turned off the communicator. Lu Yifei was already dialing Lin Yuanshan's channel. Chief Lin, urgent intelligence. Highest priority. A sound of a chair moving came from the communicator. Comrade Lu Yifei, could you elaborate on the situation? The Prime Minister of Sakura Country has activated a plan called the Amaterasu Project. The plan involves activating 10 phantom masks distributed globally. Each mask corresponds to an ancient seal of weirdness. Once activated, all seals will be lifted in a chain reaction within 72 hours. There are 3 within Long Country located in Kunlun Taishan and under the South China Sea. Is the intelligence source reliable? Matsuda Masayoshi, the Minister of Defense of Sakura Country. He contacted Chen Ming proactively. There was silence on the other end for 5 whole seconds. Yifei, can you confirm? He said. He is the Minister of Defense. Confirmed. I have verified the communication frequency and identity code. He said the activation ceremony begins tonight. Correct. The 2 masks within Sakura Country will be activated tonight. Lin Yuanshan's voice lowered. I will immediately report to the highest level. At the same time, activate the emergency plans for the 3 sealing points of Kunlun Taishan and the South China Sea. Notify all a level and above ability users to enter a state of readiness. What about Chen Ming? Lin Yuanshan paused for a moment. What was his reaction? Lu Yifei turned to glance at Chen Ming. He was squatting next to the cafeteria's water dispenser, getting hot water to brew tea. He is the same as always. In the early hours of the next day, the highest decision-making body of Long Country completed two things overnight. The first was to deploy a quick response team of level ability users at the three sealing points of Kunlun Taishan and the South China Sea. The second was to approve Chen Ming's request for assistance to Saudi Arabia. The reason was simple. There is also a phantom mask within Saudi Arabia, and unlike Long Country, it has not had multiple reinforced seals. The phantom mask within Saudi Arabia is likely in a free state. If it can be found and sealed before activation, it would mean one less potential outbreak point. And eliminating the desert worm is a prerequisite for Saudi Arabia's submission. The two matters were tied together for maximum efficiency. At 4 in the morning, a military airport. A modified transport plane sat at the end of the runway, its fuselage bearing the insignia of the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force. Lu Yifei, carrying her Tang saber, glanced back as she ascended the boarding ladder. Chen Ming stood below, speaking with Zhao Xiaobei. Staff Officer, Zhao, have the boxed meals been prepared for the plane? Zhao Xiaobei adjusted his glasses. Prepared 4 servings. Are there hot chicken legs? Yes, all set for Daoist Chen. All right, let's go. Chen Ming climbed the ladder, the hem of his Daoist robe swaying in the night breeze. The cabin had been modified. The front half featured 2 rows of seats facing each other. The rear half was stacked with several metal crates containing communication equipment and emergency supplies. Lu Yifei had already seated herself, a tablet on her lap, as she reviewed documents. Chen Ming sat opposite her, fastened his seatbelt, and leaned back. How long is the flight? About 7 hours. Perfect for a nap. Don't sleep just yet. Lu Yifei handed him the tablet. Take a look at the information on the desert worm. Chen Ming took the tablet, squinting as he skimmed a couple of lines. Body length over 300 meters, diameter approximately 40 meters. The surface is covered with multiple layers of silicified carapace, harder than any known natural mineral. It can move freely at depths of 500 meters underground. The temperature inside its mouth exceeds 2,000 degrees, capable of melting any metal. It has high resistance to spiritual energy attacks. Ordinary rank Esper strikes cannot penetrate its shell. Saudi Arabia once mobilized all its Espers for a joint assault, but failed to inflict effective damage. Strength assessment. Chen Ming returned the tablet to Lu Yifei. Pretty tough. Do you have confidence? Lay disciple, I've already dealt with 2 strength anomalies. The Bone Kuan and the Yellow Spring Great Deity. No matter how hard this worm is, it can't be tougher than that deity. That deity was amplified by 30,000 human lives. Lu Yifei retrieved the tablet. It's different. The worm is a physical type anomaly. Its defense follows a path of solid substance hardening. Your Thunder Method and Golden Light are a dimensional strike against ghost type anomalies. But against a purely physical defense target, the effect might be diminished. Your analysis is quite professional, lay disciple. I'm not just a pretty face. Chen Ming chuckled and closed his eyes. We'll see when we get there. If I can't break through, I'll just hit it more times. Your problem-solving approach is always so straightforward and crude. Don't complicate things. If it works, it's good enough. The plane accelerated down the runway, shuddering slightly as it lifted off. Lu Yifei leaned her Tang saber against the seat, her gaze fixed on the ground lights fading away outside the window. Her phone vibrated. It was an encrypted message from Lin Yuanshan. Matsuda's intelligence had passed triple cross-verification. The Amaterasu plan was confirmed as true. The activation rituals for 2 masks within the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had commenced at 9 o'clock tonight. The countdown for resonance diffusion had begun. 72 hours. Lu Yifei locked the screen and tucked the phone into her pocket. Only 72 hours. Subtracting the 7-hour flight, they would have 65 hours left upon arrival in Saudi Arabia. Within 65 hours, they had to eliminate the desert worm, locate the ghost shadow mask within Saudi borders, and then rush back to the Dragon Kingdom to address the potential seal-breaking crisis. She glanced at Chen Ming, who had already begun to snore on the opposite seat. This man certainly slept with an easy conscience. The plane pierced through the clouds in the night sky. Beneath the wing, the outline of Blue Star was faintly visible in the darkness. 6 hours later. Riyadh Military Base, Saudi Arabia. As the cabin door opened, a wave of dry, hot air rushed in. Chen Ming was hit by the heat, frowning as he sat up straight from his seat. This place is like a steam oven. It is a desert after all. It must be around 50 degrees here. Lu Yifei had already organized her gear, slinging the Tang saber over her back as she walked toward the door. Welcome to the Middle East. 2 familiar figures stood at the bottom of the boarding ladder. Hassan and Muam. Both wore formal Saudi military uniforms with golden insignia embroidered on their shoulder boards. Hassan's eyes were red. The moment he saw Chen Ming descend the ladder, he rushed forward and knelt on one knee. Mr. Chen. Muam knelt as well. Thank you for coming. Get up, get up. Chen Ming reached out to pull him up. Don't kneel at every turn. I am not your king. Hassan stood and firmly shook Chen Ming's hand. Our king is waiting for you inside. The military convoy drove through Riyadh city center and entered the checkpoints surrounding the royal palace. Along the way, a guard post stood every 50 meters with armed soldiers standing at attention. Chen Ming pressed his face to the window, looking around. Lay disciple, this escort is even grander than the convoy that received me in the capital. Of course, this is the protocol for receiving Saudi royalty. Liu Yifei sat beside him, organizing communication devices. When you meet the king later, mind your manners. What manners? Don't immediately ask him what good food they have. Isn't that basic socializing? No, it is. The convoy stopped in front of the main palace hall. Hassan opened the door, bending down and gesturing with his hand. Taoist, Chen Miss Liu, please. Inside the palace's inner hall, thick Persian carpets covered the floor and golden ornaments adorned the dome. A middle-aged man in a white robe sat in the main seat, a red checkered headcloth wrapped around his head. His face bore a neatly trimmed short beard. His eyes were deep-set, locking onto Chen Ming the moment he stepped into the hall. 6 people in military uniforms stood beside him. King Salman of Saudi Arabia. Taoist Chun of the Dragon Kingdom. Salman spoke fluent Blue Star common tongue, his voice carrying the deep resonance of the desert. Welcome to Saudi Arabia. Your name is already renowned in our land. Chen Ming stepped forward a couple of paces and cupped his hands in a salute. King Lay disciple, you're too kind. Salman's expression paused for a beat. He turned to glance at Hassan. Hassan leaned in and whispered a few words. A slight smile curved at the corner of Salman's mouth. Lay disciple, that's an interesting title. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom, please have a seat. Servants brought over 2 chairs, and Chen Ming and Liu Yifei sat down. Salman waved his hand, and the servants presented 2 plates of dates and a pot of Arabian coffee. Chen Ming picked up a date, popped it into his mouth, and chewed a couple of times. Sweet, delicious. Lay disciple, Liu wants some. Liu Yifei gently kicked his shin from beside him. Salman laughed. Taoist Chen, you are far more interesting than the legends suggest. We witnessed all your battles on the celestial screen. To be honest, that technique that split the sky kept my generals awake for 3 nights. Chen Ming picked that one did cause quite a stir. I couldn't control it well. Now that you are here. Salman's smile faded. So are you willing to help us? Help, of course, will help. After all, we're all friends. Chen Ming swallowed the date and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. But I need to ask about the specifics first. When and where did that worm last appear? Salman turned to look at an officer bearing the rank of Major General. Fad, you will explain the situation. General Fad stepped forward. The last appearance was 3 days ago. It devoured an oil facility in the southern Rub al-Khali desert. More than 200 workers were all killed. We deployed all our psychics and 3 armored brigades to contain it. The attacks from the psychics had no effect on its shell. The tank shells from the armored brigades left no marks at all. It moves underground faster than our armored We cannot catch up to it at all. Chen Ming nodded. Is there a pattern? Just a pattern of its appearances. General Fad unfolded a terrain map of the desert, marking several points in red. Its activity range is concentrated in the central area of the Rub al-Khali desert. It surfaces approximately every 2 to 3 days. The purpose of surfacing is to feed. In other words, its next appearance might be today or tomorrow. Yes. Chen Ming glanced at the distribution of the red marks on the map. The distribution of these points is not random. He circled an area with his finger on the map. Look, all the appearing points revolve around this area. The center of this position is unmarked. General Fad leaned in for a closer look. That area is the deepest part of the desert with extremely high temperatures, and no facilities have ever been built there. There are no oil fields either. We have never sent anyone in. Chen Ming pointed at the blank central point. The nest of that worm should be right here. General Fad stared at the position Chen Ming indicated for a long time. Are you sure? Not certain, but I have an 80% confidence. Chen Ming withdrew his finger and took another date. Glass anomalies do not wander without purpose. Its activity trajectory must revolve around the nest. All appearing points are distributed along the edge of this circle. Only the central area has never appeared. It's not that it doesn't go, it's that it doesn't need to go. Because the nest is right there. Fat turned to look at Salman. Salman nodded slightly. Chen Ming's analysis makes a lot of sense. Fat arranged an elite team to escort them to that area. No need. Chen Ming spat the date pit into the plate. The more people, the greater the disturbance. That worm can sense the vibrations on the surface. If dozens of armored vehicles go by, it's like beating drums to announce that someone is coming. Just Liu and I will go. Fat frowned. 2 people deep into the desert. Mr. Chen, the surface temperature there exceeds 60 degrees. Without vehicle support. I have golden light protection, so I won't be burned. Chen Ming stood up. King Liu. Moi. Besides the worm issue, I want to ask you something else. Please speak. Is there a seal of the ghost shadow mask within Saudi Arabia? Salman's expression changed. Not drastically, just a slight twitch of his eyelid. The generals nearby exchanged glances. How do you know about the ghost shadow mask? Someone told me. Chen Ming's tone was casual. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation has completely gone mad. He plans to activate 10 ghost shadow masks globally and lift all seals together. to drag the entire blue planet down. The one within Saudi Arabia is also within the activation range. The hall fell silent for 3 seconds. Salman's hand rested on the armrest, his knuckles tightening. Are you serious? Absolutely. The source of the intelligence is the defense minister of Sakura Nation. The resonance diffusion has already started with about 60 hours remaining. Salman stood up. Fat. Yes. Immediately contact the Elder Council that guards the masks to initiate the seal. Make them go on high alert. Yes. Fat turned and hurriedly left the hall. Salman walked up to Chen Ming, looking at him with a direct gaze for the first time. Taoist, mister. If you can help us deal with the worm and keep the mask sealed. The loyalty of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the Dragon Kingdom is not merely a piece of paper. It is an everlasting alliance. Chen Ming clasped his hands. Let's deal with the worm first. 3 hours later, edge of the Rub al-Khali Desert. A Saudi military helicopter delivered Chen Ming and Lu Yifei to the perimeter of the desert, and then turned back and flew away. The outpost was merely a tent and a communication device. The sand was lifted by the wind. It made a soft sound as it hit the canvas of the tent. Lu Yifei took out 2 bottles of water and some compressed rations from the tent. From here to the center point you mark the straight line distance is about 120 kilometers. It would take 2 days on foot. Chen Ming stood outside the tent, squinting into the depths of the desert. The scorching air twisted above the dunes, and the distant horizon warped in the heat haze. Walking is too slow. Do you have any other methods? Chen Ming raised his right hand, tracing a line in the air. A beam of golden light shot out from his fingertip. It condensed into a circular light ring 3 meters ahead. The diameter of the ring was about 2 meters, suspended half a meter above the ground. The golden light flowed slowly over the ring. Get on. Lu Yifei looked at the golden light ring, her eyes twitching slightly. What is this? A variant usage of the golden light spell. I've named it Golden Light Cloud. Stand on it. When did you learn this? I figured it out of boredom on the way to Jean City. Weren't you sleeping on the helicopter? Then I must have thought of it in my dream. Lu Yifei took a deep breath. When she stepped onto the golden light cloud, she felt a gentle support under her feet, very steady. Chen Ming jumped up and stood beside her. The golden light cloud slowly rose under his guidance, moving into the depths of the desert after ascending several meters off the ground. The speed increased. The dunes flew rapidly beneath them, and the scorching sand wind was blocked outside by the golden light. Lu Yifei's ponytail fluttered in the wind. She looked down at the desert beneath her, then glanced at Chen Ming, who was standing beside her, hands in pockets, squinting and enjoying the cool breeze. Chen Ming. My. How many abilities do you have that you haven't revealed yet? Chen Ming tilted his head, thinking. I don't know, that depends on the situation. The golden light cloud passed over the first dune cluster. The desert ahead stretched endlessly in the heat. Lu Yifei's gaze swept over the ground. In the low-lying areas between the dunes there was an arc-shaped rise, about 50 meters wide. It extended from the base of the left dune all the way to the horizon. That was the moving trace of the worm. It had been here. And not long ago. When the golden light cloud passed over that arc rise, Lu Yifei crouched down. Look at the patterns on the sand surface. The edges of the rise are still slowly sinking, indicating that this trace was formed no more than 2 hours ago. Chen Ming also crouched down to take a look. Fresh. The direction is from southwest to northeast. Lu Yifei traced a line on the map with her finger. If calculated based on this direction, it is moving towards the central point you marked. Perfect, let's go to its nest and ambush it. The golden light cloud accelerated. The terrain of the desert became increasingly desolate towards the center. The dunes disappeared, replaced by vast expanses of salt flats and cracked yellow earth. There was no vegetation, no traces of any living beings. The ground reflected a glaring white salt light, making it difficult to open one's eyes. After flying for about 40 minutes, Chen Ming signaled the golden light cloud to slow down. Stop. The golden light cloud hovered in midair. Lu Yifei looked down. Below them was a sunken basin. The diameter of the basin was about 3 kilometers, with a circular low cliff at the edge. In the center of the basin, there was a huge opening. The opening had a diameter of over 50 meters. The surrounding rock layers melted by high temperatures and then cooled, forming a circle of black glass-like material. Hot air waves were rising from the opening. That is the entrance to the nest. Chen Ming pointed at the hole. Within my perception range, there is a massive spiritual energy response about 300 meters underground, slowly moving. Is it a worm? It should be. It's moving upwards. Lu Yifei tightened her grip on the tang knife. Moving upwards, hey. Is it coming out to hunt? The two stood atop the cliff, overlooking the gigantic cave entrance 3 kilometers away. The ground trembled slightly. It was not a wind-induced vibration. It was a rhythmic, deep pulsation coming from the depths of the earth. The interval between each pulse was approximately 5 seconds. It felt as if something was writhing beneath the ground. It's coming. Chen Ming's eyes were half open, fixed on the direction of the cave entrance. Lu Yifei drew her tang knife. The blade reflected silver light in the scorching air. Not even the entire army from the shade side could damage its shell. Chen Ming, what do you plan to do? First, let me and this big worm exchange a few blows and see how it goes. The frequency of the ground tremors was increasing. 3 seconds apart. 2 seconds apart. 1 second apart. The heat wave emerging from the cave suddenly changed color. From colorless to orange-red, accompanied by a strong smell of burning. Then the cave exploded. A massive gray-white cylindrical object erupted from the ground with a diameter of over 40 meters. Its surface was covered with layers of concentric silicon shells, each layer's edge adorned with jagged patterns. The shell exhibited a dark gray metallic sheen. Under the sunlight, it reflected dazzling light spots. The height of the cylinder had already exceeded 30 meters, but its tail remained underground. More of its body continuously emerged from the cave entrance. 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. The front of the worm curved in the air, revealing its mouth parts. It was a large circular mouth made of 6 silicon serrated petals. Each serrated edge was 5 meters long. The inner side of the serration was covered with dense, tiny protrusions resembling a circle of coarse sandpaper. Deep within its mouth parts, a swirling, orange-red light pulsed. The temperature reading jumped on Lu Yifei's tactical lens. 2,100 degrees. The front of the worm rotated in the air, and the 6-petaled mouth opened to its maximum angle. A low-frequency hum emanated from within its body, causing debris on the cliff to tumble down. Lu Yifei wiped the sweat forced out by the heat wave from her forehead. A full 300 meters long. Class Anomaly Desert Worm. Indeed a fitting name. Chen Ming stood on the cliff, hands tucked in his sleeves, squinting at the massive worm swaying in the sunlight. Quite spectacular, though it is a bit ugly. After completing a sweep in the air, the front of the worm suddenly, the 6-petaled mouth aimed at the direction of the 2 figures on the cliff. It sensed living creatures. The low-frequency hum transformed into a high-pitched shriek. The entire body of the worm began to move toward the cliff. Its speed was astonishing. The ground where it passed shattered and collapsed, raising a sandstorm that obscured the sky. It's coming. Chen Ming extended his right hand from his sleeves. The golden light in his palm flickered in the desert sunlight. Retreat 20 steps, layman. It might get a bit noisy next, just watch me perform. The worm's speed was faster than Chen Ming had anticipated. It crossed the 3-kilometer distance in less than half a minute. The massive worm's image moving through the sandstorm was broadcast globally through the sky screen. The 6-petaled mouth opened wide. The internal temperature exceeding 2,000 degrees distorted the air in front into translucent heat waves. The worm's target was clear. The 2 tiny figures standing on the cliff. Chen Ming raised his right hand. A fist-sized golden orb of light coalesced in his palm and shot toward the worm's front. The golden orb traveled to 300 meters in less than a second. It struck the edge of the worm's mouthparts. The exploding golden light detonated at the point of contact. A bullseyed white scorch mark appeared on the silicon shell. Then it vanished. The shell beneath the scorch mark remained intact. Not even a crack formed. It really can't be penetrated. Chen Ming retracted his hand and flexed his wrist. The worm's speed showed no signs of slowing. That golden orb was like a mosquito bite to it. Lu Yifei shouted from 20 steps away. The shell is made of a silicon structure. Spiritual energy will be mostly refracted off the surface. You need to find the gaps in its shell and cut in through them. Where are the gaps? At the joints between the circular shells there is about half a centimeter of gap between each segment of the shell. Half a centimeter? Yes. That requires quite a bit of precision. The worm had already reached below the cliff. Its front end lifted high and drew an arc in the air. The 6-petaled mouth opened, and a stream of orange-red magma erupted from deep within its mouth. Chen Ming pulled Lu Yifei to leap sideways. The golden light cloud formed beneath their feet, allowing the 2 to swiftly glide over the edge of the cliff. The cliff behind them melted instantly under the scalding magma. The rock turned into boiling liquid flowing down the cliff face. This stench is fiercer than that of a ghost king. Chen Ming maneuvered the golden light cloud to the side of the worm. His gaze swept over the connection points of the worm's circular shells. Half a centimeter gap. To find a half-centimeter gap on a 300-meter-long worm and accurately insert an attack. Layman, direct me to the largest gap. A string of data jumped on Lu Yifei's tactical lens. 60 meters to your left front at the junction between the 7th and 8th segments of the shell. The gap at that position is slightly wider, about 8 millimeters. 8 millimeters, that will suffice. Chen Ming's right hand formed a finger, condensing a thread of extremely fine golden light at his fingertip. This thread of golden light was no thicker than a needle for embroidery, but its density was extremely high, compressing its surface brilliance to nearly invisible levels. He flicked his wrist. A needle-like beam of golden light shot out silently, traversing a distance of 60 meters, precisely piercing the 8mm gap between the 7th and 8th segments of the shell. The worm's body trembled violently. A high-frequency shriek emanated from within, shaking the golden light cloud. Once the beam of golden light entered the shell, it detonated within the worm's flesh. Golden light spurted out from the gap, accompanied by dark red bodily fluid. A visible crack appeared between the 7th and 8th segments of the worm's shell. Effective. A hint of brightness colored Lu Yifei's voice. It pierced through the inner layer of the shell. But this wound is too small for it. With a body 300 meters long, this wound is like being bitten by a mosquito. We need to increase the dosage. Chen Ming tilted his head as he watched the worm thrash in furious pain. Increase the dosage, huh? He extended his left hand from his sleeve. With golden light in his right hand and black water in his left, the dual forces of yin and yang unleashed. But this time he did not merge the two types of thunder techniques. His right hand gathered dozens of needle-like beams of golden light, while his left hand coalesced into numerous fine black water strands. Each strand was compressed to the utmost limit. Adept, please provide the location. Between the 12th and 13th segments, 30 meters directly above you with a gap of 7 millimeters. Between the 25th and 26th segments, 80 meters to the right front with a gap of 9 millimeters. Another 2 beams shot out. Between the 41st and 42nd segments directly below. Chen Ming maneuvered on the golden light cloud. Each time Lu Yifei reported a location, he accurately delivered the needle-like attack into the shell's gap. Once the golden light entered, it detonated within, shattering the internal tissues. The black water spread along the flesh, corroding and dissolving. Within 1 minute, Chen Ming opened more than 20 holes on the worm's body, each exuding golden light and dark purple lightning. Dark red bodily fluid surged out from each hole. It fell onto the desert ground, turning the yellow sand into black glass. The worm writhed in agony, its 300-meter-long body thrashing around, flattening the sand dunes within a radius of several hundred meters. Its mouthparts once again aimed towards Chen Ming's direction. This time it was not magma. The worm's 6-petal mouthparts suddenly retracted, forming a sharp conical shape at the front. Then it shot forward like a bullet. The 300-meter-long worm body charged forward with all its might, plowing a 10-meter-deep trench in the ground along its path. The speed was so fast that the tracking data on Lu Yifei's tactical lens showed a delay. We need to dodge. Chen Ming pulled Lu Yifei's wrist as the golden light clouds swiftly turned in the air. The worm's conical head brushed past them just 3 meters away. The shockwave scattered Lu Yifei's ponytail. Chen Ming steadied the golden light cloud and glanced at the deep trench left by the worm as it rushed by. This worm is getting desperate. You've heard it. That's good. A wound will expose weaknesses. After the worm's charge ended, it began to turn in the desert. Its body curved into a massive arc, preparing for a second charge. Chen Ming watched as its abdomen was exposed while it turned. The color of the shell on the abdomen was several shades lighter than that on the back, and its texture was not as dense. Most importantly, the gap where the abdominal shell connected was noticeably wider than that on the back. A depth do you see underneath its belly? Lu Yifei's gaze also caught it. The gap in the abdominal shell is larger, some places exceed 2 centimeters. And I see something. What? At the position of the 150th segment of its abdominal shell, there is light flickering in the gap. It's not sunlight being reflected. It's light emanating from within its body. Chen Ming followed Lu Yifei's direction with his gaze. In the central back position of the worm's body, indeed, there was an orange-red glow flickering in a gap in the abdominal shell. That is the core. Right there. Chen Ming's lips curled slightly. The worm completed its turn, curling into an exaggerated shape, with its conical head once again aimed at Chen Ming's position. The second charge was about to begin. Adept, I need you to help me with something. Say it. I will confront it hidden, while you circle around to its belly. Help me confirm the precise location of the core, then report it to me in the bait. You're the locator. Lu Yifei said no more. She leaped off the golden light cloud, her toes landing on a sand dune, her form lowering as she swiftly moved towards the side of the worm. The black tactical jacket swept through the sandstorm at high speed. The physical prowess of a grade upper tier exhibited astonishing maneuverability after breaking through. Chen Ming stood alone on the golden light cloud. Facing the charging 300-meter-long worm, he tucked his hands into his sleeves. The worm's charge began. The conical head plunged into the ground, the entire body rapidly moving close to the surface, raising a dust cloud that blotted out the sun. It was a plowing charge. The ground cracked and collapsed in the path it traversed. The shockwaves reached the cliff 3 kilometers away, causing entire sections of the cliff's edge to crumble. Chen Ming maneuvered the golden light cloud to meet it. When the worm was 50 meters directly in front of him, he jumped off the golden light cloud, landing on top of the worm's head shell with his toes. That step was very light. But the golden light that radiated from his foot exploded into a massive halo on the shell's surface. The worm's head was slightly redirected by the force of the golden light. Its attention was completely locked onto the glowing figure above. The 6-petal mouthparts opened and high-temperature magma sprayed towards Chen Ming. Chen Ming performed a flip in midair. The golden light cloud caught him, sweeping him past the edge of the magma. The scorching airflow singed a small section of his robe. "I need a new robe," he murmured, continuing to dart back and forth above the worm's head, using small golden light projectiles to constantly stimulate its senses. The worm was enraged by his antics, its head thrashing as it tracked his position. Its attention was completely drawn upward. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei had already circled beneath the worm's body. The 300-meter-long worm body passed overhead, with dark red bodily fluid seeping from the connection points of each segment. Her body pressed tightly against the ground, moving swiftly in the shadow beneath the worm's body. The count on the tactical lens was fluctuating. Her gaze was fixed ahead. In the gap of the abdomen, an orange-red light danced. The light source was about 30 centimeters deep within the fissure, pulsating in rhythm with the heartbeat of a worm. Lu Yifei pressed the communicator. Chen Ming positioning complete. The 150th carapace is 3 centimeters to the left of the center of the abdomen. The core is approximately 30 centimeters deep. The width of the gap is 2.5 centimeters. Receive. Chen Ming's voice came through the communicator as languid and indifferent as usual. Adept, back away a bit. I'm about to do something big. Lu Yifei turned and retreated to the side. After running 50 meters, she glanced back. Chen Ming's golden cloud had risen to a height of over 100 meters above the worm's body. His figure became a small silhouette under the sunlight. His right hand extended from his sleeve with his index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the sky. The desert sky was cloudless for miles. But at the moment Chen Ming pointed to the sky, the moisture in the air began to rapidly condense. Visible white mist gathered from all directions above his fingertips. 2 seconds later, a white cloud the size of a fist formed above his fingertip. The cloud was rapidly expanding, growing from fist size to basin size, then to the size of a person. Golden lightning danced within the cloud. Yang Wulei, silver white worm. Chen Ming turned his finger from the sky down to the ground, aiming at the position of the 150th segment of the worm's shell. Destroy. White lightning descended from the cloud. But this time the lightning did not strike over a wide area. It condensed into a fine lightning snake with a diameter of only 5 centimeters. Ultimate compression. Ultimate penetrative power. The lightning bolt existed in the air for only a fraction of a second. It pierced through a height of 100 meters and through a 2.5 centimeter gap in the worm's abdominal shell. Incredibly precise. After penetrating 30 centimeters into the body, it struck the pulsating core, glowing with orange-red light. The lightning exploded within the core. The entire body of the worm stiffened at the same time. The 300-meter-long worm hovered in the air. After a heartbeat's interval, a golden-white crack spread from the position of the 150th segment towards both ends. The speed of the crack spreading across the shell's surface increased. When it reached the head, the 6-petal mouthpart suddenly opened to its maximum angle. High-temperature magma surged from the mouth towards the sky. Then it extinguished. The worm's body began to shatter from the 150th segment. The siliconized shell peeled off piece by piece, crashing onto the desert and stirring up a cloud of dust. Dark red bodily fluid gushed out for a few seconds before stopping. 30 seconds. The 300-meter-long glass, strange desert worm. From the core being shattered to the entire body completely disintegrating. It took only 30 seconds. An orange-red glass core rolled out from the shattered worm body, landing on the burned, black, glass-like sand. Chen Ming controlled the golden cloud to slowly descend and walked over to pick up the core. He weighed it in his hand. It's quite heavy. Lu Yifei ran back from afar, covered in dust. She glanced at the 300-meter-long remains of the worm beneath her feet, then at the core in Chen Ming's hand. You solved it with one lightning strike. Just one. It penetrated the glass, siliconized shell. Did not penetrate the shell. It drilled in through the gap. From such a distance you hit a gap of a few centimeters. You aimed very accurately, hitting it in. Lu Yifei looked at his face, seriously contemplating whether to say something. In the end, she only said 3 words. Let's go back. This battle was fully projected into the live broadcast room. The barrage in the live broadcast room had already caused the system to crash for the 3rd time. Global audiences witnessed a textbook-level precise hunt that day. It was not a violent crush, but how did he fit a 5-centimeter lightning bolt into a 2.5 centimeter gap? The precision of the lightning technique was controlled to the centimeter level. What kind of operation is this? A 300-meter-long glass strange worm was killed by a single lightning strike. Can you believe it? It was even more exaggerated than the incident in Jin City. At least in Jin City, it merged yin-yang dual lightning. This time it only used a mini version of Yang Wulei to directly penetrate the core. This is two different concepts. Last time was terrifying destructive power, this time is perfect control. I can only say that Taoist is invincible. Chen, do I need to use a big move to hit you? A toothpick is enough. The barrage in the Saudi live broadcast room had only two kinds. One was Arabic expressions of gratitude. The other was 3 words in the universal language of Blue Star. So strong. Chen Ming ignored the surging shock value, deciding to resolve the mask issue before studying further. Saudi Royal Palace. Salman stood motionless in the center of the main hall after watching the battle replay on the sky curtain. General Fad stood behind him, looking as if he had witnessed a miracle. Eliminating the worm took less than 5 minutes. Fad's voice was somewhat dry. It was something our entire army couldn't achieve in 3 months of encirclement. He used one lightning technique to successfully annihilate that strange desert worm. Salman turned around. Has the Taoist from the Dragon Kingdom returned? He has arrived at the base. Please invite him to the palace. Yes. An hour later, Chen Ming walked into the Saudi Royal Palace's main hall for the second time. This time there were twice as many people in the main hall compared to last time. Almost all core members of the Saudi royal family were present. Salman stood up from the main seat when he saw Chen Ming enter. Taoist Chen, King, esteemed guest. Regarding the worm, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude on behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and all the Saudi citizens. You're too polite, it was a simple task. Additionally, Salman received a wooden box from an attendant. The box was small, covered with a layer of dark golden velvet. He opened the box, revealing a green pearl about the size of a thumb. Spiritual energy flowed slowly within the pearl. This is the holy water condensation pearl passed down through generations of the Saudi royal family. It is formed from the oldest holy spring water of Saudi Arabia. It contains extremely pure spiritual power. Please accept it. Chen Ming took the box, glanced at it, and then handed it to Lu Yifei. Esteemed guest, you keep it. Why do you always give me the good stuff? You should save some for yourself. I have no use for it, it's just right for you. Lu Yifei accepted the box without hesitation. She was already accustomed to it. By the way, King, esteemed guest, there's one more thing. You say it. About the ghost shadow mask. Salman's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and everyone in the hall except core members exited. Fad, please invite the elders. 5 minutes later, 3 elderly men in white robes entered the hall. The leading elder had a beard that reached his chest and leaned on a wooden staff inscribed with runes. Taoist, these 3 are the elders guarding the mask seal. Where is the location of the mask seal? The leading elder stepped forward, his voice old but clear. It is in the deepest part of the Rub al-Khali Desert, about 80 kilometers from the worm's nest. There lies the ruins of an ancient city buried by sand for 2,000 years. The mask is sealed in the lowest layer of the ancient city. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's brow twitched slightly. So close to the worm's nest. Yes. The reason the worm appears in that area is likely due to the spiritual power emitted by the mask attracting it. So has the worm been dealt with, and is the seal still intact? Currently it is. But we have received unusual vibration signals. Since last night, the spiritual energy fluctuations of the seal have shown irregular pulses. This has never happened before. Chen Ming and Lu Yifei exchanged glances. Last night, it coincided with the time when the Sakura Kingdom began the activation ceremony. It seems the resonance has already begun. Chen Ming turned to Salman. Honorable King, I need to take a look at that ancient city. Fad, prepare the fastest transport for Taoist Chen. No need. Chen Ming put his hands in his pockets. I can get there faster on my own. Just send me the coordinates. Honorable One, let's go. Lu Yifei followed him. The two once again stepped onto the golden cloud, flying deeper into the desert. During the flight, Lu Yifei's communicator rang. It was Lin Yuanshan. Yifei and Chen Ming, how is the situation on your side? The seal on Kunlun has begun to show cracks. Taishan also has abnormal signals. The speed of resonance diffusion is faster than anticipated. It may be less than 72 hours. We have also detected resonance signals here. Lu Yifei glanced at, we are heading to the mask sealing location in Saudi Arabia. Handle the situation there, then immediately fly back. Time is short, but prioritize your own safety. After the communication ended, the golden cloud flew for another 20 minutes over the desert. Chen Ming's perception first captured the target. Beneath the sand, a faint pulse of spiritual energy was radiating in a certain direction. The golden cloud landed on what seemed to be ordinary sand. But when Chen Ming infused golden light into the sand layer beneath his feet, the sand began to sink under the vibration of the golden light, revealing a stone brick surface buried for 2,000 years. Ancient Arabic patterns were engraved on the bricks. In the center of the ground was a staircase leading underground. A faint resonance hum emanated from the depths of the staircase. The mask is right below. Chen Ming paused as he stepped onto the first step. A familiar prompt sound echoed within him. Ding system prompt detected resonance between the host's spiritual field and the ancient formation relic. Unlock conditions have been met. Consuming shock value to unlock. 8 unique techniques. Wind after Chi Min officially unlocked. Wind after Chi Min master all changes of the world. The operational laws within the formation can all be grasped in one palm. I am the position, I am the fortune and misfortune. This technique must be gradually developed in conjunction with one's own cultivation. Chen Ming looked at the prompt before him, his eyes brightened. Unexpectedly, it is the end of Chi Min. Wind after Chi Min. What's wrong? Lu Yifei asked from behind him. Nothing, I suddenly learned something new. What new thing? Just a fun little technique. Can you explain it a bit more clearly? Chen Ming merely stepped lightly on the ground, and in an instant the formation unfolded. His right hand drew a frame gesture in the air. A golden light condensed in the space, traced by his gesture, forming a golden frame 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Inside the frame was emptiness. Through the void one could see the scene on the other side. It was the Saudi royal palace hall they had just left. Lu Yifei's eyes widened. What is this? A teleportation portal. The basic ability of wind after Chi Min. A small manipulation of space. Walk in, and you'll be on the other side. Lu Yifei stared at the golden frame for 5 seconds. You're telling me you just learned a skill that can alter space? Oh, how did you learn it? Just by stepping on a step. Just by stepping on a step. Yes. Lu Yifei closed her eyes for a moment. Chen Ming is just talking nonsense again. Honorable one, please don't speak carelessly. This little Taoist never lies. Forget it, I've given up on understanding you. Chen Ming raised his hand to wipe away the frame, stepping down the staircase. The resonance hum from below grew stronger. The mask seal awaited them in the darkness ahead. The staircase was narrow, allowing only 2 people to pass side by side with difficulty. The engravings on the stone walls shimmered with a faint glow under the golden light released by Chen Ming. The deeper they went, the clearer the resonance hum became. It was the subsonic frequency vibration of spiritual energy oscillating through the stone walls into the air. At the end, a circular stone chamber about 10 meters in diameter appeared before them. In the center of the chamber stood a stone pillar. At the top of the pillar rested a mask. Grayish-white in texture, the ghostly patterns on the mask flickered slightly. From the surface of the mask radiated faint dark purple light waves. That was the source of the resonance. It is already responding. Chen Ming walked to the front of the stone pillar, lowering his head to look at the mask. The ghostly patterns on the mask suddenly contracted as he drew near. The dark purple light waves grew stronger. The Sakura Kingdom has activated 2 masks, and the resonance signal has reached here. If no action is taken, this mask will also be completely activated within a few dozen hours. At that time, the ancient anomalies sealed within Saudi Arabia will awaken. Lu Yifei stood behind him, her hand resting on her Tang Dao. How should we deal with it? Break it. Breaking it. Chen Ming traced a circle above the mask with his finger. There is a linkage effect between the 10 masks. Breaking one won't stop the resonance, but will instead accelerate the activation of the other 9. Then what do we do? Cut off the resonance. I originally planned to use the golden light spell to layer several seals, but now there's a more convenient method. Chen Ming's left hand spread open above the stone pillar, while his right hand drew a circle in the air. The formation of wind after Chi Min unfolded at that moment. Chen Ming immediately felt the changes around him were under his control. He could see the connection pathway between the mask and the outside world. That was not a passage in the physical sense. It was the resonance frequency of the spatial level. The 10 masks sensed each other through a special spatial frequency. The 2 masks activated by the Sakura Kingdom were sending activation signals to the other 8 masks. I see it. Chen Ming's right hand continued to draw as a golden pattern formed in the space surrounding the mask. The connection between the 10 masks is realized through spatial frequency. I'll use wind after Chi Min to seal off the spatial frequency of this mask. It's like putting it in a soundproof cover. If the resonance signal can't get in, it won't be activated. Can you do that? Let's try. Chen Ming's hands came together above the mask. Golden patterns wove a spherical network in the air, enveloping the entire mask and stone pillar. Each node of the network flickered with golden light. That was the lock of wind after Chi Min. The spatial passage was being closed one by one. The dark purple light waves on the mask began to weaken, from violent pulsations to faint tremors. Finally, they completely stopped. The ghostly patterns on the mask also dimmed, returning to the appearance of an ordinary stone mask. Chen Ming retracted his hands. The spatial resonance frequency of this mask has already been locked by me. As long as this lock is not broken by external forces, it will not be activated. Lu Yifei looked at the mask covered by a golden net. How long can it last? This is achieved by using the wind rearward mysterious gate to alter the laws of space, so there is no need for special maintenance. If no one comes to destroy it, then it will last forever. Lu Yifei nodded and did not ask further. She pressed the communicator. Chief Lin, the ghost shadow mask in Saudi Arabia, has been sealed by Chen Ming. The resonance signal has been blocked, and this mask will not be activated. A long exhalation came from the communicator. Good, this is good news. But Ife, the situation domestically is not optimistic. What happened? The cracks in the Kunlun seal are expanding. There is also an unusual surge of spiritual energy in Taishan. The rate of resonance is faster than we estimated. According to the current trend, the 3 seals within the Dragon Kingdom will be activated within 48 hours. Can our level team hold out? It will be difficult. Lin Yuanshan's voice grew heavy. The spiritual energy response detected from the Kunlun seal has already exceeded its level. Our level team can hardly even get close. We need Chen Ming to come back. Lu Yifei glanced. He was squatting beside a stone pillar studying the carvings on the wall, looking as if he couldn't help but explore every corner of this new place. Chen Ming. My. The seal in the Dragon Kingdom can't hold out any longer. We need to head back immediately. Chen Ming stood up. Then let's go back. With the wind rearward mysterious gate, we can arrive in an instant. He lifted his right foot and stomped hard on the ground, causing a massive 8 trigrams array to begin to form. As the array continued to expand, Chen Ming gently pushed with his hand. Qian character 8 gates transport. The golden door frame took shape in the stone chamber. On the other side of the door frame was a familiar little courtyard at the back of Qingqing Mountain. The stone table in the courtyard still held the chessboard he had confiscated before leaving. Let's go, Taoist. First, let's return to Qingqing Mountain to check the seal situation. Lu Yifei stepped over the golden door frame. The moment her foot touched the ground, the dry desert air transformed into the moist mountain breeze of Qingqing Mountain. The temperature dropped abruptly from 50 degrees to 20 degrees. This is so convenient. Chen Ming walked out of the door frame and casually retracted it. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard swayed its branches and leaves in the gentle breeze. In the distance, the sound of a morning bell echoed from the Tianshi temple. Taoist, you should contact Taoist Qingshu first. I will go check the spiritual spring. The seal I left seems to have some unusual movements again. Chen Ming took steps toward the back mountain. He paused when he reached the courtyard gate. The ground trembled slightly. A dull rumbling sound came from the direction of the spiritual spring. He quickened his pace. By the spiritual spring, the water surface was no longer as it was when he left. The entire spiritual spring was surging. The color of the spring water changed from clear emerald green to murky dark cyan. Deep beneath the water, a dark red light flickered. That was the formation pattern of the seal. The golden light formation that Chen Ming had reinforced last time was being eroded by an external force. He crouched by the spring, dipping his right hand into the water. The sensitivity of his fingertips extended downward. 300 meters deep at the bottom layer of the seal. Something was banging against it. The frequency was exactly the same as the resonance frequency received by the mask in Saudi Arabia. The resonance signal from Sakura country has actually affected this place. Chen Ming withdrew his hand and stood up. His gaze was fixed on the dark cyan whirlpools churning beneath the surface of the spiritual spring. The cursed dragon inside the seal is also about to awaken. Footsteps approached from behind. Taoist Qingshu hurried over, leaning on his whisk, his face filled with urgency. Jin Xiaoyu, you have returned. I have returned. The spiritual spring has started to show unusual movements again since midnight yesterday. The old Taoist has been keeping watch, and now the movements below are becoming increasingly violent. I understand. Chen Ming turned to look at Taoist Qingshu. Taoist, as I mentioned last time, when reinforcing the seal, that dragon's main body is still at the very bottom. I merely secured it tighter, but I did not eliminate it. Now that people from Sakura country are causing trouble again, the resonance signal is gradually dismantling the seal from the outside. What can the old Taoist do to help it? Chen Ming glanced at the spiritual spring. You just need to rest. I can handle this matter myself. This time it cannot be resolved merely by repairing the seal. Even if we repair it 100 times, as long as the resonance continues, the seal will still crack. This time we need to directly address the root problem. Chen Ming's gaze fell on the dark red light at the deepest part of the spiritual spring. Constantly guarding against it is not a solution. Why not go directly down? To completely resolve it. Taoist Qingshu took a step back. You want to enter? Yes. The dragon down there is at least in a level existence. Taoist, rest assured. I have already exterminated peaks level great demons. That resentful dragon down there, no matter how big and strong it is. In simple terms, it is just a vengeful spirit, not a true dragon. Taoist Qingshu opened his mouth, but could not find words to refute. Lu Yifei walked over from behind, still holding the communicator. Chief Lin said that 4 hours ago a large area of cracks appeared in the Kunlun seal. The situation in Taishan is also worsening. He asked if you could go to Kunlun first. Chen Ming thought for 2 seconds. Let me first resolve the issues below Qingqing Mountain completely, to avoid having to put out fires everywhere later. Then I will use the wind rearward mysterious gate to go to Kunlun and Taishan. Isn't there no distance limit for the teleportation gate? There is, but I am relatively strong. Chen Ming said this while raising an eyebrow with some pride. Have you been to? I haven't been. But the spiritual spring of Qingqing Mountain is a node on the same spiritual vein as the seal in Kunlun. If I explore down along the spiritual vein, I should be able to perceive the spatial coordinates of the Kunlun seal. Then we can directly open the door there. Lu Yifei ran this statement through her mind. What you mean is to follow the vein of the spiritual pulse to reach Kunlun. Pretty much. Alright then, let's resolve the issue at our feet first. Chen Ming looked at the churning surface of the spiritual spring. A low muffled roar resonated from deep within the ground. The spring water exploded into 3-meter-high splashes. Taoist, come down with me. I will protect you. You just need to assist me. Lu Yifei drew her tang knife. What do you mean by assist? When I strike it, just help me cheer for it. The stage is set. How can there be no audience? He gently stepped on the ground at the edge of the spiritual spring. The array of the wind rearward mysterious gate unfolded from beneath his feet. The golden pattern spread along the ground towards the surface of the spiritual spring. Can character rippling water. As soon as the words fell, the water surface obediently parted. The water of the spiritual spring pushed to both sides, revealing a downward extending passage. The walls of the passage were engraved with ancient formation patterns. When the golden light shone on them, those patterns lit up for a moment before dimming again. The power of the seal had already weakened significantly. A dull roar echoed from the deepest part of the passage. It was deep and distant, but even separated by hundreds of meters of rock layers. The pressure carried by that low roar made the grass blades at the edge of the spiritual spring wilt slightly. Lu Yifei tightened her grip on the tang knife. Chen Ming took his first step into the passage. Taoist, what is it? There may be no signal once we go in. Help me inform Chief Lin. What should I? Just say we are going down to kill a dragon. We will be back before dinner. The depth of the passage exceeded Chen Ming's expectations. Each step of the stone stairs was engraved with different runes, and the further down they went, the older the runes became. As the golden light illuminated the wall, the deepest patterns transformed from Taoist talismans into a more ancient totem. Chen Ming walked ahead. His right hand casually rested at his side, the golden light from his palm brightening the passage. Lu Yifei followed behind her, Tang Dao held horizontally in front of her. Since stepping into the passage, her spiritual power had been continuously suppressed, leaving her with only 70% of her strength. We're almost there. Chen Ming stopped in his tracks. Before him stood a massive stone door towering over 6 meters high. Its surface was covered in a layer of dark green copper rust, and the carvings had become blurred and indistinct due to the passage of time. However, the black mist seeping through the door crack was very clear. It billowed outward, turning into fine black powder upon contact with Chen Ming's golden light, silently dissipating. Behind this door lies the sealed space. Chen Ming knocked on the stone door with his knuckles. The dull echo resonated down the passage. I can feel it. Lu Yifei's voice was low. The aura of that thing behind the door is even stronger than the Bone Kuan in Jin City. S-class mid-tier, possibly even higher. Chen Ming nodded. The last time it burst forth from the spiritual spring, it was merely a fragment of its vengeful energy condensed into a clone. Its true form is far more terrifying. His palm pressed against the stone door. Golden light seeped into the runes of the stone door, and the ancient formation emitted a humming sound as it was activated by the golden light. The stone door began to move. The heavy sound of grinding echoed through the passage for several seconds. The door opened, revealing an underground space of unimaginable size. The dome rose to a height of over 100 meters. Dark green flames burning for who knows how long were embedded in the walls. The flames did not reach the edges of the space, indicating that the diameter of this underground cavity was at least several kilometers. At the center of the space lay a gigantic circular pit. The pit's diameter was nearly 300 meters with a depth exceeding 50 meters. Coiled at the bottom of the pit was a massive black creature. It was a dragon. Its jet black scales covered a body over 200 meters long. Each scale was inscribed with twisted patterns of resentment. For gigantic claws were deeply embedded in the rock at the bottom of the pit. Dark golden chains coiled around the base of the claws, connecting to 12 stone pillars embedded in the pit walls, each carved with runes. The runes on the chains were dimming one by one. A resonance was disintegrating the seal from within. The black dragon's head lay at the bottom of the pit, its eyes closed. However, its nostrils were breathing steadily. With each exhale, a ring of black mist surged from the bottom of the pit, spreading up along the walls. Chen Ming stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at the massive creature. Master, what level do you think this dragon is? A string of data appeared on Lu Yifei's tactical lens. The reaction of its spiritual power is extremely strong. It far exceeds the limits of an ordinary S-class. It approaches the peak of S-class. However, due to the suppression of the seal, its current combat strength may only be around 60 to 70% of its peak state. 60 to 70% of a peak S-class. Chen Ming crouched at the edge of the pit, resting his chin on his hands. That's still quite strong. How do you plan to fight it? The seal hasn't completely failed yet. The chains are still restricting its range of movement. It's trapped in the pit and cannot fully unleash its power. If I fight from outside the pit, it won't be able to reach me. It's like him standing outside a cage fighting a tiger inside. So I decided to treat it to some thunder techniques first. Your tactics are quite simple and unadorned. As long as it works. Chen Ming stood up, extending his hands from his sleeves. Both hands radiated golden light. Master stepped back to the stone door. It might get a bit noisy from here on. Lu Yifei's retreating steps had not yet stabilized. The black dragon at the bottom of the pit opened its eyes. Two dark red flames ignited in its eye sockets, and its slit pupils scanned the figure shrouded in golden light above the pit. A low roar erupted from the dragon's throat, causing the entire underground space to tremble. The chains on the 12 stone pillars were pulled tight. The black dragon's limbs struggled, its claws pulling free from the rock and sending large chunks of debris flying. The remnants of the runes on the chains emitted a piercing metallic shriek. 3 chains snapped simultaneously. It seems the seal won't hold for much longer. Chen Ming's tone was flat. He raised his right hand, condensing a golden sphere the size of a fist in his palm. He launched it forward. The golden sphere flew through the air for several dozen meters, accurately hitting the top of the black dragon's head. The explosive golden light detonated against the surface of its scales. The scorching white light burned a palm-sized scorch mark into the black scales. The impact of the golden sphere caused the dragon's head to lower momentarily, but it quickly raised its head again. The scales beneath the scorch mark remained intact, not even a single crack. That defense, Chen Ming shook his hand, is even harder than that S-class desert worm. The black dragon's eyes locked onto Chen Ming, and the dark red light in its throat began to gather. A sphere of black light mingled with resentment, and dragon fire formed in its mouth, the temperature rising rapidly. An orange-red hue reflected on Chen Ming's face from the heat radiating off the sphere. He did not move. The black dragon's mouth opened to its maximum angle, exhaling black dragon breath. It was not a beam of light, but a fan-shaped curtain of fire. The coverage consumed the entire space above the pit for 30 meters. The wind behind Chen Ming's feet activated the peculiar formation just a second before the dragon breath arrived. DUI character black glaze. A layer of transparent glaze-like light film covered the surface of his body. The dragon breath struck the glaze light film, splitting into 2 streams that swept past his sides. The scorching air wave burned the back wall several meters behind him into a dark red color. Chen Ming stood at the center of the dragon breath, the hem of his robe not even fluttering. The temperature is about this much. He raised his right hand from the dragon breath palm, facing down. A thin white lightning bolt shot down from his fingertips. Sun 5 Thunder. The lightning bolt pierced through the dragon breath's fire curtain, accurately striking the black dragon's left eye. A earth-shattering roar erupted from the bottom of the pit. The black dragon's head jerked violently to one side. White smoke erupted from where its left eye had been struck. Another 2 chains snapped during the violent shaking of its head. Got it. Chen Ming retracted his hand. The eyes are its weak point. Just like the worm's tactic. Hardshell soft core. Master, it's breaking free from the seal. Lu Yifei shouted from by the stone door. There are still 7 chains left. Chen Ming glanced down. The black dragon's body twisted violently at the bottom of the pit, the remaining 7 chains rattling with sharp metallic sounds. The runes on the stone pillars were extinguishing one by one. Another chain broke. 6 chains left. It looks like we need to end this quickly. Chen Ming extended his left hand. Black water surged from his palms, spreading into a dark purple domain on the ground beneath him. The black water flowed down the pit wall. Upon contact with the black dragon's scales, the surface of the scales emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. The black dragon let out a furious roar, its body suddenly springing up. 5 chains tightened simultaneously. Cracks appeared on the corresponding 5 stone pillars on the pit wall. Chen Ming raised both hands. The right hand summoned the Yang 5 Thunder. The left hand summoned the Yin 5 Thunder. 2 completely opposing forces of spiritual energy circulated through his arms simultaneously. A faint sense of repulsion coursed through his meridians. He paid it no mind. He thrust his hands forward, and 2 strands of thunderlight intertwined as they pierced into the bottom of the pit. The Yang Thunder struck the black dragon's back, causing 3 scales to explode and fly off. The Yin Thunder penetrated through the ruptured gaps into the dragon's body, spreading and corroding along its bloodstream. The black dragon's body spasmed for a moment under the dual assault. Roar! It let out a furious roar. The remaining 5 chains shattered completely. The last flicker of runic light on the 12 stone pillars extinguished. The seal was completely lifted. The black dragon was free. Its body soared from the bottom of the pit. The over 200-meter-long black dragon circled once in the underground space. Its long tail swept past the walls, extinguishing a large area of dark green flames. Its wings spread wide with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters. The gusts of wind generated blew all the rubble at the edge of the pit away. Its gaze locked onto Chen Ming. Dark red patterns began to seep out from the black scales covering its entire body. This was an enhanced state resulting from the fusion of resentment and dragon flames. The intensity of the spiritual energy field doubled in the next breath. Peak S-Class. The values on Liu Yifei's tactical lens jumped past the ordinary S-Class threshold, directly marking it as a red S. Chen Ming, it has completely unsealed. Its power has reached the peak S-Class. Chen Ming looked up at the massive creature circling above. His Taoist robe rustled in the gusts created by the dragon's wings. Aren't you going to act? Moi. Just watch my performance. Liu Yifei did not reply. The black dragon did not give her time to respond. The over 200-meter-long dragon body circled halfway under the 100-meter dome. Suddenly it folded its wings and dove down at a speed Chen Ming had never seen before. It did not charge in a straight line. Instead, it performed a spiral attack. The dragon's body twisted in midair, forming a massive drill. The friction between its scales and the air created a circular black shockwave around it. Wherever the shockwave passed, a layer of the dome's rock was shaved away. Its speed and angle surpassed that of the desert worms charged by a notch. Chen Ming's feet remained still. The wind after Qi Gate operated beneath him. Gen character Kunlun. The golden light on his body suddenly thickened, transforming from translucent gold to a dark gold with a rocky texture. The petrification increased his defense. The black dragon's drill-like charge struck where Chen Ming stood. The roar echoed in the underground space for several seconds. The rocky ground within a 30-meter radius above the pit's edge shattered and collapsed. When the dust settled, Chen Ming stood on a piece of rock that had not completely crumbled. The stone slab beneath him had already cracked into spider web-like fissures. Yet he remained unscathed. A faint white mark like a nail scratching against stone was left on his dark golden petrified armor. Quite strong. Chen Ming stepped down firmly on the shattered rock beneath him. This wretched dragon is much stronger than that worm. After missing its charge, the black dragon circled back up against the opposite wall of the pit. Its dark red vertical pupils fixated on Chen Ming, while a glow deep within its throat began to gather. Liu Yifei's voice came from afar. It's gathering power. The clone used the same technique by the spiritual spring last time. Resentment light column. Chen Ming stared at the black dragon's throat. The dark red light within became increasingly intense, causing the temperature of the entire underground space to rise. This time it isn't a clone. The main Bodis resentment light column is at least 10 times more powerful than last time. Chen Ming's left hand extended from his sleeve. Perfect time to try a new technique. He stepped forward with his left foot. The patterns of the wind after Qi Gate expanded beneath him to a 30-meter radius. Kuan character Earth River card. The shattered rocks and debris beneath his feet flew up under the influence of the formation. Not just a few pieces, but the entire area. Hundreds of tons of rock debris gathered before Chen Ming, forming a thick earth and stone barrier 5 meters high. At the same moment, the black dragon's resentment light column shot out. The pitch-black light column, over 10 meters in diameter, struck the center of the earth and stone barrier. The barrier peeled away layer by layer under the impact of the resentment light column, and the shattered stones were consumed by the black resentment, turning to ashes. The 5-meter thick barrier held for only 2 seconds. But 2 seconds were enough. Chen Ming was no longer behind the barrier. He stepped onto the golden light cloud and circled to the side and rear of the black dragon. His right hand concentrated a thin golden needle of light. It was the same technique he used on the worm. The target was the 3 ruptured scales on the black dragon's back, caused by the Yang thunder. The needle of light shot out. It precisely struck the gap. The golden light exploded inside the dragon's body. The black dragon's body twitched violently, and its tail swung back fiercely. Chen Ming maneuvered the golden light cloud to evade the sweep of the dragon's tail. The tail brushed against the edge of his Taoist robe, the force of the wind pushing him off by several meters. The penetration power of ordinary golden light is still insufficient. Chen Ming steadied the golden light cloud. Even if it got in, it wouldn't damage the core deep inside. The internal structure of this dragon is different from that of the worm. Liu Yifei shouted from the stone door in the distance with a communicator. Where is its core? I'm looking. Chen Ming's gaze swept over the black dragon's body. While the wind after Qi Gate operated beneath him, his perception ability was enhanced by the formation. The flow of spiritual energy within the black dragon appeared as a complete network map in his perception. The spiritual energy flowed from the dragon's head to its tail, branching into hundreds of tributaries leading to each scale. The gathering point of all tributaries was just below the center of the dragon's body. The location of its heart. Found it. It's in the position of its heart. Protected by 6 layers of scales and a layer of resentment shield. Can you penetrate it? Chen Ming did not answer directly. His hands extended once more. His right hand's platinum-colored Yang 5 Thunder flickered at his fingertips. The left hand's pitch-black Yin 5 Thunder was mixed with dark purple lightning. This time he did not rush to fuse them. Aren't you going to fuse the Yin and Yang Thunders like last time on the ground? That light sphere had great power, but its precision was inadequate. When fighting the worm, I used a very thin needle-shaped lightning. It had enough precision, but lacked the power to penetrate 6 layers of scales. So what do you plan to do? Use both together. First use the needle to pierce the scales. Then use the Yin and Yang Thunder method to destroy its core. The black dragon completed its turn and locked onto Chen Ming once again. This time it did not charge or breathe fire. The 4 claws of the black dragon exerted force simultaneously, and its body moved at high speed in a bizarre pattern within the underground space. Each change in direction shattered a section of the wall. Rock fragments and dark red resentment formed intersecting afterimages along its trajectory. The speed was too fast. Lu Yifei's tactical lens could no longer keep up with its trajectory. Yet Chen Ming's gaze remained fixed on a spot slightly below the center of the black dragon's body. He was waiting. At the 4th change in the black dragon's pattern maneuver, there was a momentary pause. It occurred the instant its body shifted from left to right. In that fraction of a second, Chen Ming's right hand shot out. 3 needle-like Yang Wuli eyes simultaneously fired. The first struck the first layer of scales directly above the black dragon's heart, shattering it. The second one pierced through the breach in the first layer, shattering the second and third layers of scales. The third one passed through the channel created by the first 2, reaching the position of the 6th layer of scales. 3 needles struck the same spot. The black dragon let out a howl of extreme pain. Its pattern maneuver was forced to a halt, and its body rolled in the air. Chen Ming did not give it a chance to breathe. He raised his left hand. The Yin Wulei transformed into 5 strands of black water lines streaming into the channel pierced by the 3 needles. The black water began to corrode the 4th and 5th layers of scales within the dragon's body. It sounded like acid being poured onto metal, with a hissing noise emanating from inside the dragon. Roar! The black dragon let out a painful howl. Its body began to release resentment, attempting to force the black water out with the power of its resentment. The entire underground space was filled with dark resentment in the next moment. Visibility dropped to less than 3 meters. Lu Yifei could no longer see Chen Ming by the stone door. Chen Ming. No one answered. The resentment was too thick. Even the communicator's signal was disrupted. In the darkness, only the sound of the dragon's body rolling and the crash of falling debris could be heard. Then a glimmer of light appeared in the darkness. Following that was Chen Ming's steady voice. Jiangong Shui Zong Yin Yang combined a half-black, half-white light. Orb silently hovered in the air. It was tiny, no larger than a marble. But the moment it appeared, the resentment in the entire underground space instinctively retreated to the sides. It wasn't being pushed away. The resentment was fleeing on its own. The energy contained within that light orb distorted the space itself. Chen Ming stood on a golden cloud, raising his left hand to form a sword finger. The half-black, half-white light orb hovered above his fingertip. Finally fused together. Layman. His voice reached Lu Yifei's ears through the gaps in the resentment. Get down. Lu Yifei did not hesitate and immediately crouched behind the stone door. Chen Ming's left hand pushed forward slightly. The light orb flew from his fingertip. Its speed was not fast. In fact, it could be described as slow. Slow enough that the naked eye could clearly track its trajectory. But the black dragon dared not touch it. As the light orb flew towards the heart of the black dragon, its instincts forced it to frantically twist its body in an attempt to evade. The dragon's over 200 meters long body rolled wildly in the underground space. But space was limited. The light orb silently entered the channel created by the needle lightning and black water, penetrating through the 6 layers of already shattered scale defenses. It struck the core. There was no sound of an explosion. As Chen Ming shot out the light orb, the formation beneath his feet had already unfolded. Gen character Kunlun. The petrified defense covered both him and Lu Yifei in the distance. The light orb exploded. The light in the entire underground space turned pure white. The white light spread rapidly from the black dragon's chest. The dragon's scales shattered and fell away one by one in the wake of the white light, and the exposed flesh was vaporized by the intense heat in the next moment. The resentment ceased to exist in the presence of the white light. 1/3 of the rock layers on the ceiling collapsed under the impact of the white light. Debris fell from a height of 100 meters, bouncing off Chen Ming's petrified protective body. The white light lasted for 3 seconds. Then it extinguished. The underground space fell silent. The dust slowly settled. The dark green flames had all been extinguished, leaving the space filled only with dust from the shattered rocks and residual heat. The black dragon was no more. The over 200 meters long dragon body left no bones behind. Only a thin layer of ashes remained in the center of the pit, along with a fist-sized pitch-black core. The surface of the core had dark red patterns faintly pulsating, as if it still held the last vestiges of life. Chen Ming maneuvered the golden cloud down to the bottom of the pit and walked over to pick up the core. The moment the golden light from his palm covered the core, the dark red patterns completely extinguished. Another shrank core. He weighed it in his hand. Quite heavy. Lu Yifei walked over from behind the stone door. Her hair was blown apart by the shockwave and her face was covered with fine dust. Is it done? It's done, isn't it impressive, layman? Not a single one left. Didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly this time. Was it too fast? No. Lu Yifei walked to the bottom of the pit, gazing at the thin layer of ashes. And shrank ancient evil dragon sealed for who knows how many years. How long did it take you? Didn't count, maybe 5 or 6 minutes. 5 or 6 minutes to wipe out and shrank ancient evil spirit. Chen Ming shoved the core into Lu Yifei's hand. Take this, layman. Another gift for me. Layman, enhance your strength a bit more so you can cheer me on. The communicator regained signal. Lin Yuanshan's voice came through almost at the same time. Chen Ming. Yifei. What's the situation over there? Your signal was down for nearly 10 minutes. The dragon has been killed, Director Lin. Lu Yifei answered. On the other end of the communicator, there was silence for 3 seconds, then suddenly a loud crash was heard. Lin Yuanshan, shocked, broke the cup beside him. The earthly fiend sealed beneath the spiritual spring of Qingqing Mountain. Yes. 10 minutes. About that. What about the core? Chen Ming gave it to me again. As long as you two are fine, the comrades at Kunlun might not hold on much longer. Lin Yuanshan's voice came through the communicator again. Lu Yifei leaned over and said, Director Lin, the matter of Qingqing Mountain has been resolved. We will head to Kunlun immediately. Chen Ming did not walk on the ground. He raised his right hand in the underground space at the bottom of the spiritual spring and framed the air. 8 gates transport. The golden door frame took shape. Inside the frame was a glacier in the Kunlun Mountains. On the vast expanse of white snow, 3 military tents were set up and several figures in heavy winter clothing were moving back and forth beside the tents. Lu Yifei glanced at the scene inside the door frame. Is this the sealing point of Kunlun? Yes, I have sensed the spatial coordinates over there. Are we opening a door directly from the ground to Kunlun Mountain? This saves us from taking a detour. Lu Yifei did not ask further about his capabilities. The two stepped through the door frame, their feet landing on the icy surface of Kunlun Mountain. The temperature suddenly dropped from the sweltering heat of Qingqing Mountains underground to over -20 degrees. Chen Ming shivered and thickened the golden light shield around him. The temperature here is too extreme. Kunlun Mountain is over 5,000 meters high, and in winter it is often below -30 degrees. No wonder the seal is placed here. Who would want to freeze in this cold? The figures beside the tent were the first to notice them. A young man in a white winter coat ran over, his rank being lieutenant. You are Daoist Chen and Yifei Zhou. Yes, did the command center order you to retreat? The order from Chief Lin arrived 3 hours ago. The main force has retreated 30 kilometers away. We left 3 people as forward observers. He turned and pointed in the direction behind the tent. The sealing point is in that direction. It's a straight line distance of 2 kilometers beneath an ice lake. A large crack has appeared on the ice lake. Black gas has been continuously seeping out from the crack. It's getting thicker. Chen Ming followed his direction to look. At the end of the glacier was a hollow covered in ice and snow with a frozen lake in the center. A black crack about 2 meters wide appeared on the lake's surface. The black gas surging from the crack was particularly conspicuous against the white ice surface. What's below? The lieutenant shook his head. I don't know. Our detection equipment can only measure about 500 meters below the ice surface. Signals below 500 meters are completely interfered with. We only know that there is a massive spiritual energy response moving beneath. Estimated to be at least Class A. Chen Ming wrapped his robe tighter. Layman, let's go. Lu Yifei took 2 heavy winter coats from the tent and threw one to Chen Ming. Put it on. I have the golden light shield. You should wear it too, it will save you some energy. I didn't wear a coat last time in the Ghost City, did I? The Ghost City doesn't have winds of -30 degrees. Chen Ming looked at the military winter coat in his hand and tried to put it on. The sight of his robe wrapped in a winter coat caused a brief moment of confusion on the lieutenant's face. The two braved the cold wind for 20 minutes. The ice lake appeared before them. The crack was larger than seen from a distance. Upon approaching, they found that the crack's width had nearly reached 3 meters. The edges of the ice surface continued to shatter and expand. Black gas surged from the crack, swirling into a cloud of black mist 2 meters above the ice surface. The mist's temperature was abnormally high, melting wherever it touched the ice surface. More severe than that at Qingqing Mountain. Lu Yifei squatted at the edge of the crack and took a look. The crack is expanding rapidly. In a few hours the ice surface may completely shatter. By then whatever is below will directly emerge from the ice lake. Chen Ming walked to the edge of the crack and looked down. The depths of the crack were pitch black, but his perception could penetrate the ice and rock layers downwards. About 800 meters deep below, there is a ceiling space similar in size to that of Qingqing Mountain. Something is struggling inside. What is it? Still uncertain. The spiritual energy characteristics are different from those of the black dragon. It feels colder. Chen Ming pulled the zipper of his winter coat all the way up. I might take more time going down this time. The environment is different. The temperature and the concentration of Yin energy below will consume some of the golden light. You alone, eh? Yes. The temperature below is too low. Your spiritual energy is already suppressed by the environment plus the regulations of the ceiling space. When you go down, your combat power may only be around 30 to 40%. I won't be much help. Lu Yifei thought for a moment. All right. I will keep an eye on the crack from above. If the expansion speed increases or something unexpected happens, I will notify you through the communicator. Okay. Chen Ming pulled his hands out of the pockets of his coat. His right foot stepped onto the ice surface at the edge of the crack. The Feng Ho Chi Min formation unfolded. Golden patterns appeared on the ice surface extending downward along the crack. Gen character Earth Soaring Dragon. Chen Ming's body sank down from the edge of the ice surface. He did not jump into the crack. Rather, his entire being transformed into a beam of golden light merging into the frozen soil layer, moving swiftly downward along the crack. Earth Escape Technique. Lu Yifei stood at the edge of the crack, watching the golden light sink deeper into the ice layer, eventually disappearing from view. Chen Ming's voice came through the communicator accompanied by faint signal interference. Layman, I am here. It is indeed quite cold below. Everything else is normal. Be careful. Don't worry, it will take at most half an hour. The signal grew weaker until it completely cut off. Lu Yifei put away the communicator and found a slightly dry patch of ice to sit down beside the crack. Tang Dao lay across her knees. The cold wind howled behind her. In the live broadcast of the sky, global viewers were watching the solitary female figure sitting on the glacier of Kunlun Mountain, and the discussion in the bullet screen had exploded. Is Taoist Chen going down to fight monsters again? Isn't this the second one today? Just finished killing this level black dragon at Qingqing Mountain, and now he's in Kunlun. Doesn't this guy need a break? You all missed the point. Taoist Chen was teleported here, directly from Sichuan to Kunlun. At this distance, even a grade expert specializing in spatial abilities can't do this. What is fun? This is ridiculous. Lu Yifei obviously could not see the bullet screen. She was fully focused, alert to her surroundings. The crack on the ice surface continued to expand slowly. The concentration of black gas increased again. Then the ground trembled violently. Not strongly, but heavily, as if something deep underground had collided with the rock layers. Then came the second tremor. The third tremor. The frequency quickened. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice lake. Lu Yifei stood up and retreated 20 steps. The tremors beneath continued to intensify. On the fifth tremor, the ice surface in the center of the ice lake bulged into an arc. The diameter of the arc was about 30 meters. It was as if something was pushing up from beneath the ice surface. Then it collapsed. Chen Ming, what are you doing? Lu Yifei muttered to herself. The cold wind scattered her voice. A few minutes passed. The trembling stopped. The crack on the ice surface ceased to expand. The concentration of black gas began to decrease. From dense to thin, from thin to sparse. Finally, it completely vanished. Lu Yifei's eyes widened slightly. No more black gas surged from the crack. Instead, a faint golden light rose from deep within the crack. A massive serpent's head soared up from the ground. 10 seconds later, a figure dressed in a military cold weather coat emerged from beneath the ice. Golden light supported his body beneath his feet, steadily lifting him onto the ice surface. Chen Ming's hair was coated with a layer of fine ice shards, and the tip of his nose was frozen red. Yet his spirit seemed quite good. He held a dark blue core the size of a fist in his left hand, while his right hand was tucked into his pocket. A layman. The one down there is an ice python. It's about 200 meters long. Peak Class A. Not yet at Class S. It's fairly easy to deal with. But it's just too cold. Lu Yifei looked at the redness on his nose. Are you cold? Doesn't the golden light protect against temperature? That python's attack method is extreme cold. With a breath of ice at minus 200 degrees, the golden light protection can withstand it. But after staying inside for 15 minutes, it felt like my nose was about to fall off. He handed the dark blue core to Lu Yifei. Take it. You're giving it to me again. This one is of slightly lower quality than the black dragons, but its attribute is ice. After you absorb it, your resistance to extreme environments will greatly increase. Lu Yifei accepted the core, feeling the bone-chilling cold in her palm. She did not refuse. Chen Ming rubbed his red nose and looked towards the distant mountains. That's two done. Only Taishan and Nanhai are left. Can we finish today? Taishan should be able to. Nanhai depends on the situation. The one at the bottom of the sea is probably quite troublesome. He raised his right hand on the ice surface. A golden door frame began to take shape in the wind and snow. Inside the door frame was the sunrise over Taishan. The morning light illuminated the stone steps of the main peak of Taishan, casting golden rays across the eastern skyline. Chen Ming looked at the scene within the door frame, his expression softening slightly. At least it's warm over there. The seal point of Taishan was located beneath a cliff on the eastern side of the main peak. The military had set up 3 security lines there. The soldiers on the outermost perimeter almost pulled the trigger when they saw a young man dressed in a Taoist robe over a black military cold weather coat emerge from a golden door frame that appeared out of thin air. After Lu Yifei revealed her identity, the on-site commander ran over to connect with them. Taoist Chin Captain Lu. The situation at the seal point has deteriorated since an hour ago. The on-site commander was a colonel in his 40s, surnamed Jiang. He led the two to the bottom of the cliff. At the base of the cliff was a natural stone cave, its entrance sealed by a steel fence set up by the military. From the depths of the cave behind the fence came a rumbling sound like distant thunder occurring every few seconds. The ground trembled slightly. This cave only appeared 3 days ago. Colonel Jiang pointed at the cave entrance. Originally, this was a complete cliff face. 3 days ago, the ground shook and a crack opened in the cliff. Then the crack grew larger and eventually turned into this cave. The noise coming from the bottom of the cave has not stopped. It's getting louder and more frequent. We sent a drone in to probe. The cave is about 600 meters deep. Below 600 meters, there is a vast space. The drone was destroyed in less than 3 seconds after entering. The last image captured by the signal was of a gigantic eye. Chen Ming stood in front of the fence, tilting his head to look into the cave. What kind of eye? Red. A dark red compound eye. Chen Ming nodded. Layman him going in. Lu Yifei didn't say she wanted to follow this time. Be careful. The communicator might cut out again. Got it, you can go in. Chen Ming climbed over the fence and entered the cave. The golden light behind him illuminated the rough rock patterns on the cave walls. The further he went, the higher the temperature became. Unlike Kunlun Taishan's ceiling space was a high-temperature environment. At a depth of 600 meters, Chen Ming walked for about 10 minutes. At the end of the cave was a huge crack. The width of the crack exceeded 10 meters. Looking down from the crack, there was a massive underground space resembling Qingqing Mountain. The temperature in the space was extremely high, with dark red magma flowing down the rock walls. The magma gathered at the bottom of the space, forming a boiling sea of fire. In the center of the sea of fire lay a strange creature. It was not a dragon. It was a gigantic centipede, dark red, all over, measuring over 150 meters in length. Countless segments embedded in the rocks of the sea of fire glowed red at their tips. The centipede's head had 2 antennae about 30 meters long, with the tips burning with dark flames. Its body writhed slowly in the sea of fire. The arrangement of the ceiling chains and stone pillars was similar to that of Qingqing Mountain, but on a smaller scale. There were only 8 chains, 4 of which were already broken. Chen Ming squatted at the edge of the crack, watching the fire centipede below. This ghastly thing is really ugly. The fire centipede sensed the presence above. Countless compound eyes simultaneously turned towards the crack's direction. The black flames on the antennae intensified. Class S. Chen Ming sensed the opponent's spiritual energy field. It's slightly stronger than the ice python from Kunlun, but it's not at the level of that cursed dragon. Thank goodness. He stood up, removed his cold weather coat, and tossed it aside. The Taoist robe fluttered in the hot air. At this temperature, wearing a coat is a bit too hot. He stepped out over the edge of the crack. The wind behind Wonder Gate unfurled. Golden light clouds formed beneath his feet, supporting him as he descended towards the sea of fire. The fire centipede's antennae lashed out as he descended midair. They moved quickly. The 30-meter-long antennae struck like 2 burning whips, attacking from both directions simultaneously. Sun character wind ropes. 2 invisible wind ropes shot from Chen Ming's hands, accurately entangling the 2 antennae. Then he pulled hard. The fire centipede's head was lifted upwards by the wind ropes. Countless segments thrashed wildly in the sea of fire, splashing magma everywhere. Chen Ming swung up to the centipedes directly above, using the tension of the wind ropes. With his palms facing down, he shouted, "Li character red serpent." A golden red fire serpent shot from his palm. The fire serpent's temperature exceeded that of the magma, enveloped in the scorching aura of golden light. It precisely struck the joint of the fire centipede's back shell. The shell shattered under the scorching of the golden fire. Dark red bodily fluid gushed out from the cracks. It precisely struck the joint of the fire centipede's back shell. The shell shattered under the scorching of the golden fire. Dark red bodily fluid gushed out. It struggled desperately to break free from its last constraints. Chen Ming did not give it the opportunity. His right hand summoned Yonglei. A white lightning snake the thickness of a thumb shot from his fingertip. It pierced through the gap in the shell created by the fire serpent and delved deep into the centipede's body. At the moment the lightning exploded inside the fire centipede's body, over 100 meters long jerked upward. The magma was sent flying up in waves over 10 meters high by its leaping body. Chen Ming maneuvered the golden light clouds skillfully weaving through the waves of magma. At the same time his left hand extended, and the black water of Yin Wulei surged from his palm, creating a dark water line. The black water also drilled in through the gap in the shell. Unlike the destructive path of Yang Lei, the black water took the corrosive route. After 6 seconds the fire centipede's body began to break apart from the middle section. The two segments writhed violently in the sea of fire, each segment making its last desperate struggle. Chen Ming raised his right hand again. This time it was not a needle lightning. He concentrated a fist-sized pure white Yang Lei light ball in his palm. He shot it down. The light ball struck the exposed core at the break of the centipede. A burst of white light erupted. 1/3 of the sea of fire evaporated in the white light. A layer of magma solidified on the rock wall. The two segments of the fire centipede simultaneously ceased their writhing. Then they shattered, turning to ash. A dark red Class S core rolled out from the ashes, landing on the still warm rock. Chen Ming flew up. That's 3 taken care of. He glanced back at the sealed space. The chains and stone pillars were all shattered. The seal no longer existed. Yet the anomalies within the seal had also vanished. There was no need to worry about the issue of resonance activation anymore. Chen Ming raised his hand and opened a door within the sealed space. The door frame revealed the morning light outside the cliffs of Mount Tai and Lu Yifei waiting by the railing. He walked over. When Lu Yifei saw him stepping out from the golden door frame, she noticed that a small portion of his Dao robe's sleeve had been scorched by splashes of lava. Your sleeve? You're not injured, are you? Chen Ming lowered his head and glanced. It's just a small issue. I'm in great shape. There's a fire centipede below, slightly less formidable than the cursed dragon of Qingqing Mountain. You need to change into a new Dao robe. We'll talk about that later. He tossed the dark red core to Major Jiang. Help me deliver this to the command center. Major Jiang's muscles trembled as he caught the core with both hands. It wasn't because the core was heavy. It was because he knew clearly that the anomaly this core belonged to had been rampaging in the sea of fire 600 meters underground just 20 minutes ago. And the person in front of him had entered and exited in just 20 minutes. Chen Ming looked towards the eastern skyline. The sun had already risen to the mid-sky. What time is it? 9:40 in the morning. All 3 seals have been dealt with since last night. There's one left in the South Sea. That one is a bit troublesome. What makes it troublesome? It's underwater. I'm not very good at fighting underwater. Lu Yifei thought for a moment. In your Feng Ho Chi Min, there's a king character. It should be able to control water. Theoretically, you can create a space without water underwater. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. You, my friend, understand my abilities better than I do. In your encyclopedia? After this statement, Lu Yifei's expression paused slightly. She turned her face to another direction. Chen Ming, oblivious, stretched lazily. Let's go. We should eat first before heading to the South Sea. From last night until now, I've killed 3 anomalies. I haven't eaten a single meal. I'm so hungry I could eat a dragon. But you just exterminated one. That one can't be eaten. Purely out of resentment, and it has no meat. They had their meal in the cafeteria of the military base in Taiyan. Chen Ming devoured 3 bowls of beef noodles and 2 braised eggs in one go. Lu Yifei sat across from him. The tablet was placed on the table as she ate and flipped through the data on the South Sea seal. The seal point in the South Sea is located about 300 kilometers south of the Southern Islands. The depth of the sea is about 4,000 meters. The sealing structure is different from the previous 3. It is submerged beneath a coral reef in the sea. The military has a scientific research station above that location on the sea surface. The equipment at the research station detected resonance signals from the seal starting 24 hours ago. Currently, the signal strength is still within controllable limits, but it is continuously increasing. Chen Ming listened while chewing on his chopsticks. 4,000 meters deep in the sea. How high is the water pressure? About 400 atmospheres. Can the golden light shield with... Lu Yifei glanced at him. Your golden light shield can withstand even the full force attack of its glass black dragon. How much pressure can 400 atmospheres exert? That's different. The force in a fight is instantaneous while water pressure is continuous. Moreover, the underwater environment may affect the efficiency of the golden light's release. Lu Yifei set down her tablet. So how do you plan to solve it? 2 plans. Chen Ming pushed the bullet. The first plan is according to your previous idea. I will use the king character from Feng Ho Chi Min to create a space without water on the seabed. I will push away all the seawater near the seal point. Then in a waterless environment, I will enter the seal space to deal with what's inside. The second plan. Directly use the earth escape technique to burrow through the seabed's rock layers. Bypass the influence of seawater and drill directly into the seal space. The second plan is more convenient. But with the second plan, I can't observe the environment within the seal space in advance. It will be completely dark before going in. Liu Yifei considered for a moment. Let's go with the first plan. You push the seawater away first, and then see the situation inside before entering. Indeed, you are the cautious type. Aren't you the type who observes before taking action? I'm more of a cat. Observation is just a side note. After the meal, Chen Ming opened a door outside the cafeteria. The door frame revealed the azure surface of the South Sea. Sunlight danced on the shimmering surface of the sea. In the distance, a white scientific research station platform could be seen. The two stepped through the door frame and onto the deck of the research station. The sea breeze wrapped around them, carrying a salty and humid scent. The head of the research station was a researcher named Zhou. In his 40s, his skin was tanned and darkened by the sea breeze and sunlight. Chen Daozhong this way. He led the two to the control room. Several large screens displayed sonar images of the seabed and the distribution of spiritual energy fields. The seal point is approximately 200 meters to the south directly below us. The depth is 4,120 meters. The current resonance signal strength has increased by 30% compared to 6 hours ago. Our underwater detector captured some footage at that location last week. He brought up a blurry underwater image. The image depicted a dim, deep sea environment. The range of the sonar light was barely a dozen meters. At the edge of the light, a massive dark shadow was slowly moving. The outline of the shadow was not very clear, but a rough shape could be discerned. It resembled a gigantic turtle. The diameter of its shell was at least over 60 meters. The surface of the shell was engraved with dense dark red patterns. This creature has been appearing near the seal point since the fusion of heaven and earth began 6 months ago. It has been hovering above the seal point, neither approaching nor leaving. We speculate that it is the guardian of the sea. Chen Ming stared at the dark shadow on the screen for a few seconds. It's not a guardian. It has escaped from the seal, but hasn't completely broken free from its constraints. It can only move within a certain range above the seal point. How can you tell? Researcher Zhou asked. The patterns on its shell. Chen Ming pointed at the screen with his finger. Look at these red lines. They radiate outwards from the center of the shell. These are not its natural patterns. They are remnants of the sealing chains. This indicates that the seal has broken partially, and it has 1 foot out. But part of the chains are still restricting it. It wants to escape, but cannot. Liu Yifei leaned against the control panel, arms crossed. What's its level? Based on the intensity of the spiritual energy field. Chen Ming tilted his head. Peak's glass. It should be slightly stronger than the Black Dragon of Qingqing Mountain. The control room fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhou's Adam's apple bobbed. It's glass. That. Should we? Don't worry, my friend. Just leave it to me. Chen Ming patted his shoulder. You just stay on the surface of the sea. I'll go down for a bit. Don't worry, at most half an hour. He stepped out of the control room and approached the edge of the deck. Below him was the deep, dark blue sea. Sunlight could only penetrate down to a depth of several dozen meters, beyond which lay endless darkness. Aren't you going alone this time? Moi. I have to go down alone, right? The water pressure at 4,000 meters beneath the sea is something your body can't withstand now. I know that. Liu Yifei's voice was calm. I'll wait for you up here. Remember to time me. If I haven't come back after half an hour, just inform Commander Lin. And then, then have him send someone to seal this place off. Don't let the anomaly get away. What if something really happens to you? Chen Ming thought for a moment. That's impossible. But what if? There is no what if. Rest assured, fellow cultivator. I've dealt with so many anomalies already. Has anything ever gone wrong? Liu Yifei did not press further. Chen Ming jumped off the edge of the deck. Golden light enveloped him the moment he touched the surface of the sea, forming a sealed golden bubble. The bubble carried him through the surface, sinking deeper. 100 meters. The sunlight began to fade. 300 meters. Light completely vanished. The golden bubble became the only source of light in the dark, deep sea. The seawater surrounding the bubble displayed a gradient from deep blue to pitch black under the golden glow. The water pressure continued to increase. The surface of the golden bubble began to exhibit subtle tremors. Chen Ming could feel the uniform pressure coming from all directions. It was not painful, but he could feel it. 1,000 meters. The tremors of the bubble intensified. Chen Ming reinforced the layer of golden light. 2,000 meters. The seawater turned into complete darkness. The water temperature dropped to near freezing point. The temperature inside the bubble was maintained at around 20 degrees by the golden light. 3,000 meters. Chen Ming's perception captured a massive spiritual energy reaction below. Deeper down, beneath the rocks and corals, something was waiting for him. 3,500 meters. A faint dark red glow appeared outside the bubble. It came from below. Residual energy from the seal seeped through the seabed rock layers, staining the surrounding seawater dark red. For 1,000 meters, he had reached the seabed. Chen Ming's golden bubble landed on a seabed covered with white sediment. Before him stood a massive coral. The coral was dead. The bleached skeletons glimmered with a gray light under the golden glow. In the center of the coral reef was a pit approximately 50 meters in diameter. The bottom of the pit was the entrance to the seal. Above the pit, a gigantic turtle-shaped anomaly lay there. Its shell over 60 meters in diameter emerged in full outline amidst the dark red light of the seabed. The dark red patterns on the shell pulsated slowly. Just as Chen Ming anticipated, the turtle's head was not retracted inside the shell. A head larger than a truck emerged from the front end of the shell. There were no eyelids. Two blood-red eyes stared directly at Chen Ming in the golden bubble. Its mouth slowly opened. At 4,000 meters deep in the sea, it silently revealed a mouth full of dark serrated teeth. Chen Ming stood in the bubble with his hands in his pockets, locking eyes with it for 3 seconds. The fellow cultivator is right. It's better to assess the situation before taking action. This creature is indeed quite large and hard to handle. His right hand emerged from his sleeve. The wind after strange formation unfolded within the bubble. Character rippling water. Centered on the bubble, an invisible force pushed outward in all directions. The seawater was forcibly pushed away. The seawater within a 100-meter radius was forcibly separated to the periphery by the golden force field. A hemispherical dry space with a diameter of 200 meters formed at the seabed. Inside the space was the exposed seabed and coral reefs, and the massive turtle-shaped anomaly trapped within the dry area by the golden force field. Its body lost the buoyancy support of the seawater and crashed heavily into the pit. The impact of its shell against the rocks caused the entire seabed to shake. Chen Ming landed on the seabed, maintaining the golden bubble. The turtle-shaped anomaly struggled to rise from the pit. After leaving the seawater, its movement speed slowed significantly, but the pressure it released remained undiminished. And Scrade's spiritual force field expanded within the 200-meter closed space. The oppressive force of the field caused the rubble and dead corals on the seabed to tremble. Facing this overwhelming pressure, Chen Ming yawned. All right, come on. The mode of attack from the turtle-shaped anomaly caught Chen Ming off guard. It did not use physical impact. The turtle's head opened to its maximum angle, and a silent wave emanated from deep within its mouth. It was not a kinetic shock. It was an attack on the soul level. Colorless ripples spread from the turtle's mouth in all directions. Upon hitting the boundary of the dry space, they bounced back, forming overlapping soul shockwaves within the 200-meter closed space. The golden light shield around Chen Ming brightened the moment the shockwave made contact. The soul attack was blocked. However, the continuously overlapping shockwaves rebounded repeatedly within the closed space, creating a constant mental pressure. A buzzing vibration echoed in his mind. It's a soul-type attack. Chen Ming frowned slightly. Using soul attacks in a closed space. With the constant rebound of sound waves, it keeps stacking up. Interesting. He raised his right hand and lightly tapped the air with his fingertip. Zhun character thunder. A bolt of golden lightning shot from his fingertip, striking the turtle-shaped anomaly's head. The lightning's brilliance exploded against the turtle's shell, leaving a charred mark. However, the turtle's shell was even harder than the exoskeleton of a centipede or caterpillar. There were no visible cracks beneath the charred mark. After being struck by the lightning, the turtle's head recoiled slightly before opening its mouth again to release a soul shockwave. This time the wave was stronger. The overlapping shockwaves caused fine patterns to appear on the surface of Chen Ming's golden shield. This creature has really thick skin. The soul attack is also area-based. In this space, it would be very disadvantageous to wear it down with it. Chen Ming's wind after strange formation diagram rotated a notch beneath him. Character ice spikes. Beneath the seabed, the remaining seawater rapidly froze under the influence of the formation. Dozens of ice blue spikes shot up from the seabed, piercing towards the turtle-shaped anomaly's abdomen from all directions. The defense of the turtle shell covered its back and sides. The abdomen was a relatively weak area. The ice spikes hit several points on the turtle's belly, producing sharp collision sounds. 3 ice spikes shattered, but 2 successfully pierced through the gaps in the abdominal shell, embedding half a meter deep. The turtle-shaped anomaly emitted a muffled grunt. To be precise, it was not a sound, but an expression of a spiritual force vibration. Its limbs suddenly retracted into the shell. The entire turtle shell began to spin at high speed. The centrifugal force generated by the rotation flung the ice pillar embedded in its abdomen away. At the same time, the dark red patterns on the shell lit up. An extremely intense aura of resentment sprayed outward from the spinning turtle shell. The resentment began to corrode upon encountering the waterless barrier created by the golden light. The edges of the barrier appeared dim. It actually managed to break through my barrier. Chen Ming's brows furrowed slightly. If the waterless barrier was breached, the 4,000 meters deep seawater would flood in an instant. The combined assault of water pressure and resentment would double the trouble. We need to make a swift resolution. Chen Ming extended both hands. His right hand summoned platinum-colored Yang Thunder. He did not attempt to fuse them. Due to the confined space, the area of destruction caused by the Yin-Yang fusion bomb might also blow up his own waterless barrier. Precision strike. His right index and middle fingers pointed directly at the underside of the spinning turtle shell. 5 Thunder of Yang. Extreme compression. A thread of white lightning thinner than a sewing needle shot from his fingertips. The lightning passed through the gap between the spinning turtle shell and the seabed, accurately reaching the spot where the turtle's abdomen had been pierced by the ice pillar. It entered through the wound. The lightning detonated once inside the turtle's body. The rotation of the turtle shell stuttered. Chen Ming's left hand followed suit. 5 streams of black water from the Yin 5 Thunder surged from his fingertips. They traveled the same path. Entering through the abdominal wound, they spread along the channels of spiritual energy within. The corrosive nature of the black water caused significantly more damage inside the sealed turtle body than in an open environment. The turtle's strange rotation came to a complete stop. Its limbs extended from the shell, struggling violently on the seabed. The dark red patterns on the shell began to flicker with irregular light. Seizing the moment when the opponent was in pain and exposed its abdomen, 10 needle-like Yang Thunder struck simultaneously. Each one accurately hit the gaps in different locations of the turtle's abdominal shell. 10 beams of white light detonated simultaneously inside the turtle's body. The turtle's bizarre limbs twitched 3 times before going stiff. The dark red patterns extinguished one by one from the shell surface. Chen Ming approached the turtle shell, sensing it thoroughly. The core was located at the very center of the turtle shell. It was sandwiched between the back shell and the abdominal shell. The defense was still quite thick. However, it had already been largely compromised by the Yang Thunder and black water. He extended his index finger, condensing a final extremely thin thread of Yang Thunder. Then he flicked it fiercely, shooting it toward the gap in the turtle shell. White light erupted from the gaps in the turtle shell. The turtle's bizarre body gradually shattered in the white light, starting from its limbs. Following the direction of the spiritual energy channels, it crumbled piece by piece. A few seconds later, only a pile of grayish-white shell fragments and a dark blue core the size of a fist remained on the seabed. The surface of the core had a unique, ethereal blue hue typical of seawater. Chen Ming walked over and picked it up. Okay, all 4 are taken care of. He glanced around the waterless space. After the bizarre turtle was eliminated, the seal entrance at the bottom of the pit was exposed. The same stone door, the same embossed patterns. But no dark gas seeped out from the door seam. The resonance signal significantly weakened after the bizarre turtle's death. Chen Ming walked to the stone door and used golden light to probe the situation behind it. The internal seal space had an extremely weak response of spiritual energy. There should be another bizarre creature inside, but most of its energy had been depleted over the long years of sealing. Its current level was approximately around Class A. However, the structure of the seal had been severely damaged. If the resonance continued, the remaining seal would eventually collapse. Let's go in and take care of what's inside. One and done. Chen Ming pushed open the stone door and entered the sealed space. 15 minutes later, he walked out from the stone door. He held an A-class core in his hand. His expression was quite calm. It doesn't even reach the peak of Class A. A sea snake. Not much of a challenge. He stored the core away and raised his hand to open a portal. In the doorway, Liu Yifei's figure appeared on the deck of the research station. She was standing at the edge of the deck, looking at the sea surface while holding a communicator. Chen Ming stepped through the portal, his feet landing on the deck. The waterless barrier, 4,000 meters deep in the seabed, was lifted the moment he left. Seawater rushed in, drowning all traces. Liu Yifei turned around and saw him. How long has it been? 23 minutes. That's quite a bit faster than the half-hour you mentioned. Completing the mission ahead of schedule deserves praise, right? Chen Ming said, raising an eyebrow in a teasing manner. Always boasting. Seeing Chen Ming flaunt with raised eyebrows, Liu Yifei finally relaxed her tense heart and playfully punched Chen Ming. Have all 3 seals within the Dragon Kingdom been dealt with? Yes, all cleared. The Black Dragon of Qingqing Mountain Class S peak has been eliminated. The Kunlun Ice Python Class A peak has been eliminated. The Taishan Fire Millipede Class S has been eliminated. The South Sea Turtle Spirit Class S peak has been eliminated. Plus the Class A sea snake within the sealed space at the seabed. In total 5 creatures. Chen Ming stretched lazily. The seals within the Dragon Kingdom have been completely cleared. In the global live broadcast of the Sky Curtain, the speed of comments reached a new peak as this sentence dropped. Cleared 5 national-level bizarre creatures in one day. 4 national-level seals resolved, just like that. Chen Daolang's super long-distance teleportation is terrifying. From Saudi Arabia to Sichuan to Kunlun to Taishan to the South Sea. In one day, did he dismantle all the time bombs within the Dragon Kingdom? What is the Cherry Blossom Nation's Amaterasu plan even doing? Everything sealed has been wiped out by Brother Chen. Activating the masks is just firing at air. Chen Ming could not see the comments. His attention had shifted to another matter. Cultivator. Moi. I have cut off the resonance from the Saudi mask. I've cleared the bizarre creatures in the 3 seals of the Dragon Kingdom. But there are still 5 masks in other countries. Eagle Sauce Nation, Bear Country, Gaul Nation, and A3 Nation. Louis Fei took out her phone and glanced at it. Latest intel from Director Lin. The resonance diffusion has been ongoing for 37 hours. The masks in Eagle Sauce Nation and A3 Nation have begun to show signs of movement. The ones in Bear Country and Gaul Nation are still stable for now. But if not handled, they will be activated within 48 hours. Chen Ming leaned against the railing of the deck. The sea breeze blew through the hem of his robe. Then let's go take care of it. Are you planning to run all over the world by yourself? Aren't you accompanying me? Cultivate. A voice came from the communicator in Lu Yifei's pocket. It was Lin Yuanshan. Chen Ming latest situation report. The ceiling point under the base of the Statue of Liberty in Eagle Sauce Nation has shown signs of movement. 30 minutes ago, an abnormal weather phenomenon appeared over Eagle Sauce Nation. It seems something has happened there. Chen Ming and Lu Yifei exchanged glances. What happened? The statue of God in their national cathedral in Washington, D.C. shattered. Lin Yuanshan's voice came through the communicator, his speech faster than usual. The statue of God inside the Washington National Cathedral shattered by itself 40 minutes ago. At the time of the shattering, there were about 300 congregants participating in the morning prayer inside the cathedral. After the statue broke in half, it released a massive translucent shadow from within. The shape of the shadow is that of an upside-down person, with its head facing down, its feet suspended in midair by an invisible chain. It is entirely dark purple and stands over 30 meters tall by estimation. Upon its appearance, it immediately unleashed a wide-ranging suppression of spiritual power. All 300 congregants in the cathedral fell unconscious. All electronic devices within a 2-kilometer radius failed. The Eagle Country has dispatched 3 teams of superhumans for extermination. Currently, there is no effect. That shadow is completely immune to physical attacks and most spiritual power attacks. Only the attacks from light-type superhumans can cause its slight interference. But the degree of interference is insufficient to inflict effective damage. Chen Ming leaned against the railing, having listened to it all. The Hanged Man. He chewed on those 3 words. This card is in the tarot deck. You understand tarot? Not really. I once flipped through some miscellaneous books on the mountain. The Hanged Man represents sacrifice and indecision. What does it mean that this thing came out of the statue of God? Lu Yifei took over the conversation. It might not be a problem with the statue itself. It could be that the resonance from the ghost mask activated some ancient seal inside the statue. The mask sealing point within Eagle Country is in New York. But the resonance's range of effect can influence ancient suppressive objects throughout the entire national territory. If the statue of God in the Washington Cathedral is itself a vessel for a sealing suppression. Chen Ming scratched his head. So, does that mean there are also ancient seals within Eagle Country? Did they hide them themselves? It's possible they don't even know themselves. That cathedral is over 200 years old. The Americans from 200 years ago might not even be clear about what is sealed beneath the statue. Lin Yuanshan interjected through the communicator. Eagle Country has not requested assistance from any nation at this time. Their attitude is very subtle. On one hand, they have publicly characterized the Hanged Man incident as a chain reaction of the Amaterasu project. On the other hand, they are secretly pressuring Sakura Country, demanding that they immediately halt the activation ritual of the Amaterasu project. But over there in Sakura Country, things have already spiraled completely out of control. Once the activation ritual starts, it cannot be stopped. Resonance propagates autonomously. Chen Ming's fingers tapped the railing twice. Eagle Country is not seeking help. Is it a matter of pride, or do they truly believe they can resolve it? At present, it seems to be the former. Lin Yuanshan's tone carried a hint of coldness. The 3 elites they sent to hunt you down are all dead. Now to have them turn around and request aid from Dragon Country, they cannot swallow that pride. But if the threat of the Hanged Man continues to escalate, they will eventually have to bow their heads. Chen Ming took his phone out of his pocket and swiped it twice. The live feed from Tianmu was showing the situation in Washington. The block where the cathedral is located has already been sealed off. Military vehicles and armored cars block the intersection, while helicopters hover in the low sky. Above the cathedral floats a massive translucent shadow, the shape of the Hanged Man, head facing down. The dark purple figure flickers in and out of visibility in the sunlight. Surrounding it are 6 superhumans from Eagle Country in black uniforms attacking. Fire, lightning, telekinetic shocks, and beams of light. All attacks penetrated the shadow's body, scattering on the other side. No damage was inflicted. The shadow didn't even change its posture. It's all completely futile. Chen Ming muttered to himself. Because it's not a physical entity. Then what is it? Louis Fei asked. This is a projection of resentment. Chen Ming tapped the screen to pause the video. The real body of this thing is not above the cathedral. The real body is in the ceiling space of the ghost mask. What floats in the sky is merely a shadow projected by the real body. Attacking the shadow is useless. We need to go into the ceiling space and confront the real body. Are you planning to go to Eagle Country? Chen Ming tucked his phone back. Not going. At least not right now. Let them handle their own issues first. I haven't settled the score from when they sent 3 people to hunt me down. Let them hold out for a few more days. Louis Fei raised her eyebrows slightly. You mean? Gentlemen, what are you thinking? You're waiting for them to actively seek help, right? I didn't see that coming. You're quite cunning. Chen Ming tilted his head. Gentlemen, what do you call this? What? It's called repaying resentment with virtue. They struck first, and now they've run into trouble. It's enough that I don't kick them when they're down. Do you expect me to go over and help? That's impossible. Lin Yuanshan in the communicator made no comments on this dialogue, but his silence was a statement of attitude. Chen Ming stretched lazily. Director Lin, let Eagle Country handle their own affairs. Right now I'm more concerned about the other 2 places. Asin Country and Bangzi Country. These 2 are still very close to us. If they cannot be controlled, it could easily affect the cities along the route. Is there any unusual activity in the mask ceiling of these 2 countries? The mask in Asin Country is beneath an ancient temple in New Delhi. Currently, the signals of abnormal activity there are weaker than those from Eagle Country, but they are continuously increasing. There are no ghost masks within Bangzi Country, but they have encountered another problem there. What problem? Zombie virus. Chen Ming was taken aback. What? Zombie virus. Lin Yuanshan's voice turned solemn. In a disused military laboratory 30 kilometers south of Seoul, in Bangzi Country. An accident occurred 8 hours ago. The leaked substance was an experimental biochemical agent cultivated from strange samples obtained from the forbidden area. The goal was to create controllable superhuman enhancement drugs. But after the merge of realms accelerated, the samples mutated. After the agent leaked, 37 staff members in the laboratory were infected. The infected lost consciousness within 2 hours. Large areas of black necrotic patches appeared on their bodies. Then they stood up again. They began attacking the living around them. Those who were injured in the attack showed the same symptoms within 15 minutes. Highly contagious. Currently, it has spread to a 3-kilometer radius around the laboratory. The number of infected has exceeded 2,000. The military of Bangzi Country has sealed off the entire area, but the number of infections is still growing. They have already requested assistance from the international community.